a young master uncle at the Tai sect. In the spring of the year 158,756 of the Shaoyan continent's cultivation history, beneath the grand gates of the Tai sect, a throng of people gathered. The crowd was predominantly composed of children and youths, with a scattering of young adults and a few individuals appearing to be in their 30s. Those over 40 were a rarity, mostly accompanying the younger ones. Today marked the decennial selection of disciples at the Tai sect, a coveted opportunity not to be missed by aspiring cultivators. Tai sect is renowned as one of the foremost sects on the Shaoyan continent, boasting formidable beings at the tribulation transcendent stage. It is noteworthy that across the entire cultivation realm, including demonic sects, the number of ancestors at this stage is scarcely in the double digits yet. The Tai sect is Ho. Meet at three such illustrious figures, underscoring its profound heritage. As a result, a multitude of aspirants sought to join Tai sect, including numerous independent cultivators. They did not harbor aspirations of becoming inner disciples, rather, they were content to attain the status of outer disciples, for the resources available to them would surpass what they could access as solitary practitioners. They would even willingly accept the role of servant disciples to remain within the sect. A resonant chime echoed through the air, enveloping the mountain gate and reaching the ears of everyone present. The chattering crowd fell into an immediate hush, even the most rambunctious children silenced by the gentle admonitions of their families. Two figures clad in the sect disciple attire soared gracefully into the air, pausing above the mountain gates to address the assembly. The first phase of the Tai sect's disciple selection test is now officially underway. Strive diligently, we shall await you at the summit. As their words faded, the imposing gates of Tai sect vanished, revealing a winding path leading upward into the mountains. The staircase on the mountain path ascends in gradual layers, extending into the mist. The crowd is well aware of the assessment criteria for the first trial of the Tai sect. To ascend this staircase, the extent of one's climb reflects their character and perseverance. Should one fall short of a certain number of steps, they would be deemed unsuccessful in the first trial, thus disqualifying them from a second. Excitedly, the onlookers rushed towards the staircase, each stepping onto the testing path. Useless, you might as well not attempt to climb, so as not to bring shame upon our Xianyuan family, mocked several youths, casting derisive remarks before they hurriedly ascended. He steps. The boy left behind clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glinting with cold determination. After a moment of quiet contemplation to steady his emotions, he set forth towards the mountain path. Meanwhile, a pure and delicate maiden stood before the trail, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She had never anticipated that she would traverse to a world of cultivation, and her body had inexplicably reverted to a youthful state, 2 decades younger due to the passage through time and space. How marvelous. Once she begins her cultivation, she would be able to maintain her youthful beauty indefinitely, wouldn't she? Would you like to climb a mountain with me? I will take care of you, offered a youth in splendid attire, his cheeks lightly flushed. He had fallen for the girl at first sight. She was as pure and enchanting as a white lotus, precisely the embodiment of his dreams. He wished to remain by her side, shielding her from the tempest and attending to her every need. The maiden smiled softly. Thank you. In her heart, she mused that this young man was rather handsome and appealing, a potential candidate to keep as one of her backups. The young boy, overjoyed by her words, extended a hand towards the girl, saying, May I take your hand? It would conserve some of your energy. Of course, the girl replied with a cheerful smile, placing her hand into the palm of the elegantly attired youth. Within the grand hall of the Tai sect's main peak, the sect master and the elders took their seats. Behind them stood their respective disciples, while a water mirror floated in the center of the hall. This mirror displayed countless small screens, each showcasing a participant in the assessment. The sect master, Xianshun, sat in a position of authority, his expression calm, yet his heart was not entirely at ease. He leaned towards his second disciple, Xiao Wuheng, and inquired softly, Has Xuanma not yet arrived? Xiao Wuheng, being Zuanshan's second disciple, had attained the Yuaning stage and was automatically promoted to the elder rank within the Tai sect as per their regulations. Elders could establish their own peaks or choose to remain under the guidance of their master. Xiao Wuheng was viewed by Xianxin as a promising candidate for the sect's leadership, and many matters had already been entrusted to this disciple. Above Xiao Wuheng was his elder brother, Si Wujiao, a fervent cultivator entirely consumed by his practice. Now at the Huaxin stage, that he showed little interest in administrative affairs, leading Xianxin to focus on nurturing his second disciple, Xiao Wuheng. Regrettably, the junior disciple, apart from his dedication to cultivation, exhibited little enthusiasm for other matters. When it came to undergoing training, he would only agree once in every 10 requests. This occasion marked a decade's gathering for the recruitment ceremony, and the master insisted that his junior disciple attend to gain exposure and insight into the illusions exp. Reinforced by the assessment participants, hoping he would glean some understanding. The master is truly a commendable father figure. Where is the junior apprentice? Xiao Wuheng inquired of this disciple. Both Xianxin and Xiao Wuheng understood the implications. Apart from his fondness for secluding himself in the cave to cultivate, Xuanma also placed great importance on his outward appearance. He could not venture out without presenting himself in a splendid and striking manner. Knowing that his son would arrive shortly, the sect leader Xianxin turned his attention to the water mirror, wishing to discern the nature of those who had come to pay their respect. This year, hoping to select a few worthy individuals among them. Although he had ceased to take on apprentices himself, it was his duty as the sect leader to identify and nurture those with the finest aptitude and character. Among the visitors to the mountain, some exhibited remarkable qualities that caught the attention of the esteemed elders in the main hall, including a youth who had been ridiculed as worthless by his family and a pure-hearted maiden. The pure-hearted maiden had already parted ways with the brocade-clad youth, and it was uncertain whose hand had been released. Regardless, the brocade-clad youth had fallen significantly behind the pure-hearted maiden. The maiden's display of resilience starkly contrasted with her delicate exterior, earning her the silent admiration of several elders, who were inclined to take her as a disciple. Of course, this would depend on her spiritual root quality should her spiritual roots be lacking. Even with a commendable disposition, she would not qualify to be one of their disciples. The first stage of Tai sect's recruitment examination was not particularly arduous, it merely tested one's character and perseverance. The majority of participants succeeded in this assessment, with at least 70% reaching the pinnacle within the time constraints. Upon reaching the summit, the individuals were utterly exhausted. Even the pure-hearted maiden disregarded her image, collapsing onto the ground and gazing skyward, gasping for Brea. The youth, who had been derided as worthless, found himself in a similar state, his kin too drained to mock him any further. As they paused to recuperate, a sudden flash of sword light streaked across the sky. Momentarily halting, the gleaming blade veered towards them. When it hovered above, they discerned a youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, standing atop the flying sword. The sight of this young man illuminated their eyes, revealing to them the essence of beauty. He was indeed a vision of exquisite charm. His features were strikingly refined, with brows resembling distant mountains and eyes akin to twinkling stars, his slightly narrowed peach blossom eyes seemingly imbued with countless emotions. Standing tall and graceful, his form was as slender as bamboo, exuding an ethereal quality, reminiscent of an immortal descending from the heavens. Many stood entranced. The pure-hearted maiden felt her heart flutter, her inner self captivated by the enchanting figure before her. She mused that only within the realm of cultivation could one encounter such a paragon of beauty, far surpassing the modern world's youthful charms. Even those who might rival him in looks lacked the distinguished aura he possessed. Oh, how delightful it would be if such a handsome young man were a boyfriend. The beautiful youth scanned the ground with curiosity, greeted the disciples of Tai sect standing nearby, and then soared away on his sword. Many among the crowd hailed from prestigious cultivation families, possessing discerning eyes and understanding. They recognized that the young man's flying sword beneath his feet, the robes adorning his figure, and the exquisite accessories he bore were no ordinary items, but rather artifacts. Of exceptional quality, perhaps even of the highest grade. The hairpin atop his head was undoubtedly a treasured artifact. Given such a background, the young man's identity was surely extraordinary. A disciple of the Tai sect proudly introduced the departing youth to the onlookers. That is our esteemed junior uncle, Xian Mo, the son of the sect leader. Junior uncle Xian Mo possesses extraordinary talent. He is of the mutated thunder spiritual root, the finest among spiritual roots. Junior Uncle Xian Mo is a genius who commenced his cultivation at the tender age of 5, drawing energy into his body within a single hour. By 18, he established his foundation. Now, at merely 23, he is on the verge of reaching the mid-foundation stage. The elders all assert that Junior Uncle Xian Mo is likely to attain the Golden Core stage before the age of 50, potentially becoming the youngest Golden Core master in the annals of Shaoyan continent history. Junior Uncle Xian Mo. The disciples gushed and boasted, ensuring that everyone was aware of the formidable prowess possessed by this privileged second-generation cultivator. Many began to harbor thoughts of currying favor with Junior Uncle Xian Mo. The Tai sect disciples observed this with amusement, chuckling inwardly. Did they truly believe that gaining Junior Uncle Xian Mo's favor would be so simple? He was the cherished offspring of the sect leader, and those with insincere intentions would never even approach him, but a pure-hearted maiden's eyes sparkled with admiration. A handsome visage combined with noble lineage, such a man is worthy of being my partner. She playfully brushed her hair aside, her lips curving into a confident smile. Chapter 2. The young master observes the play. Behind the innocent maiden stood a youth, deemed a waste by his kin. His gaze was unlike that of others, devoid of envy or jealousy. Instead, it was intricate and profound, shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, the young master, known as Xian Mo, had soared to the main peak and entered the grand hall. Upon his arrival, the elders greeted him with warm smiles. Xian Mo has come. Here, this is for you. Crafted according to your insightful suggestions. The elders expressed their ardor towards Xian Mo. This young man was remarkably intelligent, often brimming with innovative ideas that inspired them in their alchemical and talismanic pursuits, leading to the creation of many intriguing items. With a cheerful demeanor, Xian Mo engaged with the enthusiastic elders before approaching the sect leader, smiling brightly as he called out, "Father." Xian Chen glanced at his son and remarked, "Is it merely because your training was interrupted that your spirits have dampened?" While others might overlook it, a father who had nurtured his son through thick and thin could easily discern Xian Mo's true feelings. With his father's observation, Xian Mo's smile faded, and he huffed, "Let us wrap this up quickly." Xian Chun conjured a large hand with his magic and playfully tapped Xian Mo on the back of the head, admonishing, "The disciple selection ceremony is a significant event for the sect. Do not speak frivolously." Rubbing the back of his head, Xian Mo pouted. "Little junior brother is still a child," chuckled Xiao Wuheng. Xian Mo rolled his eyes at Xiao Wuheng, displaying a childish demeanor, which only elicited a broader smile from Xiao Wuheng. He has watched Xian Mo grow up, and his feelings for this younger disciple are no less than those for Xian Chun. Moreover, given the significant age difference, he has raised Xian Mo as if he were his own son. Enough of that. The second challenge has begun, Xian Chen declared. Mo Earth. Take a closer look at the illusions created by those individuals. It will aid in the enhancement of your mental state. The second challenge of Tai sect is constructed from the memories of the challengers, creating illusions that seem utterly real. Some individuals become enraptured in these illusions, while others see through the facade and successfully navigate the challenge. Regardless of success or failure, each illusion represents a miniature tale, with some narratives being quite intriguing. "Yes, father," Xian Mo replied lazily. He held little interest in observing others' illusions. To the inhabitants of Shaoyan continent, these illusions are as entertaining as watching a story unfold. Yet he finds them utterly mundane. He would rather indulge in online television and films. Seizing the moment while everyone's gaze was fixated on the water mirror, Xian Mo discreetly yawned, only to receive a warning glance from his father. He blinked his beautiful peach blossom eyes innocently. Xian Chen turned his head, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. This child, apart from being diligent in his cultivation, exudes an air of languor that leaves him at a loss for words. Thankfully, he had already chosen his second disciple as his successor. Otherwise, if he were to privately nurture his son for that role, perhaps it is best not to dwell on that. Xian Chun redirected his attention to the individuals reflected in the water mirror, suddenly captivated by the environment of one particular person. The vision of this young woman is truly captivating. The magical artifacts that scurry across the ground can even be wielded by mere mortals. The speaker is the esteemed Miaolon Daojun, the leader of the Luoshui Peak, possessing the cultivation of the transformation stage. Being a female cultivator herself, Miaolon Daojun exclusively accepts female disciples, rendering Luoshui Peak predominantly composed of women. Due to her pure and innocent demeanor, She takes a particular interest in the young girl. In addition to Miaolon Daojun and Xuanqing, several elders are also drawn to the enchanting vision of the innocent maiden. The beings and events depicted in her illusion starkly contrast with those of the Broken Cloud continent, appearing as though they belong to an entirely different realm. Is the imagination of this innocent girl excessively vivid? Yet, if it is not mere imagination, then the origins of this girl merit scrutiny. Xuanqing exchanged glances with the elders present, seizing the moment while the disciples were unaware of the innocent maiden's surroundings. He cast a spell that extinguished the display of her vision. Miaolon Daojun addressed Xuanqing, saying, "Sect leader, allow me to take charge of this young woman. I shall endeavor to uncover her origins." Xuanqing nodded in assent. The elders turned to caution their disciples who had witnessed the vision, instructing them to remain tight-lipped and not to disclose what they had seen. The disciples, puzzled, nevertheless complied with their master's directive. Some began to speculate about the origins of the innocent maiden. Could she be a spy sent by the demonic sect? Perhaps a reincarnated powerhouse or an ancient being that has usurped another's body. Xuanqing also advised his own disciples accordingly. Xiao Wuheng seemed to grasp the underlying circumstances. Yet the other disciples, including Xianyue, remained as bewildered as those of the other elders. Unlike others, Xianmo is quite familiar with the attire and demeanor of individuals in the presence of a pure and innocent maiden, having witnessed similar scenes in television dramas and films. Could it be that this pure maiden, akin to his own treasured possession, has traversed time and space to arrive in the Xiaoyan continent? Observing his father's reaction alongside the elders, it seems they are privy to some knowledge. Xianmo absent-mindedly scratches his chin, sensing that an intriguing turn of events may unfold, though it hardly concerns him. Given his father's and the elders' demeanor, it appears they wish to keep their disciples at bay. The flicker of interest that had ignited within Xianmo swiftly extinguishes. After all, she is merely a traveler from another world, and with his father and the elders watching, she is unlikely to stir any significant turmoil. Perhaps he should indulge in watching battle through the heavens. This series is truly captivating, featuring a protagonist who is also a time traveler, and its cultivation system diverges significantly from traditional practices, offering a refreshing perspective. The alchemical arts depicted within are quite distinctive as well. Regrettably, he is not an alchemist himself, and the insights gained from watching are rather limited. One might ponder whether he should pursue the art of alchemy. As Xianmo contemplates this, the second trial concludes, having eliminated half of the participants. Without affording these individuals a moment to rest and regroup, they are ushered into the third trial. This round further reduces the number of contenders by half, leaving only a little over 200 who have successfully passed the entrance examination of the Tai sect. Those who managed to advance through the first two trials but faltered in the final challenge will have the option to remain as servant disciples of the Tai sect. The next step involves the assessment of the spiritual root qualifications of the newly admitted outer disciples. Before the trial commenced, the disciples of the Tai sect conducted a preliminary assessment of the candidates' spiritual roots, determining whether they possessed any at all. Those lacking spiritual roots were barred from pursuing the path of immortality and could not progress beyond the initial stage. The subsequent examination would be far more meticulous, revealing the precise nature and quality of each disciple's spiritual root. A pure-hearted maiden eagerly approached the spiritual stone in a corner of the plaza. Confident in her possession of a spiritual root, she nonetheless felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of its quality. As she pressed her right palm against the stone, she silently prayed for a favorable outcome. She did not seek heavenly roots. Even a dual spiritual root would suffice to bring her satisfaction. Would it be a single root? Perhaps an exceptional one? The maiden blinked, and her face blossomed into a radiant smile, captivating the gaze of many young men around her, even stirring affection among some of her fellow disciples. Once her test concluded, the next candidate stepped forward, an individual branded as a waste. With an impassive expression, the boy placed his palm upon the spiritual stone. Moments later, the stone illuminated with a dim, five-colored glow, reminiscent of the boy's own lackluster eyes. A lower grade 5 spiritual roots. Whispers of waste reached his ears from nearby kin, yet he remained unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to such derogatory remarks. Deep down, he was acutely aware of his meager potential, but he refused to succumb to despair or resignation. He was determined to discover a path to strength. Inside the grand hall, the elders sighed upon witnessing the boy's testing results. The young lad exhibited astonishing prowess during the 3 trials. His perseverance, character, and comprehension being nothing short of exceptional, garnering the attention of several elders. Alas, with the qualification of possessing 5 spiritual roots, it seems exceedingly difficult for him to attain even the foundational stage of cultivation in this lifetime. Sigh, had this child's aptitude been slightly superior? Even if just to 3 spiritual roots, they would have eagerly accepted him as a direct disciple. Xian Mo observed the boy, whose expression remained impassive, indifferent to the scorn or pity cast by others, and he found the demeanor strikingly familiar. Before long, all the participants had undergone the assessment of their qualifications. They were subsequently divided into 3 groups. One group comprised the so-called waste youths, all possessing 4 or 5 spiritual roots, rendering them ineligible for the inner sect, destined to remain as outer disciples. Another group consisted of those with 3 spiritual roots, who would ascend to become inner disciples of the Tai sect. The final group, the smallest in number, included the pure-hearted maiden among just a handful, all possessing dual or single spiritual roots. They were escorted to the grand hall where the sect leader and the esteemed elders congregated, to be selected as the favored disciples of the elders. The pure-hearted maiden was the first to be chosen. Master Miaolon, the esteemed leader of the Luoshui Peak, smiled warmly and addressed her. Child, I am the Peak Master of Luoshui, and I wish to take you as my disciple. Will you accept? Throughout her journey, the maiden had gathered considerable intelligence regarding the inner workings of the Tai sect. She understood that although Master Miaolon was a formidable figure at the God transformation stage, she was only of middling rank among the various Peak Masters and Elders. Moreover, Luoshui Peak was exclusively for female disciples. How would she then have the opportunity to engage with charming young men? Her mentor must be among the top 3 most formidable Peak Masters or Elders, if not the sect leader himself. Chapter 3, the little senior uncle discovers a treasure. The innocent maiden gazed towards the sect leader's direction, her eyes gleaming upon encountering the handsome young man behind Xianchen. I appreciate the kindness of true monarch Miaolon, but my heart is set on revering the sect leader and seeking discipleship under him. True monarch Miaolon raised an eyebrow, deeply displeased. She felt she was already condescending enough to accept this person of unknown origin as her disciple, yet the maiden dared to look down on her. What audacity! True monarch Miaolon scoffed, ceasing to speak. Did she think the sect leader would accept her as a disciple? A pipe dream. The pure maiden's goal was indeed Xianchen, the sect leader. Why settle for being a disciple of other Peak Masters or Elders when being the sect leader's disciple would grant her a more esteemed status? As a transmigrator, only the most revered position was worthy of her. However, she overestimated herself and the status of a transmigrator. Although Xianchen and the other elders decided to confine her near a powerful figure for constant surveillance due to her origins, she was not worth the sect leader's personal attention. The sect leader was occupied with numerous affairs and would not waste time on someone of her obscure background. This was an awkward situation. The maiden's confident smile faltered, but only for a second. The girl's ability to change expressions was remarkable, and in the next moment, she wore a pitiful, tearful look, stirring pity among the male disciples who had not yet entered the sect. Some even wanted to step forward and confront the sect leader, believing that he was blind to talent and should readily accept the maiden into the sect. Ultimately, these individuals exhibited a modicum of rationality, recognizing their own station and that of the sect leader. To dare confront the sect leader would be to risk expulsion from the Tai sect, though they remained silent. Their prior conduct had not escaped the notice of Xianchen and the assembled elders, who mentally censured these disciples. They were deemed unworthy of cultivation, having been so easily beguiled by superficial charm. Thus, after the elders had chosen their disciples, only the innocent maiden and the few male disciples enamored with her remained unselected. These neglected male disciples were visibly discomfited and bewildered, unable to comprehend why they had been passed over for personal tutelage, despite possessing spiritual roots superior to some of those chosen. One of the remaining disciples, emboldened by his exceptional single-attribute spiritual root, questioned aloud, "Why? My spiritual root is the most exceptional among us. Why have the elders not chosen me as a disciple?" Taoist Lord Riyang had initially considered taking the youth as his apprentice, for he possessed a single-attribute metal spiritual root, ideal for sword cultivation, and had performed commendably in the trials. However, he had been dismayed to witness the youth's susceptibility to the maiden's allure. The youth protested, "Our temperament was tested during the entrance examination. Had I been deficient in character, how could I have passed the trials?" Rui Young Taoist Lord merely glanced in the direction of the maiden, The youth followed his gaze, recalling his earlier impulse to champion her cause. His face flushed crimson, and his previous affection and pity transformed into resentment. It was all her fault that he had been compromised. The other youths also came to understand. Through the exchange between the Taoist Lord Ryong and the young man, the reason for their retention and any flickers of infatuation they harbored dissipated entirely. Their admiration for the innocent maiden had vanished. For cultivators, the path of cultivation was paramount. The pure maiden, by her very presence, could jeopardize their journey. It was a blessing that they did not regard her as an adversary. The pure maiden, discontented and reluctant to depart, found no elder willing to take her as a disciple. The only one who expressed such willingness, the esteemed Master Miaolon, was rebuffed by her. With eyes filled with pleading, the pure maiden turned her gaze towards Su Nim. Upon meeting her eyes, Su Nim blinked and averted his gaze. The pure maiden felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, vowing that one day she would bring this handsome youth to his knees, rendering him her devoted admirer. With her allure, she could easily captivate a multitude of affluent CEOs, celebrities, and second-generation elites in modern times. Surely, she could maneuver through these unsophisticated bumpkins in the realm of cultivation? Su Nim felt a shiver run down his spine, unable to suppress a shudder. "What's wrong?" asked Godh with concern. Su Nim rubbed his goosebumps, replying, "I sense someone coveting me." Godh quickly employed his spiritual sense to skin Su Nim from head to toe, worried that he had fallen prey to a hidden scheme. He failed to consider that Su Nim, a reclusive individual, seldom ventured from his abode, leaving no opportunity for strangers to approach him. After thoroughly inspecting Su Nim without detecting anything amiss, he let out a sigh of relief. "You must be overthinking it." Su Nim pouted. "I am not overthinking. Did you not notice? As the woman departed moments ago, her gaze seemed to wish to devour me whole." Xiao Wuheng inquired, "Are you suggesting that Lu Haijin has developed feelings for you?" Xian Imo responded, "The Sea King?" Xiao Wuheng nodded. Xian Imo chuckled. "That name suits her rather well." Xiao Wuheng quickly cautioned Xian Imo, "This woman is peculiar. You should refrain from engaging with her too closely." Xian Imo retorted, "Second senior brother, do you take me for a fool? If she covets me, why would I seek her company?" Xiao Wuheng let out a hesitant sound, awkwardly chuckling. "It is merely the thoughts of an elder brother." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind his biological father and senior brother. Xianxin observed his son's departing figure and sighed. "This child is just like your senior brother, consumed by the fervor of cultivation." Xianxin continued, "I appreciate your concern." Xiao Wuheng replied, "It is only natural. Xian Imo is my junior brother." Subsequently, Xian Imo retrieved an unusual object from his storage ring and donned it over his eyes. Were Lu Haijin present, she might have thought it resembled a VR headset. However, this device was even more lightweight and advanced than typical VR goggles. Its sleek design akin to something from a science fiction film. With the VR headset in place, Xianmo's consciousness entered an alternate realm. He found himself in a chamber that mirrored his own abode. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed some differences. Certain small decorations deviated from those in his dwelling at Tai Sect. For instance, the large screen adorning the wall was absent from his cave at Tai Sect. As Xian Imo concentrated, the imagery on the screen shifted in accordance with his thoughts. Before Xian Imo, a radiant entity materialized, coalescing into a keyboard. Had a modern individual been present, they would have instantly recognized it as such. Xian Imo placed his hands upon the keys, initiating a sequence of operations. The imagery upon the screen began to morph, revealing picturesque landscapes and quaint villages, accompanied by diminutive figures clad in heroic attire. Above their heads floated verdant inscriptions proclaiming, "I am a cultivator." The spectators, upon witnessing this familiar tableau, must have discerned the truth. Indeed, the young disciple Xian Imo, hailing from the realm of cultivation, was indulging in an online game. The notion of being engrossed in rigorous training was a mere fade, nestled within his secluded abode. Xian Imo spent the majority of his time immersed in gaming. Our young disciple was, in fact, a digital enthusiast. You may wonder how Xian Imo became so enraptured by the virtual realm. The tale is rather lengthy. It all began when Xian Imo was merely 5 years old. One fateful day, while frolicking outside his dwelling, a meteor descended from the heavens, landing directly before him. Subsequently, while playing with toys, young Xian Imo established a connection with this peculiar object, unveiling its origins. It turned out that this strange entity hailed from beyond the Shaoyan continent. a product of an advanced interstellar world designed to explore the fabric of time and space. At that tender age, Xian had no comprehension of the interstellar realm, but as he acquired knowledge in due course, he came to understand. However, the system's primary program had been compromised by temporal distortions, leaving only fragments of its functionality. This remnant allowed the user's consciousness to link with the star network of the interstellar world, all while remaining undetected by its inhabitants. Thus, Xian unwittingly found himself entangled with another realm. However, due to the significant impairment of the system's functionalities, Xian, although able to delve into the virtual realm constructed by the system with his spiritual energy, finds himself confined to the cave abode of his current spiritual essence. Xian has adorned the system's virtual space to resemble his own cave dwelling, yet he remains unable to access the interstellar network. Initially, the system boasted only two functions. One was to impart cultivation techniques to children, and the other was to present animated films for their entertainment. The allure of these animations proved irresistible to children, and in his eagerness to indulge in them, Xian abandoned his intention to hand over the peculiar items from the star brain to his master, becoming increasingly engrossed in watching animations, which adversely affected his cultivation progress. Consequently, his slow advancement led to reprimands from his master, who insisted that Xian cultivate diligently at his side without any room for idleness. Yet, it is a challenging endeavor for a child to resist the captivating charm of animated films. What is Xian to do? Chapter 4. The young master uncle plays games. Xian employed another function of the star brain, the learning of cultivation techniques. The star brain classroom instructs children in two types of cultivation methods, the spiritual energy cultivation method and the physical technique cultivation method. After listening to the explanations from the virtual instructors and integrating the knowledge imparted by his master regarding the realm of cultivation, Xian's mastery of these two methods surpassed that of ordinary children in the interstellar world. The spiritual energy cultivation method is intrinsically linked to the spiritual essence. Although the cultivation realm possesses techniques for spiritual essence refinement, such methods are exceedingly rare. Even a prestigious sect like Tai Min lacks specialized practices for spiritual essence cultivation. The physical technique cultivation method is equally remarkable. Unlike the body refining techniques of the Shaoan continent, which harness the power of spiritual bodies, the interstellar physical technique cultivation method absorbs the strength of celestial bodies for body refinement. The power of the stars is indeed of a superior caliber compared to spiritual energy. With the aid of these two cultivation methods, Xian's training speed has accelerated remarkably, surpassing that of other novice cultivators by several folds. On the surface, Xian appears to have established his foundation at the age of 18, currently showcasing strength equivalent to that of a mid-foundation cultivator. In reality, however, he achieved foundation establishment at the tender age of 11 and is on the verge of transitioning to the mid-golden core stage at 20. This is despite his distractions with watching animations and playing games. Had he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, his progress would have been even swifter. The only person aware of Xian's true cultivation level is Xianchen. Recognizing his son's exceptional talent brings Xianchen both joy and concern. He worries that Xian's extraordinary abilities may incite jealousy and fear in others, potentially leading to his untimely suppression before he has the chance to fully mature. Thus, Xianchen exerted considerable effort to procure a treasure that could conceal his son's true cultivation level. With this artifact, Xian can project whatever level of prowess he desires, rendering even tribulation period ancestors unable to discern his actual capabilities. The star brain's ability to traverse time and space and connect to networks remains intact, yet the coordinates of the interstellar world are missing from the damaged portion, preventing the star brain from establishing a connection to the interstellar network and forcing it to continuously search for a way to reconnect. A decade has passed without success in contacting the interstellar network, but the signals emitted by the star brain have detected another world. This new realm also possesses a network, albeit one that lags significantly behind the interstellar world, with a technological gap of at least a millennium. Nevertheless, the rare opportunity to connect to this network allows Xian to access information from this other world and acquire its knowledge. Xian's interest in utilizing the star brain has intensified. The animated series originally stored within the star brain was indeed captivating. However, as the years have passed, Xian has watched them all and lost the desire to revisit them. Now, with the advent of something novel, Xian's attention is entirely captivated by the internet of another realm. Through this otherworldly network, he has gleaned extensive knowledge and learned much. In truth, there is no need for his biological father to worry about his limited experiences or his mental state lagging behind his cultivation. He has watched numerous films and television shows online, gaining insights into human relationships that surpass those of his father's lofty peers. It is worth noting that he has even taken online courses in psychology. Oh my, the internet is simply fascinating and delightful. The dramas and films are incredibly engaging, and the online games are immensely entertaining. The creativity of the people from this other realm is astonishing, despite being mere mortals. They can conjure a cultivation world akin to the Shaoyan continent through sheer imagination. Moreover, the literature from that world even offers assistance to cultivators in their practices. Online novels are among Xian Mo's greatest passions. The universes crafted by those authors are extraordinarily intriguing. The realms of Western fantasy, martial arts, divine beings, supernatural powers, apocalyptic scenarios, and interstellar worlds. One must ponder, do these worlds genuinely exist? The Shaoyan continent mirrors the cultivation realms depicted by the authors. In the original world of the Star Brain, the interstellar realm is real as well. Could it be that the other worlds are authentic too? Perhaps the authors traverse these realms in their dreams, experiencing them firsthand, only to awaken and transcribe their nocturnal adventures with pen in hand? In that world, isn't there the tale of Zhuang Zhou dreaming he was a butterfly? If there's one Zhuang Zhou, naturally there would be 2, 3, or 4, right? Having gleaned the concepts of rebirth and transmigration from online novels, Xian Mo recognized the signs in the pure maiden El Hai Wang's demeanor and words. Realizing she was a transmigrator, he couldn't help but worry for his sect's junior disciples. This woman was a veritable siren. What if his junior disciples couldn't maintain their composure and were ruined by her? However, why did his second senior brother's gaze seem so meaningful? And the words of his father and a group of elders, did they also know that El Hai Wang was a transmigrator? Well, this was becoming intriguing. Looking at El Hai Wang's self-important, superior expression, did she really believe herself to be the female lead of a transmigration story? Little did she know, she was merely a clown in the eyes of the grand figures, living under their constant surveillance. Speaking of which, was the Shaoyan continent so vast that El Hai Wang was the only transmigrator? Were there no other transmigrators? Or perhaps reborn individuals? Hundreds of miles away from the Tai sect, in a certain small cultivation family, a tiny 3-year-old child suddenly sneezed. On the screen, I am a cultivator had left the city and arrived at a necessary path to a certain wilderness. Xian Mo looked at the female appearance of I am a cultivator and his lips twitched. When he created the game character, he suddenly received a paper crane message from his father. Carelessly, he had set the gender to female, and there was no way to change it. Rebuild an account. You say? Alas, too much trouble. Heh. In truth, Xian Mo's true intention was to play a cross-dressing character. However, he didn't expect playing a cross-dressing character to bring him trouble. Given Xuanma's adept skills, could they be anything but impressive? The speed of a cultivator's hands is incomparable to that of an ordinary individual. I am a cultivator, having attained the status of a renowned deity within the game, which has led certain individuals, eager to ride on the coattails of success, to set their sights on Xuanma. Although Qingfeng Fumian possesses a lower level, his gameplay is commendable. With a rise in levels, he too could secure a position among the top 100 on the power rankings. Qingfeng Fumian is amiable and eloquent, adept at flattery, making Xuanma feel quite comfortable. Xuanma does not mind having such a subordinate, casually bestowing upon him items of little use. With Xuanma's guidance, Qingfeng Fumian swiftly reached the maximum level, adorned in the finest golden equipment, only to be betrayed by a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Chapter 5. The little junior uncle seeks revenge. Qingfeng Fumian's actions are rather despicable. He wishes to distance himself from me, yet he does not confront me directly, instead opting to have his girlfriend intervene. Qingfeng Fumian's girlfriend, known in the game as Shiyu Rousey, approached me first, delivering a lengthy tirade that left Xuanma speechless. After all, I merely took on a subordinate. How did I become the villainous figure snatching away someone's boyfriend? As if her words were insufficient, Shiyu Rousey took to the forums, posting accusations that I, relying on my status as a deity, was usurping her boyfriend and tarnishing my reputation. Numerous players harbor jealousy towards me, particularly male players who resent female gamers surpassing them. Thus, when an opportunity arose to besmirch my name, how could these envious individuals possibly let it slip away? As the gentle rain danced about, it chastised me, a practitioner of the arts, branding me as immoral for my involvement in an affair. The refreshing breeze approached me with an air of feigned innocence, claiming that his girlfriend had misunderstood the nature of our relationship and, in a fit of rage, had acted inappropriately, pleading for my understanding. To quell the storm and preserve my reputation, it was suggested that we refrain from gaming together for the time being. This insipid dialogue left me utterly disgusted. Though I am young, I am no naive fool, having watched countless melodramatic series and novels. I am not blind to the schemes of the gentle breeze and the dancing rain. Previously, I thought highly of the gentle breeze, but I will no longer be deceived. In a moment of retribution, I sought vengeance and eliminated the gentle breeze from the game. I, controlling my character, opened the game's marketplace and purchased 2 positioning tokens, each worth 999 gold. I first located the gentle breeze, then used a teleportation token to transport myself beside him. To my surprise, the dancing rain was right there with him, allowing me to save 1 positioning token. The dancing rain was discussing me with the gentle breeze, who, taken aback by my sudden attack, lost a level. Infuriated, the gentle breeze was consoled by the dancing rain, who suggested they continue to tarnish my name on the forum, slandering my character. I could only laugh in disbelief. These 2 fools, are they truly this dim-witted? The notion of conspiring to harm others through nearby chat, without even resorting to private messages, is rather naive. Did they truly believe that hiding in the shadows of a dungeon would shield them from the gaze of other players? Xianmo, a person of few words yet immense resolve, approached swiftly and eliminated Qing Feng Fu Mian and Shiyu Rose Si with remarkable ease. He then darted to the resurrection point of the dungeon, lying in wait. Whenever he encountered the 2 emerging from their respawn, he struck them down once more. Though Qing Feng Fu Mian and Shiyu Rose Si attempted to defend themselves, they were no match for the prowess of Wu Naixio Shi. Could their speed ever rival that of Xianmo? Time and again, they fell in battle, their levels plummeting from the maximum of 100 to a mere 80. Though they were still far from becoming mere novices, their patience waned, prompting them to log off in defeat. Xianmo let out a cold snort. Capturing the video of his earlier triumph over Qing Feng Fu Mian and Shiyu Rose Si and posting it on the forum. Accompanying it were screenshots of the nearby chat where they conspired to slander him. The bold red font sent shivers down the spines of those who had dared to besmirch Wu Naixio Shi's name. It is worth noting that many players' in-game accounts do not align with their forum identities. Thus, those who so brazenly boasted online were oblivious to Wu Naixio Shi's knowledge of their gaming personas. How could they hope to evade retribution? Xianmo chuckled softly. I am Xianmo, he mused. Over the years, he has not merely squandered his time on games and media, he has diligently pursued knowledge of the world around him. The intriguing realms of information he has studied include hacking techniques, which have captured his interest significantly. With nimble fingers, Xianmo manipulated the keyboard, swiftly uncovering the game accounts of those who had slandered him on the forum. He meticulously recorded their names, preparing to confront them one by one. Chaos erupted within the game as I Am a Cultivator embarked on a campaign of retribution, relentlessly eliminating those who had defamed him, initially intending only to chastise them with a few defeats and a drop in levels. He found himself unable to cease his onslaught, enraged by their repeated deaths. The aggrieved players united to ambush I Am a Cultivator, only to be summarily dispatched. Suspicions of cheating arose, with players questioning how anyone could be so formidable. Reports flooded the game's customer service, prompting an investigation into I Am a Cultivator's activities. The company concluded that no illicit software was in use, attributing his prowess to exceptional manual dexterity. Frustrated by their inability to defeat I Am a Cultivator through conventional means, the players returned to the forum, renewing their verbal attacks. Provoked by their continued insults, Xianmo resumed his in-game executions, perpetuating a vicious cycle of death and recrimination. Some players, unable to endure the constant harassment, resorted to deleting their accounts and starting anew. Yet, regardless of their attempts to evade him, I Am a Cultivator unerringly located and eliminated their new characters. The realization dawned upon the players. I Am a Cultivator possessed exceptional hacking abilities. Some, intimidated by his power, withdrew from the conflict, while others even offered apologies on the forum. The effect was immediate. They were no longer pursued by I Am a Cultivator and could finally enjoy the game in peace. The game has finally returned to tranquility, and I, as a cultivator, have become an entity within the game that should not be trifled with. Revered by players as the supreme among the deities. However, Xianmo found himself feeling rather bored. He had grown weary of this game and decided to exit it entirely. The keyboard before him dissipated. After tinkering in the star brain space for a while, his spiritual essence finally withdrew from the star brain. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already evening. Xian Mo then unlocked the restrictions above his cave dwelling and commenced his practice of body refinement techniques within. The moonlight, accompanied by the power of the stars, streamed into the cave through the unsealed restriction, being absorbed into Xian Mo's body and transforming it. Although his current cultivation level was merely at the initial stage of the golden core, the strength of his body was comparable to that of the late stage of the golden core. Chapter 6. The little Shirshu provides treasures after practicing the body refinement techniques. Xian Mo revisited the mental cultivation methods before embarking on formal cultivation. Both the body refinement techniques and the mental cultivation methods serve as powerful aids in the path of cultivation. Each time he practiced these two before engaging in regular cultivation, his speed of advancement would increase significantly. Xian Mo absorbed spiritual energy, circulating his true essence through 36 cycles, before concluding his practice. He then exited the cave dwelling and made his way to the residence of Xianshun. As the sect leader, Xianshun resided in a grand estate akin to a palace, where Xian Mo also had a room. However, after watching animated series, this child desired independence, leaving Xianshun with no choice but to establish a cave dwelling for Xian Mo at the mountainside, not far from the grand estate atop the mountain. As for his only son, Xianshun showered him with affection to the utmost extent. Fortunately, Xuanma is a good child. Thanks to the fortuitous encounters he experienced in his youth and the wholesome animated films that shaped his moral compass, he has not been spoiled by the indulgence of his father and elders. With a light and cheerful stride, Xuanma entered the courtyard, where the protective barrier of the residence posed little challenge for him. However, the master of the house was immediately aware of his arrival. Xianshun was taken aback. What brings this child here? Does he not refrain from leaving his dwelling without cause? Has he encountered some troubling matter, or faced an insurmountable challenge in his cultivation? Hastily concluding his affairs, Xianshun teleported to the grand hall. Xuanma gazed at his father, who had suddenly appeared, bemused. He thought to himself how exaggerated his father was to use teleportation within their own home. Did he not consider it a waste? Although beings in the fusion stage possessed such abilities, the energy consumption was significant. For such a short distance, utilizing the skill cost a tenth of his true essence. The farther the teleportation, the greater the expenditure. With a flick of his hand, Xuanma produced a spirit fruit, promptly offering it to his father to replenish his consumed essence. Xianshun felt a warm sense of comfort. His son was indeed thoughtful and filial. Taking a bite of the spirit fruit, Xianshun inquired, "What brings you out of seclusion so soon? Have you encountered some difficulties?" Xuanma shook his head and retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring, presenting it to Xianshun. "Father, this is something I stumbled upon." Xianshun accepted the jade slip and, using his spiritual sense to probe it, discovered within a method for cultivating body techniques. Xianshun perused the cultivation techniques within, finding them rather unremarkable, not superior to other martial arts practices. "Very well. I shall impart this cultivation method to the sect in exchange for contribution points." Observing Xianshun's lack of enthusiasm towards this body technique, Xian Mo quickly interjected, "Father, this technique is not solely for body cultivators. It is accessible to all practitioners. Moreover, those who first practice this technique will find their capacity to absorb and convert spiritual energy significantly enhanced, effectively doubling the speed compared to those who do not engage in it." "Is that truly the case?" Xianshun exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes gleaming with intensity befitting a sect leader. Unfazed by Xianshun's reaction, Xian Mo responded affirmatively. "If you are skeptical, you may test it for yourself." Xianshun ceased further discourse and resolutely began to follow the movements outlined in the jade slip. Despite the daylight, the power of the stars was still drawn down upon him. As he felt the stellar energy coursing through his body, he experienced a slight tremor. Yet he quickly regained his composure and focused on his cultivation. After completing an entire set of body techniques, Xianshun sat cross-legged to absorb spiritual energy for his regular practice, while Xian Mo munched on spiritual fruit nearby, guarding him. Upon opening his eyes, Xianshun's face radiated joy. He sprang to his feet and clapped his son on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, my boy. You have achieved a significant contribution to the sect this time." The dissemination of this body cultivation method throughout the entire sect would undoubtedly accelerate the training speed of the disciples, surpassing that of other sections. In the upcoming century's Shaolin Grand Competition, Tai sect was destined to achieve results far superior to those of previous years. Xian Mo chuckled, "Father, I have no desire for sect contributions. I simply wish to exchange this technique for a sect mission." Xian Shun, at a loss for words, recognized the boy's intent to shirk responsibility. "Be off with you," he said, dismissing Xian Mo, who left with a cheerful grin. Shaking his head, Xian Shin's lips curled into a fond smile before he quickly composed himself and waved his hand, sending forth dozens of paper cranes bearing messages. Soon, numerous high-ranking members of the sect began to arrive at the main peak. "Master, is there some urgent matter that necessitated this sudden gathering?" inquired Daojun Miaolon, her impatience evident. Once all the senior members had assembled, Xianqun produced a stack of jade tablets and distributed them among the assembly. The leaders, puzzled, examined the tablets, only to discover a body cultivation technique within, their reactions mirroring Xianqun's initial surprise. They turned to him, their expressions urging him to dispense with the suspense and speak plainly. Xianqun explained, "This body cultivation technique absorbs not spiritual energy, but the power of the stars." At this revelation, the high-ranking members began to regard the jade tablet with newfound seriousness. The power of the stars transcends mere spiritual energy and is omnipresent. It can be cultivated even in the barren realms of mortals and the void of spiritual energy. Recognizing the technique's immense value, they understood that if a cultivator were to find themselves unfortunate enough to be stranded in a realm devoid of spiritual energy, this body technique could be their salvation. In such a place, where spiritual energy cannot be harnessed, the dangers are far greater, and without the means to protect oneself, survival for even an hour is impossible. Lord Ruyang, the Sword Peak shall promote the study of this body technique, he declared, with the other peak masters readily echoing his support. Xianqun observed that although they had the intention of teaching their disciples this particular martial art, they did not regard it with the seriousness it warranted. Thus, he revealed the most crucial function of this technique. "If you are skeptical, you may practice it yourselves." Among the senior members, there was no doubt regarding the Master's words. Since he had stated it, it was evident that he had personally tested it. The senior members promptly expressed their trust in the Master and began to regard the jade slips in their hands with greater reverence. If the function the Master spoke of were indeed true, their eyes gleamed with fervor. Once the senior members departed, only Xianqun and Xiao Wuheng remained in the hall. The junior disciple lacks caution. Xiao Wuheng sighed helplessly. He is still too young. His considerations are not thorough enough. How can he present such a formidable martial arts technique without having entered any secret realms or the caves left behind by great beings? It clearly indicates that he has issues. Xianqun also sighed. As someone closest to Xianmo, how could he have been oblivious to the fortuitous encounters his son had in his youth? Xiao Wuheng had noticed as well. It was merely that the child chose not to speak of it, and they pretended to be unaware, discreetly aiding Xianmo in concealing the truth. Chapter 7. The junior uncle discovers the holographic online game unbeknownst to Xianmo. His father and senior brother were already aware of his secret and were assisting him in keeping it hidden. The comfortable life he enjoyed was entirely due to the affection of these elders. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xianmo received an exhilarating surprise. The star brain had pinpointed another world. Fortunately, this world was neither an ancient one, nor a savage land, nor a post-apocalyptic realm, but rather a stable modern world, complete with the existence of the internet. The star brain has successfully connected to the network of that world. Xianmo, filled with anticipation, immersed himself in the light brain, eager to explore the new realm through its digital expanse. The technological advancements of this world surpassed those of the first world he had encountered by 3 to 4 centuries. What delighted Xianmo the most was the existence of holographic online games and artificial intelligence. Upon learning of the concept of holographic gaming through online novels in his previous world, he had long shared the same yearning as the players of that realm for its emergence. While keyboard-based games were enjoyable, the immersive experience of holographic networks offered players a profound sense of presence. After absorbing the information from this world, Xianmo hastily selected a newly released holographic online game. Eager to dive into the experience, this particular game had just launched its servers today, and the first 100 registered accounts would receive random gifts from the game developers. Though he received the news somewhat late, Xianmo managed to secure the 100th registration, earning a spacious storage ring as a reward. He raised an eyebrow. A storage ring as an artifact? The game developers seemed rather uninspired in their creativity. Casually donning the storage ring, Xianmo entered the game. In an instant, he found himself in a different location. The air was filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the sounds of bustling activity, creating an atmosphere that felt utterly real. Taking a deep breath, he could even detect the sweet scent of peach blossoms. His senses were completely captivated by this virtual realm. Without employing his spiritual essence, it would be nearly impossible to discern that he was in a simulated world. It appeared that this world's technology had advanced far beyond that of the previous realm, not merely by 2 or 3 centuries, but at least by 500 years, particularly in the realm of holographic technology. Xian Mo strolled through the quaint novice village of Qingshui, filled with a sense of wonder as he observed and absorbed the surroundings. The continent of Shaoyun was rich with spells capable of conjuring environments, and some powerful beings had crafted illusions that felt remarkably lifelike. However, these illusions were typically intended either to test individuals or to cause harm, starkly contrasting with the purpose of holographic games designed for entertainment. Xian Mo contemplated whether he should suggest to his father the creation of a similar immersive experience using the formations within their sect. Yet, as the thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. His father would undoubtedly disapprove, deeming it a distraction that would hinder the disciples' cultivation. With a slight pout, he recalled the words of 21st-century educators who advocated for the integration of education and entertainment to enhance learning outcomes. Regrettably, the mentors of Shaoyun did not grasp this concept. Many new players entering the game mirrored Xian Mo's sentiments, opting not to rush into monster hunting or questing. Instead, they meandered around the village, savoring the experience, occasionally plucking a flower to inhale its fragrance or touching the rough bark of a grand tree. Some individuals utilized the built-in recording and photography features of the game to capture selfies. The holographic game did not offer an option to alter one's appearance during character creation, compelling players to enter the game as they looked in reality. Fortunately, the recording and photography functions included beauty filters, alleviating some of the frustrations of female players who were unable to modify their looks. Many of them entertained thoughts of enhancing their appearances to attract wealthy suitors, failing to consider that they would ultimately meet in person, requiring their true visages. Reaching the riverbank, Xian Mo gazed at the crystalline waters where fish frolicked joyously, licking his lips as a craving for fish began to stir within him. Xian Mo raised his hand and struck towards the river, hoping to summon a large fish with the force of his palm. However, as he made the motion, no gust of wind ensued. Xian Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had completely forgotten that he was merely in a game. At present, he was nothing more than a fledgling, yet to embark on the path of cultivation, not the formidable figure of a golden core stage adept. This game was a cultivation-themed adventure, and Xian Mo had perused the background introduction, discovering that its setting bore striking similarities to the Shaoyun continent. Aside from the differing names of the continent and its various factions, at least 70% of the elements were identical to those of Shaoyun. Xian Mo could not help but speculate whether the game developers had dreamt of the Shaoyun continent, thereby inspiring the creation of such a cultivation game. With a sigh directed at the river, he resigned himself to the fact that fishing was not in the cards for him at the moment and decided to focus on completing quests to level up instead. While some players attempted to catch fish using their hands or nets, it was important to note that the fish in this river were merely minor monsters, characterized by their swiftness. New players would find it nearly impossible to catch fish with their bare hands, and they lacked the necessary materials for fishing rods or nets. Nearby, there were indeed bamboo stalks suitable for crafting fishing rods. However, the question remained, where would one procure fishing line? In the woods, there existed a type of spider monster that left behind silk upon its demise, which could be fashioned into fishing line. Yet, this spider was an 8th-level creature, and any novice players venturing to seek its silk would likely meet their demise. Similarly, the materials required to weave fishing nets could only be obtained by defeating monsters. Many players harbored aspirations of shortcutting their journey, akin to protagonists in online novels, but such notions were futile. The game designers had also indulged in these narratives and had long since patched the game multiple times in response to the tropes prevalent in those stories. Xian Mo approached the village chief and politely bowed. "Chief, I am the newly arrived villager, Xian Mofa, here to report my presence." Even though he was aware that this was a holographic game and that NPCs were merely virtual constructs, he instinctively treated these remarkably lifelike characters as if they were real people, displaying utmost courtesy. The village chief, taken aback by Xian Mo's politeness, softened his demeanor considerably. It seemed that these NPCs had developed a certain level of intelligence, Or perhaps they were indeed portrayed by real individuals. Xian Imo squinted slightly, harboring a suspicion that the village chief might be a real person in disguise. A significant portion of the NPCs in this game appeared to be played by actual humans. The chief's attitude toward Xian Imo was exceedingly warm. He registered Xian Imo and handed him a brass key. Puzzled, Xian Imo inquired further. The village chief smiled and clarified. This key opens the door to a room in a certain courtyard of the village, allowing you to rest. When players log off, their bodies do not vanish into thin air. Rather, they remain in situ. If a player logs off in the wilderness, there is a 99% chance that their body will be devoured by monsters, with the remaining 1% likely leaving behind a mere remnant, such as a finger or a toe. Conversely, if players log off within a village or town, their safety is assured. Yet there remains a high probability that they might be apprehended by patrolling constables under the pretext of littering and obstructing traffic, subsequently sent to the dungeons for labor reform. Chapter 8. The young master plays a holographic online game. Consequently, players must either find a place that is completely secure and undetectable by the guards when they log off, stay at an inn, or purchase a tent, which can shield them from the senses of wild beasts in the wilderness. The price of such tents is certainly quite appealing. However, both staying at an inn and purchasing a tent require currency. As the game has just launched, the function for exchanging real currency for in-game currency has yet to be activated, leaving players reliant on the meager earnings from defeating monsters to afford their accommodations. How much currency can one earn in a day from monster hunting? A portion must be allocated to cover the cost of lodging at the inn, while the remainder is needed for food and potions, illustrating just how financially strained the players' lives can be. Xian Imo finds himself in a more dire situation than other players. Once the currency exchange function is operational, other players will be able to convert real currency into game currency, but he, as an undocumented player, will be unable to do so. What can he use for exchange? Spiritual stones for game currency? The Star Brain. There is no such function. Currently, the village chief has provided him with a place to stay, alleviating the burden of and expenses, which brings immense joy to Xian Imo. He sweetly praises the village chief, lifting the elder's spirits and making the young lad appear even more amiable in the chief's eyes. In return, the chief presents Xian Imo with an iron sword. While beginner players typically receive wooden swords with an attack power of only 34, the iron sword boasts an attack power of 12-15. Wielding this iron sword to slay low-level monsters feels as effortless as cutting through vegetables. Onlookers, envious of his prowess, gather around, eagerly showering compliments upon the village chief in hopes of winning his favor and acquiring a fine weapon for themselves. Regrettably, the village chief, with an air of aloofness, remained impervious to the insincere flattery of those around him. Humph! Such disingenuousness is hardly worthy of his attention. Did they think his eyesight was failing? He, a former president of a multinational corporation, was no stranger to such sycophancy. Yet, it was that young lad from earlier who caught his eye. The boy bore a striking resemblance to his own daughter, were it not for the knowledge that his daughter and son-in-law had a harmonious relationship, and that they had merely one son and one daughter, both of whom were now in their 20s. He might have wondered if this youth were not also a grandson of his. Let it not be said that he was unjust, unlike those in officialdom. He had come to this game to enjoy himself, and there was nothing wrong with favoring players who piqued his interest. After all, such preferences would not disrupt the greater scheme of things. The old man was simply capricious. Unbeknownst to him, Xian Imo had already ventured to inspect his new abode with the key in hand. The dwelling was modest, constructed of yellow clay and thatch. Within a small courtyard, there were 2 rows of houses, each containing 10 rooms, totaling 20. Currently, 7 of these rooms were occupied. The players who had earned the village chief's trust to reside here were undoubtedly of commendable character, exhibiting courtesy towards others. Upon meeting Xian Imo, they greeted him politely, exchanging pleasantries and eagerly adding him as a friend. Some even invited him to join them on quests to level up, though he declined each offer. Among them was a young girl whose eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing him. Xian Imo felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that she might be too eager. He resolved to keep his distance as much as possible. Emerging from his abode, Xian Imo embarked on his quest by undertaking missions. The inaugural task, bestowed upon him by the village elder, was a simple delivery, yet it yielded the most substantial reward. Xian Imo acquired a foundational cultivation technique manual. Unlike conventional games, skill acquisition in this virtual realm was not instantaneous. Instead, it mirrored the process in reality, necessitating thorough study, comprehension, and meticulous adherence to the prescribed steps. A rather cumbersome endeavor, yet the players had no recourse but to comply with the game developer's design. This presented a challenge for those academically disinclined. However, solutions were available. One could purchase supplementary guides from bookstores, offering step-by-step, foolproof instructions to aid even the most challenged learners in mastering skills. Xian, however, was no academic laggard. He was a prodigy. A mere glance at the manual sufficed for him to grasp the intricacies of the skill. Nevertheless, Xian furrowed his brow. The fundamental Qi induction technique bore a striking resemblance to the ubiquitous basic cultivation methods of the Azure Cloud Continent. A sense of complexity and connection to the Azure Cloud Continent pervaded the game. Xian relegated this question to the recesses of his mind, resolving to investigate it when the opportunity arose. Should his inquiries prove fruitless, it would not be a matter of great concern, as he was here for leisure. With 2 worlds at his disposal, he doubted the game's ability to impinge upon the Azure Cloud Continent. Given that the Azure Cloud Continent's foundational cultivation techniques could be practiced within the game, Xian wondered whether his own sex cultivation methods were also applicable. Xian settled into a meditative posture and commenced Qi induction. He refrained from employing his original cultivation techniques, wary of the possibility that the fully immersive game's central processing unit might record his methods. He could not risk divulging his sect's advanced cultivation techniques, nor even those of intermediate level. Thus, Xian opted to cultivate a technique suitable for the miscellaneous disciples of the Tai sect. As the technique commenced its operation, Xian successfully drew in Qi, achieving the first level of Qi refinement. The game system announced, "Host has created a high-level cultivation technique. Please name the technique. Will you disclose your game name?" Indeed, the mainframe had recorded his cultivation method. Xian felt fortunate that he had not employed the intermediate or advanced techniques of the Tai sect for his training. It seemed he would need to exercise caution when utilizing skills in the game from now on. Ding. Host Xian has created the high-level technique Zhu Yuan Gong, earning a reward of 10,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, and 100 contribution points. The game system granted Xian his rewards and subsequently announced it across the entire server. Players, engrossed in slaying monsters to accumulate wealth for skill books, were astounded to learn that a formidable figure had independently developed a technique, causing quite a stir. Everyone yearned to pay homage to this illustrious individual, eager to align themselves with his prowess. Numerous factions began seeking Xian wishing to recruit him into their ranks. However, Xian chose not to reveal his game name, rendering these individuals unaware of the identity of the creator behind the technique. Of course, personnel from the gaming company and the state were aware of who had developed the technique. They promptly focused their attention on Xian and initiated an investigation into his background. Yet, they could uncover no information about Xian in reality. It was as if he had materialized in the game from thin air. This individual's hacking skills were extraordinarily formidable. Even the nation's most elite hackers were no match for him. Chapter 9. The attention on the young master uncle. This individual's hacking skills were extraordinarily formidable. Even the nation's most elite hackers were no match for him. No one speculated that Xian was from another world. They merely believed his hacking skills were so extraordinary that he concealed his information, eluding the nation's scrutiny. However, one individual entertained a different notion. Upon glimpsing the somewhat familiar youth on the screen, a tremor coursed through the woman's heart, and a vague thought began to take shape in her mind. "Yanan, is something the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" inquired the handsome man with genuine concern, resting a hand on the woman's shoulder. She chastised herself for overthinking. How could it be possible? Her resurrection in another realm was attributed to her possession of a soul-binding treasure, an artifact of celestial grade. Such a remarkable item was rare. Having one was fortunate enough, let alone a second. Moreover, that child was under the protection of his father, making it unlikely for him to meet an untimely demise. After all, the world was not devoid of similar individuals. Nestling against her husband, she smiled and said, "Let us immerse ourselves in the game. The scenery and cuisine within are delightful. We shall take a leisurely respite there." The devoted husband, naturally inclined to heed his wife's wishes, readily agreed with a cheerful demeanor. This holographic game was originally a key initiative by the authorities, aimed at widespread promotion among the general populace. Officials monitored the game in real time. And should Xian draw undue attention, he would surely be discovered. Fortunately, the authorities remained unaware of Xian true origins. After failing to procure his information, they temporarily relinquished their search in the real world and dispatched individuals to befriend Xianmo within the game. Consequently, Xianmo found his social connections flourishing. Within a few days, his friend list had significantly expanded. The astute Su In naturally discerned that the intentions of those approaching him were not entirely pure. However, as they bore no malice, he feigned ignorance and amiably engaged with them. Among them were several individuals possessing forthright personalities and strong principles, which endeared them to Su In. He found himself perplexed as to why such individuals would seek his company, for they did not appear to be the sort to engage in underhanded dealings. What, then, could their true motives be? Utilizing his ethereal power, Su In eavesdropped on their conversation. Through their discourse, he ultimately uncovered the reasons for their interest in him. It became apparent that this world indeed harbored cultivators, albeit in scarce numbers due to the meager spiritual energy available. However, 5 years prior, the spiritual energy began to rejuvenate, causing flora and fauna to absorb excessive amounts, leading to increasingly perilous conditions. Should humanity fail to elevate their strength, they risked being rendered obsolete, reduced to mere sustenance for the plants and animals, relegated to the lowest echelons of existence. In response, the authorities sought means to bolster human capabilities, during which the Fu family emerged as a significant player. The Fu family, a high-tech enterprise, had developed a holographic online game centered around the theme of cultivation. Remarkably, the cultivation techniques and skills within this game were authentic and could be practiced in reality. It was only during negotiations with the officials that they discovered the Fu family members were themselves cultivators, particularly Madame Fu, a formidable figure at the Golden Core stage. Such an individual had perceived the changes in the world ahead of the authorities and had even predicted the future trajectory of their realm. In the interest of humanity's survival, the Fu family nobly decided to share their cultivation techniques, placing them within a holographic online game to observe whether any players would discover them and subsequently succeed in real-life cultivation. Once a sufficient number of players had achieved mastery, the government would seek opportunities to officially promote cultivation nationwide. This holographic online game serves as a pilot project for the state, making it impossible to escape scrutiny. It is equally implausible for Xianmo to remain unnoticed. From overheard conversations, Xianmo learned that the government suspected he might be affiliated with another cultivation faction. Aside from the Fu family, to avoid alarming him, the state opted to send emissaries to befriend Xianmo instead. Having grasped the full context, Xianmo felt reassured. In truth, even if the government of this world were to uncover his identity as an outsider, it would not pose a significant threat with their current technology. They could not expel him from the game, let alone engage him in real-life combat. However, such a scenario would inevitably lead to complications. While they may not be able to force him out, they could send individuals to harass him, disrupting his gameplay. For now, the situation is quite favorable, as the inhabitants of this world have unwittingly assigned him an identity. Whether this is a mere attempt at persuasion or a genuine gesture of goodwill, he is well equipped to handle it, occasionally sharing a modicum of benefits with them, given his extensive knowledge of various techniques. It is worth noting that even the lowest-ranking disciples have their own unique cultivation methods corresponding to different spiritual roots. The Tai sect alone boasts over 100 distinct cultivation techniques, and the same holds true for other sections. While Xianmo is reluctant to share the Tai sect's techniques, he is willing to provide cultivation methods suitable for the outer disciples of other sections. Additionally, he can instruct his own outer disciples to procure scattered cultivation techniques in the market. Thinking along these lines, when the players near him once again casually brought up Xianmo's creation of advanced cultivation techniques, Xianmo, with an air of nonchalance, said to them, "What's so difficult about creating cultivation techniques? I can create other techniques as well." His expression was smug yet tinged with naivete, appearing like a spoiled, boastful young man with no guile. Number 17's eyes flickered, feigning disbelief. Cultivation techniques are not so easily created. Xianmo, looking piqued by the doubt, retorted, "Humph. I can create them. Just you wait and see." Number 17, "It's really hard to believe." Xianmo, "You just wait. I'll concoct one for you right now." Then Xianmo put on an act of furrowing his brows in thought, and after what seemed like ages, Xianmo raised his head and said with a triumphant smile, "I've already created it. Listen closely." As he spoke, he recited a martial arts-based physical cultivation technique. Number 17 hastily recorded Xianmo's recitation on video, transmitting it to his superior. Number 17's superior then submitted this physical cultivation technique to their own superior, and subsequently the nation approached the Fu family, requesting them to assess whether this technique was genuine and viable for cultivation. The representatives were the current head of the Fu family, Fu Qingyan, and his wife, Qi Yanan. As far as the nation knew, Qi Yanan was the true authority on cultivation. The reason the Fu family had become a cultivation family was entirely because Qi Yanan, a cultivator, had married Fu Qingyan, leading her husband and children on the path of cultivation, thus elevating the Fu family to the status of a cultivation family. Chapter 10. The departure of the young master from the novice village. Madame Fu, please take a look at this cultivation technique. General Zeng handed over the printed body cultivation method to Qi Yanan. Upon receiving it, Qi Yanan glanced at the document and immediately recognized it as a legitimate body cultivation technique. This method was indeed a martial path to enlightenment, enabling those without spiritual roots to cultivate. As long as one could attain the innate stage, they could officially embark on the journey of cultivation. Qi Yanan, lacking any knowledge of body cultivation, found herself devoid of any mental framework regarding such practices, especially concerning the martial path to enlightenment that did not require spiritual roots. In this world, individuals possessing spiritual roots were exceedingly rare. Thus, the state yearned for cultivation techniques that could be practiced by ordinary people, even if it meant focusing solely on martial arts rather than true cultivation. In recent years, the government had established research institutions, aspiring to develop martial arts techniques based on the cultivation methods provided by Qi Yanan. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded minimal results. To her surprise, they had acquired body cultivation techniques from another source. It seemed that this world was not solely inhabited by her sect of cultivators. Suppressing her thoughts, Qi Yanan addressed General Zeng. This indeed is a body cultivation technique, and it is accessible for the masses. Those without spiritual roots can enter the innate stage through the martial path and subsequently tread the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, General Zeng was overjoyed. Such a cultivation technique would be perfectly suited for military training. Since becoming aware of the existence of cultivators and having obtained cultivation methods from the Fu family, the state had begun selecting individuals within the military to embark on the path of cultivation. However, the number of those with spiritual roots was woefully insufficient. With only around 1,000 individuals possessing such roots in the entire military, leaving the vast majority of soldiers without any. This predicament has left the nation in a state of distress. As the populace embraces the path of cultivation, the government finds itself lacking formidable authority to manage these practitioners. Now, however, even ordinary soldiers are able to cultivate. This news brings immense joy to the state, which promptly disseminates the physical cultivation techniques throughout the military, enabling these soldiers to commence their training and gain an advantageous start. In recognition of Xian Mo, the one who provided these techniques, the government has extended a warm welcome, ceasing any investigations into his true identity. If he wishes to maintain an air of mystery, so be it. It is evident that he is not a spy sent by another nation. Rather, he is a patriot who has contributed to his homeland. Such individuals deserve respect and should not be subjected to suspicion. Consequently, Xian Mo has noticed that the group known as Number 17 has not sought him out for quite some time. He chuckles to himself, pleased by this development, as it grants him the freedom to indulge at will, though he must still exercise caution. Having reached level 10, Xian Mo is now able to leave the village, and he makes his way to bid farewell to the village chief. His attire has transitioned from plain white to vibrant green, a testament to the chief's significant contribution. While the garments, accessories, and weapons were sourced from the local tailor, jeweler, and blacksmith, it was the chief's discerning eye that enabled Xian Mo to receive such prestigious green gear. It is worth noting that others have only received plain white items, and the drop rate for monsters is exceedingly low. Many groups, consisting of dozens of players, toil for days to assemble a complete set of green equipment. Observing Xian Mo's splendid green ensemble, fellow players are filled with envy and admiration, with some female players eagerly contemplating their approach. The village chief, ever so kind, imparts numerous pieces of advice to Xian Mo, revealing a wealth of information about this gaming world. In his heart, Xian Mo was certain that the village chief was indeed a living person, undoubtedly a powerful and somewhat capricious actor. Little Xian Yi, upon your arrival in Juke City, you must participate in the disciple registration at Ruashui sect. It is the finest sect in the realm of cultivation, the village chief rambled on, eventually adding, you absolutely must take Qishan Dao Jun as your master. Xianmo's lips twitched as he suspected that this Qi Shan Dao Jun was either a creation of the village chief or somehow connected to him. However, Xianmo feigned obedience, ensuring that the village chief remained oblivious to the fact that he had not heeded his words. Having perused the game's background lore, he was well aware of the nature of the various sections. He had long harbored the desire to join the Luo Yuan sect, whose characteristics bore a resemblance to his own Tai sect. Stepping out of the village, Xianmo embarked on the journey toward the main city. For players making their inaugural trip to the main city, it was a solitary trek. Although one could utilize a mount, most players at this juncture lacked such a luxury. While there existed a teleportation array between the village and the main city, it required spirit stones for activation. The exchange of spirit stones for gold could only occur at the main city's bank, rendering the teleportation array inaccessible for first-time travelers. The game boasted a variety of transportation options, including not only teleportation arrays but also carriages and flying boats, all of which necessitated spirit stones, leaving the impoverished unable to afford such means of travel. Just as Xianmo exited the village, a figure approached him, seeking to accompany him on his journey. Xianmo was indifferent. The road ahead was fraught with peril, with numerous monsters ranging from level 10 to 20 lurking in wait. Xianmo communicated the game names with these players and temporarily formed a team, yet he refrained from befriending them. Among these players, two names struck a familiar chord with Xianmo: Qingfeng Yi and Shiyu Ro. He raised an eyebrow at the thought. Could it be that these two would resemble the unpleasant individuals he encountered in his previous life? Both players were female, and unlike the two from his past who had falsely accused him of being a third party, these two harbored ambitions of attaching themselves to him, perhaps even seeking to entice him. It is worth noting that in a holographic MMORPG, players' appearances are rendered in reality, unlike traditional keyboard-based games where one cannot discern the player's looks. In this immersive universe, Xianmo's visage was beyond compare. In the realm of Shaoyun, he was regarded as a beauty, and in a world where cultivation flourished, his looks were even more pronounced. With his handsome features adorned in exquisite green attire, he exuded an air of affluence that naturally captivated the attention of many female players. Regrettably, Xianmo offered them no opportunities. Qingfeng Yi and Shiyu Ro were indeed beautiful, which bolstered their confidence in their ability to attract Xianmo. Ordinary-looking girls lacked the self-assurance to approach him. Beyond their striking appearances and figures, their every movement radiated feminine charm. One exuded innocence while the other was fiery, drawing the gaze of numerous male players. Alas, Xianmo remained unmoved. In the realm of cultivation, beauties were abundant, and these two, while appealing, were merely average within Shaoyun. As for their allure, the enchanting beauties of the Huan sect far surpassed them. Qingfeng Yi and Shiyu Ro were simply unworthy of even carrying the shoes of those from the Huan sect. Chapter 11. The young master was robbed. Xianyi, could you possibly grant me this hibiscus skirt? Qingfeng Yi gazed at the green equipment dropped by the monster, her eyes shimmering with a mix of admiration and avarice. This hibiscus skirt was not only a piece of green gear, but also possessed an exquisite appearance that captivated her at first glance. Qingfeng Yi felt a sense of entitlement to the hibiscus skirt, as it was women's attire, and Xianyi, with his dark hair, could not don it. Xianmo, indifferent, could hardly be bothered to converse with Qingfeng Yi and simply stored the hibiscus skirt in his spatial ring. Although he could not wear women's clothing, he could certainly sell the skirt. The value of green equipment was substantial, and what he lacked most was money. Seeing that Xianmo ignored her, Qingfeng Yi nearly bit her silver teeth in frustration. Throughout their journey, she had continuously showcased her feminine charm, yet it felt as though her flirtatious glances were wasted on a blind man. Xianmo was utterly oblivious, which was profoundly disheartening. Was this man even a man? Why are you like this? You cannot wear women's clothing. What harm would it do to let Qingfeng Yi have the hibiscus skirt? Noticing Qingfeng Yi's displeasure, someone stepped forward to defend her. With beauties like Qingfeng Yi and Shiyu Ro, there were certainly many admirers. Xianmo cast a cold glance at the male player who had spoken, scoffing. If you wish to curry favor with a woman, use your own possessions. To win her over with someone else's belongings, how grand is your audacity? He then turned to Qingfeng Yi. Do not feign innocence as if you have been wronged. It is utterly disingenuous and repugnant. Furthermore, cease your attempts to entice me before my eyes. I have no interest in women who are less attractive than I am. Both the male player and Qing Feng Yi were left blushing with indignation at Xian Mo's biting remarks. The gentle breeze, Qing Feng Yi, had relinquished her thoughts of pursuing Xuanma and had developed a deep-seated resentment towards him. She turned to the delicate and gentle Xiu Ro and remarked, "Do not harbor any illusions about winning over Xian Emofa. You must have heard his words, right? Do you truly believe you can surpass his allure?" Xiu Ro scoffed softly. Her appearance and Qing Feng Yi's were akin to the beauty of spring flowers and autumn moons, each possessing their own unique charm, neither truly eclipsing the other. Xuanma, indifferent to Qing Feng Yi, naturally held no regard for Xiu Ro either. "It feels disheartening to abandon such a wealthy prospect," Xiu Ro lamented. "His storage bag must surely contain a plethora of treasures." A fierce glint appeared in Qing Feng Yi's eyes. "Then let us execute a grand scheme." Xiu Ro instantly grasped her intent. "Agreed. We have yet to reach the city. Once he's deceased, he'll only be able to resurrect in the village. We shall wait for him at the village exit and seize him directly." These two seemed to have engaged in such escapades numerous times before. Speaking of robbing others with a casual familiarity, several of their subordinates harbored grievances against Xuanma, and upon hearing the women express a desire to teach Xuanma a lesson, they readily acquiesced. Thus, a band of conspiratorial robbers was formed. Unbeknownst to Xuanma, who regretted teaming up with others, trouble seemed to multiply with the presence of many. He preferred to journey alone. Consequently, when Qing Feng Yi and Xiu Ro's suitors feigned a quarrel to dissolve their temporary alliance, Xuanma unhesitatingly agreed. He remained oblivious to the triumphant glances exchanged among those with ulterior motives. As he found himself surrounded by Qing Feng Yi and Zairu, Xuanma was momentarily uncertain of their intentions. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. They sought to end his life and seize the treasures within his storage. Such fools they were, revealing their thieving nature so prematurely. Even if they succeeded, what would they gain? Merely green equipment, of little monetary value. Should their robbery be witnessed, their notoriety would burgeon, prompting caution from other players, making future heists exceedingly arduous. The truly valuable gear would only emerge later in the game. They were akin to those who would forsake the watermelon for a mere sesame seed. Xuanma, with his ink-black hair and lofty demeanor, found their arrogance distasteful. Ergo, the football enthusiast was not a suitor of either Qing Feng Yi or Zairu, yet he harbored a disdain for Xuanma, born from jealousy, and chose to join the assault against him. Although Ji's level surpassed that of Xuanma, he possessed only a single piece of green equipment, coveting the superior gear adorning Xuanma's figure. Xuanma regarded the players before him as mere insignificant creatures, embodying a superiority that rendered them unworthy of respect. He found himself reminiscing about the companionship of those numbered 17. Their approach, albeit purpose-driven, was far more honorable than that of the current assembly. The days spent battling alongside them were filled with ease and amusement. Seizing the moment upon noticing Xuanma lost in thought, Qing Feng Yi promptly rallied the others, declaring, "Attack together." With that, a collective onslaught from the group of players ensued, focusing their efforts upon Xuanma. They believed that Xuanma was doomed, yet they witnessed his form flickering, creating afterimages that evaded all their attacks. Qing Feng and her companions were utterly astonished. How could this individual evade every strike with such precision? A master, undoubtedly a master. Gritting her teeth, Qing Feng resolved that since they had already offended him, they might as well offend him to the utmost. They could not allow this person to grow stronger. Attack again. We must eliminate him. We cannot permit him to evolve, or it shall be our misfortune in the future. The group understood this reasoning and launched another collective assault. However, once more, Xuanma evaded their onslaught. With a cold huff, he declared, tit for tat. "It is my turn now." With a single skill, one of the players attacking him perished. Another skill followed, claiming yet another life. Qing Feng and the others were astonished. Xuanma's level was merely average among them. Yet how was his combat prowess so formidable? Why were the power of his skills so immense? Xuanma understood their questions and would explain that the difference between mechanically employing game skills and adeptly mastering them was as vast as heaven and earth. In the end, all who had attacked Xuanma met their demise. Neither Qing Feng nor Xiu were spared. Did they think that because they were female, Xuanma would refrain from striking? Absolutely not. In the realm of cultivation, there was no distinction between genders. All were cultivators, and no one would show leniency. Moreover, Xuanma held no concept of gender in his eyes. In this game, there are 10 principal cities, Qinglong City, Zhuke City, Baihu City, Xuanwu City, Qilin City, Gongjin City, Imu City, Rinshui City, Binghua City, and Wudu City. The city closest to Qingshui Village is Zhuke City. Chapter 12. The Young Master's Ascension. Within Zhuke City, several male players congregated in the finest tavern, indulging in wine and delicacies while engaging in idle chatter as they awaited their companions. Once the first player entered the main city, the game activated the exchange feature for real currency and in-game coins, liberating the players from their previous state of impoverishment. They no longer needed to subsist on plain steamed buns and water, but could now revel in the luxury of ordering any dish they desired. Spending lavishly was no longer an exaggeration. "Why hasn't your cousin arrived yet?" One player, Hanjiang Tianwei, inquired impatiently of his companion. Although the tavern's fare was delectable, this so-called realistic game imposed a sense of satiety upon the players. Having ordered an array of dishes, they found themselves quite stuffed. His companion, Brother Basketball, shared his impatience, yet felt powerless. His mother had repeatedly instructed him to take care of his cousin, and he had no choice but to oblige. He couldn't help but ponder whether his cousin truly desired to join him in this venture. Brother Basketball was perplexed by his mother's apparent favoritism. Why did she treat her own son as if he were insignificant, while elevating another's child to a position of importance? Even if his mother had a close relationship with his aunt, it seemed unreasonable for her to regard his cousin as her own. Was it possible that they had been swapped at birth? Was his cousin, in fact, her biological son? Brother Basketball resolved that after graduating from university, he would remain in the capital to pursue his career, visiting his parents each year during the holidays and providing them with ample support. His biological mother, in her devotion to her family of origin, has repeatedly exhausted the affection of her children. One might surmise that his father harbors dissatisfaction towards her as well. Otherwise, why would he escape to go fishing every weekend? Neglecting to accompany his wife? The basketball elder remarked, "Let me inquire." With that, he activated a private messaging tool to contact the football second elder. Their leader had fortuitously received a task, and upon its completion, they would not only earn substantial rewards, but also gain the opportunity to become inner disciples of the Ruo Shui sect. "Aren't you waiting for your cousin?" Fu Yao inquired coolly. The basketball elder replied, "I shan't wait. I will deposit the items in the bank, and he can retrieve them himself upon his arrival in the city." The eldest among them, the curious Piao Shui Ren Pingsheng, asked, "What transpired with your cousin?" Despite being the youngest of the four, Piao Shui Ren Pingsheng possessed the greatest abilities, earning the willing respect of the other three. While the football second elder lamented the faults of the player who had slain them, the basketball elder understood that his words should be interpreted inversely regarding his cousin. A group had attempted to ambush a lone individual and, upon being countered, deserved their fate. How audacious to expect assistance for vengeance. Intrigued by the player who had single-handedly defeated them, Piao Shui Ren Pingsheng inquired, "What is the name of the player who killed your cousin?" He noted this name, hoping for an opportunity to meet the individual and perhaps forge a friendship. Unbeknownst to Xian Mo that he was being regarded, he had already entered the city and was wandering through the streets. Ah, this is the bustling city of mortals. Quite lively and fascinating indeed. Since his birth, Xian Mo had remained within the confines of the Tai sect. Even his trials were conducted in the vicinity, leaving him with no experience in mortal cities. His understanding of such places was derived from the television dramas and films of his previous life, rather than personal experience. Now, amidst the bustling ancient city, observing the stalls on either side, Xian Mo felt a profound sense of worldly existence. This game is akin to a journey of spiritual refinement. Emerging from the virtual world, Xian Mo immediately sat in meditation, entering a state of enlightenment. Xian noticed the gathering of spiritual energy halfway up the mountain, forming a small vortex. He swiftly cast a barrier to conceal this anomaly, sighing inwardly. How long had it been since his son was about to advance again? Could he possibly form a nascent soul before the age of 100? Xian was both proud and troubled, proud to have such a prodigious son, yet troubled by the same fact. 3 days later, the spiritual energy vortex dissipated. Xian emerged from his palace and arrived outside Xian Mo's cave dwelling in a single step. Sensing someone outside, Xian Mo, having completed his practice, deactivated the cave's protective enchantment and invited Xian inside. Xian's eyes gleamed as he scanned Xian Mo from head to toe, remarking, "Late stage of the golden core. With a stable foundation, excellent." He then inquired, "How did you suddenly advance?" Xian Mo replied, Your son had some insights and suddenly advanced. An epiphany. Xian Chun mused with envy. Your father has never had such an opportunity. Son, I suspect you were a great figure in a past life, favored by the heavens themselves. Xian Imo chuckled. Father, have you been secretly reading the stories I've created? One day, Xian Imo, rarely venturing outside, stumbled upon some of his disciples engrossed in an object. Intrigued, he inquired and acquired one of the jade slips to peruse its contents, only to discover it was a tale script. Even cultivators indulge in such narratives during their leisure, yet the scripts from Shaoyan continent are all too formulaic, lacking in substance. After skimming through 2 of these tales, Xian Imo lost interest. Reflecting on the captivating web novels from his previous world, he decided to transcribe their enthralling narratives into the jade slips for the disciples of Tai sect. The students, having never encountered such riveting tales, clamored for more, utterly captivated. Once finished, they gathered at Xian Mo's abode, beseeching the young master uncle to pen additional scripts. However, they were eventually whisked away by their master, who admonished them to prioritize their cultivation over frivolous reading. He harbored doubts about whether his son truly possessed the aura of a protagonist. Resolving to intensify his own training, he was determined not to be eclipsed by his offspring. Chapter 13. The young master uncle discovers the instance after several days of cultivation to solidify his realm. Xian Imo finally entered the game. Having not logged in for a few days, he found that over a month had elapsed within the game world. The majority of players had already reached the main city, where the prominent sects were inundated with aspirants. Observing the throngs of people jostling for space, he hesitated. Despite his interest in Luoyuan's sect, the current scene deterred him. With an entire world serving as his golden finger, he deemed it unnecessary to join a sect, finding satisfaction in being a solitary cultivator. It was indeed his unique perspective, as other players were clamoring to enter sections. In the game, cultivation techniques, aside from the basic ones obtainable early on through purchases or from monsters, required completing missions within a sect to advance further. These acquired techniques were exclusively for personal use and could not be traded. Players faced cultivation restrictions upon leveling up without a subsequent technique. Experience points would accumulate without allowing advancement. Consequently, players typically chose to join a sect unless they possessed the rare ability to create their own techniques, as Xian Imo did. Xian Imo ambled through the city, first clearing out his storage ring at the tailor, jeweler, and blacksmith, amassing a considerable sum. He then indulged in a bowl of wontons at a food stall, eager to sample mortal cuisine. Having found the simple fare of steamed buns, stuffed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk in the village delightful, he anticipated even greater culinary experiences. Now in the city, surrounded by a plethora of delicacies, Xian Imo was determined to partake. After the wontons, he savored a bowl of sweet osmanthus dumplings, which sated his appetite. Regretfully, he relinquished the idea of another bowl of dan dan noodles. Xian Imo began to stroll the streets to aid digestion, intending to resume his culinary exploration once his hunger returned. The stalls lining the streets were operated not only by NPCs, but also by players selling unwanted items. Xian Imo meticulously examined each stall, captivated by the intriguing items displayed at the NPC's booth. Although they held no practical utility, their exquisite craftsmanship drew his admiration, prompting him to purchase those he fancied for his own amusement. Conversely, the wares presented by players failed to capture his interest. Most consisted of equipment and jewelry that he could easily obtain through his own monster hunting endeavors. His gaze then settled upon a peculiar black stone. When players utilized the identification function, they could only discern a vague description, a strange stone. Beyond that, it offered no value and merely occupied space in their inventories, leading its owner to attempt to sell it, hoping to find an unsuspecting fool willing to pay a premium. Xian Imo was no such fool. He engaged in a bit of haggling with the player and ultimately acquired the stone at a mutually agreeable price. After consuming 2 potions to replenish his mana, he ceased channeling his energy into the black stone. At that moment, a transformation occurred. The stone morphed into a key crafted from obsidian. As I suspected, Xian Imo murmured. He had long believed that the game's design was inspired by the Shaoyan continent, and this revelation only solidified his conviction that the game's developers had likely visited that realm. The black stone and the key were indeed relics of the Shaoyan continent, serving as a gateway to a hidden realm. Only those in possession of the key could gain entry, and each key allowed 4 individuals to traverse into the secret domain. In the Shaoyan continent, the existence of such keys was common knowledge, with a considerable number available for repeated access to these mysterious realms, including over 100 keys within the Tai sect alone. The coveted treasures within that secret realm had long been plundered, rendering it a mere recreational ground for cultivators of the Shaoyan continent. Xian Imo had ventured into the realm once, finding nothing of note save for the denser spiritual qi compared to the sect. Some cultivators even tilled plots to cultivate spiritual rice, earning a tidy profit. Activating the obsidian key, Xian Imo entered the secret realm. The game's rendition of the realm, akin to a dungeon, diverged from his memory of the genuine location. The landscapes were dissimilar, and the dungeon teemed with monsters, unlike the serene realm where we're domesticated. This place was ideal for leveling up. Monsters ranging from level 20 to 100 populated various zones. Xian Imo, possessing a complete cultivation technique, could grind here until reaching the maximum level. The abundance of monsters and the absence of competition was exhilarating. Just as he was about to commence his endeavors, a flash of white light materialized 4 players beside him. Xian Imo, the 4 players. Could he be jinxed? No sooner had he wished for solitude than 4 individuals appeared. The players were startled by Xian Mo's presence, one exclaiming in surprise, "Someone's already in this dungeon. We are not the first players to discover this dungeon. Does that mean we shall receive no rewards?" Another player replied, "The discovery of the dungeon itself does not yield any rewards. Only the first to successfully navigate through it is entitled to a prize." Xian Imo interjected, "For the 4 of you to attain the rewards for completing the dungeon, it seems quite challenging." The first player to protest scoffed, "Little brother, do you really believe you can outpace us?" Although Xian Imo was actually 23 years old, his cultivation had led him to form a golden core early on, causing his appearance to be fixed at that of a youthful 16 or 17-year-old, making the 4 players regard him as a mere child. With a smile, Xian Imo responded, "Whether I can surpass you will be determined through competition. However, securing the rewards for clearing the dungeon will indeed prove difficult. If you doubt this, feel free to investigate for yourselves." The 4 players exchanged puzzled glances, and one of them dashed off in haste. That speed. It appeared this individual had honed their agility. This dungeon was not a conventional one. It was likely designed for players to grind monsters. The creatures here ranged from level 20 to 100, scattered across various regions. Chapter 14. The little junior uncle forms a party. The 4 players who entered the dungeon were indeed Piao Shui and Ping Sheng, Brother Basketball, Fu Yao Wei Liang, and Han Jiang Tian Wei. They had previously accepted a quest, which not only granted them access to the inner sect of Ruo Shui's sect, but also allowed them to apprentice under the sect's leader. The leader held Piao Shui and Ping Sheng in particularly high regard, presenting him with a black stone, claiming it to be the key to a certain secret realm. As the snowflakes fell, Piao Shui and Ping Sheng followed the guidance of the sect leader and infused true energy into the stone. After consuming a significant amount of blue potions, the stone transformed into a key. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng then led his 3 companions through the key into the secret realm of the dungeon. They soon realized that this was no ordinary dungeon, merely a place for monster farming, causing a slight dip in their initial excitement, yet they remained elated. After all, it was challenging to find a spot outside the dungeon where monsters were abundant and players few, free from the interruptions of others. In the external farming locations, not only were players numerous, but guilds often monopolized the area, hindering other players from farming monsters and leveling up. Within this dungeon, they could fully immerse themselves in monster hunting and leveling up. The 4 friends observed Xuanma, who was already engaged in combat, and noted that this youth, having entered before them, exhibited remarkable skill and prowess. "Should we invite this fellow to join us?" Brother Basketball inquired. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng nodded in agreement. "We can form a team." Consequently, Brother Basketball approached Xuanma with an invitation. After a moment's consideration, Xuanma accepted. As the team leader, Piao Shui and Ping Sheng sent a party invitation to Xuanma, who agreed and joined their ranks. "Are you Xian Emofa?" Brother Basketball exclaimed upon seeing Xuanma's in-game name. Xuanma tilted his head and responded, "Are you brothers with Football Second Brother? Are you seeking revenge for him?" No. Brother Basketball shook his head. "I believe you handled it well. That kid deserved a lesson." Xuanma replied, "Aren't you brothers?" Brother Basketball clarified, "We are merely cousins, the kind with a strained relationship." Xian Imo, "Then I can rest assured. I dislike trouble and have an aversion to those who stab others in the back." Brother Basketball hurriedly assured that he would never engage in such demeaning actions, as he and Xian Imo teamed up to slay monsters. Fu Yao Wei Liang and Piao Shui Ren Ping Sheng trailed behind them, conversing through private messages. Fu Yao Wei Liang. Boss, don't you think Xian Emo bears a striking resemblance to you? Your brows and eyes are almost chiseled from the same mold. Piao Shui Ren Ping Sheng. Indeed, there is a certain similarity. However, it is not uncommon for people to resemble one another. I can assure you that my esteemed mother and father are devoted solely to each other. There will be no infidelities resulting in half-siblings. Fu Yu Wei Liang, that is not what I meant. I was suggesting that you consider taking him as a sworn brother. This young man possesses remarkable skills. We could benefit from an additional steadfast teammate. Piao Shui Ren Ping Sheng. Even without formalizing a brotherhood, we can still invite him to be a regular teammate. Let us observe the situation first and assess his character before making any decisions. Fu Yao Wei Liang agreed. Unbeknownst to them, their private conversation had already been eavesdropped upon by Xian Mo's divine sense. Pretending to evade the monster's attacks, he turned and caught sight of the three individuals behind him. While he disregarded the other two, his attention was captivated by Piao Shui Ren Ping Sheng's face. Indeed, there was a resemblance between them. Could it be that he had a face that was too common? If others were to hear this, they would undoubtedly mock Xian Mo. How could one be so strikingly beautiful, yet claim to have a common face? What would that make the ordinary folk? 5 individuals commenced battling monsters within this secret realm, witnessing a rapid surge in their experience points. The group, known as Feishui Renpingsheng, had initially been ranked among the top 50 players but soon ascended to the top 10, and shortly thereafter, claimed the top 5 positions. Numerous guilds sought to locate them, eager to uncover the secrets behind their swift leveling, yet their efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, Xuanma temporarily departed from the secret realm to pursue the art of alchemy. He recognized that many of the herbs and flowers within the realm were familiar to him, serving as essential materials for potion crafting. Given the connection between this game and the Shaoyan continent, he reasoned that acquiring alchemical skills in the game would likely translate to real-world proficiency. Initially, he had contemplated visiting Danfeng to learn the fundamentals of alchemy, but it now seemed unnecessary, as he could acquire skills through gameplay. Upon exiting the secret realm, the 5 parted ways, each having ventured from different locations. Xuanma found himself in a secluded corner of the main city, unnoticed by other players. Recalling the location of the apothecary, he swiftly made his way there. After accepting a task from the apothecary's proprietor, Xuanma completed it and gained foundational knowledge of alchemy, along with a modest alchemical furnace. Utilizing his key, he re-entered the secret realm, finding that Feishui Renpingsheng's companions had yet to return. Thus, Xuanmo refrained from battling monsters and instead sought a suitable spot to begin his alchemical pursuits. In reality, mastering the art of alchemy was no simple feat, however. Within the game, the system's user-friendly tutorials made the learning process significantly easier for him. With an abundance of raw materials available in the secret realm, he faced no fear of waste, as the game would refresh the resources. Thus, amidst such reckless squandering, Xian Mo embarked on the journey of alchemy. By the time the quartet of Piao Shui, Ren Pingsheng, and the others re-entered the secret realm, he had already concocted low-level elixirs. Though categorized as low-tier, these potions proved exceedingly effective for players of their still modest levels. The 4 divided the potions equally, expressing that there was no longer a need for Xian Mo to engage in monster slaying. He could simply remain behind to refine potions and await his share of experience points. Piao Shui and Ren Pingsheng were determined to assist Xian Mo in elevating his alchemist rank. Having an alchemist in their team would yield numerous advantages. Indeed, Xian Mo had become a fixed teammate with Piao Shui and Ren Pingsheng's group. He had also gathered information regarding their real-life backgrounds. They were all university students sharing a dormitory. Through their interactions over the past few days, Xian Mo had gained insights into their characters. Therefore, when Piao Shui proposed forming a stable team, Xian Mo readily accepted. Xian, do you have any relatives with the surnames Qi or Fu? Hanjiang Tianwei inquired casually while battling monsters alongside Xian Mo. You resemble the boss quite a bit. Could there be some familial connection? Piao Shui interjected with a chuckle. A certain well-known director bears a striking resemblance to a prominent figure from the Shanghai Bund during the Republic era. Do you suppose they are related as well? Chapter 15. The young master's biological mother Qi, you say? It seems my biological mother bears that surname. Xian Mo had been raised by his father, Xian Chun, and had never laid eyes on his mother since birth. His biological parents were not partners in any sense and shared no romantic bond. They were merely acquaintances at best. My mother was an elder of the Yin Yu sect, a cultivator at the transformation stage. The union between my parents, Xianchen, and her was a consequence of a sinister plot orchestrated by the demonic path, resulting in their unwitting consumption of a certain potion. This potion was a secret elixir of the Hehuan sect, so potent that even those of transcendent realms could scarcely evade its effects. Thus, my parents were bound together in a most unexpected manner. However, a year later, my mother was betrayed by those she trusted, falling victim once again to the machinations of the demonic path, leading to her untimely demise and leaving behind an infant, Xianmo. The Yinyu sect, being an all-female order, could not possibly take in a male child, and so Xianmo was sent to the Tai sect. It was then that Xianchen discovered he had a son. Holding the tiny infant, he felt an undeniable connection of blood between them. From that moment forth, Xianchen embraced his role as a doting father. My mother's surname was Qi, but she passed away shortly after my birth, Xianmo remarked with a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional attachment or memories of his biological mother. Due to the circumstances surrounding his birth and the peculiar experiences of his early years, he did not share the same need for maternal presence as other children. Your mother also bore the surname Qi? Piao Shui and Ping Sheng expressed surprise, pondering whether this young lad might indeed share a familial bond with her own mother. Once we exit the game, I shall inquire with my mother to see if she has any sisters or cousins. Ah, my mother has been quite occupied with affairs of the state recently, she continued. Then I shall consult my grandfather, she concluded. The five of them continued to battle monsters in the secret realm for several more days. As Piao Shui and Ping Sheng and the others prepared to log off, Xianmo too exited the game. Upon returning to reality, Xianmo commenced his training in physical techniques and mental fortitude, alongside the cultivation of his spiritual practices. Time passed swiftly. He logged back into the game, where Piao Shui and Ren Pingsheng had already been immersed for 2 days. Do you have matters to attend to in reality? Piao Shui inquired of Xuanma. Xuanma nodded. Don't you all attend classes? Even university students are required to attend lectures, aren't they? How can the teachers allow students to merely indulge in gaming? Piao Shui was taken aback. It's summer vacation now. Are you not in school? Xuanma chuckled, feigning ignorance. Oh, that. I seem to have forgotten. By the way, why don't you go to Ruoshui sect to seek a mentor? Piao Shui asked. Why would I seek a mentor at Ruoshui sect? Xuanmo responded, puzzled. When you left the village, didn't the village chief suggest you apprentice at Ruoshui sect? Why do you look at me like that? Indeed. Xuanmo laughed. The village chief of Qingshui village is portrayed by a real person, isn't he? Do you know him? Though it was a question, the tone was certain. Piao Shui did not deny it and readily replied, that is my grandfather. After logging out, he inquired with his grandfather and learned that his biological mother had neither died young nor had any sisters, cousins, or maternal relatives. He mentioned Xian E and Mofa, and was surprised to discover that his grandfather had encountered them as well. At that time, I thought your parents had secretly had another son behind our backs. His grandfather remarked. I even suspected that your mother had given birth to twins when she had Shuiying, and the boy was taken away. I conducted an investigation, only to find out that your mother had given birth to just one child. That handsome young man does not belong to our family. His grandfather spoke with profound regret. As the snow falls, Fu Shuixin contemplates the age of his younger sister, who is roughly the same age as Xian Emofa. Were it not for their grandfather's earlier intervention, he might have sought to investigate whether Xian Emofa was mistakenly reported as a brother at birth. Their grandfather remarked, that child bears a striking resemblance to our family. He is indeed fated to be connected with us. You should take good care of him in the game. Regrettably, the game is now under national control. Otherwise, we could have granted him certain privileges directly. Fu Shuixin interjected, Grandfather, such actions would disrupt the game's balance. Their grandfather scoffed. All right then, I was merely jesting. Since the game is no longer under our family's management, even if I wished to bestow privileges, I possess no authority to do so. At that moment, Fu Chengyan and Qi Yanan entered. Qi Yanan inquired with a smile, what are you discussing? Their grandfather replied, Ah, that's good. We were speaking of a child encountered in the game, who bears a considerable resemblance to our family. I even suspect he might be the offspring of the two of you. Are you referring to the one named Xian Emofa? Qi Yanan asked. Recalling the youth she had seen on the surveillance screen, her heart stirred. Do you know that child? Their grandfather queried. Qi Yanan nodded. I have seen him on the surveillance. This child is extraordinary. Fu Qingyan also nodded in agreement, having been equally astonished upon seeing Xian Emofa. This child might also be a practitioner of the mystical arts, he posited, likely connected to those reclusive families or sections. He was once a staunch advocate of science until he met his beloved wife and discovered her to be a practitioner of the mystical arts. It was then that his worldview began to undergo a profound transformation, revealing to him the complexity of existence. This world is not solely inhabited by his wife as a practitioner. There are indeed others who share this path. In ancient times, practitioners were abundant. Yet as spiritual energy dwindled, their numbers diminished as well. Many of the more profound practitioners withdrew from the world, choosing to reside in remote mountains where spiritual energy remained plentiful, shrouded by formations and barriers that rendered them imperceptible and inaccessible to ordinary people. It is only in recent years, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, that these practitioners have gradually emerged to interact with modern society. Upon observing his wife lost in thought, a flicker of uncertainty arose within Fu Qingyan. Since that fateful encounter with the figure clad in dark robes and with ink-black hair, something felt amiss. However, he was certain that his wife had remained true to him since their marriage, and their bond had only deepened over the past 2 decades, with scarcely any separation. She would never betray him by bearing another's child. Could it be that she suspected him of infidelity? Fu Changyan hastened to her side, grasping Qi Yanan's hand firmly. I assure you, I have never betrayed you. There is no affair, no illegitimate child. With a sigh of relief, he inquired with genuine concern, What are you thinking about? Just some old acquaintances, Qi Yanan replied. Do I know them? Fu Qingyan asked. You do not, she answered, having been high school classmates for many years. Fu Qingyan felt he was familiar with nearly everyone Qi Yanan knew. Were there truly any omissions? Qi Yanan gently patted Fu Qingyan's hand to soothe him, explaining, It's someone I knew before high school, related to my sect. With this, Fu Qingyan ceased his inquiries. Qi Yanan's sect was shrouded in mystery, aside from herself. Only her intimate partner and their son were privy to its existence. Even her parents were deemed unworthy of knowing about her sect. The mere fact that her sect permitted her to teach cultivation techniques to the state was astounding to Fu Qingyan. Observing that Qi Yanan had once again fallen into her own thoughts, he refrained from interrupting her this time. It seemed she was contemplating matters concerning her sect. Indeed, Qi Yanan was reflecting on her former sect from her past life. In this life, she had no sect. She was her own master, reborn with memories intact. She had once lived in the realm of cultivation, only to meet her demise at the hands of a demon lord due to the betrayal of those close to her. To her astonishment, she found herself reborn in an entirely different world. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no attachment to the world she once inhabited. However, her emotions in that life were rather shallow, consumed solely by the pursuit of cultivation, yearning to transcend to immortality. Even her feelings towards her sect were minimal. Aside from her late master, the only disciple to whom she had devoted considerable affection betrayed her for the sake of a man. Their child was an unexpected consequence of a fleeting encounter. There was no genuine affection between them. The man had no feelings for her disciple. Yet the disciple inexplicably directed her resentment towards Qi Yanan, wishing for her demise. Alas, the human heart is truly unpredictable. However, she has turned misfortune into fortune. Reborn into this world, blessed with loving parents, a lifelong confidant, and dutiful children. The only regret is the scarcity of spiritual energy in this realm, preventing her from achieving success in cultivation. Yet, fate intervened to alleviate her regret, allowing the revival of spiritual energy. In the future, she may indeed ascend alongside her entire family. Qi Yanan reminisced about many aspects of her previous life, all related to her sect and cultivation, intentionally overlooking the child she had given birth to but never truly acknowledged. Xuanma and Fu Xuexin, along with the other two, became numb from battling monsters and collectively decided to leave the secret realm to pursue other tasks. They had come to enjoy the game, to unwind, not to subject themselves to torment. The 5 of them dined at a fine establishment within the Vermilion Bird Tower, where the other 4, affluent individuals, posed no financial burden on Xuanma. After their meal, the group dispersed throughout the city, ostensibly to seek opportunities and explore potential tasks. In the game, a significant portion of the tasks are fixed. Players can obtain them simply by approaching designated NPCs. Such tasks bear resemblance to those encountered in traditional keyboard games, lacking innovation. A smaller fraction consists of opportunity tasks, where the issuing NPC may vary. Today, it could be Zhang San, while tomorrow it might be Li Si. Many of these tasks possess a unique nature, Upon completion, they cannot be repeated for others to undertake. Consequently, the rewards for such tasks are exceedingly generous. Before the snowflakes danced in the air, the task assigned to Piao Shui and Ping Sheng to have them all apprentice under the Ruo Shui sect was indeed a stroke of serendipity. Such fortuitous missions possess an alluring charm that players find irresistible. However, the opportunity to receive such a task heavily relies on one's luck, for those less fortunate. Acquiring a chance mission can be akin to scaling a mountain. To Hanjiang Tianwai and others, Piao Shui and Ping Sheng appeared to be a true lucky one. Not long after parting ways, they received a message from him, proclaiming that he had indeed embarked on a serendipitous task. Hanjiang Tianwai boss, please allow me to cling to your fortune. Basketball de go. I echo that sentiment. Fu Yao Wei Liang, count me in. Xian Emofa, well, I too have received a fortuitous mission. Hanjiang Tianwai, little Xian is also a lucky one. Basketball de go, impressive. Fu Yao Wei Liang, with two fortunate missions at hand, which shall we undertake first? Piao Shui and Ping Sheng. Xian does your task have a time constraint? Xian Emofa, none at all. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng. Then let us commence with mine, as it is time sensitive. Xian Emofa, sounds good. The five of them reconvened on the second floor of the tavern, where Piao Shui and Ping Sheng and Xian Emofa shared the details of their respective fortuitous tasks with the others. Upon reviewing the task shared by Xian Mo, Piao Shui and Ping Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the sheer luck displayed. Truly, he was the epitome of fortune. The reason he was able to receive such a serendipitous mission was due to the fact that this game was developed by Fu's company. As a minor proprietor of the company, he possessed a certain understanding of the game's design, which enabled him to secure a fortuitous task, rather than being merely the lucky one his companions believed him to be. The genuine fortunate soul stood before him. What this individual received was not merely a fortuitous task, but rather a serendipitous mission intimately connected to the main storyline. The rewards for completing this task far exceeded the cumulative gains from 10 other chance encounters. Time was of the essence. The group neglected to partake in food and drink, hastily following the lead of the drifting snow to fulfill the serendipitous task. After 2 days of arduous effort, they successfully accomplished the mission bestowed upon them, ultimately each receiving a piece of orange gear. Orange gear. In an era still dominated by green and blue equipment, they had astonishingly bypassed purple gear to obtain orange gear. The few individuals from Cold River, elated, embraced their newfound treasures, kissing them in delight. Xian Mo spoke. Who among you wishes to acquire this piece of equipment? If there are no takers, I shall consign it to the auction house. What? You intend to sell the orange gear? Do you comprehend its rarity? Brother Basketball exclaimed in disbelief. Xian Mo glanced at the opulent earrings encrusted with rubies, curling his lip in disdain. Such effeminate trinkets are not to my liking. He was a man's man, disinterested in ostentation. Brother Basketball surveyed Xian Mo's androgynous visage, reflecting that he appeared rather effeminate himself. Yet, he dared not voice this thought, fearing that Xian Mo's formidable prowess would lead to his demise. Sell it to me, Drifted Snow said. I wish to gift it to my sister. Very well. 20 spirit stones. Xian Mo readily agreed, exchanging the earrings without hesitation, knowing well that Drifted Snow was affluent and not lacking in riches. A spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 gold coins. Thus, he no longer needs to worry about his financial status. In an instant, he has transformed from a pauper into a member of the middle class, and the exquisite eyes of Xian Mo have narrowed with delight. It is time for us to undertake the mission related to the dark garb and ink-black hair. Chapter 17. The Little Master Uncle. In the midst of a quest beneath the 10 principal cities lie several small towns and villages that are not novice areas. The task assigned to Xian Mo involves traveling to one such town. This town lacks a teleportation array connecting it to the main city, compelling the 5 of them to journey there by horse-drawn carriage. The town has yet to be opened to players until they complete their mission. It remains akin to a dungeon. The town is eerily quiet, devoid of any open inns, let alone taverns. Fortunately, the 5 possess provisions in their storage spaces, ensuring they do not suffer from hunger. What are your thoughts? Fu Yao asked the group, her voice tinged with coolness. Piao Shui, Rin Ping Sheng replied. Let us first inquire with an NPC about the situation. Basketball Brother interjected. The question is, where shall we find an NPC? Surely we cannot go knocking on doors. Will those NPCs even respond? Piao Shui, Rin Ping Sheng suggested. Perhaps there are NPCs who have no choice but to remain outside. Let us search. Xian Mo cast a glance at Piao Shui, sensing that he seemed rather familiar with this game. "Let us head over there," he declared, pointing towards the tallest building in the town. This structure, made entirely of bamboo, stood 6 stories high, towering over the modest 2-story buildings, rendering it a striking anomaly. The other 4 also noticed the bamboo edifice and nodded in agreement with Xian Mo's proposal. They instinctively sensed that the bamboo building was connected to the peculiarities of the small town. The bamboo in this game is remarkably resilient, capable of supporting a structure as tall as 6 stories, remarked Brother Basketball. In a game, especially one centered around cultivation, it is quite normal for materials to possess extraordinary properties, replied Han Jiangtianwei. However, why construct a 6-story building? Why not 5 or 7? Why concern ourselves with the number of stories? Perhaps the materials only suffice for 6 stories, Brother Basketball suggested. The two engaged in casual conversation, their dialogue flowing without deep thought. Yet, suddenly, Piao Shui and Ping Sheng interjected. This bamboo building was not erected haphazardly. It was deliberately constructed to stand 6 stories tall. What? Brother Basketball and Han Jiangtianwei exchanged puzzled glances with Piao Shui and Ping Sheng. He elucidated. The number 6 in Western culture represents the number of demons. And this bamboo structure stands at the heart of the town, likely serving as a sacrificial altar to the demons. But this is a cultivation game, an Eastern game. It bears no relation to the West, Fu Yao Weiliang countered. You must remember, this is a game, Piao Shui and Ping Sheng continued. It is entirely possible that some planner, in a moment of folly, incorporated elements of Western mythology into the game. That could be true, Fu Yao Weiliang conceded. It is not merely a possibility, but a certainty. The deputy leader of the game planning team, my uncle, studied in Italy during his youth and later joined the Vatican. Brother Basketball pondered. Then when we casually say 666, are we not summoning demons? As snowflakes drift gently, a voice emerges. It is not the summoning of demons, but rather the invocation of Satan. What could this mean? A chill in the air follows. This is terrifying, remarks another. I shall never dare to utter 3 sixes again, one reflects. Pray tell, what is the Book of Revelation? Inquires Xianmo. And who is Satan? Once the game concludes, I shall investigate. The 5 individuals arrive at the base of a small building. It lacks stairs, yet this poses no obstacle for them. They employ their agility to leap gracefully up to the 6th floor. Xianmo, however, harbors dissatisfaction regarding this limitation. The constraints of the game are excessive. In reality, a mere bound would suffice to reach the 6th floor. Unlike in the game, where players' leaps are curtailed by height restrictions, insufficient levels result in diminished jumping capabilities. Upon reaching the 6th floor, they indeed encounter an NPC, a remarkably beautiful young woman. Her eyes light up upon seeing the 5 of them, and she inquires, "Are you here to rescue me?" With a nod, Xianmo gestures for the basketball brother to step forward. He exudes warmth and charisma, effortlessly endearing himself to the NPC. "Yes, beautiful maiden, we are here to save you," he responds, adept in his approach to young women. "Might I ask your name? Could you enlighten us about the happenings in this town? Why have you been chosen as a sacrifice to be brought to this bamboo tower?" "My name is Mei Xiang," she replies, her cheeks flushed as she divulges her name and begins to recount the troubling events of the town. A year ago, a scoundrel met his demise in the small town. This unfortunate soul hailed from a humble background and, having reached his 30s without ever marrying, passed away with lingering regrets. Shortly after his death, the town was haunted, plunging its residents into a state of unrest. In desperation, the townsfolk pooled their resources to hire a master to confront the malevolent spirit, but to their dismay, the master proved no match for the ghost and was ultimately slain. The ghost revealed itself to be none other than the scoundrel. Unsettled by his untimely demise and still yearning for a bride, he demanded that the townspeople present him with the fairest maiden to wed. Otherwise, he would unleash a reign of terror upon them. The townspeople contemplated fleeing, but soon discovered that the ghost had established a powerful barrier surrounding the town, allowing entry but forbidding escape. With no avenue for escape, the residents succumbed to the scoundrel's demands, selecting the most beautiful girl among them to be his bride. However, this notion of beauty was subjective, as affluent families were unwilling to marry their daughters to a scoundrel. Instead, impoverished families, eager for the promise of wealth, hastily offered their daughters in exchange for money. The townsfolk believed that once the scoundrel had wed, he would cease his torment. Little did they know, the scoundrel was fickle in nature. Within a mere month, he grew weary of his new bride and demanded yet another maiden from the townspeople. As for the fate of his previous bride, it remained a mystery to all. The townsfolk, in desperation, found themselves compelled to offer a young girl as a bride to a scoundrel once a month. This modest dwelling was constructed at the behest of the rogue. In the May family, there was a prevailing preference for sons. In order to ensure that her brothers could afford wives, she was sold by her parents. Mei Xiang was reluctant to embrace an untimely demise at such a tender age. She yearned for escape, yet where could a frail woman flee? I prayed to the heavens for a hero to rescue me, and then you appeared. Mei Xiang gazed tenderly at the basketball brother, her eyes sparkling enchantingly, captivating all who beheld her. Chapter 18. The young master still on a mission. I prayed to the heavens for a hero to rescue me, and then you appeared. Mei Xiang looked at the basketball brother with deep emotion, her glances filled with allure. The basketball brother was stirred by her charm. Oh, how exquisite and enchanting this NPC was. He felt a desire to embark on a virtual romance with her. The basketball brother vowed to Mei Xiang that he would vanquish the scoundrel and save her. Wonderful, Mei Xiang exclaimed with joy. Tonight marks my wedding night with that rogue. You can take the opportunity to eliminate him. We will, replied Piao Shui and Ping Sheng. We intend to hide and ambush the scoundrel. But this empty little building offers no place for concealment. Mei Xiang suggested, you can hide on the 5th floor when the rogue arrives. He will head straight to the 6th floor, oblivious to the presence of others on the lower levels. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng squinted. Very well. We shall proceed to the 5th floor. Descending to the 5th floor with 4 companions, Fuyao Weiliang remarked in the team chat group, this woman is suspicious. Hanjiang Tianwei responded, what she claims may very well be a fabrication. Piao Shui Renpingsheng added, it's a blend of truth and falsehood. The rogue is genuine. But the true puppet master of this town lies elsewhere. Brother Basketball interjected, this woman is quite the seductress, not at all resembling a virtuous woman. Xian Emo Fa commented, her hands bear no calluses. How could she be the daughter of a poor family? Hanjiang Tianwei scoffed, there are too many inconsistencies. Does she take us for fools? Or are we simply bewitched by her beauty? He shot a glance at Brother Basketball. Brother Basketball retorted, get lost. I am no lecher. I am a gentleman of refined taste. Hanjiang Tianwei grimaced in disgust. Piao Shui Renpingsheng suggested, let us first play along with her narrative and eliminate that rogue. I suspect he is the minor boss of this quest. Fuyao Weiliang inquired, so this woman is the main boss? Xian Emo Fa replied, it's hard to say. There could very well be an even greater boss lurking. He sensed that this opportunity quest was far from simple and feared it might involve substantial entanglements. Fuyao Weiliang remarked, the greater the entanglement, the more substantial the rewards we shall reap. Piao Shui Renpingsheng opined, it might be related to the main storyline. The other 4 perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they fixated on Piao Shui Renpingsheng. He maintained a calm smile. I am merely speculating. It might not be the case. Xian Mo, amused internally, became certain that this task indeed had connections to the main narrative. The bamboo structure, from the 1st to the 5th floor, appeared desolate and unremarkable. However, Xian Mo keenly sensed fluctuations in the space around him. His gaze scanned the interior, initially revealing nothing amiss. Yet, he was certain that his previous intuition had not erred. Something was undoubtedly concealed on the 5th floor. He meticulously searched once more, but still found nothing unusual. Just as he began to ponder, his eyes caught sight of the purplish-brown markings. A realization struck him. This bamboo structure was not constructed from ordinary bamboo. It was made from Xiangfei bamboo, also known as spotted bamboo, characterized by its purple-brown patches and spots along the stalks. Did the emperor Yu not return from his southern expedition? The 2 concubines lament amidst the watery clouds. How many tears were shed back then? Even now, the bamboo bears its spots. Xian Mo noted that these Xiangfei bamboos were aligned in such a manner that the markings seemed to exhibit a certain pattern, as if forming a formation. Though Xian Mo possessed little understanding of formations, he felt a strange familiarity with this one. His mother, during her lifetime, had delved deeply into the study of formations, earning the title of a master in this art. Thus, he rarely engaged with anything pertaining to formations. With the unconditional love from his father, Xian Mo did not crave maternal affection, yet he still harbored a lingering sense of unresolved emotions regarding his mother. Dressed in dark robes, what do you see? Fuyao, with a hint of coolness, followed Xian Mo's gaze. There is nothing but the bamboo walls. Look at those markings, Xian Mo replied. I believe their arrangement follows a certain pattern, resembling a formation. What? Let me see. Both Brother Basketball and Han Jiang approached, also following Xian Mo's line of sight. As the snow drifted, Ren Pingxing gazed at the bamboo wall, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Indeed, it was a formation with teleportation capabilities. Ren Pingxing had learned about such formations from his mother, a master of the art. Although his primary focus was the sword, he had dabbled in the realm of formations as well. Xian Mo and Brother Basketball, engrossed in studying the speckles on the bamboo wall, were oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when they sensed an ominous, chilling aura manifesting within the bamboo building that they realized night had fallen in the game. The sky was devoid of moonlight. Only a sparse scattering of stars offering no illumination to the earth below. The town lay shrouded in darkness, with not a single household aglow, save for the 6th floor of the bamboo building, which was enveloped in a crimson light. "Do not come any closer," cried Mei Xiang from above. "Help! Young master! Save me!" The victims were calling out to them, leaving no room for further evasion. They ascended to the 6th floor together. There, they beheld a man shrouded in black mist, lewdly advancing upon Mei Xiang in the most vile manner. Brother Basketball unleashed a powerful strike, interrupting the man's impending actions. Infuriated, the man emitted a piercing, ghostly wail and lunged at Brother Basketball. The group quickly dispersed, each taking a strategic position, employing a kite-flying tactic against the rogue. The rogue proved formidable, truly deserving of his boss title. It took the combined efforts of 5 individuals, several of whom had consumed multiple bottles of blue potions, to ultimately vanquish this boss. Upon its defeat, a large silver chest was revealed. Having advanced, glacial snow allowed fate to unfold, opened the coffer, and extracted a booklet, a brace of violet-grade armaments, and a sum of 10 spirit stones, a veritable bounty. The 2 violet-grade armaments were apportioned to Soaring Breeze and Celestial Expanse of the Frigid River, as these suited them best. Glacial snow allowed fate to unfold, and Elder Brother Basketball divided the spirit stones equally, with the remaining compendium of alchemical recipes naturally falling to profound ink. Indeed, that rogue was but a minor adversary, Soaring Breeze remarked, observing the task roster, which indicated a mere 20% completion rate. What the subsequent phase of the task entails remains a mystery. Celestial Expanse of the Frigid River pondered. The gazes of the group converged upon Plum Fragrance, who, unnerved by their attention, sought refuge behind Elder Brother Basketball. Celestial Expanse of the Frigid River signaled to Elder Brother Basketball, "Brother, the next phase of the task hinges upon you." Elder Brother Basketball responded, "For the sake of the task, I must sacrifice my charm." Elder Brother Basketball tenderly placated Plum Fragrance, who blushed, displaying a demeanor of bashful affection, seemingly enamored with Elder Brother Basketball. "I am afraid to be alone. Would you keep me company?" Plum Fragrance entreated, clutching at Elder Brother Basketball's sleeve. Elder Brother Basketball exchanged glances with his comrades and acceded to Plum Fragrance's request. Chapter 19. The junior master continues the quest. Profound Ink and the others reclined upon the 5th floor's planks, feigning slumber, yet maintained unwavering focus on the 6th floor, awaiting Plum Fragrance's actions. However, Plum Fragrance behaved solely as a frightened maiden, merely seeking Elder Brother Basketball's companionship, taking no further action. The other 4 trailed behind them. The journey proceeded uneventfully, culminating in their arrival at Plum Fragrance's abode. It was only when Mei Xiang allowed them to touch her hand, feeling her warmth, that they truly believed she was alive. She introduced her family and neighbors to the 5 basketball brothers, informing everyone that it was they who had rescued her and vanquished the malevolent spirits, ensuring that the town would no longer be haunted. The residents would no longer need to offer girls as brides to the specters. Initially, the townsfolk were skeptical, but as the night wore on, some brave souls stayed awake to listen for any disturbances. When it became evident that no apparitions were causing a ruckus, the residents began to accept that the ghosts had indeed been eradicated, grateful for the efforts of the basketball brothers and their companions. The townspeople brought a bounty of gifts to the inn where they were staying, providing the group with a substantial reward. However, the 5 did not share in the elation. As their progress on the mission had not advanced at all, they convened to deliberate their next course of action, unanimously agreeing that the key lay with Mei Xiang. It was clear she held a fascination for the basketball brother, prompting the others to suggest he should draw closer to her. "Brother, for the sake of our mission, you must endure," Han Jiang remarked, patting the basketball brother on the shoulder. The basketball brother rolled his eyes and replied, "No, I do not feel burdened." That NPC lady is so beautiful, it's a pleasure to look at her. Piao Shui and Ping Xing cautioned him that Mei Xiang is not to be underestimated. Exercise caution and ensure you glean information without falling into her trap. Rest assured, boss, I am well aware. No matter how enchanting she is, she remains an NPC. And I will not fall for her charms, he reassured. Meanwhile, Xian Mo focused on concocting potions, remaining silent during their discussions. Once the deliberations concluded, the basketball brother set out to seek Mei Xiang in hopes of extracting more information. It seems that the basketball brother has been taken away by Mei Xiang. Fu Yao Wei Liang remarked, but Mei Xiang is a human, not a ghost. Why would she abduct the basketball? Han Jiang Tianwei replied, to make him her captive husband. Piao Shui and Ping Xing added, this woman is likely not Mei Xiang, but rather someone impersonating her. Han Jiang Tianwei questioned, is there no disguise technique in this game? Xian Emofa said, it's hard to tell. Piao Shui and Ping Xing inquired, what are you thinking? Xian Mo recalled that there once existed a figure on the Shaoyan continent known as the Thousand-Faced Demoness, who possessed numerous visages, all of which were skinned from the faces of others. Xian Mo briefly conveyed his thoughts. Human skin masks? Han Jiang Tianwei exclaimed, indeed. If such masks exist in the martial arts world, how could they be absent in the realm of cultivation? Surely, the basketball wouldn't have its skin peeled off by that woman. The problem is, we have no idea where Mei Xiang has taken the basketball, Han Jiang Tianwei stated. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng suggested to the bamboo tower. The bamboo tower had not been dismantled, and the townsfolk seemed to have collectively forgotten its existence. The four arrived at the bamboo tower, ascending from the 1st to the 6th floor, yet found no one there. Han Jiang Tianwei remarked, there is no one here. Where shall we search next? To the 5th floor, Piao Shui and Ping Sheng said, leading the way. Han Jiang Tianwei responded with confusion. Fu Yao Wei Liang clarified. Have you forgotten the patterns on the wall of the 5th floor? Han Jiang Tianwei pondered. Is it that wall that resembles the patterns of a formation? Two individuals hastened their pace, following Piao Shui and Rin Pingxing down to the 5th floor. Upon arrival, Piao Shui produced a spirit stone and pressed it against a particular spot on the wall. The stone vanished, and the patterns on the wall seemed to come alive, emanating a radiant glow. Piao Shui beckoned the trio, urging them to hurry as the teleportation was about to commence. The three rushed into the luminous light, and in the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from the bamboo building. Moments later, they found themselves outside a cave. After traversing another 50 meters, the passage split into 3 forks. The four chose one of the paths and ventured inside. Less than 100 meters later, they were greeted by a bright light, revealing a vast cavern adorned with countless luminous pearls embedded in its stone walls, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. The interior was lavishly arranged, akin to the boudoir of a noble lady from the mortal realm. At its center lay an enormous jade bed, draped with delicate gauze curtains, upon which a pair of youthful lovers reclined, handsome and beautiful, creating a picturesque scene. The four exchanged glances, speechless. Han Jiang Tianwei interjected, pardon the intrusion. Please, continue. Basketball brother retorted. Continue, you say? Hurry and save me. My innocence hangs in the balance. Han Jiang Tianwei scoffed. Do you even have any innocence left? With that foul mouth of yours. As he launched an assault towards the couple on the bed, Mei Xiang sprang from the bed, engaging in combat with the four. She was far more formidable than a mere scoundrel, occasionally unleashing her enchanting skills, causing Han Jiang Tianwei and the others to momentarily lose focus and abandon their attacks. Fortunately, Piao Shui and Xuan Mo remained unaffected by her charms, their onslaught unwavering. Heavenly Union Sect. In this sect, both men and women indulge in seducing others, extracting the primordial yin and yang of cultivators to enhance their own practices. It is quite natural for Mei Xiang to select brother basketball for her purposes. However, why must she create such a ruckus in the town with the likes of a rogue marrying a wife? Chapter 20. The task of the junior master has been accomplished. Could it be that Mei Xiang is a secret lesbian? While her mind wandered through fanciful thoughts, her hands remained in constant motion, ultimately leading to the defeat of the boss, Mei Xiang. The completion rate of their task surged to 50% on their task panel. Xian Mo approached Mei Xiang's lifeless form. Unlike other bosses, whose bodies vanished upon death, leaving only treasure chests for the players, Mei Xiang's corpse lingered. Xian Mo surmised that clues could be gleaned from her remains. He extended his hand and peeled off a face mask from Mei Xiang's body, revealing, indeed, a mask crafted from human skin. He shook the mask, noting the craftsmanship was rather exquisite. Brother Basketball shivered. The corpse did not disappear, and the onlookers beheld the face. Understanding why the boss wore a human skin mask, she bore a disfigured visage. It seemed that the new brides of the rogue had met their demise at the hands of this boss, who had skinned those young girls. Han Zhang remarked that this town was essentially a hunting ground for the boss and the rogue. One satisfied her desire for a bride, while the other sought the beauty of young girls' faces. It appeared that the boss had amassed enough faces and, without hesitation, cast the rogue to bear all the blame, while she retreated unscathed. Had it not been for her fascination with basketball and her desire to engage with it in a rather peculiar manner, we might not have been able to uncover her intentions so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Fu Yao Liang remarked, "It is not so simple. Did you not observe that the task completion rate is merely 50%? Han Zhang Tianyi interjected, "The remaining tasks may well be occurring elsewhere. The situation in this town should be resolved by now. It is possible this is a series of interconnected tasks." Piao Shui and Ping Sheng concurred. That could indeed be the case. As they were conversing, the boss's corpse suddenly levitated and began to drift towards the cave's exit. "Quick, follow it!" Piao Shui and Ping Sheng exclaimed, hastily pursuing the floating body, with Xian Mo outpacing him. The others hurriedly followed suit. They trailed the corpse to a previous fork in the path, where they observed it glide into another passage. Entering this new path, they arrived at a different cavern, which was significantly smaller than the previous one, resembling a noblewoman's boudoir, but halved in size. Within this cavern lay a large pit, excavated in the ground and filled to the brim with fresh blood. Surrounding the pit were the lifeless forms of 10 women, their skin flayed, and their blood pooled into the abyss. As Mei Xiang's corpse drifted to the edge of the pit, it too descended, and her wrist suddenly ruptured, allowing her blood to join the crimson pool. Adjacent to the pit were intricate array symbols, indicating that this blood pit served as a formation. Upon witnessing this, the expressions of Piao Shui and Ping Sheng and Xian Mo shifted dramatically. "Demons!" they exclaimed in unison, exchanging astonished glances. Xian Mo remarked, "Indeed. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng must be connected to the gaming company." Piao Shui and Ping Sheng replied, "And it appears that Xian Mo Fa is also a practitioner of the mystical arts, possessing a certain knowledge of formations. How has this become entangled with the demonic path?" Fuyo Weiliang inquired. "This formation is one created by the demonic path, exceedingly insidious. It siphons the blood and souls of young women, transforming them into energy to replenish the individual at the center of the formation. This technique was originally devised by individuals of the demonic path for healing purposes." Brother Basketball interjected, "Is Mei Xiang also a young woman? She must be a cultivator. Yet she should not be that young, should she?" Han Jing Tianyi remarked, "This formation is utterly malevolent. It does not even spare the souls of individuals. Those women are truly pitiable, destined to vanish completely from this world." Fuyo Weiliang continued, "Where is the center of the formation?" Xian Mo Fa responded, "It lies down another path." The group hastily exited the cave, making their way toward the alternative route. The individual from the demonic path capable of employing such a formation must hold a significant status. Those of lesser rank would not possess the privilege to know such formidable arts. They needed to eliminate him before his injuries could heal, or they would face dire consequences. Upon reaching the terminus of the alternate path, they discovered an even larger cavern than the preceding ones, where the ultimate boss lay at the center, absorbing blood to mend his wounds. The ultimate boss was an exceedingly handsome man, exuding a bewitching aura that would undoubtedly captivate any female players present. Fortunately, the group consisted solely of male players, resolute and unwavering, rendering the ultimate boss's allure ineffective against them. As he sensed the intrusion, the ultimate boss abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a deadly gaze upon the 5 intruders. Snowflakes drifted as Ren Pingxing cast an appraisal spell on the ultimate boss, and upon seeing the results, he exclaimed, "Attack! We absolutely cannot allow the boss to fully recover." In the end, the boss was stifled and killed by 5 people, dropping a glittering golden treasure chest. The mission interface displayed the completion of the task, along with its antecedents and consequences. The ultimate boss was indeed a member of the demonic path, and none other than the Demon Lord's son, holding a rather high position within the demonic faction. He relied on his status to act unscrupulously, only to meet his match. It should be known that not everyone in the demonic path submits to the Demon Lord, and there are quite a few who are defiant. The ultimate boss happened to encounter one such individual, who severely injured him. In his escape, he failed to pay attention to his direction, resulting in him leaving the demonic territory and entering the righteous domain. Fortunately, his newly acquainted paramour was by his side. This paramour was a member of the Joyous Union sect, and due to her low cultivation level, she was looked down upon by the ultimate boss's enemies. She was not the primary target, only caught in the periphery of the storm, and was not seriously injured, only suffering irreparable damage to her face. For the people of the Joyous Union sect, the face is of utmost importance. Without a beautiful visage, how can one entice others? Unable to accept her disfigured face, the paramour began to peel off the faces of other beautiful women, grafting them onto her own in an attempt to restore her beauty. The women who had their faces stolen could not rest in peace even in death, their blood and souls being used by the ultimate boss to mend his injuries. Chapter 21. Junior Uncle Seeks a Bargain. As the group finished reading the mission description, the sound of the game system echoed in their ears. Ding. Players Piaoxue Renpingsheng. Basketball brother, Fuyu Wei Ong, and Hanjiang Tiam. I have completed the main quest, The Death of the Demon Lord, earning experience points XXX, Spirit Stones XXX, and Righteous Faction Reputation points XXX. The faction section has been unlocked. The game has been updated. Players are advised to log off promptly. Xuanma and Piaoxue Renpingsheng, along with 2 others, divided the spoils dropped by the ultimate boss before logging off. However, logging off does not signify Xuanma's departure from the vast network of this world. Xuanma indulged in online browsing, discovering numerous captivating web novels. The Legend of the Sword and Fairy may not possess an illustrious title, yet it appears to be a classic within this realm. Intrigued, he delved into its pages. To his delight, the novel brimmed with an abundance of magical artifacts, each boasting formidable powers that he yearned to possess. He did not harbor insatiable desires. The legendary Ziqing twin swords were beyond his aspirations, yet he would be content with either the Jiui Ding or the Luyang Xuanhua mirror. As time slipped away, he reluctantly exited the celestial brain cultivation, realizing an entire day had passed and the game update was still ongoing. This particular update was projected to last at least 3 days. Rarely venturing from his secluded abode, Xuanma felt an urge to venture outside for a stroll. Descending the mountain, he decided to explore the bustling marketplace. Xuanma did not consider himself the protagonist, yet he firmly believed in his fortuitous fate, for otherwise, he would not have stumbled upon the celestial brain. He wandered past one stall after another, not because there were no valuable items, but rather because those treasures were already well known to him, just as they were to others. He sought hidden gems, and purchasing widely recognized items held little appeal, especially since he had no need for such trinkets. Suddenly, Xuanma halted in his tracks. He finally beheld an unfamiliar object, a dull gray bead that exuded an aura devoid of any spiritual essence. Apart from its rounded form, it bore no distinction from an ordinary stone. The stall owner employed it merely as a weight to stabilize his display. Xian Mo approached the stall, uncertain whether this bead held any value. He decided it was best to procure it first and ascertain its worth later. However, he was a moment too late. A youth grasped the bead and inquired of the stall owner, "How much for this?" The stall owner's eyes sparkled with interest. 10 low-grade spirit stones. The youth, indifferent, replied, "1 low-grade spirit stone, or I shall not take it. Merely a bead resembling a stone. No one would want it even if offered for free." Thus, when the stall owner realized he could exchange it for a low-grade spirit stone, he readily agreed. "It is yours." The youth tossed a low-grade spirit stone to the stall owner and departed with the bead in hand. Xian Mo watched the retreating figure of the youth, clad in the garb of a menial disciple of the Tai sect, and his mind conjured the narrative of an online novel. A certain underachiever, constrained by the limitations of his spiritual roots, faced a sluggish cultivation pace, relegated to the status of a menial disciple within the sect, suffering the scorn of his peers. One day, while perusing the market, the youth felt a stirring in his heart and acquired a seemingly unremarkable gray bead. Upon dripping blood to acknowledge its master, the bead soared into the youth's spiritual abode. It was then that he realized the bead was, in fact, a celestial artifact, marking the beginning of his ascent. "Little Shirshu, what are you contemplating?" A disciple of the Tai sect queried as he strolled past Xian Mo, who seemed lost in thought, gazing at the departing figures. "Do you know the name of that menial disciple?" Xian Mo asked the Tai disciple. The disciple of Tai sect shook his head. As an inner disciple, how could he possibly know a mere servant disciple? He was well aware that the number of disciples in Tai sect was considerable. "Little master uncle wishes to know." "I shall inquire on your behalf," he offered. However, Xuanmo declined, saying, "No need, I was merely asking out of curiosity." If that servant disciple truly possesses the extraordinary fortune described in web novels, they will inevitably cross paths eventually. Dismissing the well-meaning disciple, Xuanma continued to meander through the stalls. After browsing several booths, Xuanma's attention was captured by an object that piqued his interest. It was a somewhat tattered fan. He felt an uncanny familiarity with it. Pondering for a moment, he realized, this fan resembles the weapon wielded by the counterfeit Mei Xiong boss in the game. The patterns on its surface are identical, considering the numerous similarities between the game world and the Shaoan continent. Xuanma speculated that the previous owner of this fan might have also been a cultivator from the Hehuan sect. His interest in the fan waned. Even if it were a hidden treasure, he had no desire to claim it. As he was about to proceed to the next stall, he noticed a young woman approaching the booth displaying the fan, reaching out to grasp it. Xuanma stroked his chin, thinking, this girl looks somewhat familiar. Then it dawned on him. She was the very woman who had sought to take him as her master on the day new disciples were recruited, only to be rejected by her own father. She had even eyed him with ambition. Moreover, she had charmed several inexperienced young disciples into standing up for her. Alas, those young men had been dismissed by their elders. What could have been a promising path to becoming personally taught disciples of the peak leader and elders had instead relegated them to mere inner disciples. This woman was indeed a source of mischief. She truly ought not to have come to the Tai sect, but rather the Joyous Union sect, for it is there that she would find her true calling. The fan, indeed, complements her exquisitely. Xian Imo turned and departed. Xian Imo ensconced himself in his cave dwelling, devoting his time to cultivation and the internet, unaware that the two individuals who had successfully scavenged treasures had commenced their journey to prominence. Lu Haiwang's experiences within the inner sect were far from idyllic. Her innocent countenance and alluring charm were not particularly coveted within the inner sanctum. While Lu Haiwang possessed undeniable beauty and purity, were such qualities scarce among cultivators. Upon embarking on the path of cultivation, one's physical form is nourished by spiritual energy, resulting in ever-improving skin and appearance. As for temperament, who among them does not possess an ethereal grace? Moreover, disciples who have already undergone cultivation possess a stronger resolve than those who have not, rendering them less susceptible to the allure of beauty and temptation. The fact that Lu Haiwang was disliked by the esteemed masters had become common knowledge within the inner sect, so inner disciples were unwilling to associate with her, fearing that they would be implicated and incur the displeasure of the masters. Several disciples had been abandoned by the peak masters and elders for defending her, reduced to the status of ordinary disciples. Consequently, the inner disciples maintained a respectful distance from Lu Haiwang and the male disciples who had previously championed her. Once reduced to ordinary status, regained their senses and harbored resentment towards her. Lu Haiwang had effectively obstructed their path to advancement. So how could they continue to fawn over her as if she were a celestial being? Lu Haiwang had no close companions within the inner sect, and her allure had no outlet, causing her great distress. One day, while seeking solace, she wandered through the market and encountered an object that held an irresistible attraction for her. Chapter 22. The uncommon object of affection. It was an unassuming fan, somewhat tattered and seemingly devoid of any remarkable qualities, yet it possessed an undeniable allure for Lu Haijin. She realized that this might indeed be her fortuitous talisman. In the realm of transmigration, how could one possibly lack a stroke of fortune? Surely, she was the protagonist, and this seemingly trivial fan was her serendipitous find. Lu Haijin proceeded with the conventional ritual often depicted in novels, where protagonists claim their treasures. She dripped her blood upon it to establish a bond. The fan voraciously absorbed her lifeblood, to the point where she began to exhibit symptoms of anemia. In a frantic bid to replenish her vitality, she hastily consumed several chi-replenishing pills, taking 10 in total, just to stave off the fan's relentless thirst. Pale and weakened, Lu Haijin gazed at the fan with a growing sense of trepidation. Could this object be malevolent? Might it be a harbinger of misfortune? Surely, her luck could not be so dire. Fortunately, her fortunes proved to be rather favorable. It soon became evident that the fan was not a sinister artifact, but rather a treasure imbued with heritage. Once it had absorbed sufficient blood, its battered exterior transformed into a magnificent spectacle, revealing itself as a premier spiritual instrument. In the realm of cultivation, treasures are classified hierarchically, ranging from mundane items to celestial artifacts, common tools, low-grade magical artifacts, mid-grade magical artifacts, High-grade magical artifacts, supreme magical artifacts. Low-grade spiritual instruments, mid-grade spiritual instruments, high-grade spiritual instruments, supreme spiritual instruments, and finally, the legendary celestial artifacts. The existence of celestial artifacts remains a matter of speculation in the Xiaoyan continent. In the world of cultivation, most items are magical artifacts. And a supreme magical artifact is indeed a coveted rarity, fiercely sought after by cultivators. The quantity of spiritual artifacts is scarce, and the higher the grade of the artifact, the more precious it becomes. Only the major sects possess a mere one or two of the top-tier spiritual artifacts. And now, before her lies one such unparalleled artifact. Indeed, she is the destined heroine. With a mere thought, the top-tier fan flew into her dantian, and simultaneously, a cultivation technique manifested in her mind. Upon examining this technique closely, she felt an even greater joy. This is a dual cultivation method, which, when practiced with the opposite sex, promises accelerated progress. It is the most suitable technique for her. With her eyes gleaming with excitement, she turned her gaze toward the handsome man residing next door. Although he currently regards her with disdain, she is certain that once she seizes the opportunity to cultivate with him, he will become utterly devoted and unable to part from her. Such are the benefits of this technique. Meanwhile, in the quarters of the menial disciples, Xianyuan Ming inadvertently swallowed the bead he had purchased. A sharp pain surged through his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body. Every organ and bone ached. It felt as though his insides and bones were being crushed and then forced to regenerate, a torment so intense that he wished for death to relieve him. Yet, Xianyuan Ming persevered. He could not succumb. He had vengeance to exact, and death was not an option. However, the pain was unbearable. The agony he had endured throughout his life paled in comparison to this moment. He bit down hard on his lip, allowing blood to flow into his mouth and down into his belly, steadfastly maintaining clarity of his spiritual platform. He feared that should he lose consciousness, he might never awaken again. After the passage of a brief moment, akin to half a cup of tea, it felt to Xianyuan Ming as though an eternity had elapsed. And at long last, the torment ceased. Xianyuan Ming lay sprawled upon the cold ground, his body smeared with blood. Were it not for the faintest hint of breath, he would resemble a lifeless corpse. After what seemed like an age, Xianyuan Ming finally exhibited a sign of life. He had been granted a second chance, no longer destined to be a mere waste. It turned out that within that orb was sealed a drop of true dragon blood. Now, this dragon blood had merged with him, transforming his very being. His physique had grown immensely formidable. What did it matter if he possessed 5 spiritual roots? He now held the exclusive cultivation techniques of the Dragon Clan, destined to cultivate into a true dragon, soaring above the skies of the Xiaoyan continent, compelling those who once looked down upon him to gaze up in awe. Xianyuan Ming clenched his fists. Xianyuan Hong, Xianyuan Heng, Xianyuan Gang. Wait for me. 2 days later, after the game update concluded, Xianyuan Mo logged into the game. Players were engrossed in discussions regarding factions, with some rather mediocre players aspiring to immerse themselves in the path of darkness. Unbeknownst to them, by opting to join the dark faction, they had forfeited their greatest opportunity, one that would impact their futures in the real world. Alas, the Fu family possessed no cultivation techniques for the dark path. The players who chose the dark faction acquired only illusory cultivation methods, usable solely within the game and utterly ineffective in reality. Subsequently, when the masses discovered that the cultivation techniques in the game could indeed be practiced in the real world, those dark faction players began to attempt their dark arts in reality, resulting in a lamentable outcry. The dark faction players wept bitterly, begging to delete their accounts and start anew, to reselect their factions. Ultimately, it was the state that announced the fundamental cultivation techniques, preventing players from deleting their accounts and starting anew, which led to an imbalance in the game. Xian Mo accompanied the 4 disciples of Ruoshui sect, Piao Shui, Renping Sheng, and 2 others, to the sect. With these 4 esteemed disciples vouching for him, Xian Mo was spared the hassle that other players faced at the registration point. Effortlessly joining the Ruoshui sect, Piao Shui and Renping Sheng brought Xian Mo before the sect's Grand Elder. Upon seeing Xian Mo, the Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he greeted him warmly. With your dark robes and ink-like hair, do you wish to take me as your master? Xian Mo replied. Are you the village chief? The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Ah, the lad possesses quite the keen intuition. Xian Mo inquired. Are there many real NPCs in this game? The Grand Elder, aware that Xian Mo had discerned the true identities of some NPCs, remained candid. Not many, but certainly not few. Aside from us employees of the gaming company, the rest are individuals from the state. Young man, should your family sect wish to establish a presence in the game, you may submit an application to the state. However, bear in mind that this platform provided by the state is not without its costs. Xian Mo smiled and replied, my sect is in no rush to emerge. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder refrained from further comment, recognizing that Xian Mo had his own considerations. As a novice in cultivation, it was wise for him to remain discreet. Chapter 23. The team of my young master uncle cultivated Xian Mo did not take the Grand Elder as his master. And the Grand Elder was not perturbed, for Xian Mo had his own sect in reality. Moreover, it is said that his cultivation might even surpass that of his own master, rendering him unworthy to be regarded as a mentor. However, the Grand Elder bestowed upon Xian Mo a plethora of foundational materials concerning various formations, out of fondness for the resemblance he bore to the Elder's daughter. Gratefully, Xian Mo expressed his thanks to the Grand Elder. These materials on formations were genuine and substantive. With them, Xian Mo would no longer need to make a special journey to the formation peak of Tai sect to acquire knowledge related to formations. Xian Mo sought out Han Jiang Tianwai and the other two, only to discover that Piao Shui and Ping Xing was not among them. He casually inquired about Piao Shui and Ping Sheng's whereabouts. The eldest had gone to meet the sect leader, as he was the sole disciple of the leader and held significant favor in the leader's eyes. Han Jiang Tianwai remarked, his tone laced with envy, questioning whether the sect leader's admiration stemmed from the eldest's resemblance to him. Speaking of which, Xianyi, you bear a striking resemblance to the sect leader as well. Do you think he might take you as his disciple? Xian Mo replied, I do not seek a master. Han Jiang Tianwai responded, indeed, you have even turned down the Grand Elder. He raised his thumb in admiration for Xian Mo's audacity. The four of them awaited Piao Shui and Ping Sheng outside the main hall of the sect leader, surrounded by a multitude of NPCs and players, each displaying a myriad of expressions and actions, all lively and vibrant, as if this place were a veritable world of its own. As Xian Mo observed this scene, a wave of emotion washed over him. Xianyi, what troubles you? Han Jiang Tianwai noticed that Xian Mo was standing in a daze and gently nudged him in an attempt to rouse him from his reverie. Do not push him, a voice interjected, halting Han Jiang Tianwai's action. Upon turning, they recognized that it was none other than the sect leader of Ruo Shui's sect who had intervened. Upon encountering the esteemed leader, Han Jiang Tianwai and Brother Basketball promptly bowed in deference, their demeanor imbued with profound respect. For reasons unbeknownst to them, they felt an innate compulsion to exhibit reverence towards this NPC, perhaps due to the overwhelming aura emanating from him, which rendered them oblivious to the fact that he was merely a digital entity. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng, gazing at the figure clad in black robes with ink-black hair, exclaimed in astonishment, Mother, ah, leader, has he reached enlightenment? The leader, bearing a grave expression, nodded affirmatively, cautioning, do not disturb him. Interrupting another's enlightenment is tantamount to obstructing a cultivator's path and could be deemed an act of enmity. Ah, yes, understood, Han Jiang Tianwai responded hastily, assuring that they would not intrude upon the black-robed figure's contemplative state. A thought crossed their minds. If one could indeed elevate their level through mere idleness, should they also consider adopting such a strategy within the game? However, Piao Shui and Ping Sheng was acutely aware that the black-robed figure was genuinely experiencing enlightenment, and he could not help but feel a twinge of envy, as he had never encountered such a state himself. The leader established a barrier around Shuima to shield him from other players and NPCs, gesturing for Piao Shui and Ping Sheng and his companions to depart. The duration of Shuima's enlightenment was uncertain. As Piao Shui and Ping Sheng led his three roommates away, they remained perplexed. Boss, why aren't we waiting for Shuima? Brother Basketball inquired. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng replied calmly, Shuima is in the midst of enlightenment, and we cannot ascertain how long it will take. We ought not to linger and squander our time. Han Jiang Tianwai interjected, it's merely a moment of days. How long could it possibly last? Boss, while we engage in a cultivation game, it is still a game. After all, you cannot genuinely believe that Shuima has attained enlightenment, can you? Piao Shui and Ping Sheng regarded Han Jiang Tianwai with a composed gaze. In the tranquil expanse beyond the cold river, Han Jiang Tianwai widened his eyes in disbelief. Do you truly believe that? He inquired. Have you practiced in reality? Piao Shui and Ping Sheng responded, his curiosity piqued. Practice what? Han Jiang Tianlai asked innocently. Fu Yue Liang, quick to react, interjected, have you actually practiced? The cultivation techniques from the game can be practiced in reality as well? Piao Shui and Ping Sheng nodded, his expression turning enigmatic before the eyes of his companions. No way. Is that true? Brother Basketball exclaimed in astonishment. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng replied, whether it is true or not, you shall find out for yourselves. Before his words faded, the other three had already logged off. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng gazed at his three companions sprawled on the ground, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he resignedly lifted them, one by one, into a nearby room. Do not assume that these chambers are accessible to all. Had he not been a direct disciple of the sect leader, he would not possess the privilege to utilize them. Once he had comfortably arranged his three roommates, Piao Shui and Ping Sheng finally logged off. Removing the gaming headset, Fu Shui Xin sat upright on his bed, observing his three roommates seated cross-legged, engaging in breathing exercises to commune with the ethereal energies surrounding them. They had previously practiced within the game, thus their familiarity with the process was evident. Even though they could not yet draw the energy into their bodies, the spiritual essence around them had begun to stir with vitality. Piao Shui and Ping Sheng was aware that all three of his roommates possessed spiritual roots. He had discreetly tested them with a spiritual root testing device. Fortuitously, all three were found to have 3 spiritual roots. Though their attributes differed, their qualifications were notably superior compared to the majority of individuals with spiritual roots, who typically possessed 4 or 5. Fu Shuexin had long harbored the intention of introducing his 3 roommates into the fold, aspiring to integrate them into the Fu family. Today's occurrence was merely a fortuitous alignment of circumstances. It is noteworthy that previously, during a gaming session, the head of their sect, his mother, had mentioned the necessity for the 3 roommates to cultivate. With a swift motion, Fu Shuexin brushed the back of his left hand with his right, revealing 3 exquisite jade stones in his palm. Adorning his left ring finger was a delicate and ancient ring, a storage ring. This treasured item belonged to his mother, of which there were only a handful, distributed among his father, sister, and himself, while other relatives were relegated to using modest storage bags with limited capacity. He placed the 3 jade stones beside each of his roommates. Each stone bore a simple spirit-gathering array, though it was designed for a singular use. Upon activation, the stones would shatter. In this world, where spiritual energy had only recently begun to resurge, the notion of acquiring spirit stones was still a distant dream. With the spirit-gathering array channeling the surrounding spiritual energy, the concentration around the trio intensified and became more dynamic, beginning to flow into their bodies. Fu Shuexin positioned himself nearby to safeguard his 3 companions. As it was a holiday, the campus was relatively deserted. Even those who remained were preoccupied with immersive online games, ensuring their privacy. Nevertheless, Fu Shuexin remained vigilant, prepared for any unforeseen events. An hour passed, then 2, and soon after, at the 1 hour and 15-minute mark, Fu Yaowei was the first to yield results, successfully drawing energy into his body, seemingly influenced by his achievement. It wasn't long before Brother Basketball and Han Jiang Tianlai also succeeded in channeling energy into their own beings. Chapter 24, The Little Master discovered something as dawn broke. The trio of Basketball Bro and the 2 others awoke with eyes wide with elation and disbelief. I've achieved chi induction. One exclaimed, I can cultivate now. Me too. Another echoed. The 3 young men were beside themselves with excitement, erupting into joyous laughter, each yearning to proclaim their newfound ability to the world. They turned to Fu Shuexin, their hearts brimming with gratitude. You'll always be our, one declared, voicing the collective sentiment. Fu Shuexin smiled. In that case, would you consider joining the Fu family? Joining the Fu family? They questioned, puzzled. Fu Shuexin's expression turned serious. There are matters I couldn't disclose before, but now that you've all achieved chi induction and become cultivators, you're entitled to know. He proceeded to reveal the truth about the resurgence of spiritual energy and how the holographic online game was merely a prelude to cultivation. His roommates were dumbfounded, their worldviews shattered. They learned that cultivators truly existed, and their companion was from a family of cultivators. The nation was aware of cultivation and was preparing to promote it to the masses. The 3 felt they needed time to process this revelation. What's this? One inquired, pointing to a pile of powder on their bed. Those are the remnants from the spirit-gathering array, Fu Shuexin explained, not shying away from claiming credit for his efforts. He wanted his roommates to understand the sacrifices he had made, increasing his chances of recruiting them into the Fu family. The basketball bro and the others were deeply moved and chose to join the Fu family. After all, they were destitute. Although the three of them came from affluent families, the prices of top-tier jade were exorbitant, especially when crafted into a spirit-gathering array that even the wealthy could not procure, aiding them in their seamless integration. Alas, there was no alternative to exchange for currency. One could only offer oneself in return. Offline, Fu Xuexin had recruited 3 talents for the Fu family, while online, Xian Mo emerged from his epiphany. Although his cultivation had not progressed during this moment of enlightenment, his state of mind had significantly strengthened. Upon opening his eyes, Xian Mo beheld a figure beside him, exuding an aura that rivaled that of his own father. The attire revealed the individual to be the sect master of Ruoshui's sect. According to the information disclosed by Elder Number 17 and the Supreme Elder, this sect master was likely a true cultivator in disguise, suggesting that he was, in reality, an adept in the world of cultivation. What is your surname? Surely it is not Xian? Qi Yanan, for reasons unbeknownst to her, refrained from asking her intended question and instead blurted out this query. He would not divulge his true identity. In this world, the surname Zhao reigns supreme among the 100 families, so let that name suffice to deceive the inhabitants of this realm. Not Xian? Qi Yanan's tone carried a hint of regret. What was she anticipating? The world she currently inhabited was not Shaoan continent. The two realms would not intersect. Even if they did, would the simpletons of Shaoyan continent understand the intricacies of the internet or gaming? One should not presume that one's fortunate rebirth in another world was a universal experience. The youth before her was not the child she once bore. She felt a profound sense of guilt towards that child. Before her demise, she had never even cast a glance upon that infant, nor had she bestowed a name upon him. Xiaonan possessed an unwavering spirit, casting aside feelings of melancholy and guilt in an instant. Her connection with that child had reached its conclusion. Brooding over it would yield no benefit. Zhao Xiaoyu, I am Qianan, the matriarch of the Fu family. On behalf of the Fu family, I wish to meet with your elders. Might you kindly convey this message? The name Qianan resonated with her, reminiscent of her long-lost mother. Meanwhile, Xian Mo, preoccupied with two thoughts, declined Xianan's request. I apologize, Senior Xia, but our sect has no intentions of venturing out at this time. Upon receiving this rejection, Xia Nen remained unfazed, engaging Xian Mo in a few more exchanges before taking her leave. Xian Mo observed her departure, lost in contemplation. Given that the likes of Piao Shui and Rin Pingsheng were diligently practicing their skills in reality, and with no companions to undertake missions with, Xian Mo decided to log off. After disconnecting, he made his way to the peak to seek out his father. However, as soon as he crossed the threshold into the Master S Hall, he realized the impropriety of his inquiry. Asking his father about his mother's appearance could stir discomfort within him. Father, I merely seek clarification on a matter. Xian Mo concocted an excuse. Xian Qin showed no suspicion. What matter? He was eager to patiently elucidate matters for his son. Xian Mo posed several questions regarding aspects of cultivation that he found perplexing, and Xian Shun provided detailed explanations. After expressing his gratitude to his father, Xian Mo noticed his second senior brother arriving to report on sect affairs and took his leave, not wishing to intrude on their conversation. Exiting the Master S Hall, Xian Mo descended the mountain towards the market. In the market, there existed shops dedicated to selling information. With sufficient spirit stones, any news could be purchased. It was merely a portrait of a woman who had passed away over 20 years ago, yet it cost him hardly anything. Xian Mo paid only 10 low-grade spirit stones to acquire the likeness of his mother. As he gazed upon the vividly rendered image of the woman, he fell into silence. A certain conjecture within his heart grew increasingly distinct. If his suspicions were indeed correct, then Piao Shui Ren Pingsheng was, in essence, his brother? No, that could not be the case. His mother had assumed a new form, reincarnated as another individual. Although her soul remained the same, the bond of blood between them had been severed. He shared no familial ties with Piao Shui Ren Pingsheng. His mother was gone. What existed now was a foreign woman named Qi Yanan from another realm. Suddenly, Xian Mo chuckled, igniting the scroll in his hand, which swiftly reduced to ashes. That world, that holographic game, was merely a fleeting moment in his life. Once the star brain connected to the next world with a network, he would abandon this realm. The inhabitants of this world would no longer hold any significance for him. For those destined to be mere passers-by in his life, there was no need for excessive concern. The manner of their interactions would remain unchanged, just as it had been in the past. Chapter 25. The little master uncle observes the great events of another world. She and Imo entered the game, and the quartet of Pao Xuwei and Ping Xing also joined. They continued to form a team, undertaking quests and battling monsters together. However, the four of them dedicated significantly less time to gaming than before, choosing instead to devote the majority of their hours to cultivation in the real world. Shi and Imo, on the other hand, spent much of his time in solitude. Each individual has their own way of playing. He pretended to be a practitioner of the demonic path, infiltrating the territories of dark forces, reveling in the experience without ever being discovered by those of the demonic sect. Shi and Imo perceived that this holographic game resembled a miniature world. Although the intelligence of NPCs was rather limited, the presence of numerous real individuals portraying NPCs lent an air of authenticity to the game. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed, and the grand conflict between the demonic sect and the righteous faction had commenced. Under the guidance of NPCs, players engaged in exhilarating battles. In such skirmishes, players served as the vanguard, willingly embracing the role of cannon fodder. However, they reveled in their fate, as death in the faction wars did not result in the loss of experience or equipment. Unburdened by concerns, they fought with reckless abandon. Amidst the throng of players, Shi and Imo unleashed his skills with abandon, augmenting his combat experience. Such chaotic encounters were rare, and how could one not fully immerse themselves in the experience? Despite the apparent tranquility of Shaoyan continent, the demonic sect remained a lurking threat, biding its time for the opportune moment. Sooner or later, the forces of good and evil would clash. With the game now closed, what were they to do? They had grown accustomed to life within the holographic realm, and its absence left them disoriented. Even the elderly had come to appreciate the beauty of the holographic landscapes. Players clamored for the game company to provide an explanation. The company announced that a press conference would be held the following morning at 8 o'clock. The next day, journalists arrived at the venue prepared by the game company, equipped with live broadcasting equipment. They noted that the security personnel at the press conference seemed rather numerous and exhibited strikingly similar traits to those of the soldiers. Even though many of the security staff were retired soldiers, the martial aura emanating from them was overwhelmingly pronounced. Some astute journalists appeared contemplative as the time for the press conference approached. A group entered the hall through a different door. The first two individuals were well known to the reporters, Fu Qingyan and Qi Yanan, the illustrious owners of the game company's parent corporation. These two are nationally recognized figures, their admirers rivaling those of celebrities in the entertainment industry. After all, with his handsome visage and her captivating beauty, both possess remarkable careers that inspire admiration. They are undoubtedly the protagonists of today's press conference. Where has the game company's general manager vanished to? The journalists hurriedly directed their cameras towards Fu Qingyan and Qi Yanan. However, upon reaching the stage, they both stepped aside, allowing another individual to pass between them, relegating themselves to the role of supporting characters behind the person who advanced ahead. The reporters were puzzled, wondering who could possibly eclipse the presence of these two esteemed executives. Upon recognizing the newcomer's visage, all journalists and viewers of the live broadcast were rendered speechless, their minds racing with disbelief. This individual is a prominent figure known to every citizen in the nation. An elder. What is he doing at a press conference for a gaming company? Surely, he hasn't wandered into the wrong venue? The previously contemplative journalists were now exhilarated. Their instincts confirmed. This press conference was bound to unveil sensational revelations. Has the world's spiritual energy revived? Have practitioners of the mystical arts existed in our country since time immemorial? Are Fu Qingyan and Qi Yanan themselves cultivators? Are the techniques distributed to players in their holographic online game authentic practices of cultivation? In order to empower the populace to safeguard themselves during the imminent resurgence of spiritual energy, the nation, alongside the Fu family, is poised to fervently promote holographic gaming and publicly disclose foundational cultivation techniques, thereby ushering in a new era of universal cultivation. The crowd raised their hands to their mouths and bit down hard, a sharp pain coursing through them. This was no mere dream. The elders' proclamations were indeed veritable. The world was on the brink of spiritual revival, and they too could engage in cultivation. The people of the flowering nation had long harbored dreams of martial arts and cultivation, yet they had always regarded these fantasies as mere fabrications. Rationally acknowledging the impossibility of such realms, they could only yearn and fantasize. Unexpectedly, the day arrived when aspirations transformed into reality. All they needed to do was envision it. and it could truly manifest. Excitement surged among the masses, enveloping the entire nation in a fervor, urging the government to hasten the release of cultivation techniques. Players of the holographic game immediately began to attempt cultivation, though they found themselves at a loss, struggling to recall the intricacies of the techniques they had encountered within the game. Game developers, please activate the game swiftly. We wish to delve into our long-forgotten foundational cultivation manuals. Those who had yet to engage with the holographic MMORPG clamored for the game to commence as well, eager to learn the fundamental cultivation techniques. Xianmo observed the press conference throughout, utilizing the star brain to witness the myriad reactions of individuals across the globe. He noted how the basketball enthusiast boasted to his parents about being among the first to embark on the path of cultivation, while others, who had previously experimented with the techniques out of curiosity, proudly proclaimed their foresight to those around them. Xianmo infiltrated the surveillance system of the Fu family and observed the daily lives of its members. He discovered that Fu Xueyin had a younger sister named Fu Shuiying and that Qi Yanin's biological father was the Grand Elder of Ruo Shui's sect. He witnessed the family gathered together, discussing matters of cultivation and their gaming experiences. Somehow, they began to mention Xianmo Fa, particularly Fu Shuiying, who expressed a keen interest in him. Does Xianmo Fa truly resemble our mother and us? Fu Shuiying inquired. Fu Shuiying nodded. I even suspect he might be your twin, except one was taken away at birth. Fu Shuiying's eyes sparkled with excitement. I find this person even more intriguing now. Fu Shuiying replied. Once we enter the game, I will introduce you to him. Sounds great. Fu Shuiying clapped her hands joyfully. I've always wanted a younger brother. Now I have one. I want to recognize Xianmo Fa as my god brother. Fu Shuiying countered. I believe Xianmo Fa is older than you. If you desire a brother, you might as well hope for our mother to have another child. Fu Shuiying immediately turned to Qi Yanin and Fu Qingyan, her eyes sparkling brightly. Dad, Mom, please have another child. Chapter 26. The honest past of the little master uncle. Dad, Mom, please have another child. What nonsense is this? Having you two is already sufficient, Qi Yanin retorted, playfully scolding her daughter. Not enough. We need one more to be complete, Fu Shuiying insisted, clinging to Qi Yanin's arm. If we have another, our family will have 3 children. After all, a triangle is the most stable shape in the world. With 3 children, our family will be even more secure. Qianan gently extracted herself from her daughter's embrace, reflecting, 2 is perfect, 1 boy and 1 girl, forming a harmonious whole. She indeed had 3 children, yet the third was not the one she had desired. A fleeting frown crossed Qianan's brow, momentarily darkening her mood. However, she concealed her feelings expertly. Save for her husband, Fu Qingyan, no one else seemed to notice. Fu Qingyan, deeply enamored with his wife, could detect even the slightest hint of her discontent. He grasped one of Qianan's hands, and she felt the warmth of his touch, stirring a flicker of guilt within her. Her husband was so sincere, while she harbored secrets from him. How inappropriate that felt. Fu Qingyan inclined his head, indicating that it was time for his wife to share her concerns. Outside the confines of their intimate space, Xianmo raised an eyebrow, observing Qianan's expression with a contemplative gaze. The Fu family enjoyed a delightful dinner, engaging in light conversation before each retreating to their respective pursuits. The couple sat together on the bed, their hands intertwined. Fu Qingyan remained silent, patiently awaiting Qianan to voice her thoughts. Qianan let out a gentle sigh and said, Qingyan, allow me to narrate a tale. In a realm known as the Xiaoyan continent, cultivators abound, with Yuanian practitioners walking freely and Jindan practitioners regarded as mere trifles. The yin-yang harmony powder of the Hahuan sect is so potent that even those of the ascendant stage cannot resist its allure. The aftermath for those ensnared by it. A woman bore a child, yet she felt no affection for this offspring. In fact, she never even cast a glance upon the baby after its birth, embodying the essence of a negligent mother. Little did she anticipate that her junior sister would betray her out of jealousy. This junior sister harbored feelings for the father of the child, but lacked the courage to confess her affections, instead nurturing resentment towards the woman who had given birth to the child of the man she adored. In collusion with those of the demonic path, she devised a fatal trap for the woman. The woman perished, yet she was reborn. Without undergoing the customary reincarnation process in the underworld, she found herself in the womb of another woman in a different world. Upon her birth, she became the cherished little princess of that family, adored by her parents who held her in their palms. The once cold-hearted woman began to experience the emotions of an ordinary person. In due course, she encountered the man of her true love, became his wife, and bore a pair of children, leading a blissful life. Yet, every so often, she would think of the child from her past life, feeling a twinge of guilt towards that forgotten soul. Fu Qingyan embraced his beloved wife and softly inquired, "Is it the dark attire and ink-black hair that remind you of that child?" Qianan replied, "At times, I even wonder if he is that very child. Yet, it is impossible. The two worlds are not interconnected. Fu Qingyan, should we inquire directly? What if, just what if, that child has faced a similar fate as yours?" Qi Yanan fell into a prolonged silence before asking in a subdued tone, "Do you mind?" "Fu Qingyan, what do you think?" Qi Yanan tightly embraced Fu Qingyan's waist. "The most fortunate occurrence in my 2 lifetimes is encountering you and falling in love with you. Fu Qingyan, that is precisely what I wish to express. I am delighted that you chose me." A tender atmosphere enveloped the two, prompting Xian Mo to cease eavesdropping and turn off the monitor. Reclining languidly on a beanbag in the starlit space, Xian Mo felt utterly lethargic. His suspicions were confirmed. He felt no particular emotion. After all, the current Qi Yanan was no longer his mother, merely a stranger with whom he could exchange nods. After resting in the space for a while, Xian Mo re-entered the game. As the 4, Piao Xue, Ren Pingsheng, were offline, Xian Mo wandered aimlessly. Just as he accepted a fortuitous quest, Piao Xue and Ren Pingsheng finally logged in. "Xian Yi, come to the tavern in Zhuke City. I have 2 individuals to introduce to you." Upon arriving at the tavern, Xian Mo recognized 2 familiar faces, the very individuals he had been observing moments ago. "Xian Yi, allow me to introduce you. This is my father Fu Qingyan, and my mother Qi Yanan. You must know them, right? They are both cultivators." Xian Mo nodded. "Yes, I saw the press conference." He then respectfully greeted Fu Qingyan and Qi Yanan as a junior would. Qi Yanan gazed at Xian Mo, an inexplicable sensation stirring within her. She felt that the youth before her was her son, yet reason countered that notion. She parted her lips, yet the words she longed to utter remained unspoken. Fu Qingyan grasped his wife's hand and ventured the first question. "Xian Yi, are you familiar with the Xiaoyan continent?" Xian Mo, his expression unwavering, calmly shook his head. "I do not know. Is the Xiaoyan continent a new map set to be unveiled in the game?" Fu Qingyan and Qi Yanan meticulously observed Xian Mo's reaction, but discerned no signs of peculiarity upon his visage, and despite their disappointment, a sense of relief washed over them. Truth be told, they harbored no desire for Xian Yimo to be the child born to Qi Yanan in her previous life. Their family was harmonious as it stood, and they wished for no additional presence to complicate their lives. With this thought in mind, Fu Qingyan smiled and remarked, "You and Xuexin are friends. I hope you will look after him in the future." Xian Yimo replied, "Senior, rest assured, should Piao Xue require assistance, I shall intervene." After all, Fu Xuexin was akin to a younger brother to him, and it would be a simple matter to lend a hand. Realizing that Xian Yimo was not Qi Yanan's son from her past life, the couple chose not to linger, exchanging a few more words before taking their leave, leaving Fu Xuexin in a state of bewilderment. He could not fathom why his parents felt the need to meet Xian Yimo in person. Xian Yimo interrupted his myriad of unfounded speculations, stating, "I have just accepted an opportunity task. Do you wish to join me?" "Of course," Piao Xue replied readily. The 3 of them were currently focused on their cultivation and had not been online. Thus, the task would fall to the 2 of them alone. How were their progress and endeavors faring? As Xian Mo ambled out of the tavern, he casually inquired. The ever-calm Ping Sheng strolled beside him. Fu Yao has already reached the 3rd level of Qi training, while Lan Xiao and Han Jiang are both at the 2nd level. Yet they are on the verge of advancement as well. Chapter 27. The Little Master Uncle bids farewell to the holographic gaming world. The number of players in the holographic game was steadily increasing, yet the atmosphere remained rather desolate. Most participants engaged in the game primarily to learn the arts of cultivation, first familiarizing themselves with the intricacies of the techniques within the game before practicing them in reality. This method proved to be both safe and efficient. Xian Mo had navigated this game for several years, completing every task and traversing every nook and cranny of its expansive world. Ultimately, he found himself devoid of interest in the game. It was quite regrettable, for the holographic technology in this realm was remarkably advanced. However, its inhabitants were consumed by their pursuits of cultivation, neglecting the opportunity to develop an alternative holographic game for his enjoyment. Xian Mo yearned for the Star Brain to swiftly establish connections to the next world's network. As for the previous world, in reality, The populace was engrossed in cultivation. Even those without spiritual roots were able to achieve enlightenment through martial prowess. The inhabitants of this realm were fervently devoted to enhancing their strength, with notable results. As the spiritual energy in this world was fully restored, each individual acquired the power to defend themselves. Flora and fauna flourished with newfound aggression, launching attacks against humanity, yet were systematically subdued by the human race. From that moment onward, humanity embarked on a life of struggle against the heavens. Those concealed cultivators emerged from the shadows, eager to seize the opportunity presented by the resurgence of spiritual energy to showcase their prowess, eagerly opening their sects and accepting disciples, aspiring to elevate their clans to a distinguished status in the world. Upon the results being revealed, it became apparent that the circumstances of the mortals were entirely different from what they had presumed. The mortals were not beset by the calamities wrought by the mutated flora and fauna. Rather, they had acquired the strength to contend with these entities. Remarkably, they had achieved the path of cultivation, an unprecedented phenomenon of universal cultivation. The methods of cultivation were astonishingly more affordable than cabbages, generously bestowed upon the mortals without charge. However, it remained essential to attract disciples. Fortunately, only the foundational techniques were publicly disclosed. Those desiring to master advanced methods and elevate their prowess would still need to enter the sections. Consequently, these cultivation sects and families welcomed numerous highly talented disciples, thereby augmenting their own power. The members of the Fu family had encountered individuals from these concealed cultivation forces, yet they had failed to locate the figure clad in black robes with dark hair among them. Inquiries yielded no knowledge of the identity of this mysterious individual. Qi Yanin felt a profound sense of loss. Perhaps the figure in black truly was that child? Xian Mo sat upon a high platform, observing the competitions unfolding on the arena below. The grand tournament of the Shaoyan continent, held once every century, was about to commence. Prior to this event, each sect would conduct a major competition to select the 10 most formidable individuals to represent them in the continental tournament. The competition for the Tai sect commenced today and would span the next 10 days, with disciples voluntarily signing up to participate. Many disciples, confident in their abilities, were eager to compete, while numerous outer and ordinary inner disciples sought to impress the elders with their talents, hoping to be accepted as personal disciples. Such occurrences were commonplace, as several personal disciples of esteemed peak masters and elders had been chosen through these internal competitions. Xian Mo, however, held no interest in participating in the internal competition, nor did he care to partake in the grand tournament of the continent. He is well aware of his own strength. Participating in these competitions is merely an act of bullying others. Xianxin also agrees with Xian Mo's decision to abstain from participation. He does not wish for his son to reveal his extraordinary talents before the public eye, while the sects outwardly maintain a fade of harmony. Numerous schemes brew beneath the surface. There have been instances in the past where a talented disciple from one sect was plotted against by others before they could fully develop, resulting in their untimely demise. Xianxin is determined to protect his son from such peril. The battles below are quite captivating. The disciples of the Tai sect are commendable, each exhibiting a high level of skill and abundant combat experience. This clearly reflects the sect's dedication to training its disciples. Xian Mo's gaze falls upon a young man, prompting him to inquire of his companion, Xiao Wuheng, second senior brother. Do you know who that person is? An impressive rise to prominence? Xian Mo raises an eyebrow, sensing an opportunity at play. Xiao Wuheng nods and counters. Junior brother, can you discern any peculiarities about him? Xian Mo pouts slightly. Senior brother, you overestimate my abilities. How long have I been cultivating? I know little of the Shaoyan continent. What could I possibly discern? I merely find this person's gaze intriguing. There's a blend of restraint and excitement, a hint of indifference coupled with pride. TSK. He certainly possesses the aura of a protagonist. Xiao Wuheng replies, protagonist? Xian Mo clarifies, the main character from a story. Xiao Wuheng responds, junior brother, you ought to read fewer stories. Xian Mo retorts, senior brother, don't tell me you've never indulged in stories for amusement. Xiao Wuheng chuckles softly. Xian Mo continues, senior brother, please tell me about Xin Yuanming. His formidable rise must have garnered your attention, hasn't it? Did you manage to discern the nature of the opportunity he has received? Xiao Wuheng began to explain to Xian Mo. We only took notice of Xin Yuanming after he triumphed over several disciples of the Xian Yuan clan. Among those disciples were both outer and inner disciples, one of whom had attained the 7th level of qi refinement. while Xian Yuanming was merely at the 4th level at that time. However, he triumphed over that disciple due to his formidable physique. Is he a body cultivator? Xian Mo inquired. Xiao Wuheng shook his head. Junior brother, the body cultivation techniques you previously submitted to the sect are currently being practiced by the disciples. While everyone's physical strength has indeed improved to a certain extent, it pales in comparison to Xian Yuanming's enhancement. Even the most advanced body cultivation techniques do not yield such extraordinary results. It is likely that Xian Yuanming's formidable physique has been altered by the essence blood of some powerful beast. Xian Mo blinked in surprise. Could it possibly be dragon blood or phoenix blood? Such tales have been recounted in legends. Xiao Wuheng responded, Are there really such tales? Xian Mo affirmed, Indeed. In the book Immortality, titled The Reversal of a Wasted Youth, the protagonist, by mere coincidence, merges with the blood of a true dragon, becoming immensely powerful and embarking on a path of reversal in his life. Xiao Wuheng remarked, Then I shall search the library for references. However, upon finishing his sentence, Xiao Wuheng's expression stiffened. How did the conversation shift to discussing novels? Xiao Wuheng coughed softly and remarked, The peculiar behavior of Xian Yuanming has been reported to the sect leader and the various peak masters. He is now a focal point of attention within the sect. Chapter 28. The young master uncle is to watch the show again. Xiao Wuheng divulged the higher-up strategy regarding Xian Yuanming. The elders wished to observe his character first, to ascertain whether he would become arrogant upon attaining success. If his disposition proves satisfactory, he would be invited into the inner sect for specialized training. Is Xian Yuanming's character commendable? In the eyes of most, it is indeed favorable. He is patient and resolute, avenging grievances without implicating the innocent, which has sparked the interest of several elders who wish to take him as their disciple. It is anticipated that following the Shaoyan Grand Competition, Xian Yuanming will ascend to the inner sect. After 7 days of competition, the list of the top 50 participants was announced. In the subsequent 3 days, these 50 disciples would engage in the finals to determine the top 10 who would compete in the Shaoyan Grand Competition. Xian Mo felt a chill run through him, sensing that someone was regarding him with a predatory gaze. Following the source of that irksome stare, he discovered a familiar face. It was none other than El Haijin. Her gaze remained as disdainful as ever. Does she consider him merely a fish in her pond? She ought to reflect on the chaotic aura surrounding her, which unmistakably suggests her entanglements with numerous men. Truly repulsive. Xian Mo let out an annoyed snort. Xiao Wuheng followed Xian Mo's line of sight and raised his brows in surprise. El Haijin had actually practiced the techniques of the Hahuan sect. El Haijin, due to her unique background, attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the Tai sect. Initially, the esteemed Miaolong Jinjuan intended to keep her close for supervision, but L's arrogance displeased the leaders, resulting in her relegation to the ranks of ordinary inner disciples. Despite her fall from grace, the higher-ups continued to monitor El Haijin discreetly, fearing that she might cause unforeseen troubles. However, although she possessed considerable talent, her upbringing in the modern era rendered her incapable of even basic comprehension of ancient texts, impeding her ability to grasp cultivation techniques. Consequently, her progress was exceedingly slow. The leaders, believing she posed no significant threat, ceased their scrutiny, only recalling her occasionally. Little did they anticipate that in just a few years of neglect, El Haijin would indeed stir up trouble. The Hahuan sect, a notorious faction of demonic cultivation, was involved. While the sect's practices were publicly advertised as dual cultivation, which could ostensibly enhance the abilities of those who engaged in it, the reality was that the disciples of the Hahuan sect siphoned the essence of their dual cultivation partners. To illustrate, an individual's innate talent combined with diligent effort could potentially allow them to reach the tribulation stage. However, engaging in dual cultivation with members of the Hahuan sect could lead to rapid advancements, swiftly attaining the nascent soul and divine transformation stages. Yet, their essence would be drained by the Hahuan sect, resulting in stagnation post-divine transformation, effectively severing their path to further cultivation. In the past, the Hahuan sect had devastated countless cultivators across both righteous and demonic paths, leading to a combined uprising that ultimately obliterated the sect. The remnants of the Hahuan sect, having evaded destruction, lurked in the shadows. Unbeknownst to all, El Haijin had become entangled with these remnants and had even adopted their techniques. Xiao Wuheng's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree. El Haiming, who had taken an extended period to even grasp the basics of cultivation, had suddenly ascended to the ranks of the top 50 experts within the sect. Such a dramatic enhancement in her abilities surely meant that numerous disciples within the sect had suffered at her hands. Xiao Wuheng cast aside Xian Mo and promptly sought out the sect leader, Xian Chun, to discuss how to address the situation concerning Haimeng. Haimeng's ostentatious display had not gone unnoticed. Not only had Xiao Wuheng observed her, but Xian Chun and the other peak masters and elders had taken note as well. Just after concluding a victorious battle, she descended from the stage, brimming with pride, and was immediately surrounded by her sycophants. These admirers showered her with concern and care, treating her like royalty, leaving the other disciples in utter astonishment. Were they truly devoid of reason? How could so many men revolve around a single woman? Setting aside the fact that cultivation should be the foremost priority for practitioners, and that matters of intimacy ought to be contemplated only after achieving the golden core stage, lest one prematurely deplete their yang and yin energies, thereby hindering their future cultivation, one could still ponder the implications of such a gathering. Despite the relative equality of genders in the realm of cultivation, the lingering notion of male superiority persisted. At that moment, a group of individuals clad in identical attire approached Haimeng and her entourage. The disciples quickly parted to make way for them. These were members of the sect's law enforcement hall, and it remained unknown what transgressions Haimeng and her companions had committed to draw their scrutiny. Haimeng recognized the enforcers, but was genuinely perplexed about her wrongdoing. Was it merely the case of having acquired a few more companions? She had not violated any rules, so the enforcer hall could not possibly apprehend her. As an outsider, Haichin was completely unaware of the disdain with which the Hahuan sect was regarded in the Shaoyan continent. Otherwise, she would not have been so brazen in her attempts to engage with the male disciples. When the enforcers seized her without a word, Haichin cried out in protest, feigning innocence and casting pleading glances at the other disciples, hoping they would speak on her behalf. However, even the male disciples who felt drawn to her were too intimidated to come to her aid. The enforcer hall was a formidable entity in the minds of all disciples, and they understood that its members would not apprehend someone without just cause. If an error were to occur, the enforcer hall would release the individual once the truth was established. They would not persist in an injustice. Thus, Haichin and her companions were brought to the enforcer hall. To her surprise, she found not only the head of the enforcer hall present, but also the sect leader, Xian Chun, seated beside him. The handsome youth she had immediately desired to approach stood behind the sect leader. Haichin quickly adjusted her posture, striving to appear more graceful and alluring, determined to leave a favorable impression on the young man. Xian Chun and the elders of the enforcer hall furrowed their brows. Taken aback by her shamelessness, it was no wonder she had been chosen by the Hahuan sect's techniques, still attempting to attract attention at such a moment. Xian Chun regretted bringing his son to witness the spectacle, dismayed that his precious boy was being eyed by such an unsavory woman. With a smile playing at the corners of his lips, Xian Mo remained unmoved by Lu Haijin's seductive advances, his eyes reflecting nothing but disdain, akin to that one might reserve for refuse. This lack of appreciation incensed Lu Haijin, who inwardly cursed Xian Mo for his lack of discernment, lamenting that despite her striking beauty and the very image he adored, he would forever be doomed to find no woman to cherish. Were Xian Mo privy to Lu Haijin's innermost thoughts, he would surely inform her that his aspirations soared towards the celestial seas, rendering women mere fleeting clouds in his perception. "Master, why have you apprehended us?" called out Yuan Dunois, a male disciple of the Tu lineage, who had initially accompanied Lu Haijin to the disciple selection ceremony. Yuan Dunois, a prodigy with a singular talent for the metal element, once harbored hopes of ascending to the positions of peak lord or elder. Yet his support for Lu Haijin had relegated him to the ranks of an ordinary inner sect disciple. Consequently, resentment festered within him, leading him to shun Lu Haijin in the inner sect. However, Lu Haijin, the queen of the sea, was not one to let the fish in her pond escape so easily. Upon mastering the techniques of the Hahuan sect, she sought out Yuan Dunois as her first partner for mutual cultivation. The allure she possessed, amplified by her newfound powers, rendered Yuan Dunois unable to resist her temptations, leading him to engage in dual cultivation with her. Following their union, Yuan Dunois experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation, filling him with unparalleled joy. With a beloved woman by his side and the elevation of his abilities, he naturally cast aside his grievances against Lu Haijin, becoming one of her most devoted admirers. In the present moment, he was the first to rise in her defense. Xianxun and the members of the law enforcement hall gazed at Yuan Dawei with an expression of incredulity, not wishing to elucidate the matter himself. Xianxun waved his hand, prompting a disciple from the law enforcement hall to step forward and enlighten the gathering about the knowledge of the Hahuan sect. Upon hearing that the sect's practices not only provide an unparalleled sense of pleasure, but also facilitate a temporary enhancement in cultivation, El Hyaming's subordinates recalled the sensations experienced during their encounters with El Hyaming and the subsequent elevation of their abilities. It appeared that their faculties had not been entirely devoured, as some semblance of reason remained. The Hahuan sect, by its very name, suggested an affiliation far from orthodox, and it was likely associated with the demonic path. Was El Hyaming not a practitioner of such a path? Their entanglement with the demonic sects explained why the law enforcement hall sought to apprehend them. Some began to protest, claiming ignorance of El Hyaming's affiliation with the Hahuan sect, asserting that they had not conspired with the demonic forces. Silence. The disciple, tasked with explaining the nature of the Hahuan sect, bellowed. Listen closely, for what follows is of utmost importance to your futures. Instantly, the assembly fell silent, their anxiety palpable as they fixated on the disciple. He continued, the practices of the Hahuan sect essentially rob dual cultivators of their essence. The more one engages in dual cultivation, the greater the amount of essence that is siphoned away. Once your essence is depleted, you surely comprehend the consequences that await you? Indeed, they replied, their faces paling significantly. It was well known within the cultivation community that an unwritten rule dictated that in pursuit of the great Tao, one must refrain from intimate relations before achieving the golden core stage, lest they lose their original yin and yang. How could they have been so foolish as to forget such a crucial tenet? Not only had she lost her original essence, but she had also been further deprived of her vital source by the woman, El Hyaming. A few individuals cast furious glares at El Hyaming. Their eyes ignited with a hatred so intense that it seemed capable of reducing her to ashes. El Hyaming stood in stunned disbelief. Was the Harmony sect truly a cult of darkness? Was dual cultivation merely a means to siphon off a partner's essence? She felt no qualms about the act of usurping a partner's source. After all, she had engaged in self-serving deeds before. Regret washed over her for not having thoroughly investigated the true nature of the Harmony sect before she began practicing its techniques, all the while brazenly enticing disciples of the Tai sect. Had she known sooner that the Harmony sect was a dark faction, she would have refrained from practicing its methods until after leaving the Tai sect, opting instead for a more discreet approach in her pursuit of men, lest she attract the attention of the righteous sections, a grave miscalculation. El Hyaming felt a pang of distress, yet she remained oblivious to the gravity of her predicament, unaware of the dire consequences that awaited her. Primarily, her mindset had yet to adapt. She failed to recognize that this world was no longer the lawless realm she once inhabited. Moreover, she clung to the notion that she was a transmigrator, the heroine of her own narrative, believing that she would find fortune in adversity and that a handsome savior would come riding on a rainbow to rescue her. To Xianxun and the head of the law enforcement hall, her demeanor indicated that she still had some form of support. Could it be that a powerful figure from the dark sect was backing her? Had someone from the dark factions already infiltrated the Tai sect? Xianxun and the head of the law enforcement hall exchanged grave glances. Master, let us conduct a soul search, the head of the law enforcement hall suggested. A soul search could inflict considerable harm on the subject's mind, leading to anything from mild amnesia to complete idiocy. Thus, practitioners of the righteous path rarely employed such techniques. Without hesitation, Xianxun nodded in agreement. Lu Haiwan, with her enigmatic origins, found herself entangled with the Hahuan sect, necessitating a thorough investigation to uncover her secrets. Just as she remained bewildered, the hand of the law enforcement hall's master pressed against her forehead. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through her head, and she lost consciousness. The elders of the law enforcement hall delved into the recesses of Lu Haiwan's memories, their lips twitching in disbelief. They had overestimated her. This woman was not a practitioner of the demonic path, but merely a sea monarch. This was the definition Lu Haiwan assigned to herself, a meaning the elders gleaned from her memories. Nevertheless, they were correct in their assumption that Lu Haiwan hailed from another realm, one devoid of spiritual energy and the possibility of cultivation. Perhaps due to the differing celestial rules of the two worlds, the elders were unable to extract further imagery of her original world from Lu Haiwan's recollections, leaving them with a sense of regret. Yet, there was little they could do. Such knowledge was forbidden by the heavens. They had previously attempted to explore the souls of individuals from other realms, but had encountered similar futility. The opportunity to comprehend the circumstances of other worlds was simply non-existent. What existed was beyond their ken. The elders, with a flick of their hands, dismantled Lu Haiwen's dantian and spiritual roots, instructing their disciples to drag her away. Those few men, once her devoted followers, were also released. They were victims, untainted by the demonic path, and had no grounds for continued detention. As they exited the law enforcement hall, they unleashed their pent-up rage upon the unconscious Lu Haiwen. Striking her with fists and feet, their former affection entirely vanished. Had it not been for the present circumstances within the sect, and the regulations that prohibit disciples from taking their own lives or committing acts of violence against one another, they would have eagerly ended the life of El Haiwen. This woman had nearly obliterated their prospects. Fortunately, the elders of the sect timely discerned El Haiwen's peculiar behavior. Although they had lost a portion of their essence, they retained some remnants and had not been entirely stripped of their power. With diligent cultivation, they could still aspire to attain higher realms, albeit with greater difficulty. The other disciples observed in bewilderment as these men assaulted a female disciple. Some who were incensed at the sight contemplated intervening, but were restrained by their companions. Did they not notice the disciples from the law enforcement hall standing by, doing nothing to stop the ordeal? Surely, the female disciple must have committed some grievous transgression to warrant such retaliation. Those acquainted with the law enforcement disciples approached to inquire about the incident. The hall master had not issued a gag order, as he intended for all sect members to be aware of the situation, serving as a cautionary tale to steer clear of the temptations of women and the machinations of demonic paths. The disciples of the law enforcement hall recounted the events that had transpired. Consequently, the gazes of the disciples toward El Haiwen and her subservience transformed. In their eyes, El Haiwen resembled a plague, something to be shunned at all costs. As for her followers, the disciples felt a mixture of sympathy and disdain, deeming them fools. El Haiwen, battered and barely clinging to life, was not to perish within the sect's confines. The disciples of the law enforcement hall administered a healing potion for her internal injuries and subsequently dragged her out of the mountain gate, abandoning her at the foot of the hill. The following day, El Haiwen had vanished without a trace, unbeknownst to her disciples, who presumed El Haiwen had merely departed. She had, in fact, transcended this mortal coil. Her visage reverted to its original form before her transmigration, facilitating the police's swift identification of her. Fortunately, the soul-searching process did not render her witless, but rather bereft of her memories, both from the Shaoyan continent and select recollections of her original world. An inadvertent action precipitated the convergence of all the denizens of her aquatic domain, culminating in the undoing of the erstwhile aquatic monarch. Xianyuan Ming did not secure a position within the top 3, instead ranking 8th. Given the recentness of his physical transformation via true dragon essence and his nascent cultivation of the true dragon technique, attaining a spot within the top 10 was fortuitous. He raised his gaze, his eyes meeting those of Xianyuan Ming's eyes narrowed, a hint of disdain flickering within. His renown and standing are merely the result of a propitious birth, he mused. What is there to be proud of? Little martial uncle, where have I exhibited pride? He harbored a deep-seated aversion for those of high birth and exceptional talent. He vowed that one day, he would subjugate this little martial uncle. Xianyuan? He sensed an undercurrent of animosity directed his way. Xiao Wuheng, observing this exchange, remarked, "It appears that Xianyuan Ming's temperament leaves something to be desired." Having experienced the immersive realm of holographic gaming, keyboard-based games held little allure. Fortunately, the star brain had established contact with a new world, infiltrating its network. Xianyuan promptly delved into this world's digital infrastructure, seeking to comprehend its intricacies. This world's technology was demonstrably more advanced than the previous one, approximately 50 years ahead. The entertainment industry in this world is remarkably advanced, and the holographic realm has truly become a second existence for humanity. Most individuals spend a significant portion of their time working and entertaining themselves within this holographic domain. Xianyuan promptly registered an account in this virtual universe, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the star brain cabin, reappearing in a different chamber. This is the room of the holographic world. Each inhabitant of this realm possesses a small room within the holographic space, which they can adorn according to their personal tastes. Families entering the holographic universe may request adjacent small rooms, forming a multi-bedroom unit, and the holographic world generously provides a communal living area for families at no charge. With a little extra expenditure, one could even acquire a standalone villa complete with a garden. Xianmo, being rather impoverished, could only afford a modest room of approximately 10 square meters, furnished with a bed, a small table, and a chair, nothing more. The walls featured a light screen displaying various functionalities, yet there was no option for gaming. To engage in games, one must visit specialized gaming establishments, and watching films requires a trip to the cinema. This holographic world champions the concept of a genuine second reality. After gathering information about this holographic realm from the light screen, Xianmo opened the door and stepped out of his room. Alas, it was the lack of funds that constrained him. If one possessed wealth, any desired destination could be reached instantly from their room by simply paying a fee, thus saving time. Conversely, for the less fortunate, frugality necessitates traveling on foot. Upon stepping out of his room, Xianmo discovered that his quarters resided within a towering edifice, approximately 100 stories high, situated on the 51st floor. This grand structure, ostensibly named a bachelor apartment, served as a gathering place for solitary individuals seeking connection through the internet. Emphasizing authenticity, it mirrored the world outside in every conceivable manner. The building featured elevators and staircases. Xianmo entered the elevator and descended to the ground floor. It was his inaugural experience with an elevator, yet it proved rather unremarkable, lacking in novelty. Upon exiting the building, he was greeted by a bustling street, reminiscent of the urban landscapes he had observed in various television shows and films, where skyscrapers loomed above, vehicles soared through the air, and airships drifted in the sky. It was winter, and the garden was adorned with an array of plum blossoms in various hues: Xiaoshui plum, Dahuang plum, Lanyu plum, Tage plum, Lavayu plum, and wax plum, among others. The blossoms displayed shades of pink, white, purple, pale green, and vibrant red, their vivid colors enchanting to the eye. The diverse fragrances wafted through the air, invigorating the spirit. The streets were populated primarily by older individuals, for only they possessed the leisure to embrace a languid pace of life. Numerous shops lined the thoroughfare, yet the inhabitants within were mere intelligent NPCs, their cognitive capabilities modest, yet sufficient to cater to customers. Xianmo ventured into one shop, intrigued by the array of unfamiliar items that appeared quite fascinating. However, being a man of limited means, he could only gaze longingly. The next establishment was an arcade, which he did not enter, instead lingering outside with a wistful neck stretch to catch a glimpse within before reluctantly departing. According to the information he acquired about this world, the advancements in artificial intelligence are remarkable. The highest-tier NPCs possess intellect comparable to that of real humans. Consequently, the gaming experience in this realm surpasses that of the previous world's holographic online games, allowing for more natural interactions with NPCs. Chapter 31. The young master enters a new game. This world boasts a plethora of games. In addition to holographic experiences, there exist numerous intriguing single-player games, encompassing genres such as warfare, management and construction, business simulation, entertainment industry simulation, and character development. Merely contemplating these various game types ignites a sense of eagerness within Xianmo. Yet, the refrain remains: funds are lacking. The number of high-level NPCs is limited, classified as a rare national resource. Aside from those serving crucial roles for the state, high-level NPCs within games are subjected to stringent regulations. Therefore, players wishing to engage with these elite NPCs must enter designated gaming halls and pay for access to the realms inhabited by high-level NPCs. For those unwilling to spend, the only alternative is to partake in games populated solely by low-level NPCs. Low-level NPCs exhibit minimal artificial intelligence, their programming is rigid, and interactions yield no surprises, resulting in a profoundly unsatisfactory gaming experience. Consequently, the majority of individuals prefer to invest in games. Xianmo is no different. If one is to play a game, it must be the finest, who would choose to engage with uninspired, lackluster experiences. Thus, the primary focus remains on earning money. How to earn money? Xianmo counts on his fingers, pondering which skills he possesses could facilitate his financial gain. After rummaging through his abilities, he discovers that none are capable of generating income. He possesses the art of alchemy, having acquired this skill in a previous world. Although he remains a novice, he is capable of concocting elixirs that enhance physical vitality, detoxify the body, promote beauty, and extend lifespan. Bringing such potions into this realm would undoubtedly garner immense acclaim and fetch exorbitant prices. The dilemma lies in the fact that he can only operate within the confines of a virtual world, rendering it impossible to sell his potions in the tangible reality of this world. How then can he amass wealth? Through formations? By drawing talismans? The denizens of this world would merely express skepticism towards these endeavors. They place their faith in science, not in metaphysics. It would be unreasonable to resort to street performances for income. Selling recipes? Even possessing a recipe does not guarantee the successful crafting of an elixir. Thus, he is left with but one final option: penning novels for profit. It is worth noting that numerous literary works within the Tai Chi sect bear his signature. Some are adaptations from other worlds, while others are his original masterpieces. Having indulged in an abundance of online literature, Xian has learned the art of crafting engaging narratives. Now, he shall not merely replicate others' works. Instead, he will publish his own novels on this world's internet, thereby earning his first fortune. Upon returning to his modest abode in this holographic world, Xian set about uploading his written novels online. He simultaneously released several complete books, swiftly securing a place on the new book rankings. Readers, intrigued by the presence of full-length new releases, clicked into Xian novels. After 2 days, his account finally reflected a gratifying sum of money. At last, he could venture into the gaming halls and experience the games of this world. With a heart full of joy, Xian stepped out of his home, heading towards the nearest gaming hall to his residence. Upon entering the gaming hall, an intelligent NPC approached to greet Xian. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Might I inquire whether you prefer online games or single-player games?" The attendant politely asked. "Single player, I suppose," Xian replied, as his finances did not permit the luxury of online gaming, thus confining him to the simpler pleasures of a single-player experience. "And would you like to engage in an RPG, role-playing game, an AVG, adventure game, or perhaps an SLG, simulation game?" The attendant continued, unsure of his choice. Xian responded, "Whichever is fine." The attendant's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he said, "Ah, fortunate for you. We have an available game room featuring the simulation game I Want to Be a Superstar. Would you care to play this title?" Xian nodded. "Let us go with that." He understood that superstar referred to the celebrities of the entertainment industry. The title alone gave insight into the game's premise. The attendant guided Xian to a modest game room, which housed only a rectangular platform. Though the platform appeared to be metallic, lying upon it imparted a remarkably soft and comfortable sensation. Xian reclined on the platform, closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he found himself lying on a firm single bed. He remained still, gazing at the luminous screen before him, which presented the game's background and character introduction. The setting of the game was not aligned with the contemporary era of this world, but rather depicted a time from several centuries prior, specifically the 21st century. This game was, in fact, inspired by a novel from that very century. In the 21st century, the absence of holograms, flying cars, and universal medical kits renders this world somewhat archaic. Consequently, even those who relish engaging in life simulation games seldom show interest in one titled I Want to Be a Superstar. Xian, being a novice player, remains oblivious to this fact and has unwittingly fallen prey to the machinations of a receptionist. Nevertheless, Xian is unfazed by this misfortune, for he is unlike the inhabitants of this world. They possess scant knowledge of the 21st century and perceive it as backward. Yet, the first realm he encountered was precisely this so-called 21st century. He is intimately familiar with it and does not perceive its technology as inferior. It is worth noting that the realm of cultivation lacks any concept of technology. After perusing the game's background and character settings, he discovers that his current persona is a background actor in Hongdian, having spent a year in minor roles without ever landing a character with lines. His name is Zhao Xian, a moniker he chose for himself in the game, and he is 18 years old. An orphan raised in an orphanage. He abandoned his academic pursuits after high school due to financial constraints and ventured to Hongdian to pursue acting. He dreams of one day seizing the opportunity to star in a leading role, achieving fame and fortune to provide for his younger siblings at the orphanage, allowing them access to education. At present, Zhao Xian finds himself confronting a dilemma. His striking appearance has caught the attention of a producer who wishes to cast him as a supporting male character in an upcoming drama. However, the predicament lies in the fact that this individual is more enamored with Zhao Xian's looks and harbors intentions of exploiting him, seeking to entice him through the role. If Zhao Xian does not comply, he threatens Zhao Xian, warning that he will make it impossible for Zhao Xian to survive in Hengdian, ensuring he will never receive any work again. Now, Xian Mo stands before two choices: to acquiesce to the unspoken rules or to resolutely refuse and leave Hengdian in silence. He is unaware of how other players have chosen, but he is not one to be cowed by threats. Humph. Does he dare to intimidate the junior master of Tai's sect? Does he believe he is invincible? Chapter 32. The junior master resolves the dregs. Xian Mo rises from his bed. This sensation of powerlessness is truly unfamiliar. His body feels heavy, and his limbs are languid. Is this what it means to be weak? He never expected that even the junior master of Tai's sect would experience such a day. Xian Mo had contemplated cultivation. Yet he currently inhabits a world governed by a game, devoid of spiritual energy, with his body merely composed of data. How could he cultivate? Unless he alters his bodily data. Xian Mo had just attempted to practice his cultivation techniques in bed, but found them utterly unworkable. However, he discovered that the mental cultivation method he learned from the interstellar world could indeed be practiced. He is merely uncertain whether the physical training methods could be utilized. Once he steps down from the bed, he begins to move, executing the movements of the celestial body training technique one by one. Although the virtual world lacks celestial power, this physical training still yields some effect. At the very least, his personal panel shows a minute increase in physical attributes. It seems that in this gaming realm, engaging in physical activity can enhance one's bodily qualities. Henceforth, daily exercise is imperative. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he finds himself already drenched. It is evident how poor my physical condition has become. After merely a brief exercise session, performing just 10 movements of physical training, I find myself utterly exhausted. Xian Mo retrieved a fresh set of clothes and stepped out of his room, heading to the communal bathroom for a shower. The accommodation provided by the game is a rented room in Hengdian, consisting solely of one room, with both the bathroom and kitchen shared among tenants. This type of rental property has been constructed by the landlord, containing 7 or 8 rooms without a living area, merely a shared kitchen and restroom. Each morning, more than a dozen individuals vie for access to the bathroom, creating quite a scene. You might wonder why there is a bathroom in a game. This is due to the game's emphasis on realism. Players in this virtual world must attend to their basic needs just as they do in reality. Should a player neglect to consume food, their in-game body will signal hunger, leading to complete exhaustion and an inability to move. If the issue of hunger remains unresolved, it could result in starvation and ultimately a game over. Similarly, if a player fails to relieve themselves, the game interface will alert them to constipation, advising a visit to the hospital for a checkup. What does this imply? Aside from possessing an interface that displays their bodily data and mission objectives, players in this game world experience life much like in the real world. Without the game interface, one might easily become disoriented, mistaking this virtual existence for reality. In the room, there is a small mirror. Xian Mo glanced into it, noticing that his game avatar bore no resemblance to his actual appearance. This was a character randomly assigned to him by the game. Nevertheless, the exterior of this body is rather commendable. The visage is strikingly handsome, standing at an impressive height of 180 centimeters, with a slender waist and long legs. Most captivating, however, are the pair of enchanting eyes. Originally, this body possessed beautiful eyes akin to alluring peach blossom petals. Now, with Xian Mo inhabiting this form, the gaze sparkles and radiates brilliance, rendering the eyes even more exquisite. Xian Mo caressed his cheek, pinching it lightly, and with a self-satisfied click of his tongue, remarked, "Indeed, my own appearance is the most appealing." A rumble from his stomach reminded Xian Mo that it was time to dine, and the game interface indicated a need for sustenance. Searching through his wallet, he discovered a bank card and an identification card, but only a paltry sum of 2 pink notes remained. 200 yuan, a mere pittance, barely sufficient to sustain him for 10 days. Fortunately, the role he was playing paid daily, and he was assured at least one meal, preventing him from succumbing to hunger. With wallet in hand, Xian Mo stepped outside, where a modest eatery awaited him at the bottom of the building, boasting quite palatable fare. He ordered a steamer basket of dumplings and a bowl of vegetable porridge, accompanied by complimentary side dishes, and began to eat. This fellow was an assistant director in a film crew, with a brother who was a leader among the extras in the film city. No wonder he could threaten Zhao Xian with the prospect of being unable to remain in the film city. How petty. When Xian Mo located the assistant director, he found him in the company of his brother, enjoying drinks together. No need for Xian Mo to separate them. Upon seeing Xian Mo approach, the assistant director displayed a lecherous grin and called out, "Zhao Xian, have you decided to submit to me?" Xian Mo let out a cold laugh, dispensed with pleasantries, and boldly charged forward, delivering a severe beating to both individuals. For Xian Mo, this body may seem feeble, yet in truth, Zhao Xian is far from weak. Among ordinary individuals, his physical prowess is commendable. Having engaged in rigorous training and brawl since childhood, his physique is robust. After all, being an orphan, it is not uncommon to be bullied. Thus, the only recourse to avoid such torment is to grow stronger, to make those who oppress him think twice before daring to do so again. Consequently, Zhao Xian possesses considerable fighting skills, and upon inheriting this body, Xian Mo's combat abilities have surged tenfold. Although he cannot cultivate conventional cultivation techniques, numerous techniques are still at his disposal. As he employs them, the assistant director and the head thug find themselves utterly incapable of resistance, succumbing to Xian Mo's might. With a cheerful demeanor, Xian Mo crouches before them and inquires, "Do you still wish to impose your will upon me?" The assistant director and the head thug shake their heads in unison. Alas, this individual is ruthless. They have bitten off more than they can chew by attempting to intimidate him. He is akin to a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and they fear that this beast may devour them whole. Xian Mo is quite pleased with their perceptiveness. He desires nothing more than a tranquil existence. For having taken many lives, he has grown weary of it. Should anyone dare to disrupt his peaceful life, he would not hesitate to crush a few more ants. The disappearance of a few ants in this world is hardly remarkable. As he speaks, Xian Mo emanates a hint of murderous intent. Though he may be a recluse, he is no stranger to bloodshed, having predominantly faced demonic beasts, as he was occasionally cast into perilous realms by his biological father and senior brother for trials. The assistant director and the group leader trembled in fear, acutely aware of the palpable aura of menace emanating from the seemingly innocent young man before them. They comprehended that the striking figure was no mere fabricator of tales. He was indeed capable of taking lives, perhaps even more than one. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that he was an international assassin, seeking refuge in Hongdian to escape his former existence, only to be provoked by their insolence. Unwilling to conceal his identity, how could they have been so blind as to offend such a formidable being? The two vowed fervently to avoid any future encounters with Xian Mo, who, satisfied, rose gracefully and departed. The assistant director and the group leader clung to one another in tears, vowing never again to exploit others or bully anyone. Who knew what hidden power might lurk among the ranks of the background actors? Chapter 33, The Young Master's First Role. The assistant director and the group leader swore they would never again dare to intimidate others. They were acutely aware that among the background actors, there might still be undiscovered giants. Would they dare to report Xian Mo as an assassin? Certainly not. They feared that before the police could apprehend him, he might very well eliminate them first. From that point onward, the two, thoroughly chastened, adopted a more earnest approach to their work, refraining from harassing the background actors. This transformation greatly enhanced their reputations within the crew and in Hongdian. Many aspiring actors seeking their dreams flocked to the group leader, elevating him to the position of the most formidable and resource-rich leader among his peers. Ultimately, he established a talent agency, ascending to the pinnacle of success. The assistant director, recognized for his dedication and avoidance of romantic entanglements, garnered the admiration of a prominent director who took him under his wing, imparting invaluable guidance. Eventually, he ventured into independent direction, establishing himself as a renowned filmmaker. Of course, this bears no relevance to our esteemed Master Xuanma, as these events unfold autonomously within the realm of the game. After addressing the impending threat, Master Xuanma made his way to the film city. Although dusk had settled, numerous crews remained engaged in their filming endeavors. Occasionally, certain productions would film throughout the night, lending a lively atmosphere to the film city even after dark. Rather than seeking out a group leader, Master Xuanma proceeded directly to the shooting location. Lacking any prior acting experience, he felt the need to observe how others performed, hoping to glean some knowledge. Having previously perused online novels about the entertainment industry, he was aware that acting required an understanding of camera angles. Yet he possessed not a shred of practical experience. Upon arriving at a crew engaged in a period drama, he noticed that typically, non-staff members were prohibited from entering the shooting area. However, he spotted a large prop box situated nearby, appearing quite heavy, likely requiring 2 or 3 individuals to lift it. With a clever glint in his eye, he effortlessly lifted the box and made his way onto the set. The other crew members mistook him for a mover, allowing him to seamlessly blend into the filming area. After placing the box down, he positioned himself behind it, using it to obscure much of his figure, and began to observe the actors performing in the center of the set. Master Schwanmal, possessing keen intelligence, swiftly comprehended the nuances of positioning and on-camera presentation, thus gaining a rudimentary understanding of the art of acting. Is it not merely a matter of envisioning oneself as another individual, expressing the joys and sorrows of that persona? Having acquired some insights, the crew wrapped up their work. The young apprentice continued his quest to seek out a new production team to glean further knowledge. The second troupe also specialized in historical dramas. This time, there were no large crates for him to masquerade as a laborer. However, the crew found themselves in need of an extra. Just as the assistant director was about to seek out the casting head for actors, he collided with the young apprentice. Upon glancing up, the assistant director was taken aback by the apprentice's striking beauty, his eyes alight with surprise as he exclaimed, "Young man, would you care to act?" The young apprentice replied, "Is there any compensation?" Without remuneration, he had no intention of performing. Even if acting constituted the main quest of his existence in this realm, he was not one to work without reward. Yes, indeed. The assistant director, mistaking the apprentice's intentions as that of a tourist indulging in the entertainment city, seized him in haste, fearing he might escape, and hurried him to meet the director. The apprentice, uncomfortable with such close proximity, shrugged off the assistant director's grasp, saying, "Two grown men need not engage in such tugging." The assistant director's lips twitched in response, yet he refrained from criticizing the apprentice and led the way to introduce him to the director of the production. Upon seeing the young apprentice's visage, the director's eyes lit up with excitement, immediately summoning a makeup artist to transform the apprentice's appearance. Clad in a suit of armor befitting a royal guard, the apprentice emerged, his silver helmet and armor accentuating his already striking features. "Excellent, excellent," the director praised thrice, personally guiding the apprentice to the center of the stage, instructing him, "You shall stand here shortly." The young master nodded in understanding. It was merely a matter of serving as a backdrop, a task of little difficulty. He stood upright, his posture impeccably straight, surpassing even that of a genuine guard. The director could not help but speculate that the young master was perhaps a recently discharged soldier. This pleased the director immensely. The palace guards exuded a distinctive aura, setting them apart from others. As the male and female leads made their entrance, one portraying a prince and the other a consort, their characters were intertwined by love, yet separated by circumstance, relying solely on glances to convey their longing for one another. This scene was imbued with a profound beauty, particularly with the presence of a guard in the background, one whose appearance was even more striking than that of the male lead. The director and assistant director exchanged uneasy glances at such a sight. The assistant director suggested, "Shall we replace the guard?" However, the director dismissed the idea. "No, let it remain as is. Such a picturesque scene should not be marred by an unsightly figure." The assistant director countered, "But this moment is rather unkind to the male lead, and to the female lead as well." He mused privately that the female lead looks paled in comparison to those of the guard. If this scene were to air, the audience would undoubtedly criticize her mercilessly. The director scoffed, "If it's unkind, then so be it." He cannot blame others for being outshone in appearance. The director harbored a growing dissatisfaction with the male lead. Not only was he often late to set, but he also struggled to memorize his lines, frequently mumbling through them, and even needed a stunt double for relatively safe actions. Such a lack of professionalism made the director reluctant to continue employing him. Yet, in this industry, where connections often dictated success, the male lead's backing rendered him indispensable. However, his ability to endure and accept such a male lead does not imply that he cannot secretly undermine him. The director's satisfied gaze fell upon the young apprentice, contemplating that if the youth were inclined to join the entertainment industry, he could offer a gentle nudge. He remarked to the assistant director, "This young man's image is quite appealing. We should afford him additional scenes. Whenever a guard appears, let him take part and grant him more lines." The assistant director hesitated. "This lad is likely just visiting the film studio. He may not be able to stay long, as he is expected to depart in a few days." The director replied, "Then let us film as many scenes with guards as possible before his departure. Speak with him and see if he can extend his stay." The young apprentice, maintaining a stoic expression while internally lamenting the poor acting skills of the male and female leads, who were utterly incomparable to those from the previous production, suddenly received a notification of a new task on his game panel. Upon opening it, he discovered that the new task involved working with this production team for half a month, inquiring if he would accept. Without hesitation, the young apprentice clicked to accept, glancing at the task details. Chapter 34. The young apprentice auditions. It turned out that the director had assigned him the role of a guard as a subtle jab at the male lead. The young apprentice clicked his tongue, observing the male lead, who was attempting to convey deep emotions to the female lead through his gaze. However, the apprentice found his expression to be more akin to a muscle spasm. No wonder the director held such disdain for this male lead. His acting was indeed an eyesore. "Cut. That take is good," the director declared, his spirits lifted. The male and female leads were in high spirits, pleasantly surprised by the seamless execution of today's scenes. Unbeknownst to them, the director had laid a trap, showing them mercy by allowing them to pass this segment. Both were top-tier celebrities, their egos loftily perched, oblivious to the backdrop that surrounded them, which, in stark contrast, was strikingly beautiful, rendering them mere shadows in comparison. As Xian Mo exited the stage, the assistant director approached him to discuss the upcoming days he would spend on set. The assistant director was unaware that Xian Mo was not merely a visitor but a skilled performer. To entice Xian Mo to remain, he offered a commendable remuneration, significantly more than what the extras received. Xian Mo readily agreed. A mere half-month stay in this production would yield him 5,000 yuan. Although the director intended to set the male lead up for failure, he had to be discreet about it. Consequently, after that encounter, Xian Mo never shared the frame with the male lead again. Instead, he primarily followed the second male lead, an accomplished actor in his 40s, whose unremarkable appearance rendered him indifferent to the aesthetic appeal of the extras. Xian Mo was quite content to shadow the second male lead, as he could glean much from his performance. Observing the seasoned actor, Xian Mo infused his own acting with newfound depth, experiencing a modest improvement in his skills. When it came time for dialogue, he delivered seamlessly, earning the director's admiration. The director, feeling fortunate to have discovered a gem, summoned Xian Mo to his side and inquired about his intentions regarding a career in the entertainment industry. Naturally, Xian Mo nodded in agreement. After all, his primary objective was to ascend to stardom, and without entering the entertainment realm, how could he ever achieve such heights? The director then handed Xian Mo a business card belonging to a friend of his. I almost forgot to introduce the director's name. This director is Zhang Shan, and his friend's name is Li Shi. The two of them are classmates and were even roommates, sharing a bond closer than that of most. They frequently introduce each other to promising actors they deem worthy. Presently, Li Shi is in the process of producing a fantasy drama. This genre, a subset of idol dramas, necessitates the presence of handsome men and beautiful women. As for Xian Mo's appearance, it goes without saying that he fits the bill perfectly. Zhang Shan is confident that given Xian Mo's looks, Li Shi will undoubtedly offer him a role, particularly since Xian Mo possesses a remarkable talent for acting. Within just a few days, he has transformed from a novice into a performer of considerable skill. In fact, Xian Mo's acting prowess currently surpasses that of the male lead in this drama. Upon receiving the business card, Xian Mo casually accepted a new task that appeared on his task panel. The previous task of staying in the crew for half a month had already been completed, yielding a reward of a skill point. He promptly allocated this point to his acting skill. With 5,000 yuan deposited, Xian Mo immediately transferred 3,000 yuan to the bank account of the orphanage director. This act aligns with the character's heartfelt wish, which Xian Mo is determined to fulfill. His bank account now holds a mere 2,085 yuan. Poor child, had he not landed the role of the attendant, he would have faced dire straits ahead. Xian Mo does not place much importance on money. Although he is currently quite impoverished, he nonetheless spent over 100 yuan on a seafood buffet, justifying it as a celebration for the completion of his first role. This fellow is essentially a foodie at heart. In the realm of cultivation, individuals seldom indulge in the pleasures of the palate. Xian Mo himself has long embraced fasting, having previously salivated over the exquisite delicacies described in culinary literature. What draws him to immerse himself in holographic games? It is, after all, the opportunity to savor delectable dishes within such virtual realms. Xian Mo yearns to experience the legendary Manchuhan Imperial Feast. Regrettably, the previous world's holographic games were designed primarily to promote cultivation practices, paying little heed to the culinary arts. While there were indeed various dishes, None could compare to the grandeur of the Manchuhan feast. He wonders if this new game world might offer such a delight. With over 100 yuan allocated for a buffet, Xian Imo indulged in a feast worth more than 200 yuan, exiting the restaurant under the scornful gaze of the manager, who regarded him as a glutton. The following day, Xian Imo, armed with a business card from Zhang Shan, ventured to Li Shi's studio. Li Shi had received a call from Zhang Shan the previous day and was intrigued by the young actor with a captivating presence that Zhang had described. Upon meeting the real Xian Imo, Li Shi immediately expressed his satisfaction. Xian Mo's allure rivaled that of the leads he had cast, and his bearing exuded an elegance that was particularly fitting for a character in his script. If Xian Mo's acting were deemed competent, Li Shi would undoubtedly cast him in that role. He presented the script to Xian Imo, asking him to perform a scene. As Xian Imo perused the script, he couldn't help but smile. The character he was auditioning for was the senior brother of the male lead, and the persona bore a striking resemblance to his own young master uncle. The male lead, a grassroots individual, achieves remarkable success due to various fortuitous encounters, garnering admiration from many. Yet, there remains a figure who perpetually outshines him, regardless of his own prowess or excellence. The individual in question is the male protagonist's senior brother, serving as a contrasting figure to him. The senior is a product of a privileged lineage, possessing extraordinary talents, having been born into a position of advantage. In contrast, the protagonist must toil tirelessly to acquire resources, whereas the senior has always enjoyed an abundance, even excess, of such provisions. The protagonist's beloved, his ethereal muse, harbors affections for the senior, who is so devoted to his path of cultivation that he remains blissfully unaware of her existence. The protagonist swears an oath to surpass his senior and to metaphorically place him beneath his feet. This ambition fuels his relentless pursuit of self-improvement. However, when the protagonist finally attains fame and stands at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm, his senior has already transcended, having ascended to a higher plane before him. In the presence of his senior, the protagonist feels an overwhelming sense of frustration. Upon encountering this character's design, Xian Imo is immediately drawn to the role. With a subtle lift of his brow, he sets aside the script and fixes his gaze on Li Shi, his expression aloof and imbued with a regal coldness. Though he remains silent, a single glance suffices to confirm to Li Shi and everyone present that he embodies the senior brother. Excellent, 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 Li Shi exclaims thrice, overjoyed as he claps his thighs in delight. He feels as though he has unearthed a treasure. You are the one. The role of the senior brother is meant solely for you. With exuberance, Li Shi calls for his assistant, instructing them to promptly arrange for a contract signing with Xian Imo. 3 days later, Xian Imo arrives at the film set, where makeup artists prepare him for the shoot. Today marks the day for capturing promotional photographs, and all the key players of the production are present. The male and female leads, both top-tier stars, enjoy their own dedicated makeup rooms, while the remaining cast members share 2 rooms, one for men and another for women. As the makeup artist began to apply cosmetics to his face, Xian Imo sensed something amiss and immediately halted her actions. Although his alchemical skills were rendered ineffective in this game, his ability to discern herbs and their properties remained intact. The moment the cosmetics touched his skin, he detected an anomaly. Without hesitation, Xian Imo grasped the makeup artist's hand, preventing her from proceeding. "What are you doing?" she inquired indignantly, attempting to free herself from his grip. Xian Imo, maintaining his composure, released her hand and calmly stated, "There is an issue with your cosmetics. You are the one with a problem," the makeup artist retorted, her anger palpable. Xian Mo's words struck a nerve, and despite the popularity of his character, which was sure to skyrocket after his portrayal of the senior brother, she realized that she needed to maintain a cordial relationship with him rather than offend him. Remaining unfazed, Xian Imo continued, "Your cosmetics have been tampered with. They contain substances that may cause mild skin poisoning, resulting in breakouts. If you doubt me, you may seek verification from a professional institution." "Seek a professional institution? Isn't that rather cumbersome? Come on, don't stir up trouble for no reason," interjected a male actor from the same makeup room. This actor was named Yin Tianqing, a supporting character in the drama, occupying a 3rd-tier position. Xian Mo's portrayal of the senior brother could only be classified as the 5th male lead, with limited screen time, yet his character was exceptionally appealing, sure to captivate audiences upon airing. Many male actors aspired to play the senior brother, including Yin Tianqing, who harbored a sense of resentment that the role had been secured by Xian Imo. He believed that Xian Imo was no more attractive than himself. being merely an obscure newcomer. What justified him in securing the role of the senior brother? Consequently, Yin Tianxing seized the opportunity to target Xian Mo. Xian Mo cast a frosty glance at Yin Tianxing, chilling him to the core and causing his heart to skip a beat. Yin Tianxing stared at Xian Mo in bewilderment, feeling an unsettling aura emanating from this newcomer. What was his past? The makeup artist, unwilling to accept that there was any flaw in her products, scoffed and declared, "There's no need for such trouble. I will apply it to my own skin and see if the issue you mentioned arises. If not, you must apologize to me." Xian Mo, indifferent, replied, "Fine. It's not as if I'm applying it to my own face." Enraged, the makeup artist proceeded to apply the cosmetics to the back of her hand, glaring at Xian Mo while awaiting the reaction. Before long, she felt an itch and, upon raising her left hand, was horrified to find her hand covered in red welts, a truly alarming sight. The makeup artist's expression shifted dramatically, mirrored by the onlookers, who too turned pale. They were filled with trepidation, realizing that had Xian Mo's skin reacted slowly, the makeup artist could have applied the cosmetics to their faces, leading to disfiguring red welts. The makeup artist's distress escalated into an uproar, with some actors' assistants beginning to accuse her of using toxic makeup. The makeup artist felt deeply wronged and saddened. How could she possibly use poisonous products? Doing so would jeopardize her livelihood. The makeup artist was on the verge of tears. Yet she held back her emotions, her eyes ablaze with fury. She was determined to identify the culprit who had tainted her cosmetics and vowed to exact retribution. Without hesitation, she seized her phone and made a call. Facing Li Shi's ire, Xian Mo remained unperturbed, for he was not the instigator. He was, in fact, the victim. He calmly stated, "The cosmetics have been tampered with, containing a mild toxin. We should contact the authorities." Li Shi hesitated. He was reluctant to involve the police without first assessing the situation, fearing it would bring ill fortune to the production. Just as he contemplated a resolution, the young makeup artist interjected, "I have already contacted the police." Li Shi cast a glare at her. Unfazed by his scrutiny, the makeup artist retorted, "Someone has sabotaged my cosmetics and attempted to use me as a pawn. I will not rest until I unmask this individual." Li Shi found himself at an impasse. This makeup artist, Chun Xian, was no ordinary staff member. She was the niece of an investor, wielding considerable influence. A privileged heiress. She had pursued her passion for makeup and entered the entertainment industry. Any celebrity who inadvertently crossed her path would soon find themselves in precarious waters. Before long, the police arrived, accompanied by an assistant dispatched by the investor, specifically to support Chun Xian in her time of need. With the police's intervention, the shadowy figure behind the scheme was swiftly revealed. The assistant had bribed a member of the crew to surreptitiously introduce the harmful substance into the cosmetics. It is indeed perplexing how a staff member could be unaware of Chun Xian's identity and influence, leading to an affront against this formidable lady. Consequently, the staff member was summarily dismissed from the production team, effectively barring any future opportunities within the industry. The star, however, managed to evade capture by the authorities, with all blame conveniently shifted onto his assistant. Yet, having crossed paths with the esteemed director Li Shi and the influential Chun Xian, his prospects in the entertainment realm have become rather bleak. Once the police departed, Chun Xian expressed her gratitude and apologies to Xian Mo before taking her leave, as she needed to seek medical attention for her skin. A new makeup artist was then assigned to beautify Xian Mo. Upon opening his task panel, Xian Mo noted the completion of the mission to avoid being framed, earning himself an additional skill point. Opting to enhance his acting abilities, he closed his eyes and allowed the makeup artist to work her magic. After a considerable duration, while nearly succumbing to slumber, he was roused by the artist's voice. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing into the mirror. With a raised eyebrow of surprise, he awarded the makeup artist a thumbs up. The transformation was extraordinary. It bore a remarkable resemblance to his appearance in the Shaoyan continent, achieving a 7/10 likeness. Xian Mo glanced left and right, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Indeed, he was the most handsome. Chapter 36. The junior master seeks a manager. Rising to his feet, Xian Mo was now fully embodying his true self. The junior master of the Tai sect. Witnessing this version of Xian Mo, Li Shi's eyes gleamed with admiration. This was the elder brother he had always envisioned. The subsequent filming proceeded seamlessly. Despite some discontent among the other actors regarding Xian Mo's role as the elder brother, they dared not stir up any trouble. particularly in light of the recent tumult surrounding the makeup situation. This individual is a werewolf, capable of effortlessly dealing with those who may harbor ill intentions towards him. It is prudent to avoid provoking such a person. With this thought in mind, Xianmo's experience in the film crew was remarkably smooth. As he was playing a role that closely mirrored his true self, he managed to complete each scene in a single take, with any retakes solely due to the mistakes of his co-stars. Although his senior brother held the most pivotal role in the narrative, his screen time was limited. In just a month, Xianmo wrapped up filming. Having accomplished a task, he earned a skill point. He felt a twinge of regret that no one had caused him any trouble, which would have afforded him more tasks and additional skill points. A new task appeared on his interface, indicating that Xianmo had officially entered the entertainment industry. However, as a solo player, the resources available to him were scant. He now faced two choices: to join an entertainment agency that would assign him a manager, or to seek out a manager independently, allowing him to continue his solitary pursuit, albeit requiring the presence of a manager. Without hesitation, Xianmo opted for the latter, as he despised being constrained. But how would he find a manager? He was not well acquainted with the intricacies of the entertainment world. Thus, Xianmo dialed a number. The voice on the other end belonged to Chun Xian. The red bumps on her hand, treated by a doctor, had healed by the third day. She then returned to the film set to work as the makeup artist. With the revelation of Chun Xian's true identity, the attitudes of the crew members towards her underwent a dramatic transformation as they vied for her favor. Chun Xian was rather complicated. She looked down upon those who fawned over her, yet held a favorable impression of those who remained aloof, finding them pure and unpretentious. Xianmo embodies the essence of purity and authenticity in her eyes. Consequently, Chun Xian frequently sought Xianmo's company, and through their interactions, the two blossomed into friends. Upon learning that Xianmo wished to find a manager yet was reluctant to join an entertainment agency, Chun Xian contemplated and ultimately introduced her to a suitable manager, Su Fan. Su Fan had previously worked at a prominent entertainment company, where he successfully guided the careers of an acclaimed actress and a rising star. However, his romantic life had been marred by betrayal. The renowned actress, once his girlfriend, had shared many years of mutual support with him. Just as Su Fan believed they were poised to consider marriage following her achievements, she unexpectedly wed a wealthy magnate. Although Su Fan had broached the subject of marriage with her, she consistently deferred, prioritizing her career. When she reached the pinnacle of her success, she chose to marry another. It became evident that she had viewed Su Fan merely as a means to advance her own ambitions, never contemplating a future together with him. This revelation struck Su Fan profoundly, compounded by the fact that the actress married a stakeholder in their entertainment company, who harbored jealousy towards Su Fan as her former partner. He found himself ostracized. Unable to endure the hostile environment, he resigned. Post-resignation, Su Fan resolved not to return to a corporate setting, opting instead to forge his own path. Having previously sacrificed his health in relentless pursuit of the actress's success, he found himself in declining physical condition at just over 30. He desired a more balanced approach, wishing to manage an artist by securing resources without excessive involvement in their affairs. Many artists believe that Su Fan is an inadequate manager and would not choose him as their representative. Hence, he is yet to find a collaborating artist. Chun Xian conveyed Su Fan's situation to Xianmo, leaving the decision to the latter. However, Xianmo feels that Su Fan is exceptionally suitable for him. What he currently lacks are resources and connections, and he detests being controlled by others. Su Fan possesses both connections and resources, and he does not impose restrictions on his artists. They are indeed a perfect match. Xianmo promptly requested Chun Xian to provide Su Fan's contact information and called him to introduce himself personally. Su Fan is currently in a semi-retired state, adopting a laid-back approach to life. If he can find artists to collaborate with, he will continue working. If not, he will stay at home and focus on his health. After all, as the manager of a prominent actress, he has earned a considerable amount over the years, allowing him to sustain himself without working for several years. Upon receiving Xianmo's call, Su Fan was somewhat taken aback and said, "I can only provide you with information. Securing resources is ultimately up to you. Are you comfortable with that?" Xianmo replied, "Of course, what I lack is information. Furthermore, I dislike being constrained by others." Thus, they agreed on a pleasant collaboration. Xianmo visited Su Fan's home and signed the management contract. Su Fan's responsibilities were minimal, so he only took a 10% commission. After the contract was signed, Su Fan made 2 phone calls, securing 2 resources for Xianmo. After hanging up, Su Fan informed Xianmo, "I have managed to secure an audition opportunity for the role of the 3rd male lead. The film's director, Zhao, has a penchant for nurturing newcomers. As long as one possesses talent, he will select them to join his crew." Encouraged, Xianmo nodded in understanding and inquired of Su Fan, "What is the central theme of this film? What is the character of the 3rd male lead?" Su Fan, possessing only a rudimentary knowledge of the film, shared that it is a contemporary detective story and that the 3rd male lead is a villain, an adept hacker. Hacker? Xianmo blinked, recalling his own vengeful exploits in the First World, which had indeed utilized hacking skills. He pondered whether the hacking knowledge from the First World was comparable to that in this game world, and if it would be applicable. Perhaps it would be prudent to delve into the hacking knowledge of this realm. Resolute in his decision, Xianmo left Su Fan's home and hurried to the largest bookstore in the city center, purchasing every book on computer science available. Upon returning to his residence, Xianmo commenced his study. His mental acuity was formidable, allowing him to retain information with remarkable ease and comprehend complex concepts swiftly. Within a mere week, he had perused the multitude of texts, after which he engaged in practical application, ultimately uncovering a clandestine hacker website that imparted a wealth of practical knowledge. The more he learned, the more fascinated he became with computers. Xianmo reflected on his possession of a star brain from the interstellar world, believing it could provide him with even more profound and sophisticated hacking knowledge. He resolved to pursue this once the game concluded. With such thoughts in mind, the time for the audition arrived. Chapter 37. The junior master appears on a variety show in this film, although the 3rd male lead is a master hacker. He possesses the outward appearance of a cheerful young man, devoid of any semblance to a gloomy recluse. Xianmo's looks were certainly up to par. On the day of his audition, he donned a simple shirt and jeans, exuding the charm of a sunny young boy, complemented by his good looks. Director Zhao nodded approvingly in silence. Having been an old friend of Su Fan, he held great confidence in his discerning eye. Upon hearing that Su Fan sought an audition slot, he resolved that if the newcomer's acting was at least passable, he would cast him. Did Xianmo's performance meet the standards? Indeed, it did. Through enhancements, his acting had reached an intermediate level of 50%, not inferior to those freshly graduated from prestigious acting schools, and surpassing many popular stars. Director Zhao was convinced of Su Fan's keen judgment and promptly decided to cast Xianmo as the 3rd male lead, finalizing the contract with him. Playing the guqin is an esteemed art, and crafting the instrument is equally revered. In ancient times, luthiers were held in high regard. Many notable figures were themselves luthiers. For instance, Shenong, the founder of the guqin, was among the earliest craftsmen of this instrument. Similarly, Fuxi is well known for his guqin. Furthermore, the historical figure Shan is documented in the Li Ji, Yu stating that he created a 5-stringed guqin to sing the southern winds, and Kuei initiated music to reward the feudal lords. Lastly, there is Confucius, who not only composed ancient guqin pieces such as Yulan, Ilan, Hualin Chao, and Jiangui Chao, but also established the form of the guqin itself, resulting in the Zhongni Qin. Moreover, Cai Yong, a literary figure from the Eastern Han Dynasty, is credited with the invention of the Jiao Wei Qin. There exists a multitude of renowned individuals who, besides their prowess in playing the guqin, possessed the skill of crafting the instrument as well. As the luthier elaborated on his craft, the guests found their jaws progressively agape. They had presumed that the luthier was akin to other folk artisans, yet they were taken aback to discover his elevated stature. Numerous celebrated figures, including the illustrious Liu Bowen, were revealed to have engaged in the art of luthiery. The guests, stirred by a sense of competition, resolved to acquire this remarkable skill. Meanwhile, Xianmo discreetly stifled a yawn. The individuals mentioned were strangers to him. A few names rang a distant bell, but he remained oblivious to their identities and accomplishments. As a denizen of another realm, one ought not to expect a cultivator from the realm of spiritual cultivation to grasp the historical narratives of an alternate world. He had yet to fully comprehend the history of his own realm, which was indeed extensive. Naturally, it would be imprudent to provide the guests with inferior timber, as that would be a waste. Nonetheless, the luthier imparted wisdom on the selection of materials, a crucial aspect, for without quality resources, one cannot produce a fine product. At this juncture, Xianmo was earnest in his studies. He possessed the ability to play the guqin, a musical instrument that exists within the realm of spiritual cultivation. Xianchun, a lover of music, excelled in playing the guqin, one of his treasured artifacts being this very instrument. In his childhood, Xianshun would play soothing lullabies to lull his son to sleep, and as a result, Xianmo was influenced and learned to play the guqin as well. The subsequent steps involved shaping the exterior, carving the sound holes, assembling the wooden body, and so forth. The guests were diligent in their learning, yet their hands proved inept. Many found themselves struggling with the second step of shaping the exterior, resulting in creations that were neither round nor square, but rather grotesquely malformed. Xianmo's dexterity was remarkable. Each step he took was executed with precision, resulting in a lute body of exquisite standards. The lute maker praised Xianmo profusely, noting his innate talent and expressing a desire to take him as an apprentice, suggesting he abandon his aspirations of stardom for the craft of lute making. Xianmo responded with a gentle smile. "Zhao Xian, could you assist me with the lute body?" inquired a female guest named Chu Qingyu, her voice sweetly coaxing. However, her charming smile faltered as laughter erupted from a nearby guest, Chang Alan. The sound of mockery struck Chu Qingyu, and her expression soured, though she refrained from retaliating, turning her back to Chang Alan. Yet, Chang Alan was acutely aware of Chu Qingyu's petty nature, having collaborated with her on 2 previous productions. She understood that Chu Qingyu would not let this slight go unpunished. Indeed, trouble soon ensued. A sudden cry from Chu Qingyu caught Chang Alan's attention as she witnessed an object hurtling towards her face. Its end gleamed with silver, suggesting it was finely honed and dangerously sharp. Alarmed, Chang Alan attempted to evade the projectile but was too late. Was she destined to mar her visage? Fear and resentment coursed through her. Chu Qingyu, emboldened by her connections, had resorted to such underhanded tactics, aiming to ruin her appearance. In that critical moment, a hand reached out before Chang Alan, grasping the object midair. It was revealed to be a chisel. The chisel, with its sharp blade, posed a grave threat. One could only imagine the consequences if it were to strike a person's face. Chang Alan, still shaken, took several deep breaths to steady her racing heart and expressed her gratitude to her opponent's master, Zhao Xian. "Thank you," she said. "No need for thanks." Xianmo replied in a gentle tone, his demeanor unruffled. Perhaps teacher Chang should visit a temple to seek a divination, to shield herself from petty adversaries? Chang Alan paused for a moment, then smiled. "Indeed, I shall go to the temple to pray for the Buddha's protection against malefactors." Xianmo chuckled softly, then turned to extend his hand towards Chu Qingyu. "Miss Chu, here is your chisel. Please hold it carefully and do not let it slip again." "Thank you," Chu Qingyu replied with a smile, though inwardly she harbored a deep resentment towards Xianmo. Chapter 38. The Little Master Uncle faces censorship with Xianmo's assistance. The seasoned actors and Chang Alan managed to complete their work, producing a product that was barely presentable yet sufficient enough to elicit joy. They cherished their creations as if they were treasures. Fortunately, the remuneration for participating in the variety show had already been deposited into his bank account. Otherwise, he would have lacked the funds to purchase materials. Su Fan commended Xianmo for his actions, recognizing him as a child who had not lost sight of his original intentions. He felt fortunate to have encountered Xianmo amidst his disillusionment with humanity, which restored his faith in life and his long-held position in the workforce. However, before Su Fan could dwell on his sentiments for long, he received disheartening news that reignited his disdain for the entertainment industry. A friend called to inform him that Xianmo's role as a youthful hacker had been usurped. The friend discreetly revealed to Su Fan, "Zhao Xian has offended someone, and there are efforts underway to blacklist him. The individual in question is Cheng Tianzong, a shareholder of Sanluan Entertainment, whose family has connections within the government, particularly overseeing the entertainment sector. Consequently, his words carry considerable weight in the industry. Should he choose to blacklist someone, he possesses the power to do so." Su Fan sighed, lamenting the misfortune of discovering such a promising talent only to have it jeopardized by the sordid affairs of the industry. Additionally, Cheng Tianzong serves as the financial backer for Chu Qingyu. Xianmo absent-mindedly scratched his cheek and inquired, "If I recall correctly, your former girlfriend, the award-winning actress, is now married to Cheng Tianzong, right? I had thought their romance was steadfast, leading her to leave you for him. Yet it appears Cheng Tianzong maintains a stable home life, while entertaining affairs outside. What could have motivated the actress to marry him? Surely it must be wealth and power." Su Fan scoffed with a sarcastic smile, soon replaced by a look of regret. "This incident must partially be my fault. Half of it stems from your offense to Chu Qingyu. and half from my own entanglement. I apologize. Xian Mo waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. There's no need for apologies. If you truly feel remorseful, leverage your connections to help me acquire more resources in the future. Su Fan chuckled ruefully. Brother, you're currently blacklisted. Even with my extensive network, I cannot assist you. Xian Mo reassured him. Do not fret. It's merely a blacklist, and I can navigate that. Su Fan's heart raced, prompting him to ask, how do you intend to resolve this? Please do not engage in anything that may harm yourself. It is not worth it for a bunch of scoundrels. Xian Mo comforted Su Fan. Rest assured, I will not jeopardize my future for these individuals. I still aspire to become a major star. Su Fan let out a sigh of relief and inquired, what do you intend to do? Xian Mo, having recognized Su Fan's character and considering him a partner and comrade in arms, decided to share certain matters. He replied, I previously undertook the study of computer-related knowledge for the role of that hacker. Su Fan's brows furrowed, pondering whether it was as he feared. And then, Xian Mo continued, I possess a commendable capacity for learning. I have a photographic memory and a reasonable comprehension ability. Su Fan inhaled deeply. Do not tell me that within such a short span, you truly mastered the skills of a hacking expert. Xian Mo snapped his fingers. Bingo, you guessed correctly. But there is no reward. Su Fan controlled his breathing, his gaze at Xian Mo filled with skepticism and uncertainty. Have you genuinely acquired hacking techniques in such a brief period? At this moment, Su Fan believed 7 parts of what Xian Mo had said. However, upon seeing detailed information about Cheng Tianzong appear on the screen, along with numerous previously undisclosed videos and photographs, his belief escalated to a complete conviction. Cheng Tianzong was a scoundrel, having committed numerous misdeeds, yet lacking evidence against him. The evidence Xian Mo had unearthed could ensure that Cheng Tianzong's ambitions in the entertainment industry would be shattered if submitted to the relevant authorities. Xian Mo further uncovered incriminating details about Cheng Tianzong's powerful backer and sent this information to the backer's political adversary. Without this support, Cheng Tianzong could forget about making a comeback. As for Chu Qingyu, Xian Mo did not spare her either, conducting a thorough investigation into her affairs. The reason why Chang Ilan has managed to remain active in the entertainment industry despite her long-standing rivalry with Chu Qingyu is due to her own formidable connections. Chu Qingyu, weighing the pros and cons, has refrained from taking action against Chang Ilan. However, recently, upon forming a liaison with Cheng Tianzong, whose influence surpasses that of the Chang family, she has chosen to strike at Chang Ilan. Her intention was merely to teach Xian Mo a lesson, not to blacklist him, yet. Upon discovering that Xian Mo is an artist under Su Fan, Cheng Tianzong acted with ruthless disregard. Unlike Cheng Tianzong, who must consider certain repercussions, Xian Mo took matters into his own hands and disseminated evidence of Chu Qingyu's covert attempts to harm others in the industry online, propelling it to the top of the trending list. Spectators, upon witnessing the sudden surge in popularity of the topic, speculated that Chu Qingyu had incurred someone's wrath. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the entertainment realm, where truth and deception often intertwine, and the audience tends to take the content with a grain of salt. However, this time, as the public clicked on the trending topic concerning Chu Qingyu, they were met with irrefutable evidence rather than ambiguous claims. The proof was unmistakable, leaving the onlookers astounded. Goodness, this woman is utterly ruthless. To secure a role, she actually hired someone to break her competitor's legs. Chapter 39. The Little Master Uncle Takes Action. How can such a malicious individual remain in the entertainment industry? It's time for the police to apprehend her. The authorities have already been notified. I have reported it as well. Chu Qingyu was taken away by the police from the villa under Cheng Tianzong's name. Cheng Tianzong was quite pleased with this lover and contemplated intervening to extricate her. However, before he could act, his own support crumbled, leading him to be summoned to the police station for a chat. Moreover, the film queen's actions towards Su Fan were exceedingly unscrupulous, and Su Fan enjoyed a commendable reputation in the entertainment industry. With the film queen losing her backing, who would still lend her credence? Everyone rallied behind Su Fan. Consequently, the film queen's path to a comeback became exceedingly arduous. Devoid of resources, she was relegated to minor roles in low-budget productions. In contrast, with Cheng Tianzong's downfall, his so-called ban on Xian Mo ceased to hold any weight. Su Fan received a call from their mutual friend, Director Zhao. The role of the hacker had already been allocated to someone else, leaving no opportunity for Xian Mo. But Director Zhao introduced another prospect, the male second lead in a certain television drama. This series was an idol drama, embodying the classic tale of a Prince Charming and a Cinderella. The male second lead was neither the childhood sweetheart of the female protagonist nor another Prince Charming, but rather the illegitimate younger brother of the male lead. The mother of the male second lead had been deceived by the male lead's father, discovering his marital status only after becoming pregnant. Upholding a strong moral compass, she chose not to be a mistress and left, giving birth to the male second lead. She was a capable woman, ensuring that her son's upbringing was relatively comfortable, placing them in the middle class, far better off than the female lead's family. The female lead, in turn, aided the male second lead, creating more opportunities for them to confront the male lead. Amidst such circumstances, the two evolved from rivals into a romantic couple. The female protagonist becomes aware of the fraternal bond between the male lead and the second male lead. She believes that the mistakes of a past life should not be attributed to those of a new life, and seeks to mend the rift between the two. Through her mediation, the male lead and the second male lead discover that their animosity towards one another is not as profound as they once believed. Furthermore, the male lead learns the truth about past events, realizing that the mother of the second male lead was betrayed by their father due to an affair. This revelation leads to a reconciliation between the two, uniting them against their father, and their brotherly bond grows increasingly strong. The second male lead is characterized by his intelligence and a certain mischievous charm, often playfully outsmarting the male lead. He possesses striking looks, being one of the most handsome students in school. In addition to excelling academically, he is also highly athletic, joining the school basketball team alongside the male lead. Their synergy on the court leads to numerous victories, bringing honor to their school. This narrative unfolds as a coming-of-age inspirational idol drama, distinguishing itself from typical melodramatic series that focus solely on romantic entanglements. It encompasses themes of love, friendship, and family, while also conveying a positive message. Upon its release, it is bound to achieve commendable viewership ratings. The cast chosen for this drama does not consist of mere internet celebrities. Instead, the director and producers prioritize quality, opting for students from specialized institutions, most of whom are newcomers. Although Xian Mo is not a student, he was recommended by director Zhao and earned the trust of Su Fan. Consequently, director Sun, who helms the production, placed his faith in their judgment and cast Xian Mo as the second male lead without conducting auditions. Shortly after signing the contract and embarking on this new venture, Xian Mo receives a phone call from Chang Yilan. "Is this Zhao Xian?" "This is Chang Yilan." Chang Yilan chose the interests of the Chang family, consequently feeling an even deeper sense of guilt towards Xian Mo. Following the downfall of Cheng Tianzong, Chang Yilan reached out to Xian Mo, offering him a prestigious opportunity to alleviate her remorse, an ensemble role as the fourth male lead in a grand historical drama. This production, sponsored by the National Television Network, features only seasoned actors of great renown, and Xian Mo's acquisition of this role was made possible through the influence of Chang Yilan's uncle, a high-ranking official at the station. Upon hearing the tone of Chang Yilan's voice, Xian Mo discerned her intentions and readily accepted the role, thus settling his debts of gratitude towards her and the Chang family. It seemed evident that this was the plan of the Chang family. Otherwise, no matter how much guilt Chang Yilan felt, she would not have been able to secure such a significant role, as the Chang family had evidently invested considerable effort into this production. After concluding the call, Xian Mo informed Su Fan of the Chang family's maneuvering and his own decision. Su Fan wholeheartedly supported Xian Mo's choice, remarking that while the Chang family wielded some influence, there was no need to cling to them, as one could never be certain if they might turn out to be another version of the Chang family. Xian Mo raised an eyebrow. "Brother, do you know something?" Su Fan hastily denied, "I know nothing at all." Chapter 40. The Little Master Uncle encountered a scam. The filming of the idol drama was swiftly completed. Typically, such series do not demand high levels of acting proficiency, and most of the selected actors were vocational students with a modicum of skill. Thus, the shooting progressed smoothly. Without taking a break, Xian Mo transitioned into the historical drama crew. The title of this historical epic is The Battle for the Dragon Throne, and I trust the storyline is familiar to all. Xian Mo is no stranger to the genre, having perused several works of time travel fiction during his reading escapades. However, he shuns narratives where the female protagonist traverses time merely to become a concubine for a prince, vying with other women for a man's affection. Such tales elude his comprehension. Wasn't it the case that these heroines, prior to their escapades in the past, prided themselves on being independent and self-sufficient women of the modern era? When faced with betrayal from their partners, they would decisively sever ties. Yet upon arriving in the Qing dynasty, they succumb to the rivalry for a prince's favor. It is hardly an excuse to claim they yield to societal pressures. Rather, it appears a convenient rationale. Their actions, driven by self-preservation, lead them to undermine other women, while their indifference allows the innocent to perish. Yet, these women are often portrayed as innocent and virtuous, akin to pristine white lotuses. Xian Mo, on the other hand, immerses himself in narratives where male protagonists traverse the Qing dynasty, with the majority assuming the roles of princes and a select few embodying other figures, ultimately achieving great success. In this particular production, Xian Mo portrays the 14th prince, a general named Wang. To Xian Mo, this character appears foolish. He shuns his own brother while consorting with his brother's political adversaries. It is no wonder that his fate becomes so dire after his brother ascends the throne. Despite his disdain for the character, Xian Mo delivers a commendable performance. Initially, he was met with skepticism from the other cast members, many of whom were esteemed first-class actors and seasoned veterans, having earned their roles through hard work and skill, garnering the director's recognition. As for Xian Mo, he was parachuted in. He secured a role without even attending an audition. Can one really find this impressive? Many are eagerly anticipating the moment when they can show Xian Mo a thing or two during filming. In addition to isolating him, they plan to overshadow him with their superior acting skills, teaching him that one cannot thrive in this industry without talent. Does Xian Mo lack skill? That is a jest. His acting proficiency is already at a commendable 90% at the intermediate level, surpassing that of many others. Even those acclaimed first-tier actors can only achieve such a level. Exceptional acting, however, belongs to the realm of national first-class actors and seasoned veterans. Faced with the pressure of his fellow actors' performances, Xian Mo handled the situation with ease, astonishing these seasoned veterans and skilled performers, who ultimately accepted him. It turns out he was not randomly chosen. The public's perception of Xian Mo improved significantly. Within this production team, Xian Mo's acting skills rapidly advanced, benefiting immensely from the presence of seasoned actors. While filming The Nine Dragons Competing for the Throne, his previous role in a fantasy drama was released. The moment his senior appeared, he captured the audience's attention, leading to a wave of admiration for him online. As the actor portraying the senior, Xian Mo gained fame, with the Weibo account that Su Fan had set up for him inundated with followers, his fanbase skyrocketing from 0 to a staggering 1 million. Immediately, Xian Mo received a notification from the task panel, awarding him a point in attributes. He allocated this reward to his acting, thus elevating his proficiency from intermediate to advanced. The seasoned actors sensed the enhancement in Xian Mo's skills. His acting was now on par with theirs. The seasoned actors hold an immense admiration for Xian Mo, regarding him as a junior and nurturing the intention to mentor this promising talent. With fame comes controversy, and indeed, disturbances have arisen. A certain entertainment marketing account circulated a photograph featuring a third-tier actress alongside a man, whose face remains obscured, yet the account boldly asserted that the man is Xian Mo. This actress, also part of a fantasy drama ensemble, has failed to capture significant attention due to her lackluster role. However, the moment the photograph surfaced, her visibility surged. As her senior's popularity soared, the marketing account insinuated that the two had developed a romantic relationship due to their on-screen interactions, and a surprising number of individuals bought into this narrative. The actress's ambiguous stance led many to believe she was indeed involved with Zhao Xian, especially after reports emerged of them entering the same apartment at night. Su Fan promptly reached out to the director of the Battle for the Dragon Throne, inquiring whether they could publicize Xian Mo's participation in the production. With filming already more than halfway complete and promotional efforts on the horizon, the director consented to Su Fan's request, using Xian Mo's situation as the catalyst for the initial wave of publicity for the drama. That very day, Su Fan posted a message on Xian Mo's Weibo account. This singular statement struck a resounding blow to both the marketing account and the actress. What now? The actress's team found themselves in disarray, as mockery regarding her alleged opportunism began to circulate online. Wanting, perhaps we should consider replacing her? You have not acknowledged that the individual in the photograph is Zhao Xian, merely attributing it to the fabrications of marketing accounts. The agent provided a suggestion, to which Shun Weiniang responded with a cold huff. Where can one find a gullible fool nowadays? Other male celebrities are not so easily duped. The reason they initially targeted Zhao Xian as a mark was precisely because he lacked a robust background in the entertainment industry, apart from a semi-retired agent. He had no team to support him, leaving him unable to promptly refute the slander thrown his way. In contrast, other male stars are all backed by formidable teams, whose prowess surpasses that of Zhao Xian's. In Chapter 41, Little Master Uncle is schemed against. A sinister expression appeared on Shen Weining's face, her eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. Then we shall solidify this rumor. Her agent, taken aback, inquired, "What are you planning?" Shen Weining licked her lips. "Zhao Xian is quite attractive and appealing to me. Sleeping with him once would not be a loss for me, but rather a disadvantage for him." Internally, the agent scoffed, pondering how many men she had been with. Yet she assisted Shen Weining in plotting against Zhao Xian. As the 9 dragons compete for the throne wrapped up, Xian Mo attended the wrap party along with the cast and crew. After consuming a drug-laced drink, Xian Mo sensed something was amiss and quickly called Su Fan. Upon learning that Xian Mo had been schemed against, Su Fan was frantic, but unfortunately, he was in Kyoto while Xian Mo and the others were in Hongdian. Even if he had wings, he could not reach Xian Mo in time. Xian Mo reassured him, "You need not come. Just keep an eye on the online developments. I can handle things here myself." Su Fan was filled with surprise, anger, and concern for Xian Mo. "You have been drugged. How do you plan to resolve this? Please do not tell me you intend to randomly pick someone off the street for a one-night stand. Moreover, those who conspired against you are lurking in the shadows. How could you possibly evade their grasp?" Xian Mo chuckled lightly. "Brother Fan, I detected something amiss with the drink after just one sip. Rest assured, the minimal potency of the drug will not affect me significantly. I can unearth those hiding in the dark myself." Xian Mo was not a pawn to be manipulated. Those who dared to scheme against him would face consequences. When Chu Qingyu attempted to undermine him, he ensured that she spent time in prison. Now, this shadowy rat would face an even harsher reckoning. Xian Mo felt a deep revulsion for those lurking in the shadows. After hanging up the phone, he momentarily stiffened. He did not share the truth with Su Fan. It was not merely a single sip that alerted him to the drink's foulness, but rather he had consumed the entire glass, only realizing he had been compromised as the drug began to take effect. The reason he was able to maintain his composure was due to his formidable mental fortitude, which allowed him to suppress the drug's effects. However, during the phone call with Su Fan, his mental guard had slipped slightly, allowing the drug's influence to stir within him. Taking a deep breath, Xian Mo concentrated his mental energy to repress the drug's effects once more. He feigned the appearance of being inebriated and under the drug's influence, staggering down the hotel corridor. At that moment, a young woman approached him, pretending to recognize him. "Zhao Xian, is that you? What a coincidence. Are you drunk?" A woman stepped forward to assist Xian Mo, her fragrance stirring the restless effects of the drug coursing through his veins. Xian Mo suppressed the drug's influence and feigned a hazy, drunken demeanor as he cast a glance at the woman, recognizing her instantly. Wasn't she the third-rate actress Shen Weining, who had claimed online to have a certain relationship with him? With a swift mental calculation, Xian Mo discerned Shen Weining's scheme. Channeling a fragment of his spiritual energy, he swept his gaze to a secluded corner and indeed spotted Shen Weining's manager, armed with a camera. With a cold snort, he allowed Shen Weining to guide him into a room. Once inside, Shen Weining carelessly tossed Xian Mo onto the bed and, with a haughty scoff, declared that she would achieve her goals without fail. As she removed her clothing and advanced toward him, arms outstretched, Xian Mo rolled away, evading her and causing her to tumble onto the bed. Seizing the opportunity, he struck her neck with a precise blow, rendering her unconscious. Rising from the bed, Xian Mo positioned himself behind the door of the room. Shortly after, the door swung open, revealing Shen Weining's manager. Without hesitation, Xian Mo incapacitated the manager in the same manner, leaving him stripped and discarded beside Shen Weining. Xian Mo then picked up the phone that lay on the floor and deleted all images pertaining to him. No one would ever be able to recover the deleted content from that device. Having completed his task, he felt the drug's effects stirring within him once more. With a disdainful huff, he expressed his aversion to this sensation. While undressing the manager, he had discovered a small vial containing remnants of powdered substances, presumably the very drugs that had been administered to him. Xian Mo divided the medicinal powder into 2 portions, pouring them into the mouths of Shen Weining and her manager. Before long, the two began to react, quickly entwining with one another. Xian Mo, disinterested in the ensuing spectacle, sought to avoid any unwelcome scrutiny. Using the manager's phone, he sent messages to several paparazzi and marketing accounts before exiting the room. After taking a cold shower to rid himself of the drug's effects, he finally succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Accompanying him were several actors, all of whom had purchased tickets for the same flight. "Xiao Zhao, sit over here," called the venerable veteran actor, Teacher Jiao, who portrayed Emperor Kangxi in the production. Xian Mo approached with a smile, greeting the three seasoned actors with warmth. "Good morning, Teacher Jiao." "Good morning, Teacher Li." "Good morning, Teacher Liu." He then took a seat beside Teacher Jiao, setting down his tray. The hotel offered a lavish buffet breakfast, replete with a diverse array of options from both Eastern and Western cuisines. Xian Mo filled his plate with a selection of his favorites. Despite his fondness for breakfast, the sheer variety was overwhelming. Indulging in every dish would surely lead to discomfort. Thus, he opted for his top 10 favorites. Older individuals often appreciate children who can eat well, and upon seeing the contents of Xian Mo's plate, the three veteran actors chuckled. Noticing Xian Mo's hearty appetite, they too indulged a bit more than usual. After their meal, the four gathered around the table to relax and engage in conversation, which inevitably led to discussions of the previous day's gossip. "Xiao Zhao, are you aware of what transpired in the hotel yesterday?" The three seasoned actors scrutinized Xian Mo's expression, unable to detect any signs of unease, wondering if perhaps their suspicions were misplaced. With a blink, Teacher Jiao inquired of Xian Mo. "Xian Mo, you are acquainted with Shen Weining, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Xian Mo's countenance twisted with distaste. "Indeed, I am. Fanga contacted me, informing me that this woman is attempting to exploit me for publicity, falsely accusing me of an illicit affair with her." The three veteran actors sputtered, nearly choking on their tea. "An illicit affair? Is that even a term used in entertainment circles? Such dalliances between men and women are commonplace, are they not?" Xian Mo, feigning innocence, queried, "Teacher Jiao, is something amiss?" "Nothing of consequence." Teacher Jiao suppressed his suspicion and proceeded to share gossip with Xian Mo. "Last night, paparazzi infiltrated the hotel and captured compromising photographs of Shen Weining and her manager in bed. Bear in mind that her manager is married, and to Shen Weining's own cousin. No less. It would seem that someone is targeting Shen Weining, keeping a close watch on her." The clandestine observer not only tipped off the paparazzi about her and her manager entering the room, but also alerted her cousin, Shen Weining's cousin, incensed, stormed the hotel to catch them in the act, and that scene, too, was captured by the paparazzi. TSK. Teacher Jiao wore an expression of gleeful anticipation, revealing himself to be a devotee of gossip, despite his esteemed reputation. Xian Mo was taken aback, as his message the previous night was sent en masse, and he had not anticipated such a delightful turn of events. "And what transpired thereafter?" Xian Mo inquired. "What else could have happened? Simply peruse the internet, and you shall find out," Teacher Jiao replied. Xian Mo promptly retrieved his mobile phone, and indeed, the internet was rife with news of Shen Weining's adulterous liaison with her manager, accompanied by a chorus of derision. "Hee. I always suspected that Shen Weining was not a virtuous woman. Previously, she created misunderstandings regarding our senior brother. Oh dear senior brother, you have been wronged. I always believed that the news was fabricated. Our senior brother is so handsome. How could he possibly be interested in someone like Shen Weining, whose face is clearly the result of cosmetic surgery? Oh dear senior brother, you have been wronged. Shen Weining has probably been with numerous men, yet she dares to covet our pure senior brother. How utterly disgusting. Oh dear senior brother, you have been wronged. I express my gratitude to the cast of the Battle of the Nine Dragons for vindicating our senior brother. By the way, did you all notice something? What should we pay attention to? I noticed that the hotel where Shen Weining was caught in the act is the same hotel where the cast of the Battle of the Nine Dragons is staying. What is Shen Weining up to? What else could it be? She must be trying to seduce our senior brother at the hotel, right? Seducing our senior brother while also being with other men? There is no contradiction in that. Some individuals even enjoy threesomes and foursomes. Shen Weining is utterly repulsive, shattering my expectations of her character. Our senior brother was not ensnared by her, was he? Thankfully, his virtue remains intact. Shen Weining should be expelled from the entertainment industry. She must not be allowed to remain and cause harm to other male celebrities. Who knows when our beloved idols might fall victim to her schemes? Upon the utterance of those words, numerous fans of male celebrities became restless, abandoning their indifference and fervently expressing their desire for Shen Weining to exit the entertainment industry. Shin Weining found herself devoid of all professional engagements. The production team no longer desired her, and the endorsements she had secured were reassigned to others. Even her agency had forsaken her. The evidence was irrefutable, and public relations could not salvage Shin Weining's reputation. Why would the company squander resources to rehabilitate her when it could instead elevate a promising newcomer? Consequently, Shin Weining was relegated to obscurity, and her agent was dismissed. The two of them, akin to timid mice, dared not venture outside and could only remain in seclusion together. Shin Weining's cousin, having divorced the agent and left him with nothing, rendered him homeless, and he had no choice but to take refuge in Shin Weining's abode. However, they were not wed. The agent was acutely aware of the myriad men Shin Weining had been involved with, and he had no intention of marrying such a woman. Meanwhile, Shin Weining was still contemplating ensnaring a wealthy benefactor, unwilling to bind herself with the constraints of matrimony. Meanwhile, Shin Imo, having perused the online news and comments, calmly set his phone down. Teacher Lu inquired, "Do you feel a sense of dread?" Shin Imo nodded. "A little. I must thank her agent." The three seasoned actors chuckled at his words. "Indeed, you ought to express gratitude. His self-sacrificial spirit is commendable." Shin Imo mused. "Shall I purchase a hat for him?" Teacher Jiao quipped, "A green one." Shin Imo replied, "Of course." Teacher Jiao remarked, "You are quite the rascal." The three veteran actors then engaged in discussions about their leisurely lives, making plans to fish together and enjoy performances. Three individuals share a common admiration for the illustrious Mei Lanfang, the foremost of the four great Dan. Shin Imo is familiar with Mei Lanfang. He once watched a film titled Mei Lanfang in the First Connected World, which chronicles the life of Mr. Mei. Although the film contains elements of fiction and exaggeration, much of it is adapted from Mr. Mei's genuine experiences. Shin Mo's revelation brings joy to the three seasoned actors, who are pleasantly surprised that the younger generation also holds an appreciation for Mr. Mei. Teacher Jiao expresses his concerns, lamenting that today's youth are preoccupied with popular songs and seem disinterested in traditional drama, fearing that the art form may one day cease to be passed down. However, Shin Imo reassures the three veteran actors, though it is not merely consolation, for his words ring true. The second and third Connected Worlds, set in the 21st century, still boast the presence of drama, clearly indicating that this cherished heritage continues to be transmitted from one generation to the next. Zhao Xian shakes his head, stating that, for the time being, he has not yet found a new job with Fan Ji's assistance. "Is your agent Su Fan?" Zhao Xian nods. Teacher Li remarks, "Su Fan is quite commendable, possessing both vision and a strong sense of responsibility towards his artists. He would never select subpar scripts or roles for them. Though I have heard he is semi-retired, since he has taken on the role of your agent, he will undoubtedly remain diligent in his work. The absence of a new job for you likely indicates that there are simply no suitable opportunities available." Teacher Li seems to have a personal acquaintance with Fan Ge and expresses admiration for Su Fan. "This fellow was a classmate of my son. I have known him for several years. The character of this young man is commendable. He possesses principles and navigates situations with finesse. Regrettably, his poor judgment led to his downfall, as he met his demise hanging from a tree. It is perhaps fortunate that he was cast aside by that woman, Lu Ying. Had he remained ensnared in her grasp for a lifetime, it would indeed have been a tragic fate." Chapter 43. The young master is pursued thanks to Su Fan. The bond between Shin Imo and Teacher Li has significantly strengthened. Teachers Jiao and Lu also extended their invitations, observing the camaraderie and recognizing the presence of Mr. Mei's descendants. They welcomed them with open arms. Teacher Jiao remarked with a smile, "Our Ticket Fan Club proudly boasts descendants of Mr. Mei." The Ticket Fan Club, now enriched by the presence of these three seasoned actors, is no ordinary assembly. Its members encompass not only ardent enthusiasts but also distinguished figures in Peking opera, including both descendants of Mr. Mei and instructors from the Opera Academy. Joining this club provides an opportunity to learn vocal techniques from these esteemed educators. Shin Imo accepted the trio's invitation. Although he harbored no particular passion for Peking opera, he recognized it as a valuable skill that could bolster his aspirations of stardom. As he emerged from the airport, bidding farewell to the three veteran actors, a sudden shriek pierced the air. "It's my senior." Shin Imo glanced up to see a girl, approximately 20 years of age, pointing at him with an expression of delight. The girl's exclamation drew the attention of several onlookers, their eyes shimmering with excitement upon recognizing him. Sensing impending trouble, Shin Imo quickly said his goodbyes to the three actors, seized his suitcase, and fled. The girl and others, now aware of his presence, began to chase after him. On the way, upon realizing that they were pursuing a celebrity, some bored individuals also joined the throng. Xian Mo experienced for the first time the troubles that fame could bring. Fortunately, his long legs and good stamina allowed him to sprint away swiftly, eventually shaking off his pursuers. He sought refuge in a private room of a restaurant and called Su Fan. Su Fan, did I not instruct you to prepare a mask and sunglasses? Xian Mo, I thought it was unnecessary. My drama has only aired one episode. Su Fan, have you not heard of One Step to Glory? Are you unaware of how beloved your senior brother's character is? Xian Mo, indeed. My senior brother is quite popular, but there are instances where a role shines while the actor does not necessarily gain fame. I assumed that without makeup, the audience would not recognize me. Xian Mo, well, what should I do now, brother Fan? Su Fan, where are you? Xian Mo, in a small restaurant's private room, called Xiang Shui Qing. It's a Hunan cuisine establishment. Su Fan, stay there. I will come to fetch you. Xian Mo, then I shall order a few dishes and eat while I wait. Su Fan, order more. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Xian Mo, all right. I know your favorites. Chopped chili fish head, crispy duck with sesame, dry pot stinky tofu, and General Tso's chicken. I will order those. Su Fan, thanks. I will be there shortly. Though he said shortly, Su Fan would need over an hour to travel from the city to the airport vicinity. After ordering the dishes, Xian Mo did not allow the waiter to serve them immediately. Instead, he requested a platter of assorted delicacies and leisurely savored his meal. Su Fan arrived rather swiftly, primarily due to the smooth traffic conditions. As soon as he entered the private room, he handed Xian Mo a small package. Upon opening it, Xian Mo discovered a stylish pair of sunglasses and a bag of masks inside. Thank you, he said, placing the small package beside him and beckoning the waiter to serve the dishes. The cuisine at this Hunan restaurant was quite authentic, and even Su Fan, a true native of Hunan province, couldn't help but commend its flavors. As they dined, they engaged in conversation, with Su Fan inquiring, "Is it Shun Weiniang who plotted against you?" Xian Mo nodded. Su Fan expressed both surprise and curiosity, asking, "How did you manage that? To have Shun Weiniang entangled with her manager, only to be caught by the paparazzi?" Xian Mo explained, "The two of them bribed the hotel staff and drugged my drink, which I discovered." Su Fan nodded, already aware of that part. Xian Mo continued, "I feigned being affected to draw out the mastermind, and then Shun Weiniang emerged. Not only did she drug my drink, but she also applied an aphrodisiac perfume on herself. Her manager was lurking in the shadows capturing photographs. Once in the room, I rendered Shun Weiniang unconscious, followed by her manager, placing the two of them together. Strangely, the manager had retained some of the drug that was administered to me. I reciprocated without hesitation, administering the powder to both of them. I suppose the ensuing events require no further elaboration." Su Fan, filled with trepidation, did not commend Xian Mo, but instead chastised him. "How could you be so reckless? What if Shun Weiniang hadn't fainted and called her manager into the room? Can you truly stand against both of them alone? What if the potency of that drug is even stronger, or if the aphrodisiac scent on Shun Weiniang proves more effective? Would you not then fall into their trap? In the future, when faced with such situations, do not think of resolving them on your own. Rather, seek a place to hide and wait for assistance." Su Fan frowned, stating that he would find an assistant for you in the next few days, ensuring that someone would accompany you for greater safety. Xian Mo contemplated the idea of needing an assistant, believing that with his skills, no one could scheme against him. However, recalling the experience of being chased moments ago, he swallowed his words of refusal. Some matters indeed required an assistant's intervention. It was prudent to minimize his exposure whenever possible. Su Fan recounted the events, revealing nothing that required concealment. He disclosed that he had extracted and sent a video of the hotel staff leaking guest information to the hotel manager, clarifying that it was not his own information that had been compromised, but that of other guests. This hotel employee had been easily bribed by Shun Weiniang and had engaged in similar misconduct in the past. Both Shun Weiniang and her manager faced consequences. How could this employee escape unscathed? Su Fan had long been aware of Xian Mo's hacking skills and chose not to elaborate further. However, upon hearing that Teacher Jiao, Teacher Li, and Teacher Lu had invited Xian Mo to join the ticketing association, he could not help but express his astonishment. "You haven't installed surveillance on my phone, have you, Xian Mo?" "Su Fan, I have secured an audition opportunity for you, scheduled for a week from now." "Xian Mo, then." Su Fan, The role for the audition is that of a performer from the Republic of China era. Xianmo, does it require one to perform on stage personally? Chapter 44. My junior master learns to sing. Does it require one to perform on stage personally? Su Fan nodded in agreement, confident in Xianmo's ability to learn. It is worth noting that this fellow became a hacking expert after merely a month of study. Concepts like character encoding bewildered him, leaving him utterly perplexed. He felt acutely aware of the gap between himself and the prodigy. It is important to mention that he is not a poor student. He is indeed an academic achiever. The dishes on the table were all consumed, and Su Fan called the waiter to settle the bill. After calculating, the waiter cheerfully remarked, "You must be the actor portraying Brother XX, right? Could you kindly sign an autograph and take a photo with me? I can offer you a 30% discount." Xianmo inquired, "Are you authorized to give us a discount?" The waiter replied, "Absolutely. I am the little boss of this establishment." Xianmo took a photograph with the little boss and signed an autograph, adorned with the sunglasses and mask Su Fan had gifted him, as they exited the small restaurant. Su Fan assisted Xianmo in searching for an assistant. His extensive connections allowed him to select one within just a couple of days. This assistant, named Lu Jun, was a veteran with commendable skills, capable of serving as both a personal assistant and a part-time bodyguard. Lu Jun was a taciturn individual, refraining from speaking unless absolutely necessary, preferring to remain quietly by Xianmo's side without interrupting his work or life. Simultaneously, he was remarkably attentive, often anticipating needs that Xianmo had not even considered, thus ensuring everything was taken care of seamlessly. Lu Jun possesses remarkable culinary skills, creating dishes that are both delectable and imbued with the essence of home. Xianmo holds him in high regard and welcomes his presence, having recently relocated to a new abode, albeit a rented one. As he has yet to amass sufficient funds to purchase his own home, Xianmo arranged for Lu Jun to occupy a nearby apartment, ensuring that Lu Jun can easily attend to him while affording him his own private space. The elder's lips curled into a smile, reflecting his buoyant mood. Teacher Jiao introduced Xianmo to Professor Chu from the Academy of Traditional Chinese Opera. Xianmo promptly summoned attention, stating, "I learned from online videos and am unaware of the instructor's identity." The crowd erupted in laughter, leaving Xianmo somewhat bewildered. What was the source of their amusement? Oh, it was Professor Chu. Xianmo swiftly bowed in respect, adopting the demeanor of a junior. Professor Chu raised his hand in a gesture of encouragement, clearly pleased with Xianmo's progress. The fact that this young man could achieve such proficiency through online learning hinted at the potential for greatness in the opera world. Had he begun his studies from a tender age? Reflecting on this, Professor Chu felt a twinge of regret, sensing that the world of traditional opera had missed out on a promising talent. Eager for knowledge, Xianmo sought the professor's guidance, and Professor Chu generously imparted his wisdom, lamenting further the opera community's oversight of such a gifted individual. Under Professor Chu's tutelage, Xianmo made significant strides in his operatic skills, and upon accessing the game interface, he unlocked this newfound talent, registering it as a preliminary proficiency at 20%. In just a couple of days, the time would come for auditions for actors in a Republic of China television drama. The television series is titled Peach Blossoms. It narrates the tale of a refined young lady who, after enduring the devastation of her family, joins the revolutionary forces and emerges as an exceptional intelligence officer. She operates clandestinely within enemy ranks, extracting numerous pieces of information advantageous to her cause, while eliminating several traitors and collaborators. During the tumultuous years of the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, the protagonist, seeking to conceal her true identity, becomes a socialite on the bustling streets of Shanghai, engaging with a multitude of men. Although she appears frivolous, the education she received from a young age instills in her a deep longing for a home, aspiring to be a devoted wife and mother. Ultimately, her dreams remain unfulfilled as she meets her demise before dawn. This narrative is centered around a strong female lead, accompanied by various male characters who share varying degrees of romantic tension with her. The role that Xianmo auditions for is that of the heroine's first love, a character named Cheng Qiuyu, who is a prominent performer in a theatrical troupe, specializing in the roles of Huadan and Qingyi. At the time when she was still a refined young lady, Bai Weiran, accompanied by her friends, attended a performance at the theater, where she was captivated by Cheng Qiuyu's grace on stage, falling in love at first sight. Bai Weiran sought excuses to encounter Cheng Qiuyu, orchestrating various serendipitous meetings. Cheng Qiuyu, too, developed feelings for Bai Weiran. However, the Bai family, being of high status, would never allow their daughter to marry an actor. The head of the Bai family wielded his authority to force Cheng Qiuyu to depart, thus severing the first love of his daughter. Years later, Bai Weiran and Cheng Qiuyu reunite on the vibrant streets of Shanghai, where Bai Weiran has become the most renowned socialite, while Cheng Qiuyu, though still an actor, has gained considerable fame in his own right. The two individuals met in silence, with Cheng Qiuyu's heart still tethered to Bai Weiran. He did not mind her identity as a socialite and desired to marry her, yet she rebuffed his advances. Her refusal stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, she wished to shield Cheng Qiuyu from the perils entwined with her status. Secondly, her heart was already claimed by another man, a companion who had stood by her through life and death, not merely a lover, but also a comrade. They shared a mutual vision, a common mission and goal. They had vowed that once the war against aggression was won, they would marry and be together openly. In Chapter 45, The Little Master's successful audition, Bai Weiran turned down Cheng Qiuyu, yet he remained undeterred, still harboring love for her, quietly observing from the sidelines. Through his gaze, he discerned the truth of her identity, but chose not to reveal this knowledge to anyone, instead providing covert assistance to help conceal her situation. On several occasions, Bai Weiran faced peril, and it was Cheng Qiuyu's discreet aid that ensured her safety. However, while he managed to protect her, he inadvertently exposed himself. The enemy and traitors sought to capture Cheng Qiuyu, who vowed to resist to the death, taking down several foes in the process. Ultimately succumbing to a hail of gunfire, truly a hero in every sense. Many actors auditioned for this role, with Xian Mo placed further back in the lineup, lacking the support of a powerful agency. Before Xian Mo's turn, previous actors entered and exited, their facial expressions impeccably controlled, revealing nothing of their inner thoughts. Next, number 39. The call came. Xian Mo rose and made his way toward the audition room. In the room, Director Ma engaged in a discussion with the screenwriter, producer, and assistant director regarding the previous auditions candidates. Among them, one actor stood out as the finest performer. His acting was commendable, and his appearance was striking. The sole drawback was his inability to sing. The producer remarked, "We can simply have him don some makeup and adopt various looks, adding voiceovers in post-production. It won't have much impact." Director Ma furrowed his brow and replied, "Let us consider it further. If we cannot find an actor with both a commendable image and singing ability, we may have to resort to him." The producer retorted, "You are truly meticulous." At that moment, a knock resonated, followed by the entrance of a young man. The four individuals were taken aback by his striking presence. Indeed, he was the most handsome among the auditionees. The screenwriter, having recently watched a popular fantasy drama, recognized him as Xian Mo. "You are Zhao Xian, who plays Brother XX, correct?" "Indeed, I am Zhao Xian," he replied politely. "Greetings, esteemed teachers. I am here to audition for the role of Cheng Qiuyu. You certainly possess the suitable appearance." The screenwriter exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm for good looks. "Your acting should be commendable as well, I presume?" inquired the assistant director. Having reviewed Zhao Xian's credentials, he noted that entering the cast of the 9 dragons contending for the throne and securing the role of the 4th male lead alongside seasoned actors suggested that this young talent must possess considerable skill. If his talent were lacking, it would imply he secured his position through connections, which could easily lead to his dismissal. Director Ma also noted this detail in the actor's profile, and an inner voice acknowledged that this performer appeared to be an even better choice than the previous candidate. The producer, however, was not particularly pleased. The previous actor, named Li Mengyu, was currently a key talent being nurtured by their company, and naturally, the producer hoped for Li Mengyu to secure the role. Director Ma chose to replicate the scene previously performed by Cheng Qiuyu and Bai Weiran. This scene was quite challenging, demanding a high level of acting skill from the performer. Yet, Xian Mo possessed exceptional acting talent, rivaling that of seasoned veterans. For him, this scene was merely a trifle. Both the assistant director and the screenwriter nodded in approval, recognizing that this actor's performance far surpassed that of Li Mengyu. It was no wonder he was cast in the historical drama of the national television. Su fans discerning, I remained as astute as ever. The producer sighed inwardly. He could not bring himself to utter that Xian Mo was inferior to Li Mengyu, yet he felt a sense of discomfort and decided to express his discontent towards others. "Can you sing?" the producer inquired, doubtful of Xian Mo's vocal abilities. Surely, this young man had devoted all his thoughts to honing his acting skills. leaving little time to learn to sing. However, the answer was disappointing. I can sing a little, since I, alongside the king, have fought across the lands, enduring the trials of wind and frost, year after year. I can only lament the tyrannical Qin, which has brought suffering and despair to countless lives, causing the populace to endure endless hardships. No one accompanied him in this performance, yet his singing was deeply engrossing and captivating. Good, Director Ma applauded. Although he was not an ardent fan of opera, he had a fair understanding of Peking opera and occasionally enjoyed listening to it. Naturally, he could discern the quality of others singing. The performance by Xian Mo was nothing short of exceptional. Director Ma seemed to see the character Cheng Qiuyu vividly standing before him. Very well, the role of Cheng Qiuyu is yours. Have your agent reach out to the production team's legal department to finalize the contract, he decisively proclaimed. Xian Mo expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile. Director Ma inquired, your singing style and movements seem rather familiar. Did you learn from Professor Chu? Xian Mo replied. You know Professor Chu? I indeed studied under him, initially through online videos, and later, he personally guided me. Director Ma remarked. Our production team intended to invite Professor Chu as a consultant, but it seems we have secured his student instead. Xian Mo quickly interjected. I am not a student of Professor Chu. I merely received advice from him for a couple of days. 2 days? You sought out Professor Chu specifically for guidance? Director Ma asked. If that were the case, it would certainly demonstrate the seriousness with which this young actor approached his role. Director Ma had a fondness for such dedicated performers. Xian Mo clarified, it wasn't a special trip. I met Professor Chu at a ticket holder meeting and took the opportunity to consult him. Director Ma was surprised. You even participated in the ticket holder meeting? Xian Mo explained. It was actually Teacher Jiao, Teacher Li, and Teacher Lu who brought me into the ticket holder community. Ah, so that is how it is. Director Ma said, his appreciation for Xian Mo growing. It appears your acting skills are truly commendable. Given the admiration of these 3 esteemed mentors who regard you as their junior, Director Ma felt increasingly satisfied with Xian Mo. The producer also expressed no objections, acknowledging that this young man's connections were quite extensive and should not be offended lightly. The 3 venerable actors hold significant stature within the industry. To offend them is to invite considerable repercussions, even for entertainment companies. As Xian Mo exited the audition room, the producer spoke up. Director Ma, Li Mingyu's acting is commendable, and his image is quite appealing. Director Ma interjected, the role of Cheng Qiuyu is to be assigned to Zhao Xian. His acting and image surpass those of Li Mingyu. No, that is not my intention, the producer hurriedly clarified. I did not mean for Li Mingyu to usurp Cheng Qiuyu's role. I was merely suggesting if Li Mingyu could take on the role of Shen Weiyuan. After some contemplation, Director Ma deemed Li Mingyu quite fitting for the character of Shen Weiyuan and nodded in agreement, as it was essential to show consideration for the investors. Chapter 46. The stunning debut of the young master Uncle Su Fan assisted Xian Mo in finalizing the contract. While Xian Mo continued his studies in Peking opera under Professor Chu, Professor Chu had received an invitation from the production team and agreed to serve as their consultant. Upon learning that Xian Mo would portray Cheng Qiuyu, Professor Chu was elated. Taking the script to guide Xian Mo and teaching him all the scenes that Cheng Qiuyu would perform. After spending over a month under Professor Chu's tutelage, Xian Mo mastered several scenes, elevating his singing skills to an intermediate level. Finally, the production team commenced filming. The first scene to be shot on the inaugural day was the moment when Bai Weiran falls in love with Cheng Qiuyu at first sight. Professor Chu personally applied Xian Mo's makeup and would later accompany him in performing the lines of Xiangyu. Once the makeup was completed and the costume donned, Xian Mo emerged from the dressing room, revealing himself to the onlookers. A collective gasp echoed as silence enveloped the crowd, momentarily rendering them speechless. Professor Chu beamed with pride, fully aware that this was the reaction he had anticipated. Emerging from the dressing room was a figure of exquisite grace, with eyes like autumn waters that pierced through the hearts of onlookers. Every gesture and movement captivated the crowd. Was this individual male or female? Could a man truly possess a beauty that rivals that of a woman, exuding such feminine allure? Those who initially harbored doubts about Xian Mo's suitability for the role of Cheng Qiuyu now found their objections utterly dissolved. The audience soon realized the flurry of activity around them. Professor Chu, adorned in the guise of a martial character, took to the stage to compliment Xian Mo's performance as Xiangyu. Although his primary focus was on the Dan role, he was equally adept in the martial arts repertoire. Scene X, commence. With the director's command, the skilled musicians engaged by the production began to play. Xian-mo, dressed as Yu Ji, and Professor Chu, as Xiangyu, stepped onto the specially constructed stage to deliver their performance. Yu Ji, singing "I urge the king to drink and listen to the song of you, to alleviate your sorrows with a graceful dance. The ruthless Qin has shattered our land, while heroes rise to arms from all directions. The ancient adage holds true. Success and failure are but fleeting moments. Take heart, drink deeply, and sit in comfort within your tent. Yu Ji, spoken my king. Should we break through the encirclement in this battle, retreat to the east, and plot the revival of the Chu state to save the common people? If I accompany you, would it not hinder your efforts in battle? Very well. I shall use your treasured sword to end my life before you. The crew was momentarily rendered speechless. Goodness, this individual was truly performing, not merely posing for post-production dubbing. Could it be that the director had recruited a student from the Opera Academy? Li Mingyu had initially been confident in his claim to the role of Cheng Qiyu, yet now, he was taken aback to find it bestowed upon Xian-mo. He was the most indignant among them. Xian-mo had garnered a certain level of popularity for his role as a senior in a fantasy drama. But could he truly compare? After all, he had portrayed several highly acclaimed characters, his popularity surpassing that of Xian-mo, and his standing within the industry was considerably higher. He had even played lead roles, earning accolades for his acting from various directors. And what of Xian-mo? Merely a few supporting roles. What right did he have to claim the character of Cheng Qiyu? Just because his visage was marginally more appealing? Acting is not a beauty pageant. Yet now, upon witnessing Xian-mo's portrayal and hearing his melodious voice, Li Mingyu finally comprehended why director Ma had chosen Xian-mo. He conceded. The female lead made her entrance, portrayed by the first-tier star Quan Wenyu, a former child star. Quan Wenyu exhibited exceptional acting skills and was arguably the finest in the cast, second only to Xian-mo. She brought the character of a refined young lady to life with remarkable authenticity. As she entered the tea house, her ears perked up, captivated by the song emanating from the stage. One glance was enchanting, a moment that could last an eternity. Half of this allure was crafted by Quan Wenyu herself, while the other half was a genuine reflection of her astonishment at Xian-mo cut. As director Ma called for a halt, Quan Wenyu felt her heartbeat remain erratic. Truly, being nearly a decade older than Zhao Xian, she had no inclination for an affair akin to an old bull courting tender grass. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain some distance from him on set. She remarked to her manager that director Ma had a remarkable eye for talent. The allure of Cheng Qiyu was indeed potent. If I were Bai Weiran, I would never waver in my affections. Her manager retorted, Bai Weiran is not like you. She and her partner have weathered storms together, evolving from comrades to lovers. You are undoubtedly an admirer of beauty. Quan Wenyu, is there any artist who would belittle themselves in such a manner? Manager, am I disparaging you? I am merely speaking the truth. Quan Wenyu. Due to the smooth progress of filming, director Ma was exceedingly pleased and promptly commenced the shooting of the next scene. In this subsequent act, the protagonist remained Xian-mo, and while he was adorned in the makeup of Yu Ji, all the scenes featuring Cheng Qiyu performing Farewell, My Concubine were captured. This day saw a succession of scenes filmed with such remarkable ease that it was almost inconceivable. The credit belonged to Xian-mo, and director Ma lauded him, granting him a 2-day respite to recuperate. As Xian-mo entered the makeup room to remove his cosmetics, someone approached him from behind, and their gazes met in the mirror. The individual nodded towards Xian-mo's reflection and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Li Mingyu. Hello. Xian-mo recognized who Li Mingyu was. Prior to joining the crew, Su Fan had briefed Xian-mo on the actors portraying the principal characters. Moreover, the investor had expressed interest in having Li Mingyu play Cheng Qiyu, a fact Su Fan had managed to uncover. Initially, Xian-mo presumed that Li Mingyu sought confrontation due to his own role being usurped. Yet the politeness exuded by this individual suggested otherwise. Your portrayal of Cheng Qiyu is exceptional, Li Mingyu complimented. Would you care to join me for a meal? Li Mingyu extended an invitation to Xian-mo. Certainly, Xian-mo responded, welcoming this newfound friendship. Although director Ma had granted Xian-mo a break, he still visited the set the following day to observe others at work, keen to learn from their strengths. The scenes today featured Li Mingyu, whose acting, though subpar, was not the root cause of the numerous retakes. The fault lay with his co-star, an actress who seemed distracted for reasons unknown. Struggling to deliver her lines on several occasions, director Ma reprimanded her repeatedly, yet to no avail. In a fit of frustration, he dismissed the actress from the set, opting to shoot Lee Mingyu's scenes with other actors instead. After removing her makeup, the actress left the set and did not return for several days. When director Ma instructed his assistant to reach out to her, they discovered that even her agent was unable to locate her. Subsequently, police arrived on set to conduct an investigation, which severely hindered the filming schedule. Chapter 47. The Young Master Saves a Life. Could Infini have been murdered and her body disposed of? Li Mingyu speculated. Xianmo admitted he was equally in the dark. The police approached the two to inquire, but they were at a loss for words. Their acquaintance with Infini was minimal. During filming, her poor condition had led to frequent retakes, inciting Li Mingyu's irritation and limiting any off-screen interaction. Once the police departed, the crew resumed their work, albeit with Infini's role reassigned to another actress. Before long, Infini was found, but tragically, it was her lifeless body. The cause of death was determined to be an overdose of illicit substances. This revelation prompted a crackdown on drug use within the industry, leading to the blacklisting of several celebrities involved in such activities. In the aftermath of this incident, Xianmo benefited as well, securing 2 advertising endorsements. Su Fan arrived at the film crew with an advertising contract, a hint of hesitation etched on his face. After reviewing the contract, Xianmo affixed his signature and turned to Su Fan, saying, "Brother Fan, speak your mind. I will certainly assist you in any way I can." Su Fan murmured softly, "Ah Xian, with your exceptional hacking skills, could you perhaps help investigate the whereabouts of Infini prior to her disappearance?" Su Fan did not necessarily believe that Xianmo was more capable than the police. Rather, he regarded Xianmo as bolder, unafraid to covertly utilize foreign satellites. Xianmo inquired, "Brother Fan, do you know Infini?" Su Fan replied, "I do, but I am more familiar with her manager. The manager certainly does not believe that Infini would indulge in drugs. As a responsible manager, one is acutely aware of the artist's physical condition. If Infini were using substances, it would have been discovered long ago." Xianmo asked, "Has Infini offended anyone? Is her manager aware of it? Was Infini troubled in those days, and does her manager know the reason?" Xianmo continued, "Could it be that Infini secretly found a lover behind her manager's back?" Su Fan responded, "Perhaps. However, my request is for you to trace Infini's whereabouts before her disappearance, not to act as a private detective." Xianmo chuckled, "Hand me the computer." Su Fan placed his high-performance laptop into Xianmo's hands. Xianmo opened the laptop and, with a series of deft maneuvers, effortlessly infiltrated a particular artificial satellite. Through satellite imagery, he pinpointed urban scenes from Kyoto over 10 days prior. Ultimately, Xianmo discerned Infini's figure among the captured footage. The circumstances surrounding Infini's disappearance unfolded before Xianmo and Su Fan. This young woman had fallen victim to a heinous act, perpetrated by none other than her own biological sister. Infini and her sister were twins, but during Infini's childhood, she was abducted by human traffickers. Although she was eventually rescued, no parents came forward to claim her, and thus, Infini was sent to an orphanage. As she matured, Infini entered the entertainment industry and became a star, capturing the attention of her sister. Her sister, aware of her twin siblings' existence, grew resentful. The love that should have been bestowed upon Infini was instead lavished on her, leading to her being spoiled. From her middle school years, she strayed from the path of righteousness, evolving into a rebellious youth. The tragic loss of their parents in a car accident during her high school years plunged Infini's sister further into despair. Upon seeing Infini on television, jealousy consumed her. How could 2 sisters, born of the same womb, lead such disparate lives? Infini was a celebrated star, while she wallowed in the depths of despair. At this juncture, Infini's sister, having succumbed to the clutches of addiction, found herself in a state of degradation. She was acutely aware that substance abuse was ruining her life, yet she found herself powerless against the addiction. With her own life and future seemingly on the brink of collapse, she questioned why Infini could thrive in such glory while she languished in misery. In her twisted logic, she resolved that Infini should accompany her into the abyss. With great effort, she acquired Infini's phone number and reached out to her. Upon learning that her sister wished to meet, Infini, moved by the connection, agreed to see her. Infini's sister refrained from disclosing her addiction, instead claiming she was terminally ill and sought to fulfill their parents' wishes by finding her long-lost sister before her demise. Unbeknownst to Infini, who was unaware of her sister and Mimi's malicious intentions, she acquiesced to her request not to inform her agent. With her guard down, she fell victim to treachery. How could such a cruel woman exist? Merely because her elder sister enjoyed a better life, she sought to eliminate her own flesh and blood? Su Fan was left speechless. Although he had encountered ruthless individuals before, this was the first time he had witnessed someone betray their own sister. He resolved to report the incident, determined to ensure that this woman was apprehended to restore justice for Infengi. Additionally, he aimed to assist Yu Shu, so that he would not bear the stigma of being an agent for a drug-abusing artist, which would deter other performers from collaborating with him. Xian Mo interjected, stating that there was no need to alert the authorities, as the police were quite capable. While they may not have employed satellite surveillance as recklessly, their professional skills were still formidable. Through a series of clues, they tracked down Mimi and apprehended her. The details of the incident were subsequently shared online by the police department, vindicating Infengi. As the public condemned Mimi, they expressed sympathy for Infengi. The crew members also felt pity for her. However, their familiarity with her was limited, and their concerns soon faded. Yet, shortly thereafter, the production encountered another complication. On that day, the scene being filmed involved the capture of underground party members by traitors. Li Mingyu's character, a seemingly debauched young master, was actually an underground party member. While he was meeting with contacts, the traitors learned of his whereabouts and came to surround him. Li Mingyu made a daring escape to the rooftop. In this scene, the use of a wire harness was essential. However, just as Li Mingyu leaped from one rooftop to another, the harness suddenly snapped. Today, Xian Mo had his scenes to shoot. He had completed his makeup and stood by, observing Li Mingyu perform. Suddenly, his ears perked up at a faint sound. At that moment, Li Mingyu was mid-jump. Alarmed, Xian Mo dashed forward. Unfortunately, the steel wire attached to Li Mingyu had already broken, causing him to plummet between the two rooftops. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Li Mingyu was so startled by the sudden turn of events that he could not even scream. His mind racing with a singular thought: this was disastrous. He would either die or be severely injured. Just as the crisis unfolded, a figure rushed beneath Li Mingyu, extending their arms to catch him. Chapter 48. The Little Master Uncle is to perform in a period drama. Li Mingyu found himself cradled in the embrace of his rescuer, avoiding a fall that could have left him incapacitated. The set fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, the crowd regained their composure and hurried forward. Some called for an ambulance, while others checked on Li Mingyu's condition, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Xian Mo, the heroic savior. Even Li Mingyu gazed at him in awe. Xian Mo set Li Mingyu down and took a step back, only to be encircled by onlookers. Wow, Zhao Xian, your strength is incredible. Zhao Xian, your speed is astonishing. Your reflexes are impressive. Zhao Xian, have you trained in martial arts? Xian Mo was overwhelmed by the barrage of compliments. Yet Director Ma, perhaps struck by a pang of conscience for having saved the day, observed the scene. However, the glimmer in the eyes of those surrounding Xian Mo hinted at their burgeoning intrigue and potential schemes. Before long, the ambulance arrived. Although Xian Mo and Li Mingyu were unharmed, they were still taken to the hospital for a precautionary examination. Upon receiving the news, Su Fan rushed to the hospital, initially praising Xian Mo's actions before admonishing him. You mustn't be so impulsive in the future. What if you hadn't caught Li Mingyu? That could have led to complications. Xian Mo reassured him, Brother Fan, do not worry. My skills are quite commendable. The scenario you fear will not transpire. Su Fan shot Xian Mo a stern glance. Do not be overly boastful. Xian Mo replied with a smile, Brother Fan, I truly am not being boastful. While I may not be leaping across rooftops like in novels, my abilities surpass those of the martial arts instructors on set. I was confident in my actions. I would never place myself in jeopardy, especially since I aspire to become a global superstar. Moreover, saving a life is more virtuous than constructing a grand pagoda. Should a similar situation arise in the future, I will undoubtedly intervene. Su Fan found himself at a loss for further reprimands, sighing, yet feeling fortunate to have such a principled individual as his partner. Truly, it was a case of making the most of one's talents. The incident on set did not lead to any prohibitions shortly thereafter. The video of Xian Mo saving someone was uploaded online. The official Weibo account of the Peach Blossom production team seized this opportunity to amplify their promotional efforts. Xian Mo's popularity surged once again, increasing by 5 million overnight, nearly reaching a total of 10 million. Xian Mo gazed at the statistics with a hint of regret. Had he surpassed 10 million, he would have earned an additional attribute point. Li Mingyu's manager accompanied the artist to express gratitude to Xian Mo, offering a resource as a token of appreciation. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingyu wore a face filled with frustration and grievance. What happened? What did the police officer say? Xian Mo inquired with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Li Mingyu finally spoke. The staff member who tampered with the wire was a devoted fan of Enfengyi. He blamed the situation surrounding Enfengyi on me and Director Ma, believing that if I had cooperated better with Enfengyi during her performance, Director Ma would not have scolded her away, and consequently, Enfengyi would not have been killed by her sister. Li Mingyu nodded. This truly is an undeserved calamity. Xian Mo patted his shoulder. Li Mingyu suggested, let us go, it's on me. We shall feast to transform our sorrow into appetite. I believe I could devour an entire pig. Xian Mo chuckled. Then you would indeed become a pig. Following the completion of Peach Blossoms, the Battle for the Throne also aired. This television drama achieved remarkable success, further elevating Xian Mo's reputation. His acting skills garnered recognition within the industry, and numerous directors sought out such a strikingly handsome actor with exceptional talent. Now, he no longer required Su Fan's assistance to find resources. Opportunities came knocking at his door. One script was for an idol drama, where he was cast as the second male lead. Another was for a fantasy drama, where he took on the role of the third male lead, with a character similar to that of a senior brother. There was also a martial arts drama script, where he would again play the third male lead, portraying an assassin. Lastly, there was a period drama script, featuring him as the fourth male lead, a young man from the countryside. Xian Mo chose the role of the countryside youth, as he had limited knowledge of period dramas, making it all the more intriguing to him. Su Fan expressed his surprise at his choice. Why did you select this particular drama? Xian Mo replied, it's interesting. I've heard it said that era was quite intriguing. Su Fan's voice heightened as he inquired, you find that era amusing? Xian Mo responded, if it weren't intriguing, why would there be so many novels about that era online? Su Fan probed further, but have you scrutinized the content within them? Xian Mo replied, they're predominantly female-centric narratives, which don't resonate with my preferences. Su Fan's expression grew intricate. I suggest you peruse a few. Furthermore, I'll procure some materials from that era for your perusal. Once you've examined them, you'll discern whether that era was truly captivating or not. Xian Mo, perplexed, responded with a simple. He couldn't shake the feeling that Su Fan was subtly implying his ignorance of history. Subsequently, Xian Mo diligently sought out and read several novels set in that era. These were highly rated online works, and he discovered that, aside from female-centric narratives, there were also male-centric ones. However, he surmised that they were likely penned by female authors. The narratives were saturated with mundane family matters and conflicts with unpleasant characters, which he found exceedingly dull. Despite these shortcomings, Xian Mo managed to distill the defining characteristics of that era: scarcity of resources, youth sent to the countryside, and the resumption of college entrance examinations. He realized that life must have been quite arduous for people back then. He remarked to Su Fan, aren't you grateful that we were born in this era? Su Fan nodded in agreement. Xian Mo added, that era lacked even the internet, which is a great pity. Su Fan, puzzled, inquired, what do you mean? Xian Mo lapsed into a contemplative silence, his mind wandering. He pondered whether this world, predominantly focused on holography, might have developed games set in that era. If such games existed, what would they entail? How would players engage with them? Would it be a survival trial of sorts? With a wealth of knowledge from that bygone era, Xian Mo joined the cast of the Year Wheel. Chapter 49. The Little Master Uncle Saves Someone Again. The Year Wheel narrates the tales of a group of youths who venture into the countryside, necessitating their departure from the city to the remote rural areas. The production team chose a village nestled at the foot of a mountain, a location somewhat isolated due to the challenging road conditions, where the villagers lead a rather difficult life. As the crew filmed on location, they resided and dined within the village, thereby providing the local residents with a substantial source of income. The villagers welcomed the crew with open arms, their curiosity piqued by the filming process, often gathering to watch, and eventually joining as extras. Being an extra comes with remuneration, and as the villagers received payment for their roles, their enthusiasm grew, eagerly anticipating the scenes that would allow them to earn a little money. As dawn broke, Xian Mo rose early, donning athletic attire before heading into the woods. Upon entering, he encountered a few rabbits but refrained from capturing them. His intent was merely to exercise, as he could easily purchase rabbits if he desired. The air in the forest was invigorating, and Xian Mo realized that exercising amidst nature enhanced his physical attributes. He made his way to a spacious area he had discovered in recent days and began performing the movements of the starry body training technique. While it did not summon the energies of the stars, the benefits of his training were nonetheless realized. After completing a round of physical training, Xian Mo settled cross-legged to cultivate his mental strength. Once he finished, he released his consciousness into the surrounding environment, attuning himself to the myriad sensations of the forest, the gentle caress of the mountain breeze, the chirping of birds and insects, and the sound of dew rolling off leaves. Suddenly, he detected another presence through his mental probing. A flicker of concern crossed Xian Mo's brow. Although the words were indistinct, he discerned they were human voices. Villagers would not ascend the mountain at such an early hour. Who could these individuals be? After traversing a distance of over 50 meters, he began to discern the conversation, albeit still somewhat unclear. Act swiftly, eliminate the child, and let us depart. Boss, hardly anyone comes to this mountain. If we leave the child here, he will perish from hunger within a few days. We need not dirty our hands. No, there is a village at the mountain's base. What if the villagers discover the child? Surely not. We are deep within the forest. The villagers would not venture this far. It's uncertain. Quickly dispose of him. He has seen our true faces. He cannot be allowed to live. The dialogue revealed three men who appeared to be plotting a heinous act, intent on silencing a witness. Xian Mo hastened his steps, drawing closer to the men, while his mental acuity painted a vivid picture of the scene. Three men had bound a young boy, and one held a dagger, poised to strike. Without hesitation, Xian Mo quickened his pace, and as he caught sight of the trio, he seized a stone from the ground and hurled it at the wrist of the man wielding the dagger. The man cried out in pain, and the dagger clattered to the earth. The other two men reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons and directing their gaze towards Xian Mo. Both wielded wooden guns. Xian Mo quickened his pace, determined not to allow them the opportunity to strike him. The sound of wooden guns echoed, yet none found their mark. Xian Mo surged forward, reaching the three men, and with swift punches, he rendered each unconscious upon the ground. Kneeling down, he proceeded to untie the young boy. The child was not unconscious. His wide, puppy-like eyes brimmed with admiration, attachment, and a glimmer of hope for life. Xian Mo extracted a cloth from the boy's mouth, and the first words from the child's lips were, "Big brother, may I learn martial arts from you?" This was a boy of about 10, who, having faced life and death, did not succumb to fear like other children who merely cried. Instead, he expressed a desire to acquire skills to protect himself. A resilient young lad indeed. Xian Mo felt a fondness for the boy and replied, "Certainly, once you have recovered, you can come to me any time to learn." He assisted the boy in loosening the ropes binding him. However, having been tied for so long, the child's circulation had nearly ceased, leaving his limbs stiff and immobile. Xian Mo pulled out his phone, intending to call for help, only to realize that there was no signal in this remote mountainous region. At that moment, the horizon began to blush with the dawn, as villagers rose to prepare breakfast. Some members of the film crew were also stirring, including Li Mingyu, who had taken on a role as the second male lead in the production. Though Li Mingyu did not rise as early as Xian Mo, he still preferred to start his mornings with a jog, getting up earlier than most. At this moment, he was jogging around the village when he spotted Xian Mo emerging from the forest, an appearance that startled Li Mingyu. "What on earth have you done, Xian? Why are you carrying these individuals?" Xian Mo replied, "Do you have your phone?" Li Mingyu answered affirmatively, "Yes." Xian Mo insisted, "Call the police." Li Mingyu was taken aback. "Huh?" Xian Mo explained, "These three are kidnappers. They have abducted this child and intend to silence him. Quickly, call the authorities." With both hands occupied carrying the captives, Xian Mo entrusted the task of contacting the police to Li Mingyu. Chapter 50. The unremarkable child rescued by the young master. Uncle Li Mingyu dialed the emergency number, and the police took the matter very seriously. After confirming the village's location, they assured him that help would be dispatched immediately. The other members of the film crew and the villagers gathered around, and upon learning that the three men were kidnappers, the villagers, fueled by righteous indignation, fetched ropes from their homes to securely bind the criminals. Xian Mo carried the child into his room, and Li Mingyu stepped forward to assist, gently lifting the child from Xian Mo's back and laying him on the bed. His technique was impeccable, prompting Xian Mo to refrain from offering any further assistance. Xian Mo recounted his encounter with Gung Mingsong and the kidnappers, but omitted any mention of his mental prowess, instead stating that he had ventured deeper into the woods that day and fortuitously encountered the three kidnappers, ultimately saving Gung Mingsong. "Brother, you were something else," Li Mingyu commended, giving Xian Mo a thumbs up. "Incredible. You can even dodge bullets." He realized he had previously underestimated his companion's combat abilities. Just then, Li Mingyu's phone rang. He picked up the phone and, upon seeing an unfamiliar number, hesitantly answered. A voice on the other end introduced itself. "Hello, I am Xin Weiyang, the captain of the criminal investigation team of Jing City. Did you just report that you have captured the kidnapper and rescued the child?" "Yes," replied Li Mingyu, unfazed by the call from the captain, understanding that such matters naturally fell under the jurisdiction of the criminal investigation team. However, he was puzzled as to why it was the captain from Jing City and not from Y Province. "Is the child all right?" Xin Weiyang inquired. "Could you please ask the child for his name?" "Certainly, please hold on." Li Mingyu approached the bedside and gently asked, "Little brother, can you tell me your name?" Gung Mingsong first glanced at Xian Mo and then looked at Li Mingyu, responding, "My name is Gung Mingsong." Li Mingyu relayed the information to the person on the phone. "He is called Gung Mingsong." Indeed, it was him. Li Mingyu heard Xin Weiyang exhale in relief, but suddenly, the phone was snatched away by another person, and a man's voice demanded, "Give the phone to my son. I want to hear his voice to confirm he is truly safe." Though the tone was commanding, Li Mingyu empathized with the father's concern for his child and did not take offense. He held the phone to Gung Mingsong's ear and said, "Your father is looking for you." "Hello, Dad." The little one spoke a few words to his father before signaling Li Mingyu to take the phone away. The little one, who had been in a state of trepidation, was now rescued and comforted by the familiar voice of his father, finally at ease. Coupled with Lu Jun's soothing massage, he succumbed to slumber. Li Mingyu brought the phone to his ear, and the voice of the man within expressed gratitude. "Thank you for saving Shao Kong. I, Gung Shiyan, shall remember this kindness and will surely repay it." After ending the call, Li Mingyu remained in a state of stupor for a considerable time before turning to Xian Mo and inquiring, "Brother Xian, do you know who this little one is?" Xian Mo replied, "Gung Mingsong, a 4th grade student at the 3rd primary school of Jing City." He introduced himself. Li Mingyu clarified, "No, I mean, do you know who his biological father is?" "His father? It is Gung Shiyan." Gung Shiyan. Xian Mo recalled having heard of this individual from Su Fan. He was the chairman of Lianxing Group, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion, a remarkably affluent man. His enterprises spanned numerous fields, including the entertainment industry, where Lianxing Group also held significant influence. Xian Mo remarked, "So he is the big boss of your company? Congratulations. You will undoubtedly receive greater recognition at work from now on." Li Mingyu replied, "No need for congratulations. I feel undeserving. It was you who saved him." "But it was you who called the authorities," Xian Mo countered. The two refrained from disclosing Gung Mingsong's true identity to prevent other crew members from intruding upon him. The child's paramount need at present was to rest adequately. Gung Shiyan arrived swiftly, accompanied by Xin Weiyang, reaching the small village in less than 2 hours via a private helicopter. Until this moment, the crew realized that the child saved by Xian Mo was the son of Gung Shiyan, which only intensified their admiration and envy towards Xian Mo and Li Mingyu. Although Li Mingyu merely called the police and asked his assistant to look after the child, Gung Shiyan appreciated this gesture. Upon discovering that Li Mingyu was an artist under his entertainment company, he promptly contacted the head of the agency to ensure Li Mingyu received proper care. As for Xian Mo, Gung Shiyan would also make arrangements for him, offering even greater rewards than for Li Mingyu, for it was Xian Mo who had truly performed the act of salvation. Before long, Li Mingyu received a call from his agent, who was ecstatic to the point of incoherence on the other end of the line. "Mingyu, President Chung informed me that in the future, you will have the first choice of company resources before they are offered to anyone else. What on earth did you do to earn such favor from President Chung? You didn't, did you, end up in his bed?" The last remark was barely above a whisper, as if spoken by a mosquito. "What nonsense!" "That was instructed by Chairman Gung," Li Mingyu clarified, recounting the matter concerning Gung Mingsong to his agent. After a brief silence, the agent remarked, "You must have saved the world in your past life to have a friend like Zhao Xian. You ought to nurture this friendship carefully and not betray him for a mere trifle of gain." Li Mingyu retorted, "Am I that kind of person? We share a bond of socialist brotherhood." Meanwhile, Xian Mo received a call from his own agent, Su Fan, who asked, "Xian, what have you done now? Even Sheng Group has reached out to me, requesting you to become their spokesperson. This is not merely an endorsement for a single product, but rather a representation of all the products under the Lianxing brand. The endorsement fee alone is exorbitant. Ancestor, what on earth have you done? You cannot possibly be the long-lost prince of the Gung family, can you?" "Xuanma, Gung Shiyan is merely 37. How could he have fathered a son as old as I? Su Fan. Yet you are only 19. It is conceivable that Gung could have fathered a child at 18. Xuanma, would you dare utter such words before Gung Shiyan? Chapter 51. The young master refuses the celebrity's provocation. Su Fan, momentarily deflated. I wouldn't dare. However, do you know why the Lianxing group sought you for endorsement? Xuanma, I rescued Gung Shiyan's kidnapped son. Su Fan. Su Fan, you cannot truly be the reincarnation of a superhero, can you? Or perhaps Batman, Spider-Man. Xuanma, as the savior of the Gung family's young master, who would dare to provoke Xuanma henceforth? Thus, when Xuanma departed from the film crew to participate in a variety show, a celebrity approached him with ulterior motives. Suddenly, she feigned a misstep and fell towards Xuanma. He swiftly pushed Lu Jun aside to catch the actress, maintaining his forward gaze without a sideways glance. One who boldly approached Xuanma, attempting to flirt, was met with his blunt retort. Miss, the clinic where you had your cosmetic surgery has subpar skills. The artificial marks on your face are far too conspicuous, rendering it rather unappealing. When another directly expressed a desire to befriend him, Xuanma replied, I apologize, but I do not know you, nor do I wish to. In a hotel, Xian Mo was disturbed by a woman knocking on his door at night. Wearing headphones, he remained undisturbed by her persistent rapping and chose not to respond. The following day, a photo surfaced online depicting a female celebrity at Xian Mo's door, captioned Zhao Xian's hotel encounter with so-and-so. Fans of Zhao Xian scoffed, questioning the insinuation. Just one woman knocks on our brother's door, and you declare they're having a clandestine meeting? Huh, does that mean if a thief knocks on your door? It implies they're having a rendezvous with you? And if the thief enters your home to steal, is that merely friends exchanging gifts? Many netizens approached the situation with reason, noting that the photo bore no evidence of Xian Mo's presence. Yet, some were swayed by the headline, and online trolls exacerbated the situation, tarnishing Xian Mo's reputation. Xian Mo subsequently shared the hotel's surveillance footage with Su Fan, entrusting him with the task of managing the fallout. Soon after, the video was uploaded online, eliciting laughter from viewers. Goodness, is this the truth behind the hotel rendezvous? Someone knocked on Zhao Xian's door for ages, and in a fit of impatience, staged a photo. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Zhao Xian's response was indeed amusing. He simply refused to open the door. One might wonder, how could he discern that the person outside harbored ill intentions? Could it be that Brother Xian was merely in such deep slumber that he remained oblivious to the midnight knocking? He must have been sleeping profoundly. The aspiring actress hoping to leverage Xian Mo's fame only ended up in a mess, enduring ridicule from netizens and avoiding public appearances for quite some time. Other female celebrities were similarly intimidated by Xian Mo's adept handling of the situation, leading them to retreat. The surroundings of Xian Mo finally fell into a tranquil silence. Su Fan approached Xian Mo, urging him, come with me to meet someone. Xian Mo donned his coat, inquiring, who are we meeting? Su Fan pressed the elevator button, ushering both Xian Mo and Lu Jun inside. Director Wen Yan, he replied, his voice tinged with excitement. Director Wen had chosen several pivotal roles in the film, all featuring acclaimed actors and actresses, yet the lead role of Mr. Mei Lanfang remained uncast. The director aspired to find an actor well-versed in Peking opera, believing that only someone with a profound understanding of this art could embody the essence of a theatrical performer. Ordinary actors lacked such qualities. Although director Wen had invited numerous esteemed actors to audition for Mr. Mei's role, he felt that something essential was missing in their performances. Consequently, he sought talent from the Opera Academy, only to discover that while these individuals possessed some acting skills, they were novices in the realm of film. After an exhaustive search, he remained unable to find a suitable candidate. Ultimately, Professor Chu recommended Xian Mo to the director. The moment was nothing short of breathtaking. It was as if director Wen had glimpsed Mr. Mei himself before him. Without hesitation, he reached out to Su Fan, eager to meet Xian Mo in person. Su Fan was exhilarated. If Xian Mo could capture the director's attention and secure the lead role in Mei Lanfang, it would be a remarkable achievement. To Su Fan's knowledge, director Wen's intention with this film was also to pursue accolades. He couldn't help but fantasize. Could Xian Mo possibly earn the title of Best Actor? Noting Su Fan's exuberance, Xian Mo grew concerned that his friend's excitement might compromise his driving, potentially leading to an accident. Thus, he swiftly snatched the car keys from Su Fan and handed them to Lu Jun, driving with a composed hand. Lu Jun swiftly arrived at the tea house where director Wen had arranged to meet Xian Mo. The establishment was a meticulously renovated Sihiyuan, transformed into a series of private rooms, with tables also arranged in the courtyard. Some patrons, appreciating the ambience, chose to sit amidst the open-air setting. Guided by an attendant, Xian Mo and Su Fan were led to a private chamber where Director One was already awaiting their arrival. Once the door was closed, external sounds were effectively muted, and internal conversations were kept discreet. Director One, it's a pleasure to meet you, Su Fan greeted, introducing Xian Mo. Director One responded with a genial smile. Please, have a seat. Su Fan and Xian Mo settled across from Director One, while Lu Jun remained outside the chamber, taking a seat in the corridor. Your timing is impeccable. This pot has just been brewed, Director One remarked, lifting the teapot to pour 2 cups, which he then offered to his guests. Su Fan promptly expressed his gratitude, while Xian Mo lifted his cup, inhaling the aroma. Luan melon seed? He inquired. You have a discerning palate for tea? Director One asked, intrigued. Xian Mo, of course, was not truly versed in the art of tea. In the cultivation world, teas existed, but they were spiritual varieties, quite unlike those of the mortal realm. Nor had Xian Mo had the leisure to study tea ceremonies, often consuming tea with little appreciation. A rudimentary acquaintance, Xian Mo replied with a subtle smile. Director One's impression of Xian Mo deepened favorably. An appreciation for tea indicated a tranquil disposition, patience, and meticulousness, qualities rare in the bustling entertainment industry. Yet, it was precisely these attributes that allowed one to immerse oneself in a role and approach acting with diligence. Director One firmly decided that Xian Mo would be the male lead in his new production. During their conversations, which ranged from tea arts to various other topics, Xian Mo's ability to keep pace astounded one. He had not anticipated that such a young individual could possess such profound knowledge of traditional culture, leaving him greatly satisfied. After enjoying the tea, One bid farewell to Xian Mo and, during their handshake, instructed Su Fan to contact his assistant to finalize the contract. Xian Mo remarked, My charm is undeniable. To which Su Fan replied, Confidence is commendable, yet one must not become arrogant. The casting of Zhao Xian as the male lead in Wen's new film surprised many, particularly since Peach Blossoms had yet to air, leaving others unaware of Xian Mo's performance therein. Consequently, many questioned Wen's choice of Xian Mo over seasoned actors and award-winning veterans. What could possibly be motivating one? Had he succumbed to commercial pressures? Was it possible that the Shengsheng Group had exerted influence in the casting process? Some lamented the challenges faced by one, an esteemed international director seemingly yielding to capitalistic demands. However, the seasoned actors in the cast did not share these sentiments. They understood the value when placed on his artistic endeavors. If he were to bow to commercial interests, he would opt for the Hollywood blockbusters he was known for. Films that required less from the actors in terms of skill and offered greater financial rewards. It was well known that one had previously struggled to secure a leading actor. Now, with Zhao Xian chosen as the male lead, the only logical explanation was his suitability for the role. This piqued the curiosity of the veteran actors regarding Xian Mo. With the lead finally selected, the crew promptly commenced filming, allowing the esteemed actors to finally meet Xian Mo. The exterior of Xian Mo is striking, prompting nods of approval from the crowd and igniting their curiosity about his acting prowess. To demonstrate his discerning eye for talent, the director chose to film the first act featuring Mr. May's inaugural stage appearance. The scene captures Mr. May's anticipation and anxiety prior to his entrance. Xian Mo navigates this moment with remarkable ease, showcasing his advanced acting skills, which could undoubtedly earn him a coveted Best Actor trophy. The seasoned actors and veterans in the audience are struck by Xian Mo's effortless performance, evoking a sentiment of the younger generation surpassing the older. As the performance unfolds, Xian Mo, fully adorned as Yang Guifei, maintains a masculine demeanor and virile presence. However, upon stepping onto the stage, his aura transforms into one of delicate beauty. His eyes shimmering with poignant allure. He embodies a breathtaking beauty that leaves all in attendance captivated. As he begins to sing, the icy wheel of the island begins to turn. Behold the jade rabbit rising early in the east. The icy wheel departs from the island, illuminating the universe. Those acquainted with Peking opera are left in awe. His vocal performance surpasses that of many professionals. Even those unfamiliar with the art form find themselves entranced. As the final note resonates, the director, engrossed in the moment, forgets to call for a cut. He is aware of Xian Mo's exceptional singing talent. Yet the limited vocal scenes in Peach Blossoms cannot compare to the live experience. Xian Mo blinks in surprise, wondering why the audience remained silent after his performance. Suddenly, a thunderous applause erupts, and in that instant, the crew members are wholly convinced. The subsequent filming proceeded with exceptional smoothness. Every actor in the crew exhibited remarkable talent, each striving to outshine the others, unwilling to concede to any competitor. They were all award-winning actors, and losing to someone else would be a blow to their pride. This fervent determination resulted in nearly every scene being completed in a single take. Director had initially planned to finish the film in 6 months, yet they accomplished it in just 4. Overjoyed, Wen generously rewarded each member of the cast with a substantial bonus. After departing from the set, Xian Mo embarked on a whirlwind of activities, filming an advertisement for Lianxin Group, participating in 2 variety shows, attending 2 exclusive interviews, and engaging in several commercial performances, leaving him with scarcely a moment to breathe and only 4 hours of sleep each day. Despite diligently exercising and practicing both physical and mental disciplines, his body began to show signs of strain. Xian Mo approached Su Fan to request a vacation. Su Fan reassured him, "Don't worry, I have already arranged your time off." He was not the type to exploit his artists. Rather, Xian Mo's participation in director Wen's new film had garnered considerable attention, resulting in an abundance of work. Su Fan had already mitigated as many commitments as possible, leaving only those that were unavoidable. Once you complete these, you will have time to rest. What do you plan to do during your vacation? Su Fan inquired. Xian Mo replied, "I wish to travel abroad for leisure and relaxation." Though he was inherently a homebody, preferring to immerse himself in video games, he found himself increasingly weary of the antiquated keyboard games he had once enjoyed. Now, as a public figure, he realized that traveling domestically would likely result in being recognized, thus opting for an international getaway instead. "Would you care to join me?" Xian Mo extended an invitation to Su Fan. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fan acquiesced. After all, he had only one artist, Xian Mo, who was currently on leave, leaving him without any work. It seemed more appealing to accompany him on a trip abroad. Xian Mo believed that nothing could compare to flower cultivation, but he excelled in the realm of comics. When he first connected with the world of gaming, he devoted half of his time to following N.I. Hong's comics. Aside from gaming, he chased after the 3 major labor comics from beginning to end, drawing inspiration from them, which enabled him to develop similar skills in reality. Although most of these skills were flashy and lacked lethality, they were visually captivating and served as tools for showmanship. The 2 of them summoned Lu Jun, packed their luggage, and set off for N.I. Hong. Their destination was Noborobetsu Onsen Town in Hokkaido, renowned for having the finest and most beloved hot springs, with the famous Sapporo International Ski Resort nearby. As November had already arrived, the ski resort had commenced operations. They could first indulge in skiing before luxuriating in the hot springs. Enjoyment awaited. Chapter 53. The young master uncle aspires to the Spring Festival Gala. Xian Mo and Su Fan observed a throng of people gathered in an open area outside the ski resort, where a multitude of languages filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Among them were N.I. Hong's language, English, French, Korean, and more. The 3 of them had no inclination to join the spectacle and were about to circumvent the crowd when they overheard someone proclaiming in the language of flower cultivation, "Our language from the land of flower cultivation is the most profound and extensive in the world." The trio halted their steps and approached the gathering. Stepping outside the crowd to peer within, I observed a group of youthful individuals engaged in fervent debate. Among them were individuals of various ethnicities, Asians, Caucasians, Africans, and those with brown skin, resembling a miniature United Nations. They conversed in their native tongues, each extolling the beauty and profundity of their respective languages, asserting that their own was the most ancient and sophisticated. The youth from the land of flowers garnered agreement from several peers. Yet when it came to the claim of being the most exquisite and profound, dissent erupted among the others, leading to a spirited argument. During his initial foray into the world, Xian Mo had acquired a superficial understanding of the majority of languages spoken across the globe. With a mere sweep of his divine perception, he effortlessly grasped the essence of these tongues. As he listened to the spirited exchanges among these young scholars, he found it all remarkably simple. Meanwhile, Su Fan, Lu Jun, and the onlookers felt utterly bewildered. Aside from their native language, their proficiency extended only to English, leaving them unable to comprehend the discussions unfolding around them. From the discourse of these youthful linguists, Xian Mo discerned that they were students majoring in linguistics at a particular university, which explained their ability to master at least 3 languages each. The youth from the Land of Flowers found themselves besieged by their companions, falling into a disadvantageous position as they listened to the denigration of their language. Xianmo, though not a native of the Land of Flowers, felt compelled to defend it, for their language served as the lingua franca within the realm of cultivation. How could he stand idly by while it was belittled? With determination, he rolled up his sleeves, parted the crowd, and stepped into the circle, boldly questioning. How can the language of the Land of Flowers be deemed anything less than profound and magnificent? The language of the Flower Nation, much like its culture, boasts a history that spans thousands of years, a fact that cannot be dismissed by the inhabitants of certain small nations with merely a few centuries of history, nor by those that have historically separated from the Flower Nation itself. Xianmo, with an electrifying eloquence, effortlessly switched from the flower language to the language of the Mud Nation, then to English, followed by French, and finally to the language of the Stick Nation, dazzling everyone present with his multilingual prowess. His remarkable command of languages and oratory skills left the young audience in awe, leading them to concede that the flower language is indeed the most profound and sophisticated tongue. However, in the hearts of the crowd, their mother tongue remained the most beautiful. Before departing, Xianmo serenaded the assembly with a song that showcased the depth and extraordinary charm of the flower language. This melody, known as Obscure Characters, was one he had first encountered in a different world, rumored to be a divine tune. Intrigued by its captivating nature, he had committed it to memory. The lyrics echoed the elegance of Chinese characters, which, when penned, become paintings that encapsulate a 5,000-year history. The haunting sounds lingered as Xianmo gracefully departed, shrouded in anonymity. Unbeknownst to him, this moment had been recorded by someone on a mobile device and shared across various networks, reaching the Mud Nation's internet and that of the Flower Flag Nation. Individuals from numerous countries were left astounded by Xianmo's linguistic talent. However, the final song did not evoke the same awe among foreigners, as they lacked an understanding of the intricate language of flower symbolism, leading them to merely find the melody somewhat pleasant and tolerable. In contrast, the citizens of the Flower Nation were profoundly moved by the lyrics, perceiving an unspoken depth within. A linguistic expert meticulously restored the lyrics, and upon viewing the obscure characters, netizens expressed their admiration for the performer. Notably, a keen observer recognized the singer as the rising star Zhao Xian, which further amplified his popularity. At that moment, Su Fan and Xianmo were indulging in a hot spring when Su Fan received a call from the country. After ending the call, he remained in a state of shock for quite some time. Casting a glance at Xianmo, he noted the latter's radiant aura. "Why are you staring at me?" Xianmo asked. "I'm admiring the koi," Su Fan replied. "Koi? Me?" Xianmo inquired. "Are you not the koi?" Su Fan teased, alluding to how Xianmo, due to his striking looks, caught the director's eye, transforming from an extra to a character with lines. After being wronged, yet emerging unscathed, he fortuitously met a young lady who had concealed her identity while working in the industry, leading to valuable opportunities. He saved Li Mingyu on set, and as a token of gratitude, she presented him with a resourceful offer. In a mountainous location, he rescued the heir of Lianxing Group, earning a lucrative endorsement deal. His proficiency in Peking opera caught the attention of an international director, landing him the lead role in a film. Now, while vacationing in An'ai, he found himself recognized by a director from CCTV due to a single song, potentially granting him a spot on the prestigious Spring Festival Gala stage. What is the Spring Festival Gala stage? It is a platform that garners national attention, and to perform there is to achieve nationwide renown. Many stars go to great lengths to reach that stage. Yet little did they anticipate that their own artist would receive an invitation to the Spring Festival Gala merely for singing a song abroad. Such fortune. To claim he is not a lucky charm would be hard to believe. Su Fan reached out to gently pat Xianmo's head, only to receive a swift slap in return. "What are you doing?" Su Fan asked. "Riding on your luck," Xianmo replied, rolling his eyes. Xianmo opened his task panel and was astonished to find that the progress of his main quest had surged by 10%. Among the tasks was a glittering one: participate in the Spring Festival Gala. Should he complete this task, his main quest would advance by an additional 20%. Such progress was unattainable even after filming 5 movies or dramas. Consequently, Xianmo became even more eager than Su Fan, promptly booking a flight and packing his belongings, dragging Su Fan and Lu Jun along as they left the hotel. 3 days later, they met with the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala. How could this be? He still had a task related to the gala. He certainly could not allow himself to fail. Xian Mo rifled through his thoughts and addressed the director. Director, I have another song here. Would you care to listen? Chapter 54. The Little Master Uncle at the Spring Festival Gala. Such words were often heard by the director. Many stars aspiring to grace the Spring Festival Gala stage would approach him in hopes of securing an opportunity to showcase their talents. Since the director was not overly busy at the moment, he consented to listen to Xian Mo, curious to see if he could indeed bring forth a pleasant surprise. Xian Mo truly delivered a delightful surprise for the chief director. Xian Mo inquired of the assistant to the chief director if there was a guqin available. He placed the guqin before him, plucking its strings lightly before beginning to play. The chief director and the assistant listened intently, only to find that the melody was unfamiliar. Not a traditional guqin piece, but rather an original composition. Could it be that this individual had composed it himself? Such talent was indeed remarkable. As they pondered this, Xian Mo began to sing. The master said, "Courtesy is essential in exchanges. With a level head and a respectful demeanor, we cherish both young and old alike." Sweeping the path to welcome guests, the humble door wide open. Upon hearing the lyrics clearly, both were taken aback. This song extolled the virtues of our great Huaxia, a tribute to the nation of etiquette, perfectly suited for performance on the Spring Festival Gala stage. As Xian Mo's voice faded and the music ceased, the chief director decisively declared that this song must be performed at the gala, securing Xian Mo's participation in the event. The chief director asked, "Xiao Zhao, what is the title of this song?" Xian Mo replied, "The Nation of Etiquette." "Ah, what a splendid title, The Nation of Etiquette, are we not? After all, a nation that embodies civility?" The chief director now regarded Xian Mo with great admiration, recognizing that despite his lack of formal education, his understanding of ancient culture and literature rivaled that of students from Chinese and history departments. The chief director, considering a television drama his wife was producing about the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, inquired about Xian Mo's knowledge of Tang history, eager to assess his understanding. Xian Mo responded, "I initially knew little, but I am a diligent learner." Enjoying their conversation, the chief director provided Xian Mo with his wife's contact information as they parted ways. "Su Fan, it is indeed no exaggeration to call you a lucky charm." The esteemed director Jiang, being the wife of the chief director, holds a significant position in the industry, having directed numerous television dramas. Her filming techniques are both meticulous and aesthetically pleasing, emphasizing profound themes while not shunning commercial appeal. Consequently, her works are greatly adored by audiences. Director Jiang places immense importance on her creations. From conception to completion, she dedicates no less than 3 years to ensure the utmost refinement of her projects. Her previous work, an adaptation of the classic literary masterpiece Dream of the Red Chamber, garnered impressive viewership. In recent years, Director Jiang seemed to have been on a hiatus, leading many to believe she was merely resting, when in fact, she had already commenced preparations for a new project. Upon hearing her husband's commendations of Xian Mo, her curiosity was piqued, prompting her to reach out to him the very next day. When they met, Director Jiang was thoroughly impressed with Xian Mo, finding satisfaction in his appearance, acting prowess, and erudition. She promptly handed the script to him. In this television drama, Xian Mo is cast as the male lead, a fictional character set during the reign of Empress Wu Zetian, who serendipitously encounters Li Longji and becomes embroiled in the intrigues of royal power struggles. This character is quite intriguing, reminiscent of Guijia, and Xian Mo is quite fond of it. To embody this role convincingly, Xian Mo diligently searched for historical materials from the era of Wu Zetian up until the Inshur Rebellion, immersing himself in poetry and literary works from that period. He felt as though he could even compose poetry himself. The viewership for this historical drama has been remarkably high, attracting not only older audiences, but also a considerable number of young viewers who have become fans of the show. There is no other reason. Each individual is an enthusiast of time travel narratives, eager to delve into the historical context of the past through television dramas, so that when they eventually traverse time, they might find it useful. Regardless of the sentiments of the youth, the viewership ratings of The Legend of the Dragon are undoubtedly impressive. As one of the leading stars in this grand production, Xian Mo's prominence has escalated. Furthermore, as a celebrity who has previously participated in CCTV dramas, there is nothing amiss about his appearance at the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. As the host concludes their segment, Xian Mo graces the stage, adorned in a scholarly long robe. Seated at the center, flanked by male dancers in similar scholarly attire and female dancers clad in traditional attire, he plucks the strings of the guqin, which resonates with enchanting melodies. Accompanying the music, Xian Mo begins to sing. The lyrics appear on the screen, immersing the audience in a profound experience of ancient culture and the traditional ceremonies of Huaxia. The dancers elegantly perform a series of traditional ceremonial movements in harmony with the song. As the performance concludes, the venue erupts with heartfelt discussions. It is evident that Zhao Xian is a connoisseur of traditional culture. Not only can he play the guqin, but his songs also resonate with cultural significance. Such a star is truly worthy of our admiration. Zhao Xian has only recently graduated from high school, yet he possesses such vast knowledge. Surely, this persona has been cultivated by his agent. But what of it? What does graduating from high school imply? And what of not attending university? Must one not be self-taught? Zhao Xian did not attend university due to his status as an orphan, lacking the means to pursue higher education, and instead entered the workforce. His performance in the college entrance examination was commendable. My heart aches for Zhao Xian. He is indeed a remarkable young man. Why don't we also donate to an orphanage? What a splendid idea. It need not be restricted to the orphanage associated with Zhao Xian. Other orphanages and charitable organizations are equally in need of funds. Then, I shall contribute to the orphanage in my city. Chapter 55. The young master's journey into the love strategy game. The fans of Zhao Xian sprang into action, donating to local orphanages and charitable institutions. Their initiative inspired others to follow suit, generously opening their hearts and wallets. Numerous orphanages and charitable organizations expressed their heartfelt gratitude, while journalists traced the origins of this charitable movement, discovering that it was instigated by Zhao Xian's devoted fans, motivated by his influence. The media reported on this event, garnering widespread acclaim from the public. Many parents remarked that if their children admired an idol like Zhao Xian, they would wholeheartedly support them. Days later, official news agencies lauded Zhao Xian and his fans by name, and subsequently, Zhao Xian was honored as one of the 10 outstanding youths. Ultimately, Xian Mo triumphed over his rivals, earning the title of Best Actor at the Venice Film Festival. Naturally, he also secured the title of Best Actor domestically. Xian Mo's career reached its zenith, and the main quest was finally accomplished. Xian Mo successfully completed the game. Upon emerging from the virtual realm, he sat in contemplation, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. The game world felt astonishingly real, with NPCs exhibiting high intelligence and distinct personalities. Could advanced intelligence truly possess emotions? In the eyes of Xian Mo, the inhabitants of the gaming world appeared much like ordinary people, were it not for the presence of the game interface. He might have believed he had entered a realm of reality. How peculiar indeed. Dear guest, are you preparing to depart, or would you like to engage in another game? Inquired the intelligent attendant of the establishment. Let us play another game, Xian Mo replied, eager to validate his curiosities. Currently, apart from the entertainment industry management game you just played, there exists only a romance strategy game. Would you care to partake? The mention of a romance strategy game caused Xian Mo's lips to twitch, yet he affirmed, certainly, I shall play. The intelligent attendant seamlessly connected Xian Mo to the game world. As the scenery before him shimmered and transformed, he found himself in a modest room, vastly superior to the small abode of the previous game, adorned with a multitude of furniture. A glance revealed that he was in the bedroom of a high school boy, where a collection of senior year textbooks and a complete set of study materials lay upon the desk. Xian Mo pondered, isn't this a romance strategy game? Why then, do such study materials exist? He accessed his game panel to review the profile of his character. His name remained Zhao Xian, and his background depicted him as an ordinary senior high school student. Yet, this young man bore a tragic tale, having just embarked on his final year. He was rendered an orphan when a car accident claimed the lives of his parents, leaving him to navigate the world alone. Fortunately, his parents had been only children, and their elders had all passed away, thereby sparing him from the torment of unscrupulous relatives seeking to exploit the inheritance left behind by his parents. Although his parents were ordinary individuals, they bequeathed Zhao Xian a modest inheritance, a 2-bedroom apartment, a small supermarket, and 500,000 in savings. Zhao Xian opted to lease the supermarket, with the rental income sufficiently covering his monthly expenses, allowing him to preserve his savings for more pressing matters. He was quite content with this identity, enjoying a life free from other scrutiny. Rising from his bed, Xian Mo ventured into the kitchen in search of sustenance. Hunger was upon him, and one cannot simply neglect the need for nourishment. However, the refrigerator yielded no provisions, not even a solitary egg. He scoured other areas of the kitchen and discovered a handful of dry noodles, a box of rice, and an ample supply of condiments. Xian Mo decided to prepare a bowl of noodles, opting for a tangy and spicy flavor. Yet, before he could commence, the doorbell chimed unexpectedly. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a sweet-faced young girl, her hands cradling a steaming bowl of noodles. "I made some noodles. Please eat," she cheerfully urged. Xian Mo glanced at the girl's head, where a line of text read, "Target 1, Chu Yingying, childhood neighbor and one of the easiest to win over." With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Xian Mo stepped aside to allow Chu Yingying to enter. She placed the bowl on the dining table and, with familiarity, made her way into Xian Mo's kitchen to retrieve chopsticks. Waving him over, she said, "Hurry and eat, or the noodles will clump together." Taking a seat at the table, Xian Mo picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. His hunger was genuine. Chu Yingying sat across from him, her eyes narrowing with joy as she observed him relishing the meal. "How are the noodles I made?" she inquired. "Not bad," Xian Mo replied. "Xian Mo, to say it is passable is merely to spare your feelings. In truth, this bowl of noodles is far from delectable. The luncheon meat is burnt. The fried egg is no better. The noodles are overcooked to a mushy consistency, and there is an excessive amount of salt in the broth." Such unflattering remarks might bring Chu Yingying to tears. "It's unappetizing, and yet you consume it with such enthusiasm?" "Xian Mo, there is no choice. I am simply too famished. Even if it were swill fit for swine, I could still manage to consume it." Chu Yingying, with a cry. Chu Yingying dashed away. Xian Mo clicked his tongue in irritation. How fragile she is. He merely spoke the truth, and she couldn't bear it? Perhaps it is best not to pursue such a girl. He certainly does not wish to squander his time soothing a weeping maiden. After finishing the noodles, Xian Mo cleans his bowl and knocks on the neighbor's door to return it. Chu Yingying, thinking Xian Mo has come to apologize, is infuriated to discover he is merely returning the bowl. In a fit of anger, she snatches it and slams the door in his face, as if intending to strike him with the door itself. Xian Mo rummages through the drawer of his desk to retrieve his wallet and finds over 200 yuan in cash. He checks his phone for his WeChat account and, to his dismay, discovers he does not possess an Alipay account, only WeChat, which holds over 5,000 yuan, the rent just received from the supermarket tenant. Armed with his phone and wallet, Xian Mo ventures out for a grand shopping expedition. He has no desire to consume the culinary creations of the young girl. Should her cooking be palatable, he might begrudgingly tolerate it, but alas, her dishes are far from satisfactory. Xian Mo would rather indulge in instant noodles and takeout. The contemporary landscape of convenience foods is remarkably diverse. To speak of the myriad flavors of biscuits is but a prelude, for the array of frozen foods is equally extensive. With delicacies such as brown sugar pot pies and brown sugar rice cakes now available in frozen form, instant noodles have expanded their flavor profiles, and one can even find convenient rice dishes accompanied by side dishes, not to mention the convenience of mini hot pots. With such an abundance of choices, one can enjoy a different meal every day. Why resort to the bland noodles that taste as though a jar of salt has been overturned upon them? Moreover, Xian Mo is quite adept at preparing noodles, a task that is simplicity itself. One merely needs to boil a pot of water, add the noodles, toss in a block of concentrated soup base, crack an egg, and chop a couple of scallions. A bowl of noodles can be prepared in no time, far surpassing the taste of those bland creations by the young plum. Chapter 56. The little master uncle enters the dating strategy game. Xian Mo turned his gaze towards the source of a voice, spotting a girl adorned with thick, black-framed glasses. The oversized frames obscured much of her face, rendering her appearance rather ordinary, yet the features beneath them were exquisitely refined. Should she remove her glasses, she would transform into a striking beauty in the eyes of those around her. Xian Mo's attention shifted to the text above her head. Target 2. Hao Yuan, a classmate and deskmate, a diligent study committee member, who harbors a considerable fondness for the player and secretly admires them. With a modicum of effort, the player could easily win her over. Xian Mo diverted his gaze to the substantial stack of books cradled in Hao Yuan's arms and inquired, "Did you visit the library?" Hao Yuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. "My rank fell by 1 place in the last monthly exam. I need to strive to regain my position in the next one." "Then do your best," Xian Mo encouraged, possessing a genuine admiration for those who are industrious. "Well, Zhao Xian, if you encounter any difficulties while reading, feel free to seek my assistance. I am more than willing to help," whispered Hao Yuan. "Thank you." Xian Mo expressed his gratitude, intending to bid farewell to Hao Yuan when suddenly melodious strains emanated from a nearby shop. It was only by chance that I stumbled upon a photograph, which reminded me of you, my desk mate. Who will marry the sentimental you? Who has read your diary? Who has coiled your long hair? Who crafted your wedding gown? Xian. How Yuan. How Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson. She uttered a hasty goodbye and fled. The little green plum, incensed, neglected to deliver dinner that evening. Xian prepared a bowl of instant noodles and indulged in a delightful hot pot meal, subsequently exercising both his body and spirit before retiring to bed. Expecting the little green plum to come seeking an apology, she did not find Xian inciting her fury. She vowed never to speak to him again. The following morning, the little green plum did not wait for Xian, opting to go to school alone. Upon learning from her father that she had already departed, Xian shouldered his backpack and set off for school. After all, he and the little green plum were not in the same class, nor even the same grade. With different dismissal times, there was little need for them to travel together. Besides, the school was merely 500 meters from their residence, alleviating any concerns regarding the little green plum's safety. Upon entering the classroom, Xian observed that Hao Yuan had already arrived, seated at her desk, engrossed in her reading. Xian approached and took a seat, whereupon the chubby boy turned his head and said, "Brother, quickly bring out your math and physics papers for me to copy." Xian paused momentarily, questioning, "Math paper? Physics paper?" The chubby boy replied, "You wouldn't have left them blank, would you?" They exchanged glances, and 2 papers were placed before Xian. "Just copy mine." The chubby boy promptly snatched one of the papers, thanking him. "Thanks, class representative." Xian, however, returned the paper to Hao Yuan, saying, "Thank you, but I prefer to work through the problems myself." Hao Yuan expressed her concern. "But there's only a short time during morning study. Will you be able to finish?" Xian reassured her, "I should manage." With his keen perception, comprehending the material would take merely a few minutes, and solving the problems would not require much longer. Yet, Hao Yuan doubted that Xian could complete the papers in the brief span of morning study, thinking he might be scribbling aimlessly, indifferent to whether his answers were correct or not. Did he hold himself in such low regard that he would rather write randomly than copy his own answers? The girl's expression darkened, and she lowered her head, retreating into herself. Indeed, aside from her academic achievements, what else could possibly attract Zhao Xian's attention? As Hao Yuan reflected on this, tears welled in her eyes, though Xian remained oblivious, engrossed in his studies, eager to grasp the knowledge and complete his assignments. After the morning study session, Xian successfully finished both papers and submitted his work on time. The game panel indicated that the task of winning Hao Yuan's affection had failed. Xian scratched his head, perplexed by the failure of a task he had not even commenced. Yet, failure was merely a trivial matter. He had never harbored any interest in romantic strategies. His primary motivation for entering the game was to ascertain whether this virtual realm mirrored the authenticity of the entertainment industry. He had long prepared himself for the likelihood of an insurmountable challenge. During lunchtime, Xian had no need to fret over meals, as the school conveniently provided a cafeteria where he could dine, even resolving his dinner arrangements within the same establishment. He found the cafeteria's offerings quite satisfactory, relishing braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, which led him to appreciate the school experience greatly. To alleviate any potential embarrassment for Xian, Xiao Qingmei contemplated suggesting that he contribute a modest sum for meals to her parents, allowing him to dine at her home regularly. The afternoon unfolded similarly. Xiao Qingmei, her cheeks puffed with indignation, resolved never to acknowledge Zhao Xian again. Observing their daughter's distress, her parents promptly inquired whether she had been wronged. "Zhao Xian bullied me," Xiao Qingmei exclaimed in exasperation. "What? How dare he bully my daughter?" Her father, incensed, considered fetching a knife from the kitchen to confront the neighbor's son. He had never favored his daughter's frequent visits to that boy, and now, with the added offense, he was determined to teach the boy a lesson. However, Xiao Qingmei's mother intervened, asking their daughter, "In what manner did Zhao Xian bully you?" Xiao Qingmei replied, "He said my noodles were unpalatable. Hasn't he come to apologize all day?" Instantly, her mother's eyes sparkled with understanding. "In that case, do not seek him out. A young lady must maintain her dignity and should not be the first to relent." In the past, when Zhao Xian's parents were still alive, Xiao Qingmei's mother did not oppose her daughter's association with Zhao Xian. However, now it seems best to refrain from such connections. Chapter 57. The Little Master Uncle enters the Love Strategy Game 3. It is not merely Xiao Qingmei's mother's influence. Her intentions are solely for her daughter's well-being. Previously, she supported her daughter's relationship with Zhao Xian because Zhao's parents were still around, operating a small supermarket and living a relatively comfortable life. Now that Zhao's parents have passed away and Zhao Xian, lacking business acumen, has rented out the supermarket, he survives on meager rental income. While it suffices for one, it is hardly enough to support a wife. Her daughter is not only beautiful, but possesses a commendable character. Thus, any prospective son-in-law must meet higher standards. Ideally, her daughter should find a wealthy heir, allowing her to ascend to the status of a rich lady. With such thoughts in mind, Xiao Qingmei's mother actively obstructs her daughter's relationship with Xian Mo, whispering numerous disparaging remarks about him. Caught between her childhood friend and her mother, Xiao Qingmei gradually distances herself from Xian Mo, favoring her mother's perspective. Meanwhile, Xian Mo is engrossed in his final examinations when a notification appears on his task panel. Strategy Target 2, Chu Yingying, has failed. He remains unfazed, continuing to focus on his exam. Zhao Xian's academic performance was already commendable, and with Xian Mo's guidance, he has seamlessly integrated the knowledge from high school, thereby enhancing his results. Xian Mo believes that only by securing the top rank can he truly reflect his worth. Upon the examination's conclusion and the release of results, Xian Mo indeed claims the title of the top student, surpassing the previous first-ranked student, Hao Yuan. Consequently, Hao Yuan grows even more distant from Xian Mo. The winter vacation has commenced, and with the arrival of the new year, Xian Mo finds himself alone at home, indifferent to the preparations for the holiday. He merely packs a small bag and sets off on a journey. It is evident that many others are also traveling during this festive season, predominantly families embarking on trips together, though some venture out alone or with friends. As Xian Mo settles into his seat on the bus, he notices a girl beside him. Her hair dyed in a rebellious manner, giving her the appearance of a wayward youth. Above her head, a label reads, Target 3, El Fong Fong. A wealthy young woman who has run away from home. Following a conflict with her family, the young girl has chosen to leave, her heart vulnerable and in need of compassion. The player is advised not to underestimate the situation, seize the moment, and go for it. Xian Mo rolls his eyes and averts his gaze. He has no interest in the affections of strangers, especially since the girl seems guarded, akin to a hedgehog bristling with spines. Should he extend a gesture of goodwill, she might not only reject it, but also misconstrue his intentions. Leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, he plugs in his earbuds, letting the music lull him into a state of drowsiness. When the bus reaches its destination, Xian Mo follows El Fong Fong off the vehicle, but soon they part ways, each selecting a different path. The town is a quaint tourist destination, embodying the charm of a southern water town. After checking into a local guest house, Xian Mo leisurely explores the town. Although the food lacks distinctive characteristics found elsewhere, the freshness of the ingredients and pleasant flavors satisfy his hunger after a thorough wander. However, his steps are abruptly halted by the sight of the girl huddled in a corner. Approaching her, he gently inquires, "What troubles you?" El Fong Fong lifted her gaze to find that the person inquiring was Xian Mo, and she felt considerably less guarded. She had a recollection of Xian Mo, having sat beside him on the bus previously, where she had mused about her good fortune in traveling alongside a rather handsome young man. My wallet and phone have been stolen. Could you possibly lend me some money? I promise to repay you." How would other players in her predicament react? Xian Mo asked El Fong Fong for her family's contact number, intending to reach out to her relatives for her retrieval. She naively assumed that if she withheld her family's number, he would be unable to assist her, unaware that Xian Mo possessed his own methods for locating people. Having acquired hacking skills in the previous game world, he could employ them here as well. Xian Mo utilized his phone to search for El Fong Fong, and through her details, he was able to discover her elder brother's contact information. He dialed the number. The phone rang several times before it was answered. The voice on the other end decidedly unfriendly. "Who is this?" Xian Mo chose not to take offense at the hostility, stating, "El Fong Fong is at a guest house in XX town. Her phone and wallet have been lost. Please come and take her away quickly, or she will go hungry." "Who are you?" El's brother demanded. A stranger calling him with information about his sister aroused an instinctive suspicion. The following day, El Fong Fong clung to Xian Mo, insisting that he cover her meals and all expenses. "Rest assured, I will repay you, and with interest." Xian Mo replied, "You said it. I shall hold you to your word." El Fong Fong shot Xian Mo a sidelong glance, secretly delighted in her fortune of being able to associate with such an attractive young man. His striking appearance truly captivated her heart. The prospect of embarking on a romantic adventure with him made any potential loss of her wallet or phone seem trivial. However, her daydreams were abruptly interrupted when her older brother apprehended her during lunch. "How did you find me?" El Fong Fong exclaimed in astonishment. Xian Mo replied, "I notified him." "You betrayed me?" El Fong Fong feigned indignation, pretending to be heartbroken by Xian Mo's perceived treachery. "I had plans to travel with you, and yet you treat me this way. I am utterly disappointed." The system panel displayed, Strategy Target 3 El Fong Fong, Failure. Players are encouraged to reflect and strive for improvement. Xian Mo found the task panel increasingly irksome. El Fong Fong was taken away by her brother, who, before leaving, transferred 100,000 yuan to Xian Mo, settling his debt of gratitude. Xian Mo accepted it readily, understanding the mindset of affluent individuals, fearful of being entangled by his goodwill. As he stood at the entrance, the door across from him swung open, and Xu Yingying emerged to discard the trash. Upon recognizing Xian Mo, she rolled her eyes at him and huffed as she descended the stairs. Chapter 58. The young master uncle enters the love strategy. Game time flew by swiftly, and soon the day of the college entrance examination arrived. The young master uncle performed admirably, achieving high scores and receiving an acceptance letter from a prestigious university. As he packed his belongings for school, a strikingly attractive young woman approached him. "Hello, Junior," she introduced herself. "I am Xiao Momo, a sophomore, and I can serve as your guide." Her mind revealed. Target 4, Xiao Momo, an exceptionally attractive senior who immediately fell for the host. The host merely needed to express a hint of affection to instantly become her girlfriend. The young master's gaze swept over Xiao Momo's figure, deeming it merely adequate. Her legs were indeed long, and her bosom quite ample, yet there was an undeniable artificiality to it. "No, thank you." The young master dismissed Xiao Momo, stating that he had already consulted the map at the school entrance and required no guide. With that, he circumvented her and proceeded towards the registration area. Xian Mo successfully registered and embarked on his collegiate journey. A female classmate displayed considerable interest in Xian Mo. In fact, many girls were intrigued by him. But only two dared to pursue him boldly, a girl named Peng Qianqian and Xiao Momo. However, as a sophomore, Xiao Momo was engaged in military training and could not frequently appear before the freshmen, leaving Peng Qianqian as the one who often crossed paths with Xian Mo Target 5. Peng Qianqian, a golden phoenix emerging from a rural valley, was wholly intent on courting a wealthy individual. The player must strive to earn money. It was surprising to discover that Peng Qianqian hailed from a humble background. Her attire, adorned with luxury brands, led others to assume she was a wealthy heiress. Was this merely a fade? Xian Mo held no prejudice against so-called phoenix men or phoenix women. It is entirely natural for individuals to aspire to a prosperous and beautiful life. As long as they were not ungrateful, he held a certain admiration for them. After all, they were indeed phoenixes. Only those with genuine talent and capability could rightfully be deemed as such. In the multitude of individuals emerging from the depths of the valley, how many can truly be deemed as phoenixes? Xian Mo did not harbor disdain for Peng Qianqian. He simply was not a wealthy individual. The reason for Peng Qianqian's misconception regarding his past relationships stemmed from the fact that his attire was composed of branded goods. Was it not the case that Lu Fongfong's elder brother had generously bestowed upon him a sum of 100,000 yuan? With this windfall, he procured a variety of designer clothing, inadvertently leading to Peng Qianqian's misunderstanding. When Peng Qianqian once again sought to assert her presence before him, Xian Mo directly stated, "You need not waste your time here. I am not a wealthy man. I am an orphan. The garments I wear are a result of assisting a wealthy young lady, and the compensation I receive for that service. If you seek to attract affluent individuals, you should pursue Luo Yunkai and Zhou Xuexin, for they are the true signs of wealth." Luo Yunkai and Zhou Xuexin were well known as the privileged elite of the school. One was a senior while the other was a junior, both arriving daily in sports cars, inciting envy among their male peers and admiration from the female populace. However, these two were infamous for their playboy lifestyles, routinely changing girlfriends with each passing month, never allowing a single woman to capture their hearts. While Peng Qianqian was indeed attractive, in comparison to the women who had previously courted Luo Yunkai and Zhou Xuexin, she found herself to be of similar caliber. Those women had failed to ensnare the affections of Luo Yunkai and Zhou Xuexin, and Peng Qianqian, with a sense of self-awareness, recognized her own limitations in this regard. Thus, Despite acknowledging that these two were the wealthiest heirs, she promptly abandoned the notion of pursuing them. Instead, Xian became her chosen target after she compared him to other males. She genuinely believed him to be among the affluent elite, and coupled with his good looks, she commenced her pursuit of him. As a result, Xian addressed her, asserting that he was not a wealthy heir, and pointedly highlighted her intentions, leaving Peng Qianqian momentarily at a loss for a response. Fearing that Peng Qianqian might persist in her pursuit, Xian decided to unveil her hidden truths. Lowering his voice to a whisper only they could discern, he assured her, "Rest assured, I shall not disclose your origins from that secluded valley." Immediately, Peng Qianqian recoiled, distancing herself from Xian by 3 paces, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at him. Xian responded with a smile, prompting Peng Qianqian to turn and flee, vowing never to present herself before him again. Mission Panel, Strategy Task 4 failed. Player. To falter in such a straightforward task warrants a visit to the temple to seek a blessing and improve your fortune. Xian mused. Is this mission panel truly endowed with intelligence? However, he remained impervious to Xia Momo's myriad attempts at affections, treating her no differently than any other girl, which left Xia Momo disheartened, yet increasingly determined. Xia Momo was one of the most admired beauties in the school, and her bold pursuit of a boy who remained indifferent only incited whispers among the student body. The boys harbored jealousy towards Xian while the girls held him in high regard. Xia Momo reveled in showcasing her allure before the male gaze, attracting attention yet inciting disdain among her female peers. The fact that a boy could resist her charms without yielding only garnered applause from the girls, leading them to regard Xian with newfound admiration. Coupled with his striking appearance, he effortlessly ascended to the status of the school's heartthrob. Hey, Zhao Xian, are you experiencing some sort of visual impairment? Or is there something amiss with your senses? Xia Shiji is not only beautiful but also possesses an enviable figure, and yet you remain utterly unmoved? With a hint of malice, a male classmate inquired of Zhao Xian, his eyes betraying undisguised envy. Xuanma cast a glance at the individual, offering no response. However, curiosity regarding this matter was not confined to a single person. Others were equally intrigued. One of Xuanma's roommates approached him, posing the same question in different words. What? Fake? The roommate, along with other students who were secretly eavesdropping, were taken aback by this revelation. The female students quickly recovered and began to discuss the matter. I always suspected that Xia Momo's chest was not quite right. It looked so round. So it turns out she had breast augmentation and shaping. So much for the big breasts and long legs. It's all fake. Huh. Those boys who were lusting after Xia Momo's figure, if they ever got their hands on her, would they find the texture disappointing? The male students were greatly dismayed. Although cosmetic surgery has become widely accepted, most people still prefer natural beauty. Many are concerned about the artificial parts, worrying about what might happen if they apply too much pressure and cause the implants to burst. Xia Momo's position as the campus belle is now in jeopardy. She now loathes Xuanma and would never appear before him again to pursue him. Have you been to the temple? A brother's girlfriend in the dormitory is a student at a neighboring university. Under the guidance of the two dormitories were in a joint. Xuanma, as a member of the dormitory, was dragged along by 3 brothers. As a result, another raider's target appeared. System Panel, Target 6. Feng Shuang, a gentle and intelligent lady from a prestigious family, with her father being a university president. Players, by pursuing this target, may secure a position at the university upon graduation. Xian sat beside Feng Shuang, sensing her gaze lingering upon him. Accustomed to being observed, Xian remained unperturbed, refraining from meeting her eyes. Feng Shuang felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite her frequent glances, he exhibited no response. Was he merely oblivious or indifferent to her? The small crayfish was indeed challenging to peel. Seeking a conversation, Feng Shuang attempted to engage Xian typically. A man interested in her would readily offer assistance in peeling the shrimp. Yet, Xian merely remarked, "It is indeed difficult to peel," before turning his attention to other dishes. Feng Shuang, could you please pass me that plate of bitter melon and scrambled eggs? I've been feeling a bit overheated these past few days and would like to eat some bitter melon to cool down. Xian reached over and placed the dish before her. Xian, you really ought to eat the bitter melon. You've been burning the midnight oil lately, haven't you? You've got some pimples now. Feng Shuang. The roommates and other girls engaged in a curious debate about whom they would save first if their mother and girlfriend fell into a river. One roommate stated, "My mom can swim, so I wouldn't need to save her. Another chimed in. I would take precautions to prevent either of them from falling in. The last roommate added, during summer break, I'll take my mom and girlfriend to the beach, letting them enjoy the sun while learning to swim. Xianmo interjected, my mother has passed away. After a meal, the group made their way to the karaoke hall. Feng Shuangshuang decided to extend another chance to Xianmo, inviting him to sing a song together. Xianmo replied, I can only sing the national anthem. Would you like to join me? He had yet to encounter the popular songs of this world, and thus did not know any. Or perhaps we could sing Peking opera together. Feng Shuangshuang, however, chose to select a song on her own, no longer wishing to engage with Xianmo. The task panel indicated, Strategy Task 6 failed. Player, you are ill-suited for this romantic strategy game. Consider relinquishing your efforts. Xianmo chuckled softly. Another prompt appeared on the system panel. Strategy Target 7, Zhang Ranran. A whimsical little princess and a new literature major, who fantasizes about a prince charming descending from the heavens to stand before her. Player, you might give it a try. Xianmo remained composed, continuing to read his book. The female protagonist had traversed time to become an elderly matron of a farming family. Thus, she ought to embrace her role, guiding her descendants. Though her antics may be somewhat disruptive, it is essential to engage in activities befitting her age and identity, allowing readers to perceive her as normal. Is this narrative not rather grotesque? Even if the male protagonist values depth and is enamored with the female protagonist's soul, can he truly sustain affection for a face adorned with wrinkles? Xianmo certainly could not. In the realm of cultivation, it is not uncommon for female practitioners to take younger male companions, with some female cultivators being several centuries older than their male counterparts. However, they at least maintain a youthful appearance, presenting no discordance. Yet, can one truly find romance between a youthful beauty and an elderly crone? Surely, such a sight would be quite jarring. Does the male protagonist not feel a sense of discomfort himself? Xianmo was perplexed and voiced his thoughts candidly. Unless the male lead is a blind and perverse character like Yuan Suiyun, he would never be attracted to an elderly woman. The two girls beside him widened their eyes, glaring at Xianmo in outrage. One of Zhang Ranran's friends retorted, You are the pervert, an utterly unromantic, straight male pervert. The library prohibited any loud discussions, and the teacher's voice rang out, reprimanding the girl. She shrank back, too intimidated to retort, but her disdain for Xianmo only intensified. With a cold huff directed at him, the girl pulled her friend away from the library. It turned out that not every knight on a white horse is a prince. Some could very well be Tangsing. Task panel, Strategy Mission 7 failed. Player, it is earnestly suggested that you are ill-suited for this game. Perhaps it is time to exit. Subsequently, Xianmo encountered numerous other targets for his strategies. Yet all ended in failure. His junior disciple was a quintessential straight man. A mere utterance from him could leave the target speechless. Ultimately, the junior disciple was unceremoniously ejected from the game. Intelligent receptionist, dear guest, are you all right? So what had he truly done? I'm fine. Xianmo waved his hand dismissively. Through his experiences in the previous world, he had become more certain of one thing. However, he could not fathom why things unfolded as they did. How did the people in this world manage such feats? Did they not fear disrupting the heavenly laws of this realm, risking its obliteration? Dear guest, do you wish to continue playing the game? Inquired the intelligent receptionist. Yes, Xianmo nodded, eager to explore further into the realms of the game. Please refrain from recommending games related to romance or character development. Let's explore what other games are available. Xianmo made a request. The intelligent assistant, adhering to Xianmo's inquiry, discovered that there exists a vacant role-playing game. This game is intricately woven around the narrative of a classic novel, allowing players the freedom to embody any character within its realm. Which classic novel? Xianmo inquired. The intelligent assistant replied, Dream of the Red Chamber. It is said to be an exceptionally renowned work. Xianmo was indeed aware of this novel, for its fame is undeniable, and the plethora of fan fiction surrounding it is abundant. Although Xianmo had not perused the original text, he had encountered various adaptations. Chapter 60, The Young Master in the World of Dream of the Red Chamber. Xianmo ventured into the game world crafted from Dream of the Red Chamber. Players have the option to choose a character from this universe or allow the system to randomly assign one, or even create a character not originally present in the novel. Xianmo opted for a random assignment, only to find himself transformed into a woman upon entering the game world. This shocking revelation left Xianmo utterly flabbergasted. He immediately contemplated exiting the game. However, The game's regulations stipulated that players cannot exit until the main storyline of Dream of the Red Chamber reaches its conclusion. This meant that Xian Mo would be compelled to navigate the game while assuming the guise of a woman until its completion. The young master felt an overwhelming desire to shatter this virtual realm. Alas, in his current state as a feeble and vulnerable maiden, he lacked the strength to dismantle the game world. In the realm of the Dream of the Red Chamber, celestial beings may exist. Yet the crux lies in the fact that, despite their presence, they remain mere figments of imagination in this fictional universe devoid of any ethereal essence. The young master, unable to cultivate or harness the power to obliterate the world, finds himself in a state of discontent, retreating into the confines of his own courtyard, living as an inconspicuous specter overlooked by those around him. Fortunately, this role inherently possesses a degree of transparency, as long as he remains unassuming. Others are inclined to disregard his existence. Oh, how remiss of me to neglect to mention his current identity. He now embodies the persona of Shuiyan, the maid who accompanied Lin Daiyu to the Jia residence, originally destined to be her most devoted attendant, only to be supplanted by Ziju. Presently, Shuiyan spends her days in idleness, indulging in whimsical pastimes. In this role-playing game, players are liberated from the burden of quests. They may engage at their own leisure, unencumbered by restrictions, even to the extent of subverting the entire narrative of the Dream of the Red Chamber, as long as the players derive joy from their experience. A 5-star review is all that is required. Though transformed into a woman, which brings him some displeasure, this identity still affords him a certain contentment. There is no need to diligently attend to a master, nor to prostrate oneself daily before their presence. Furthermore, due to his status as a guest, he is free from the scrutiny of the other maids and matrons in the Jia household, allowing Shuiyan to lead a life of ease and comfort. The young master savors a plate of sweet lotus seed cakes. Indeed, the culinary delights within the Dream of the Red Chamber are truly exquisite. It is no wonder that some in reality endeavor to recreate these dishes for profit. Alas, Lin Daiyu's frail constitution renders her unable to indulge even in the nutritious lotus seed cakes, leaving them to the servants below. Due to Lin's delicate constitution, she can only consume light fare, resulting in many of the exquisite delicacies from the Dream of the Red Chamber never reaching her. This deprives the young master of the opportunity to savor a variety of culinary delights. Licking his lips, he resolved to hone his skills, with the intention of later procuring delectable treats from various masters. Shuiyan, what are you doing? Are you hiding in there and being lazy? You should be ashamed, came the voice of Zizhuang from outside the door. Reluctantly, the young master popped the last piece of lotus root cake into his mouth before stepping outside. Zizhuang, with her slender finger, nearly poked him in the forehead. All you do is eat all day long, utterly neglecting your duties. You've become as lazy as a pig. The young master swiftly dodged. In reality, who would dare poke him in the forehead? He would surely retaliate by severing the offender's finger. Alas, he was in a game now, and under the eaves, he had no choice but to endure. While evading, he muttered, "Miss, it is quite peaceful here. There is nothing to do." Zizhuang replied, "If the lady does not require you to work, you can find tasks for yourself. Tailoring clothes or embroidering, aren't these tasks?" The young master felt struck by a bolt from the blue. To have a dignified cultivator like himself learn to sew and embroider? An image from a martial arts novel he had encountered in another world flashed in his mind. A man in a crimson dress, adorned with extravagant makeup, delicately holding an embroidery needle with an elegant wrist. A shiver coursed through him. He resolutely refused to learn embroidery, even at the cost of his life. Not learn embroidery? Then what shall you do? All day long, indulging and frolicking? Enjoying life more than the young ladies? And still have the audacity to accept a monthly wage? Ziju reprimanded. Though her words were harsh, her demeanor did not betray any anger. The young master pondered for a moment. He was indeed receiving a salary from Lin Mei Mei, and it would be remiss not to contribute in return, for accepting payment without effort weighed heavily on his conscience. The other servants of the Jia household were all too eager to collect their wages without toil, yet the young master was distinctly different. He possessed a strong moral compass. After some reflection, he declared, "Then I shall study medicine, so that I may tend to the young lady's health." Ziju chuckled, "Study medicine? Who will you learn from? Do you believe a physician would teach a mere maid the art of healing?" The young master replied, "I shall teach myself from the books. The young lady has a collection of medical texts among her volumes." Ziju inquired, "Can you even read?" The young master huffed lightly. Our Lin family is a scholarly lineage, and even the maids are literate, unlike your Jia family, where even the matriarch lacks such knowledge. Ziju considered this, then said, if you wish to learn, I shall inform the young lady. It may be beneficial for Shuiyin to study medicine. I do not anticipate her achieving much, but at least her time will be devoted to learning, and she will not frequently linger before the young lady. Even if she does acquire some knowledge, her responsibilities will differ from mine, alleviating my concerns that this girl might usurp my position beside the young lady. After all, she is of the Lin family. While I remain merely a maid of the Jia household, she is inherently closer to the young lady. Ziju entertained her own thoughts, which coincidentally aligned perfectly with the young master's intentions. You are to make a trip to the residences of the second, third, and fourth young ladies, for they have collected some fine items which you are to deliver to them. Zijuan referred to the little master as the one to run errands. The little master rather enjoys such tasks, as it affords him the opportunity to venture out under the guise of delivering goods, while also exploring the entirety of the Jia mansion. Zijuan produced 3 fabric bundles and entrusted them to the little master, meticulously explaining which bundle was designated for each young lady. The little master took note and, with the 3 bundles on his back, swiftly set off. Zijuan shook her head at the girl's antics and entered the room, where she shared with Lin Mei that Shuiyin was eager to study medicine. Lin Mei smiled and said, it's commendable that such a young child possesses such a thirst for knowledge. I shall fetch 2 introductory medical texts for her shortly. I wonder if she will be able to grasp them. To which Zijuan replied, for a young girl, it matters little if she cannot fully comprehend. Do you truly expect our family to produce a national medical master? Upon hearing this, Lin Mei laughed. Who knows? She may indeed become a national medical master. One day, we might find ourselves pleading with her. Chapter 61. The little master in the Red Mansion game world having departed from Rongqing Hall, where grandmother Jia resided. The little master made his way to the quarters of the 3 young ladies. Along the path, he encountered numerous maidservants, some of whom were recorded by name in the books, while others were not. However, they all shared a singular characteristic. They were all remarkably attractive. Yet, upon reaching the courtyard where Lady Wang resided, the quality of the maidservants' appearances diminished significantly. They could only be described as passably pretty. The little master caught sight of Jin Chuan, the head maidservant in Lady Wang's service. According to Lady Wang's standards for selecting maids, Jin Chuaner is not a beauty. However, she is slightly more attractive than the other maids in Lady Wang's courtyard. In comparison to the maidservants surrounding Jia Mu, Jia Baoyu, and Lin Daiyu, as well as the 3 Chun sisters, she falls somewhat short. Jin Chuaner's appearance is at most on par with Shi Run, yet she lacks Shi Ren's gentle and amiable demeanor. It is perplexing why Jia Baoyu would choose to flirt with Jin Chuaner. The young master encountered the 3 Chun sisters, who are indeed quite lovely, each possessing a distinct charm that is truly pleasing to the eye. At this time, the Shui family had not yet arrived in the capital, and thus he had not had the pleasure of seeing Shui Baochai, leaving him unaware of her beauty. Lin Daiyu is undeniably beautiful, but she does not align with the young master's taste. She appears too fragile. The young master admires women who exude vivacity and grandeur, rather than those who are perpetually melancholic like Lin Daiyu. As a straightforward man, he cannot comprehend why Lin Daiyu weeps at the sight of a wilting flower. Is not the cycle of blooming and withering a natural occurrence? Though Lin Daiyu is exceptionally talented and possesses a kind heart, the young master feels no inclination to draw near to her, convinced that they would not resonate with one another. Upon returning to Lin Daiyu's residence, he heard her call for him. He hurried into the inner chamber and beheld the legendary Lin Daiyu. Indeed, she was beautiful, surpassing many beauties he had encountered in the realm of cultivation. However, her physical condition was quite poor. Just by observing her, the young master could discern several ailments afflicting Lin Daiyu. Alas, it is no wonder that she is destined for a short life, with such a frail body. It would indeed be a marvel for her to live long. Having become a snow goose, one must ensure the preservation of Lin Mei's life and restore her health, thus concluding the master-servant bond between the snow goose and Lin Mei. With a smile, Lin Mei handed 2 medical texts to her junior master. Upon receiving them, he gained insight into Lin Mei's sincerity. Though she possessed a few minor quirks, her genuine kindness towards others was undeniable. For this reason alone, he resolved to assist Lin Mei more in the future. From that moment on, he began to delve into the study of medicine. The days passed peacefully as he immersed himself in his readings. One day, as he set aside his books for a stroll, he heard news of the Shui family's journey to the capital. After their arrival, he seized the opportunity to undertake a task at Lishan Courtyard, where he caught a glimpse of Sister Bao. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty. Upon returning to Lin Mei's residence, he found Zizhuang busily organizing items. Curiously inquiring, he learned that the Ning family had sent an invitation, summoning grandmother Jia to bring her grandchildren and daughters-in-law to attend the Plum Blossom Banquet at the neighboring Ninghua house. Ah, the Plum Blossom Banquet. Was it not the very occasion where the fairy Jinghuan brought Jia Baoyu into the ethereal realm, allowing him to experience the nuances of love for the first time? His eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of encountering the so-called immortals of this world. He yearned to wander through that alleged celestial paradise. Approaching Zizhuang, he charmingly remarked, "Sister Zizhuang, I too wish to see the plum blossoms." Internally, he thought, however, my previous experiences in the entertainment industry have not been in vain. My acting skills have greatly improved. Naturally, Zizhuang agreed, perceiving only that the snow goose was merely playful. Without further contemplation, the following day, the young apprentice trailed behind Lin Mei and Zi1 into the garden of Ninghua Mansion. After partaking in a meal, Jia Baoyu retired to Qin Keqing's chamber for an afternoon nap. The young apprentice had now honed his skills, capable of traversing rooftops with remarkable agility. Yet, when it came to climbing walls, he moved as gracefully as a raccoon. Bolstered by his keen mental acuity, he stealthily infiltrated Qin Keqing's room without arousing suspicion. As he gazed at the slumbering Jia Baoyu, he pondered how he might accompany him into the ethereal realm of the Tai Su. Must he also succumb to sleep? Yet, even in slumber, would the spirit of illusion guide him into the Tai Su? Opening his game interface, his eyes brightened at the sight of an option to enter the Tai Su. How considerate of the game to provide such a feature. The young apprentice nestled himself atop the eaves of Qin Keqing's abode, concealing his presence from any discerning eyes. He then pressed the button to enter the Tai Su. In an instant, the world around him transformed, and he found himself amidst a sea of flowers. Emerging from the blossoms, he proceeded toward a nearby structure. Along the way, he encountered several so-called fairies. Initially, he evaded their presence, but upon realizing they were oblivious to him, he boldly strolled past them. The fairies, preoccupied with trays of fruit and celestial brews, hurried along, and the young apprentice followed in their wake, arriving at a magnificent palace. In the hall, Jia Baoyu sat at the center, surrounded by a group of fairies who engaged in laughter and urged him to drink, while another group below sang and danced. After casting a brief glance, the young master lost interest, bypassed them, and entered another palace connected to this one. Inside, he discovered several adjoining chambers, each adorned with plaques bearing names: the Department of Unrequited Love, the Department of Grievances, the Department of Morning Lamentations, the Department of Evening Sorrows, the Department of Spring Affections, and the Department of Autumn Sorrow. Upon entering the Chamber of Misfortune, he casually flipped through the primary register of the 12 golden hairpins, scoffing as he tossed it aside. He then perused the supplementary registers, finding no mention of Shui Yan's name, leaving him to ponder whether this was a stroke of fortune or misfortune for her. Exiting the Chamber of Misfortune, he ventured into another palace, which appeared to be a lady's boudoir, filled with exquisite items. After surveying the room, the young master's gaze fell upon two particular objects. One was a bronze mirror resting on a vanity, which resembled the famed Fengyue Baojian. Yet, was not the Fengyue Baojian in the possession of the lame Taoist? Could this mirror truly be the fabled artifact? Approaching it, he discovered the inscription Fengyue Baojian upon its surface. Indeed, it was the coveted mirror. If left behind, it could spell doom for others. To prevent such misfortune, he decided to claim it for himself, slipping the mirror into his sleeve without a hint of remorse. The second item that piqued his interest was a potted plant situated on the windowsill. The grass, resplendent in its verdant hue akin to the most translucent jade, bore atop it a singular crimson fruit, round and vibrant in its scarlet brilliance. The entire plant stood gracefully, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance. Could this be the fabled red pearl grass of Lin Mei? Her junior uncle promptly gathered the red pearl grass and departed from the ethereal realm. Both Lin Mei and Z1 were taken aback. Z1 expressed her astonishment at the sudden appearance of a potted plant. She was well aware of every item in Lin Mei's room, yet had no knowledge of the origin of this grass. "My lady, I shall move this plant outside at once," Z1 insisted, her brow furrowing. "Which maidservant has dared to place this plant by your bedside without my consent?" "Do not. Let it remain here," Lin Mei interjected, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the plant, reluctant to part with it. "My lady, placing it on the bed may soil the linens. It would be better on the windowsill, where you can still admire it even while resting, Ziwan suggested, noticing Lin Mei's evident affection for the plant. Acknowledging the impracticality of keeping it on the bed, Lin Mei nodded in agreement, as long as the plant remained within her sight. Feeling fatigued, she ceased her discourse, allowing Ziwan to attend to her and lay down. However, her gaze remained fixed on the red pearl grass by the window, bringing her an immense sense of joy and fulfillment. Typically, Lin Mei found it difficult to succumb to slumber, regardless of her weariness, yet this evening, as she beheld the plant, she swiftly drifted into a deep and tranquil sleep. The young master, with a cheerful demeanor, approached Zizhuang, displaying a thoughtful expression. Sister Zizhuang, you have exerted yourself throughout the day. Allow me to keep vigil tonight for the young lady. He settled himself on the footstool beside the bed, his gaze fixed upon the red pearl grass by the window, sensing that extraordinary events were destined to unfold at night. Indeed, as the moon reached its zenith, a stream of moonlight descended from the heavens, illuminating the red pearl grass. The mystical grass absorbed the lunar radiance, causing the crimson pearl atop it to glow even more vibrantly. Suddenly, the red pearl detached from the grass and flew towards Lin Mei, who lay on the bed. The young master turned to glance at Lin Mei, only to witness the red pearl landing on her lips, transforming into a pool of crimson liquid that entered her mouth. A flash of red light enveloped Lin Mei, and upon closer inspection, her previously pallid complexion blossomed with a healthy rosy hue. However, when the young master looked back towards the red pearl grass, he found it had vanished without a trace. He speculated, unaware of his erroneous assumption. The initial acquisition of the red pearl grass was merely a consequence of the red pearl fairy's recent manifestation, leading him astray into the realm of the enchanting spirit, who deceived him, resulting in his primordial spirit being reborn while leaving his essential self behind. The red pearl grass was indeed a rare treasure. The enchanting spirit had intended to utilize it for significant purposes, never foreseeing its sudden disappearance. This occurrence left the enchanting spirit in a state of shock, fear, and anger. Without the essence of the red pearl grass, she would be unable to control the true form of the red pearl fairy in the future. In a fit of urgency, she rushed into the Bureau of Short Lives and began to peruse the official register of the 12 beauties of Jinling. Indeed, the first page has become utterly blurred. Lin Daiyu's fate is no longer subject to the whims of the Book of Tragic Fates. How infuriating it is that her meticulously crafted plans may end in failure. The Fairy of Illusions, unwilling to concede, yearns to take further action. Yet, her thoughts drift to the inexplicably vanished essence of the Jiangzhu fairy grass from her chamber. She harbors confidence in her subordinates, those lesser fairies, whose fates are firmly in her grasp and who remain fiercely loyal, with no inclination to betray her. Moreover, they lack the prowess to stealthily infiltrate her abode and abscond with the Jiangzhu fairy grass. Thus, it must be someone of greater strength who has taken it. She realizes she is no match for such an individual. Otherwise, she would have sensed the presence of an intruder. This person evidently serves as a protector for the Jiangzhu fairy grass, and should she continue to scheme against the Jiangzhu fairy, might this individual not seek to eliminate her? Alarmed, the Fairy of Illusions promptly sealed the void illusion realm, refraining from meddling in earthly affairs any further. In the mortal realm, ever since that fateful night when Lin Mei consumed the red pearl from the Jiangzhu fairy grass, her health has steadily improved, though her appearance still conveys fragility. She is no longer beset by frequent ailments. Lin Mei and her companions, including Zizhu, attribute her recovery to the efficacy of the medicinal dishes, believing that aside from the ginseng nourishing pills provided by the household, she has not ingested any other remedies. The effects of the ginseng nourishing pills are limited. Lin Mei has taken them for many years without significant improvement in her health. Thus, the true benefactor of her recovery must be those few medicinal dishes. This suggests that Shuiyan has indeed acquired some genuine skills in the medical arts. Lin Mei believes that Shuiyan possesses a certain innate talent for medicine. In addition to bestowing upon her junior master a considerable amount of gold and silver treasures as a token of gratitude, she also presented him with several rare medical texts. The demeanor of Ziwan, Wang Mama, and others towards the junior master has also undergone a transformation. Once, there were those who ridiculed Shuiyan's pursuit of medicine, deeming her antics frivolous. However, now, everyone has begun to curry favor with her. The maids and matrons, previously unqualified to consult a physician, now have one among them who is knowledgeable in the healing arts, allowing them to seek Shuiyan's assistance in times of illness. In Chapter 63, The junior master finds himself increasingly at ease in the world of the Red Chamber games. Even Jia Mu has heard of his medical pursuits. Nevertheless, Jia Mu remains skeptical of his abilities, attributing Lin Mei's recovery to the quality of the medicinal ingredients and the efficacy of the specific herbal dishes prescribed for her health. Figures like Jia Mu and Wang Furin continue to place their faith in the imperial physicians. The junior master finds this situation quite agreeable, as he is disinclined to treat the members of the Jia household, who can ascertain the true condition of Lin Ruhai, should he indeed be gravely ill. The junior master might find himself powerless to assist. After a relentless journey, they finally arrive in Yangzhou. Lin Mei urges the junior master to meet Lin Ruhai. Upon their reunion, the purpose of the junior master's visit slips from Lin Mei's mind as the father and daughter embrace in a flood of tears. The junior master stands to the side, scrutinizing Lin Ruhai's countenance. Lin Ruhai's face is sallow and emaciated, his cheeks sunken, though he bears striking features. This once handsome man now resembles a corpse, barely more animated. The junior master surveys Lin Ruhai's eyes, lips, and temples, and preliminarily concludes that he is not suffering from a severe illness, but rather from poisoning. The poison has seemingly penetrated to the very marrow. No wonder Lin Ruhai yearns for a final meeting with his daughter. As long as he is not in the clutches of terminal illness, he still has avenues to explore. With the current medical prowess of his junior disciple, there may be some shortcomings in treating ailments, but when it comes to detoxification, he is quite assured. In the second holographic realm, the junior disciple acquired rudimentary skills in alchemy and the preparation of various potions, including antidotes. This particular antidote can be crafted from ordinary medicinal herbs, and its efficacy within the virtual realm is undeniably remarkable. While its potency may diminish in the real world, it retains about half of its original effectiveness. The junior disciple contemplated that such an antidote could also be formulated in this game world. Its efficacy, however, would depend on whether it is stronger or weaker. After Lin Mimi finished conversing with her father, she recalled the purpose of summoning Shuiyin and promptly said to Lin Ruhai, "Father, Shuiyin has studied medicine and possesses commendable skills. Perhaps she could examine you." Lin Ruhai cast a glance at the junior disciple, pondering that esteemed physicians from Yangzhou had been unable to help him. So what could a mere girl who had perused a few medical texts possibly do? Yet, seeing his youngest daughter's concern for him, allowing her maid to tend to him was merely a means of placating her worries. Thus, he felt no need to refuse. Lin Ruhai nodded. Lin Mimi was overjoyed and hastily called out to the junior disciple, "Xian, come quickly and take the master's pulse." The junior disciple stepped forward and addressed Lin Ruhai. "Master, please extend one of your hands." Lin Ruhai complied, and the junior disciple gently clasped his wrist. The frailness of Lin Ruhai's hand was starkly evident, causing Lin Mimi's tears to flow freely. The young master examined Lin Ruhai's pulse. If his previous judgment held true, Lin Ruhai had indeed been poisoned, a poison that the young master was familiar with. In a rare book he had encountered, there was an introduction to this very toxin, along with methods for its antidote, which, it must be said, were not inferior to the antidotes he had learned to concoct from the immersive game. "Shuiyin, how is my father?" Lin Mei asked urgently, her eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. Lin Ruhai sighed internally, knowing his daughter was destined for disappointment. He reached out to grasp her small hand, seeking to offer her comfort. Yet, it was the young maid who spoke up. "Master has been poisoned. The toxin has seeped into his very marrow. But do not worry, young lady. I have encountered this poison in books and can concoct an antidote to save your father." Upon hearing the initial grim news, Lin Mei nearly fainted, her body swaying precariously. However, the subsequent revelation filled her with joy, as if she had found hope amidst despair. "Then please, hasten to prepare the antidote for my father." Lin Ruhai was equally astonished. His maid indeed possessed considerable skill. Even the renowned physicians of Yangzhou could only ascertain that he had been poisoned without identifying the specific toxin, yet this maid had discerned it. With such talent, she could no longer be regarded merely as a servant. Lin Mei promptly instructed the steward to assist the young master in preparing the antidote, commanding him to fulfill any request Shuiyin might have and ensure that the antidote was concocted with utmost urgency. The young master swiftly prepared the antidote, but refrained from allowing Lin Ruhai to consume it all at once. Given Lin Ruhai's current frail condition, such a rapid detoxification would be too much for his body to endure. The young master, over the course of 3 sessions, administered an antidote to Lin Ruhai. employing both internal medication and therapeutic baths. During this period, he also provided restorative herbs to replenish vitality and nourish the body. After more than 3 months of diligent effort, the poison within Lin Rahai was finally eradicated. Although he had survived, he could no longer assume the role of the imperial censor in Yangzhou. Upon his arrival in Yangzhou, Madame Wang had privately urged him to ensure the acquisition of the Lin family's vast fortune. However, with Lin Rahai still alive, such wealth remained out of reach for him. Jia Lian felt apprehensive, fearing that Madame Wang would hold him accountable for his lack of success, thus delaying his departure until he traveled to the capital alongside Lin Rahai and his daughter. Humph, she was no longer merely a dependent cousin. She now had her biological father to support her. Not long ago, Jia Yuanshun had been elevated to the status of a consort, and Qin Keqing had passed away. The young master stood opposite Lin Rahai, who pushed a wooden box towards him. In Chapter 64, the young master opened the box to reveal a contract for the sale of Shui Yin, along with a certificate of release, a silver note worth 1,000 taels, and the deed to a small courtyard. The young master raised an eyebrow but accepted the items without hesitation. This was Lin Rahai's token of gratitude. Should he refuse it, the man would undoubtedly feel unsettled. Indeed, upon seeing the young master accept these offerings, Lin Rahai's expression softened somewhat. Shui Yin, what are your intentions for the future? If you wish to leave, you are free to do so. Should you choose to remain, I shall treat you with the courtesy befitting a guest. The young master contemplated that leaving the Lin residence would lead to nowhere in particular. Since this was a world crafted by the dream of the Red Chamber, it would be better to stay close to the protagonist, allowing him to witness more of the unfolding drama. Upon hearing that the young master intended to remain, Lin Rahai arranged for him a quaint courtyard adjacent to the one occupied by Lin. He also contemplated assigning maidservants to attend to the young master as one would a young lady, but the young master graciously declined. He expressed a preference for solitude, requesting only ample medicinal herbs and medical texts to continue his studies in healing. Lin Rahai readily acquiesced. Having a physician of exceptional skill within the household was akin to adding layers of protection to one's very life. Observing his daughter's robust health and reflecting on his own miraculous survival, Lin Rahai would have provided the herbs and texts regardless of the young master's request. Zijuan, witnessing the young master's life resembling that of a young lady, felt a pang of jealousy and a hint of regret, wishing she had pursued medical studies herself. Yet, she failed to consider that even if she had chosen that path, without extraordinary talents, what could she have truly achieved? Lin now basked in a life of ease and comfort, surrounded by respectful servants, far removed from the oppressive atmosphere she had endured during her days in the Jia residence. Nevertheless, she found herself missing the people from Jiafu, particularly Jia Baoyu. However, when the young master casually mentioned that Jia Baoyu and Shirin had become intimate, Lin seldom spoke of him thereafter. The young master mused, how unfortunate for Baoyu to lose his vitality so early. His health and longevity will surely be compromised. He shall not grow taller and may become diminutive. His lengthy exposition left Lin with a darkened expression, and thereafter, she refrained from mentioning Jia Baoyu. Zijuan cast several glances at her junior martial uncle, intending to speak favorably on behalf of Jia Baoyu. Yet she was soon pushed aside by the other maidservants surrounding Lin Mimi. As the daughter of a third-rank official, how could she settle for merely one maid? During their time in Yangzhou, Lin Rahai had provided Lin Mimi with numerous maidservants. These maids were all born into the Lin family, their loyalties firmly aligned with their household. They had long harbored discontent towards Zijuan for incessantly discussing the Jia family in Lin Mimi's presence. Before long, one of the maidservants reported Zijuan's behavior to Lin Rahai. Although he had once contemplated marrying Lin Mimi to Jia Baoyu, he would never permit a maid to unilaterally orchestrate a match between his daughter and a young master. Who did she think she was? Furthermore, Zijuan's blatant intentions were all too apparent. Should Lin Mimi wed Jia Baoyu, she, as her accompanying maid, would seize the opportunity to become his concubine. Such a maid could not possibly remain by Lin Mimi's side under Lin Rahai's watch. Even if Lin Rahai were to consent to the marriage, he would never allow a maid so intent on ascending to the young master's bed to linger near his daughter. Moreover, Lin Rahai had already abandoned the idea of marrying off his daughter to Jia Baoyu. Since arriving in the capital and learning about the turmoil within the Jia household, as well as the reputation of the Ning and Rong families in the city, he had dismissed the notion entirely. It was only after hearing the matron's guidance that Lin Mimi understood how inappropriate it was for Jia Baoyu, at his age, to be mingling among the women of the inner court. The Jia household could easily be described as lacking in decorum, and the reputation of its daughters would inevitably suffer, making it exceedingly difficult for them to marry into respectable families in the future. Lin Meimei was filled with trepidation. The hazy affection she felt for Jia Baoyu, which had recently shifted from childhood camaraderie, dissipated due to this fear and the teachings of her elder. The Grandview Garden had been restored, and the Jia family sent someone to escort Lin Meimei to Ronghua House, intending for her to accompany them in greeting the virtuous concubine Xian. However, she was declined by Lin Rohai. Concubine Xian, Lin Meimei could not attend the gathering at the Jia residence to witness Yuan Chun's visit. Her young master had already gone. The young master enveloped herself in her spiritual energy, standing beside grandmother Jia, unnoticed by anyone. This grand performance mirrored the descriptions in the book, albeit lacking one Lin Meimei. With her absence, Jia Baoyu could not rely on her for assistance. Yet Sister Xiangyan stepped in to aid him. The young master observed Shui Baochai's gaze directed towards Yuan Chun, a thought stirring within her. Should she extend her help to Sister Bao? Contemplating this, the young master resolved to act. She ceased administering medicine, instead slipping into the palace each day to observe the emperor's preferences and movements. Finally, she obtained news that the emperor would don his white dragon robe and leave the palace. Subsequently, the young master stealthily entered the pear fragrance court. At that moment, Jia Yuan Chun had yet to decree that Jia Baoyu and the young ladies reside in the Grandview Garden. So Sister Bao still lived with her mother and elder brother. The young master left a note by Sister Bao's pillow and departed quietly, just as she had arrived. When Sister Bao awakened the following day and discovered the note beside her, she was startled. However, upon reading its contents, she quickly regained her composure, beginning to analyze the situation and devise a plan in her mind. She remained oblivious to the identity of the note's author and their intentions, yet recognized it as an opportunity she must seize. Even if the person who left the note were to threaten her in the future, demanding her compliance, she would not squander this opportunity. She aspired to rise above the common folk. As for those who threatened her, she would devise a means to address them once she possessed power. Baoyu's sister did not consult with Aunt Shui, fearing that Aunt Shui would divulge matters to Lady Wang. Baoyu's sister had long harbored suspicions regarding Lady Wang, yet she and Aunt Shui were compelled to rely on the influence of the Ronghua mansion. Additionally, Jia Baoyu was considered a favorable choice, prompting her to feign ignorance and ingratiate herself with Lady Wang. Now that she had a chance and a more promising path, why would she still desire Jia Baoyu, the aimless young master? Although Jia Baoyu was indeed the young master of the noble family, he was merely the second son of a fifth-rank official, his status not particularly elevated. As for the aspirations of grandmother Jia and Lady Wang to have Jia Baoyu inherit the Ronghua mansion, how naive. Did they regard the laws of the land as mere trifles? In truth, Jiaxi was the head of the Ronghua mansion, while Zhao Yan was its heir. Grandmother Jia and Lady Wang's dreams of bestowing a title upon Baoyu were utterly fanciful, unless both Jiaxi and Zhao Yan were to perish. But would they all die and leave the title to Jia Baoyu? The very thought sent a shiver down Baoyu's sister's spine, heightening her wariness of Aunt Wang. On that day, the current emperor, traveling incognito, encountered a beautiful young maiden who, despite facing continual setbacks in her quest to assist her brother, remained undaunted and resolute. The delicate yet resilient demeanor of the young maiden profoundly captivated the current emperor, primarily due to her extraordinary beauty, which stirred his heart. Thus, the emperor became acquainted with the enchanting maiden, who, unbeknownst to her, was engaging with a figure of immense power. Enchanted at first sight, she found herself smitten with the emperor. The emperor, recognizing his own magnetic allure, developed a fondness for her that was distinctly different from that which he harbored for the women of his harem. The beautiful maiden placed her utmost trust in the emperor, confiding her troubles. Ever since her father's passing, her elder brother, free from restraint, had engaged in numerous disreputable acts. However, despite his misdeeds, her brother's nature was inherently kind. His transgressions were mere trifles, not severe enough to breach the laws of the court. To her dismay, the governor of Jinling orchestrated a deceitful scheme, branding her brother as a murderer through the absurd claim of the main culprit being claimed by vengeful spirits, ultimately leading to her brother's demise and inadvertently entangling their family in legal turmoil. It was evident that the true assailants were a few of her brother's subordinates, and at worst, he could only be held accountable for negligence in supervising them. Yet the governor insisted that her brother was the murderer. extorting substantial wealth from the Shui family to fabricate this ludicrous verdict, which forced her brother to flee Jinling with her and their mother, rendering him a legal phantom. How could a deceased person inherit the Shui family estate? The young lady suspected that someone was scheming to usurp their family's fortune, having bribed the governor to render such a verdict. The emperor found her reasoning compelling. The judgment was indeed laughable. He realized that the girl he admired was not only beautiful but also remarkably astute. The beautiful young maiden sighed, lamenting, "Alas, my uncle is not in the capital, and my aunt regards our family with a predatory gaze, unwilling to assist my brother. I yearn to exonerate him and bring the unscrupulous governor of Jinling to justice. Yet I find myself at a loss for means." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, enhancing her allure. The emperor's heart softened instantly, and he assured her, "Rest assured, your brother's plight shall find a satisfactory resolution." The lovely maiden, known as Bao Yu's sister, felt a flicker of hope in her eyes, her lips subtly curving beneath her handkerchief. Aunt Shui, brimming with excitement, turned to her daughter, only to find her countenance lacking in joy, and she refrained from instructing the maidservants to prepare for their relocation, unable to suppress her curiosity. "My daughter, why do you appear so discontent? Do you not wish to move into the Grandview Garden?" "I do not," Bao Yu's sister replied, shaking her head. "Mother, Bao Yu will also reside in the Grandview Garden. If word were to spread that I am living in the same garden as an unrelated male, what would become of my reputation?" Aunt Shui countered, "You are destined to marry Bao Yu. Living in the same courtyard now would not tarnish your name." Bao Yu's sister sighed, "Mother, do you truly believe the old matriarch would consent to my union with Bao Yu?" Aunt Shui hesitated, aware of grandmother Jia's intentions to match Bao Yu with Lin Daiyu. But she also considered Wang Shifeng's influence. "Do not place too much hope in your aunt. If she had the power to decide, our engagement would have been settled by now." After a lengthy silence, Aunt Shui finally murmured, "Yet Bao Yu is indeed the best choice at present." The mother and daughter did not perceive Bao Yu as the most suitable choice. His status, although claimed to be noble, was merely that of a second son from a fifth-rank official. Furthermore, Bao Yu had no inclination towards scholarly pursuits or the attainment of official titles. What future could he possibly have? Would he remain a dependent, living off the support of the Rongwa mansion, akin to the lesser branches of the Jia family residing in the backstreets? It is futile to suggest that Bao Yu could inherit a title. The legitimate heir to the Rongwa estate is the elder brother, Lian, from the primary branch, not the second branch's legitimate son. Sister Bao interrupted Aunt Shui's attempts to defend Bao Yu and continued, "Mother believes that there is no one better than Bao Yu for her daughter, yet we have an uncle. If he were to find a minor official under his command, my daughter could marry him and become a lady of rank, which would be no less advantageous than being Bao Yu's wife." Sister Bao refrained from mentioning the matter concerning the emperor, as the situation had yet to solidify. It was best that fewer people were aware of these developments to avoid any unforeseen complications that could jeopardize her escape route. And Shui, swayed by her daughter's reasoning, began to contemplate her words, which seemed quite sensible. Consequently, she sought an excuse to decline Sister Bao's relocation to the Grandview Garden. However, Aunt Shui had not relinquished her desire for Sister Bao to marry Jia Bao Yu. She merely wished to provide her daughter with an alternative path. Should a union with Bao Yu prove impossible, she would still be able to marry someone else with a respectable reputation. Mistakenly believing she held the Shui mother and daughter in her grasp, Lady Wang was oblivious to their ulterior motives. Observing Sister Bao's reluctance to reside in the Grandview Garden, Lady Wang assumed that Sister Bao was merely adhering to propriety, which only increased her satisfaction with her. Little did she know that Sister Bao had ensnared her, and her fortunate days were drawing to a close. In due course, Shui Pan and all related information concerning the Shui family found their way to the emperor's desk. The emperor observed that the case of Shui Pan was largely consistent with what Lady Bao had described. The unfortunate victim, Feng Yuan, was not killed by Shui Pan's own hand, but rather by a servant who had struck him with excessive force. While Shui Pan was indeed at fault, his actions did not warrant the death penalty. The judgment rendered by the governor of Jinling was truly laughable. This governor, a veritable wolf in sheep's clothing, failed to rescue Xiangling, the daughter of his benefactor, and instead sent her to Shui Pan as a concubine. Such a character is unworthy of trust and should not be in positions of power. It was revealed that the one colluding with the governor was none other than Lady Wang of the Jia family. This woman is remarkably ruthless, scheming against her own sister and nephew. She even aspired for Bao Chai to become her daughter-in-law, thereby sabotaging Bao Chai's opportunity to enter the palace. How infuriating! Had it not been for her machinations, I would have long encountered Bao Chai and made her my own. The Emperor's wrath was ignited, and Lady Wang faced dire consequences. Upon witnessing Lady Wang monopolizing lawsuits and engaging in usurious practices, the Emperor smirked, for with such charges, he had the grounds to deal with her. The following day at court, an imperial censor accused Jia Zheng of failing to manage his household, noting that his wife was embroiled in dubious legal dealings. The Emperor ordered an investigation. Chapter 66. The Little Master Uncle in the Dream of the Red Chamber Game, World 7. Lady Wang was apprehended by the authorities. The entire Jia household was in shock. Grandmother Jia commanded Jia Shi and Jia Lian to hurriedly run errands and devise a plan to rescue Lady Wang. Yet, with a decree issued by the Emperor himself, who would dare to release her? After Jia Lian ascertained the charges against Lady Wang, silence fell upon Grandmother Jia and the others, all wishing for her demise within the prison walls. The officials are indeed formidable. They have not only uncovered Lady Wang's involvement in unlawful litigation and the issuance of usurious loans, but have also revealed her embezzlement of the public assets of the Ronghua house and her clandestine sale of the Jia family's ancestral sacrificial land. Upon hearing these revelations, Grandmother Jia could hardly contain her fury towards Lady Wang. How could one so recklessly dispose of ancestral land? Jia Zheng had no choice but to allow Jia Shi to remove a significant portion of Lady Wang's private treasury. In her courtyard, Wang Shifeng trembled in fear, nearly becoming embroiled in the very litigation that had now ensnared Lady Wang. Would the Jia family cast her aside? Jia Yuanshan, entangled in her mother's misdeeds, faced 3 months of house arrest imposed by the Empress, which the Emperor extended by an additional 3 months upon learning of the situation. For half a year, she would be unable to venture outside. Upon hearing of Lady Wang's crimes, Aunt Xue stood in stunned silence for a moment before lamenting. My poor Panner, it is I who have wronged you. I trusted that venomous woman, leading to your status as a nominal dead person, nearly robbing you of your rightful inheritance. Her tears flowed freely, filled with remorse. Xue Pan and Bao Yu hurried to support Aunt Xue, offering her comfort. It is all thanks to the Emperor's wisdom, Bao Yu remarked. Indeed. We owe our gratitude to His Majesty, Xue Pan echoed, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Inger burst in, her voice filled with excitement. Madam, sir, miss. A messenger from the Emperor has arrived. A messenger? Aunt Xue and Xue Pan were thrown into a panic. Could it be that they had come to apprehend Xue Pan? Meanwhile, Bao Yu felt a surge of joy. Could it be that the Emperor had come to summon her? Regardless of their emotions, the family knew they must dutifully receive the decree. Kneeling before the eunuchs sent to announce it, the imperial decree was read aloud. Yet Aunt Xue and Xue Pan remained momentarily bewildered, seemingly struggling to fully grasp the content of the edict. Bao Yu, however, was composed, being the most serene among the family. With calm assurance, she accepted the decree and rewarded the eunuch, delivering it with a silver note, ensuring his contentment as he departed. It was not until a considerable time had passed after the eunuch's exit that Aunt Xue and Xue Pan began to comprehend the implications. The Emperor had summoned my daughter to the palace? My sister had ascended to a position of nobility? But which rank is superior, that of a concubine or a consort? She had assumed that the highest she could attain was that of a noblewoman. On the side of Lixiang courtyard, jubilance reigned. While the Jia household received the news with incredulity. Xue Baochai had been specially summoned by the Emperor to become a noblewoman? What merit did she possess? Grandmother Jia felt a deep sense of resentment, yet she had no choice but to instruct Yuan Yang to prepare gifts for Bao Yu, celebrating her meteoric rise. Thus began Bao Yu's ascent to prominence. Like Yuan Shan, Bao Yu was exceptionally astute, yet she possessed a greater understanding of the times, adopting a modest demeanor. She treated the palace attendants and eunuchs with remarkable kindness, in stark contrast to Jia Yuan Shan, who, due to her status as a duke's daughter, maintained an air of superiority even when attempting to win over the palace maids and eunuchs. Consequently, Bao Yu established herself more favorably within the palace. Furthermore, during her initial audience with the Emperor, she deliberately exhibited a profoundly astonished expression, which endeared her to him. The Emperor, believing Bao Yu to be the most sincere among all his women, felt that her affections were genuine and not merely a response to his status. Thus, the Emperor's regard for Bao Yu deepened with sincerity. With the protection of the Emperor, Lady Bao's existence in the imperial palace stands in stark contrast to that of Jia Yuanshan. Akin to the disparity between heaven and earth, Lady Bao successfully bore 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom thrived. Following the emperor's demise, she left the palace to reside with her eldest son. The age difference between her two sons and the new emperor was considerable, ensuring that they posed no threat to his position. The emperor, wishing to demonstrate fraternal affection, conferred upon her sons the titles of princes. Thus, Lady Bao, with her two princely sons and a princess daughter, found her status slightly inferior to that of the Empress Dowager. The Shui family, shielded by the esteemed presence of Lady Bao, faced no threats from schemers. Meanwhile, Shui Pan, shaken by the incident in Jinling, was compelled by Lady Bao to study the laws of the court, which instilled in him an understanding of acceptable conduct, leading to a marked improvement in his demeanor. Ultimately, among the four prominent families of Jinling, only the Shui family emerged unscathed. Furthermore, due to Lady Bao Chai's entry into the palace, Lady Bao Qin also found a favorable match, marrying into the Mei Hamlin family without encountering any incidents of betrothal withdrawal. The little master was astonished that a mere suggestion to Lady Bao Chai enabled her to achieve such success. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, propelling one towards the heights of success. He pondered how far the other 12 beauties might advance with even a hint of guidance. None seemed capable of extricating themselves from their fates, as Lady Bao had. Her resolute spirit was unparalleled among the other beauties. Even if Tanshun possessed similar fortitude, her status constrained her actions. In the Shui family, Sister Bao held a position of considerable esteem, possessing the autonomy to make her own decisions. Meanwhile, Tanshun, as a mere illegitimate daughter of the Jia family, lacked any semblance of self-determination. Observing with a detached demeanor, the young master noted that Ying Chun still married Sun Xiaozhu, while Tanshun was taken in as a foster daughter by the Nanan Wangfu, destined for a distant marriage abroad, and Shi Chun ultimately chose a monastic life. Nevertheless, the young master bestowed gifts upon all three. He presented Ying Chun and Tanshun with cosmetics, crafted from his own concoctions, medicines for treating external injuries, internal ailments, and antidotes with remarkable efficacy. Just under a year after marrying Sun Xiaozhu, Ying Chun found herself a widow. As for the circumstances surrounding Sun Xiaozhu's demise, one might be surprised to discover that even a wooden figure can display resolve when pushed to the brink, suggesting that desperation can awaken even the most unyielding spirits. In the original narrative, Ying Chun lacked the capacity for resistance, yet now, fortified by the young master's gifts, she possessed newfound strength. Among the remedies he provided was a poison, insidious in nature, capable of mimicking the symptoms of typhus, leading to a death that would confound any physician attempting to discern the true cause. Upon becoming aware of the attitudes held by the father and daughter, Grandmother Jia felt an acute sense of dissatisfaction. She believed that Lin Daiyu represented the finest match for Jia Baoyu. However, how could she orchestrate a union between the two? After much contemplation, Grandmother Jia meticulously considered the potential gains and losses, coming to the realization that Jia Baoyu had irrevocably forfeited any chance of inheriting the Ronghua mansion. She was not oblivious to the nature of noble title succession. Her previous indulgence of Wang Shifeng's scheming had stemmed from her own selfish desires. Should Wang Shifeng's machinations have succeeded, the title would have belonged to her most cherished grandson. Yet now, with Wang Shifeng deceased, there were no longer any schemes to further Baoyu's interests. Moreover, the notoriety of Lady Wang has tarnished the reputations of her own son and daughter, rendering it exceedingly difficult for Jia Baoyu to inherit the glory of the Ronghua house. As the illegitimate son of a fifth-rank official and the offspring of a woman of ill repute, Jia Baoyu's future appears utterly bleak. How could such a Jia Baoyu ever hope to wed a lady from a respectable family? Did you not observe that once Lady Wang was apprehended by the officials, the Shi family hastily arranged a betrothal for Shi Shangyun, securing her for Wei Rulin of the Wei family? With one potential daughter-in-law eliminated, the only hope left for Baoyu to marry is Lin Daiyu. Grandmother Jia, having presided over the household for many years with the wisdom of a seasoned matriarch, acted with decisive clarity. After weighing the pros and cons, she personally visited the Lin residence. Grandmother Jia proposed the union of Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu to Lin Rahai. And before Lin Rahai could voice any objections, she added, the first son born to the two US shall bear the surname Lin, thus preserving the Lin family lineage. Lin Rahai hesitated. The proposition was indeed tantalizing. A slight smirk appeared on Grandmother Jia's lips, for she could not believe Lin Rahai would remain unmoved. Yet, Lin Rahai ultimately rejected her offer. Why? Even if I were to suggest that the second son of you and his wife bear the surname Lin, there would be countless suitors eager to become my son-in-law. and Jia Baoyu is but one among many. The old matriarch had inadvertently nurtured Jia Baoyu into a good-for-nothing, unworthy of my daughter. Grandmother Jia felt as though she might choke on her own blood, for Lin Ruhai spoke a painful truth. He had many alternatives. There was no shortage of candidates wishing to marry into the Lin family. Lin Ruhai chuckled lightly. There are plenty who grew up alongside Jia Baoyu, and many share a close bond with him. Some are even sharing the same bed. What could this possibly imply? Madame Jia, filled with astonishment and anger, inquired. Her vision blurring as the realization struck her that her beloved Baoyu had fallen prey to a seductive temptress unbeknownst to her. She summoned all the maidservants from Baoyu's courtyard to her own, instructing the elderly matron to examine their bodies. Shirin and Baihen trembled in fear, and naturally, the matron uncovered the truth. Upon discovering that Shirin was indeed the chief of the seducers, Madame Jia felt a burning shame wash over her. This was a maidservant from her own household whom she had mistakenly believed to be steadfast and trustworthy enough to care for her most cherished grandson. Little did she know that Shirin was the most untrustworthy of them all. Enraged, she ordered the dismissal of all these maidservants from the residence. With a wave of her hand, she expressed her desire to no longer see Shirin and the others. Shirin, pale and desperate, cried out for mercy. But Madame Jia paid them no heed. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news, Baoyu hurriedly rushed over to intercede on behalf of Shirin and the others. Hope flickered on their faces as they turned their gazes towards Baoyu, believing that due to Madame Jia's affection for him, she would relent, allowing them to remain. However, it was precisely because of Madame Jia's love for Baoyu that she could not permit those who had harmed her grandson to stay. Madame Jia addressed Baoyu, stating, "Today I went to the Lin family to seek a marriage proposal for you." Baoyu's eyes sparkled with hope at the prospect of a visit to the Lin residence, envisioning that Lin Daiyu would soon become his bride. Yet, he soon heard Madame Jia continue, "But your uncle Lin has declined." Baoyu's eyes dimmed instantly, and he sorrowfully inquired, "Why? Why would Uncle Lin refuse?" Jiamu glanced at Shiren and the others. No father who truly loves his daughter would permit her to marry a son-in-law who had already been deflowered by a maid and maintained such a close relationship with her. Jia Baoyu looked at Shiren and the others, his gaze casting a shadow of despair over them. A deep-seated resentment brewed within Shiren. She had always known that Miss Lin was not of good character. Why did Bao Gua have to enter the palace? If only she could become the second Mrs. Bao. Jia Baoyu grasped Jia Mu's hand, fervently imploring her, "Grandmother, please speak to Lin's father once more and persuade him to allow Lin Maid marry me, will you?" Jia Mu sighed, resigning herself to the embarrassment. For the sake of her grandson, she deemed everything else insignificant. After Jia Mu departed, Lin Ruhai spoke to his daughter about Jia Mu's intention to matchmake Lin Mei and Jia Baoyu. Upon hearing this, Lin Mei felt a tumult of emotions. She still harbored feelings for Jia Baoyu. Since her father had already rejected their grandmother's wishes, she resolved not to dwell on it further, accepting that their fates were not intertwined. With a sigh, she declared, "I shall abide by my father's wishes." Observing his daughter's demeanor, Lin Ruhai realized that she had not forgotten Jia Baoyu, which stirred a sense of distress within him. To him, Jia Baoyu was not a suitable match for a lifetime commitment, yet his daughter was infatuated. How could one find happiness in a marriage when one's heart belonged to another? However, if he were to facilitate a union between his daughter and Jia Baoyu, he could not shake the unease. Lin Ruhai was deeply troubled. As he passed by, his young apprentice was halted by Lin Ruhai, who confided his worries. He found himself at a loss for someone else to confide in. It would hardly be appropriate to burden Lin Mei with his troubles. Upon hearing Lin Ruhai's lament, the young master shrugged and remarked, "It's quite simple. You should allow Jia Baoyu to marry into the Lin family, prolonging your own life a bit longer to care for the couple for several years. Once they have children, you can personally guide your grandchild, ensuring he becomes their support in the years to come." This suggestion sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin Ruhai's eyes. It was indeed a splendid idea. Lin Ruhai excitedly slapped his thigh, thinking that if the Jia family truly wished to ally with the Lin family, they should let Jia Baoyu join their household. Thus, when old Lady Jia visited again, Lin Ruhai presented this proposal. Old Lady Jia frowned, reluctant to see her beloved grandson marry into another family. Yet, she could not deny the benefits of this arrangement for Jia Baoyu. Being part of the Lin family would offer him Lin Ruhai's protection, given the current precarious situation of the Jia family. Perhaps leaving would prove to be a wise decision for Jia Baoyu. Lin Ruhai understood this, particularly since Jia Zheng was Jia Baoyu's biological father. Initially, Jia Zheng opposed the idea, but old lady Jia elucidated the present state of the Jia family and Jia Baoyu's temperament, convincing him that marrying into the Lin family would be the best option for his son. Ultimately, Jia Zheng was persuaded by old lady Jia and agreed to Jia Baoyu's marriage. Jia Baoyu himself was indifferent to the notion of marrying into another family. As long as he could be with Lin Daiyu, he would be content. Thus, the union between the Jia and Lin families was solidified. 3 months later, Jia Baoyu officially entered the Lin household. On the day of his marriage to Lin Daiyu, his precious jade pendant mysteriously vanished. Everyone believes that Jia Baoyu has matured and grown up after marriage. Yet Lin Daiyu understands that his soul has finally reached completeness. Do not inquire how she knows. It is simply an innate feeling. The married life of Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu is exceedingly blissful. Freed from the influence of the magical jade, Jia Baoyu no longer finds joy in lingering with beautiful women as he once did. His former maidservants have been wed to others, leaving only Qingwen by his side. Lin Daiyu elevates Qingwen to the status of Jia Baoyu's concubine, and the two women coexist harmoniously. Given Lin Daiyu's background and upbringing, she harbors no objections to her husband taking a concubine, thus finding Qingwen's presence quite natural. After their union, Jia Baoyu embarks on a journey of diligence, ultimately passing the imperial examination. His temperament, however, is ill-suited for the bureaucratic realm. Consequently, Lin Ruhai secures a position for him as a teacher at the Imperial Academy, allowing him to educate and nurture the youth. 6 months after their marriage, the Jia family faces a devastating confiscation of property, following the arrest of Lady Wang. The Jia household exercises greater caution. This latest investigation reveals few transgressions within the Jia family. Only Jia Shi and Jia Zheng, the heads of the family, are sentenced, while the others are released early. As Jia Baoyu is now affiliated with the Lin family through marriage, he is not apprehended alongside the Jia clan. Once the Jia members are liberated, Jia Baoyu leads them to a grand residence he has prepared for them. Grandmother Jia awaits their arrival within, her esteemed status ensuring her safety from incarceration, and her assets remain intact. However, the ordeal has taken a toll on her health, and following the sentencing of Jia Shi and Jia Zheng, grandmother Jia passes away. Jia Zheng and Jia Shi fared significantly better than in the original narrative. They were merely exiled 500 miles away, which merely meant relocating to a different abode. Jia Lian accompanied them to provide care, carrying ample silver to ensure that Jia Shi and Jia Zheng would not suffer. Unfortunately, Wang Shifeng succumbed to illness, her demise precipitated by the distress stemming from Lady Wang's earlier tribulations. However, she departed this world without any stains on her reputation, free from accusations or guilt, with no burdens of lawsuits or financial entanglements, and no inevitable demise of Yuerji. Zhao Lian refrained from marrying her, having been deterred by the repercussions Lady Wang faced, which rendered him cautious during the period of mourning. Ultimately, Yuerji wed Jia Zhan, becoming his second wife. Conversely, Yu Sanjie did not perish, nor did she compel Lu Xianglian to renounce the world. This fortunate turn of events can be attributed to the guidance of our esteemed junior master, whose influence led Baoyu to the palace. Were it not for his counsel, how could Baoyu have gained entry to the imperial court? Without Baoyu's presence, there would have been no opportunity to advocate for Lu Xianglian to the emperor. Grateful for Lu Xianglian, the savior of her brother, Baoyu mentioned him to the emperor. Consequently, the emperor developed an interest in Lu Xianglian, and during a discreet excursion with Baoyu, he visited the Shui household, fortuitously encountering Lu Xianglian. With his striking appearance and exceptional skills, Lu Xianglian made a favorable impression on the emperor, who subsequently bestowed upon him the title of guard, integrating him into the imperial guard. As a newcomer personally ushered into the official realm by the emperor, Lu Xianglian attracted considerable attention, and many sought to cultivate alliances with him, eager to forge familial ties. Before Jia Zhan approached Lu Xianglian with the intention of matchmaking, Lu Xianglian had already been betrothed to the daughter of a fifth-rank official. Moreover, Jia Zhan's reputation was already irreparably tarnished. Should he attempt to act as a matchmaker for Lu Xianglian, the latter would undoubtedly perceive Jia Zhan's intentions as nefarious, believing that the prospective bride would not hail from a respectable family. As for Yu Sanjie, unable to marry Lu Xianglian, she ultimately became Jia Zhan's concubine. Now that the Ningguo mansion has been raided, Jia Zhan's transgressions are far graver than those of Jia Shi and Jia Zheng, leading to his sentence of execution following the harvest. The Yu sisters were expelled from the Ningguo mansion with nowhere to turn. Jia Rong was exiled, and the residents of the Rungwa mansion, who already looked down upon them, had no desire to offer shelter, merely providing a small sum of silver to hasten their departure. Their ultimate fate remains a mystery. Unlike in the original text, Liwan did not leave the Jia family with her dowry and son. In the original narrative, the Jia family lacked a man capable of shouldering great responsibilities, and one could hardly rely on Jia Baoyu. The Li family was unlikely to welcome her as an expatriate woman along with her child. The young master observed the conclusion of the tale, realizing that this game had reached its end, prompting him to withdraw. As he touched his flat chest and lower body, he was overcome with emotion, nearly brought to tears. At last, he had regained his masculine form. Henceforth, he vowed never to randomly select a character in such role-playing games again. Chapter 69. The young master sets off to attend the Shaoyan competition. Guest, would you like to continue the game? No, thank you. Please settle the bill. Xian Mo had already invested considerable time in these 3 games and decided to refrain from further gaming for the time being, as there were matters awaiting him in reality. Seated within the realm of the Star Mind, Xian Mo summoned a virtual keyboard, embarking on a quest to unearth various data about the holographic world. Seeking clues to substantiate his conjectures, he meticulously examined the annual mortality and birth rates of this realm, noting that while the death rate had remained relatively stable over the past decade, the birth rate had plummeted drastically, diminishing year by year. At this alarming rate, it was likely that within a century, this world would witness the absence of newborns. Indeed, casting aside the virtual keyboard, Xian Mo emerged from the Star Mind. Stretching his limbs, he exited his secluded chamber. He ambled towards the Grand Hall, where he found Xian Shun and Xiao Wuheng engrossed in their administrative duties. Upon noticing Xian Mo's entrance, Xiao Wuheng greeted him with a smile, remarking, "Little junior brother, after your prolonged retreat, your cultivation has evidently advanced. I am truly envious." This sentiment was heartfelt. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Xian Mo's cultivation speed was astonishingly rapid in the eyes of others. While Xiao Wuheng would not admit to envy, one could sense his admiration. A testament to his magnanimous nature, one of the reasons Xian Shun had chosen him as a successor. Xian Mo casually waved at Xiao Wuheng and Xian Shun, settling into a nearby seat. From his storage space, he retrieved a book and began to peruse its pages at leisure. This relaxed demeanor elicited admiration from Xian Shun and Xiao Wuheng, who were both overwhelmed with tasks. Suddenly, an idea to pass on the leadership crossed Xian Shun's mind, sending a shiver down Xiao Wuheng's spine. Fortunately, their moment of envy was short-lived, as the elders from various peaks soon arrived. Xian Shun proceeded to allocate responsibilities to the elders, before leading Xiao Wuheng and Xian Mo out of the hall. In the plaza outside, hundreds of disciples stood, all elite members from various peaks. Xian Shun waved his hand, and a ship-shaped magical artifact soared from his sleeve. The artifact expanded in the sky, quickly transforming into a grand vessel towering 100 feet high. Its appearance was understated yet majestic, although it lacked the dazzling brilliance of 1,000 golden lights. It certainly exuded the formidable presence of a high-level artifact. Xian Shun was the first to ascend the ship, followed by Taoist Miaolon and Taoist Riyong, then by Xiao Wuong, and subsequently by Xuanma, along with the direct disciples of various peaks, with the remaining disciples following suit. Once everyone boarded the vessel, it set sail, swiftly departing the territory of Tai's sect. The ship's speed was astonishing, outpacing the fastest terrestrial transportation by several folds. However, the vastness of Shaoyan continent meant that even at such velocity, immediate arrival at their destination was unattainable. It would require at least 10 days of flight to reach the very heart of Shaoyan continent. At the center of Shaoyan continent lay an open space enveloped by mountains, resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum in its topography. The surrounding mountains served as grandstands, divided into sections designated for each sect. The Tai sect's flying vessel halted atop the highest peak, and the disciples disembarked to commence their arrangements. Facing the open area, they utilized the surrounding materials, crafting numerous seats from stones and timber. On the opposite side of the mountain, they began constructing wooden cabins. Xuanma gazed at the rudimentary structures, a look of disdain flickering across his face. Indeed, cultivators were indifferent to their living conditions. As long as the spiritual energy was abundant, even an open-air setting would suffice. But if one possesses the means to enjoy life, why then dwell in such a wretched and rudimentary abode? Junior brother, what occupies your thoughts? Xiao Wuheng inquired as he approached Xuanma, who appeared lost in contemplation. Xuanmo replied, I am pondering the concept of the transformative capsule. Xiao Wuheng asked, the transformative capsule? What is that? Xuanmo explained, it is a device that alters the arrangement of an object's atoms, compressing the space between them, allowing substantial items to shrink to the size of a mere capsule. Xiao Wuheng was perplexed, unable to comprehend. Xuanmo remarked, it is only natural that you do not understand, as you have not studied physics. In truth, he himself was not entirely clear on the subject, even if he had studied physics. The transformative capsule was merely a figment of a comic artist's imagination. While the principle may be articulated, the specifics elude even the creator, let alone others. Xiao Wuheng then asked, what is physics? Xuanmo sighed, finding the explanation too cumbersome and opting to refrain from elaborating. I was contemplating whether we could forge a portable dwelling, akin to the flying vessel we traveled here in, small enough to fit in the palm of one's hand when not in use, yet capable of expanding into a habitable residence when needed. Would it not be splendid to have a comfortable environment for rest wherever we go, instead of having to construct a wooden hut as we do now? Many online novels depict such portable abodes in great detail. Minghua Daojun, the master of the weapon refining peak of Tai's sect, possesses peak transformation abilities. Xuanmo added, I would like to accompany you. I have numerous ideas to propose to Minghua Daojun. Xiao Wuheng replied, naturally, I shall take you with me. In a whimsical display of imagination, Xuanmo chuckled, pondering the curious thoughts that seemed to sprout from the mind of his young companion. It was not merely an abundance of creativity that set him apart, but rather the depth of his observations. The true ingenuity lay elsewhere. As they conversed, the disciples had already constructed the seating arrangements and wooden cabins. The 10 two-story cabins at the center naturally belonged to the sect leader and the higher echelons of the sect. Xuanmo did not possess a cabin of his own, opting instead to reside with his father, for it was merely a matter of a mat to sit upon. Just as the disciples of Tai's sect had settled in, visitors from the Wuchang sect arrived. The Wuchang sect, on par with Tai's sect, was one of the foremost powers in the Shaoyan continent. Known for its amicable relations with Tai, their disciples frequently collaborated on missions, fostering a camaraderie. Having arrived 2 days earlier due to their proximity to the central region, they established their base beside the mountain chosen by Tai's sect. The higher-ups of each sect engaged with one another, while the disciples were attended to by the students of Tai's sect. Xuanmo wished to avoid the esoteric discussions of the older generation, so he joined his fellow disciples in receiving the visitors from Wuchang's sect. Although labeled as hosts, the bulk of the responsibilities fell to others. Xuanmo was merely there to lend his presence. Among the disciples of Wuchang's sect, 2 female practitioners caught the attention of Xuanmo, the young master. It was not their beauty that drew his interest, for he harbored little inclination towards the charms of women. Rather, it was the familiar essence he detected emanating from them that piqued his curiosity. Drawing from the extensive experiences of the young master, who has perused countless online novels, television dramas, and films, one could discern a familiar essence that is undeniably melodramatic. 2 female disciples bore a striking resemblance to one another, suggesting a familial bond. Upon inquiring with the members of the Wuchang sect, it was revealed that they are indeed sisters. The elder sister is named Dojia, while the younger is Dojiro. They share the same father, but have different mothers. Hailing from a lineage of cultivators, both are 28 years of age and at the nascent stage of foundation establishment. Dojia, the legitimate daughter, possesses a dual spiritual root, while Dojiro, the illegitimate daughter, has a single spiritual root. Their relationship is fraught with animosity. As the elder sister, Dojia has a penchant for seizing Dojiro's belongings. This rivalry has escalated from pilfering spiritual plants and magical artifacts to vying for affection. Dojia harbors a crush on her senior brother, Chu Ihua, who, regrettably, has eyes only for Dojiro. The resentment Dojia feels towards Dojiro is palpable. She has consistently sought to create trouble for her sister, initially on a sporadic basis and eventually resorting to daily harassment. However, due to her inferior spiritual root, Dojia's cultivation progress lags behind that of Dojiro. Ironically, it is Dojia who suffers the consequences of her own provocations. Even her master intervened, chastising her for her behavior and urging her to focus on her cultivation rather than subjecting herself to humiliation. Following this reprimand, Dojia ceased her harassment of Dojiro, and remarkably, her cultivation speed accelerated significantly, nearing that of her sister, who possesses a single spiritual root. Astonishingly, They both managed to reach the foundation establishment stage in close succession, leaving many members of the Wuchang sect utterly astounded. Since Dojia established her foundation, she appears to have transformed entirely, no longer troubling Dojiro, and even dismissing Chu Yihua with indifference, having lost her affection for him. During the recent sect competition, Dojia triumphantly defeated both Chu Yihua and Dojiro, achieving results that surpassed those of these two prodigies with single spiritual roots, thereby severely undermining their reputations. Xianemo, observing a male disciple standing beside Dojiro who occasionally cast glances toward Dojia, inquired, "Is that person Chu Yihua?" The gossiping disciple nodded, replying, "Chu Yihua possesses late-stage foundation cultivation, yet he could not best Dojia, who is at the initial stage. Many speculate that he is merely being chivalrous, allowing Dojia to overshadow him, claiming that his true affections lie with her, which has led to a significant quarrel between Dojiro and Chu Yihua." Xianemo, intrigued, fixed his gaze upon the gossiping disciple, asking, "How do you know so much? If you weren't clad in the attire of our Tai sect, I would assume you were from the Wuchang sect." The disciple chuckled, introducing himself, "Little Master Uncle, I am Zhun Yan, a small yet adept informant of the Tai sect. There is no news I cannot uncover. I possess insights not only into the internal affairs of the Wuchang sect, but also from various other sections. I have gathered information on several renowned loose cultivators as well. Little Master Uncle, in light of your status, feel free to inquire about anyone. I shall not charge you any spirit stones." Xianemo responded, "Indeed, a talent. Very well, I shall seek you out whenever I desire to know something." Xianemo spoke as he produced a paper crane for communication, which he handed over to Zhunyan. In response, Zhunyan also revealed a paper crane, and they exchanged them. With the arrival of various sects and factions, the central region became extraordinarily lively. A marketplace spontaneously formed around the outskirts of the valley, where many wandering cultivators and disciples from different sects set up stalls to trade their surplus items for spirit stones and other resources. Xianemo, seeking a space, set up his own stall. As a junior uncle from the Tai sect, he was quite well known in the realm of cultivation. Thus, he decided to disguise himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. Rather than employing the spells of the cultivation world to alter his appearance, an approach ineffective against those of superior cultivation, he utilized the makeup techniques he had learned from the entertainment industry. Upon encountering a video tutorial on makeup, he was astounded by its transformative power and marveled at the art of makeup. Previously, he had regarded makeup as a pursuit exclusive to women, but the astonishing techniques showcased in the video piqued his interest, prompting him to learn alongside it. However, as a staunchly masculine individual, his aesthetic sensibilities were not to be overly relied upon. His makeup skills were such that they could render him less attractive, but certainly not enhance his beauty. Now, the junior uncle sat amidst a crowd of wandering cultivators, staring at his rather unfortunate visage while manning his stall. Given his current appearance, even though the quality of the goods at his stall was commendable, the number of customers was dismally low, and even those merely perusing his wares were scarce. The young master remained indifferent, as he was merely there to partake in the festivities and had no genuine intention of conducting business. A group of people approached, and one individual stood before the young master's stall. This person crouched down and began to inspect the items on display with great scrutiny. Since these items were salvaged by the young master, they appeared just as unremarkable as when he originally acquired them. Those lacking discernment would truly struggle to assess the quality of these goods. Indeed, the previous lack of customers at the young master's stall was partly due to their inability to appreciate the true value of the items. "I'll take all of these. Name your price," the customer in front of the stall declared. The young master raised an eyebrow and quoted a price that would seem exorbitant to others. It was, in fact, somewhat inflated, as he marked up the original value by 20%. "That is far too expensive. These are merely scraps. How can they be worth so many spirit stones?" The customer feigned indignation, exclaiming, "Boss, don't treat people like fools." Xianemo cast a knowing glance at this customer, who the young master recognized as Dojia, the elder sister of the duo. He found rather distasteful. "If you think it's too pricey, you need not purchase them," he replied. Dojia huffed, "If I don't buy it, so be it. Selling such junk at such a high price. It would be a wonder if anyone actually buys it." With that, she feigned a departure. The young master was well accustomed to such tactics of feigned reluctance. After all, in bustling marketplaces and night bazaars, didn't he, the local aunties, often employ similar strategies to haggle with vendors? Chapter 71. The young master has caught someone's attention. The stall was filled with exquisite treasures, though their brilliance was obscured, making it difficult for those lacking discernment to appreciate their true worth. Fortunately, she had been educated by a distinguished mentor, enabling her to distinguish the quality of the goods. She had underestimated the vendor, assuming him to be ignorant of their value, unaware that he was indeed knowledgeable, offering prices that were only slightly above the original worth. How naive of her to think she could take advantage of the situation. Alas, if it required spending a bit more, so be it. It was rare to encounter such suitable items. Once I seize the body of that individual, I shall bestow these treasures upon you. You intend to seize this person? Do Jia exclaimed in astonishment. Have you not reconsidered? This individual is rather unattractive, is he not? Did you not previously claim that my senior brother was an excellent candidate for possession? The thought of being with such an unsightly figure filled Do Jia with a sense of reluctance. After some contemplation, she dismissed her concerns about appearance and began to secretly observe Xian Mo, seeking the opportune moment to facilitate the possession by the entity residing within her ring. Unbeknownst to the young master, who was oblivious to the covetous gaze upon him, he sensed Do Jia's furtive scrutiny and assumed it stemmed from her dissatisfaction at not acquiring anything from his stall, perhaps even harboring thoughts of murder and theft. Huh, the young master chuckled. To aspire to murder and plunder, one must possess the requisite skill. Perhaps Do Jia has experienced some fortuitous encounter that has rendered her somewhat formidable. Yet she remains merely a novice cultivator at the foundational stage. What threat could she possibly pose to me? His father bestowed upon him numerous protective treasures, fearing that his prodigious son might fall victim to ill-willed individuals. The young master, Xian Mo, remained unfazed by Do Jia's scrutiny, closing his eyes to commence his mental cultivation. In 3 consecutive game realms, he diligently practiced his mental techniques, resulting in a continual enhancement of his spiritual power. In the realm of cultivation, what is termed spiritual power equates to the primordial spirit's consciousness. Thus, the young master's spiritual awareness has grown remarkably robust, overshadowing his cultivation level. His current primordial spirit transcends the golden core stage, having reached the transformation stage of spiritual consciousness. However, even with his advanced perception, he remained oblivious to the presence of another consciousness enveloping Do Jia, indicating its formidable strength, likely surpassing that of Xianchun. It is worth noting that the Wuchang sect is on par with the Tai sect, and the mastery of their leaders undoubtedly rivals that of the higher echelons of Xianchun and Tai. Their inability to detect the anomaly surrounding Do Jia speaks volumes about the potency of the consciousness accompanying her. The original cultivation level of that consciousness must be at least the integration stage to elude the keen senses of the Wuchang sect's elite. Since Do Jia's arrival, no one else has approached the young master's stall to inquire about prices, revealing a scarcity of discerning individuals. As twilight descended, most had begun to close their stalls, and the young master followed suit. He sensed the probing gaze still fixated upon him, momentarily pausing, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Should he extend an opportunity to this persistent observer? To withhold such an opportunity would indeed be a disservice to the warmth of their keen interest. The young master stored his belongings in a seemingly dilapidated satchel, which he had exchanged for a high-quality elixir with an outer disciple of the Tai sect, intending to use it as a prop while masquerading. Instead of heading toward the majestic peaks of the Tai sect, he directed his steps towards the gathering place of the scattered cultivators, deliberately avoiding the throngs of people and opting for a more secluded locale. Following closely behind him, Do Jia conversed with a certain spirit residing within her ring. This individual has noticed my pursuit. The spirit replied, of course, as you are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while he is at the latter stage. How could he not perceive your surveillance? Do Jia queried, what should I do? The spirit instructed, act swiftly. Once you reach a less populated area, rush forth and seize his hand, allowing me the opportunity to enter his body. Do Jia agreed, understood. Given that the Shaoyan Grand Competition was a grand event across the continent, the central region was bustling with activity, leaving no truly deserted places apart from solitary rooms. Thus, Do Jia resolved to execute her plan when there were the fewest people around Xian Mo. Spotting only 5 or 6 individuals in the vicinity, Do Jia made her move. The young master smirked slightly, amused. Ah, has she truly succumbed to temptation? To dare to commit robbery before others? Unafraid that her actions might reach the ears of the Wuchang sect? Typically, the The Wuchang sect would disregard their disciples robbing others, but amidst the Shaoyan festivities. How could they possibly permit such acts that tarnish their esteemed reputation? Had Dou Jia forgotten that she had an adversary, a half-sister, within the Wuchang sect? As the bright light of day illuminated the scene, one could not help but wonder how she dared to rob so boldly, unafraid that her half-sister might take advantage of the situation to strike. The young master hesitated, caught in a dilemma. Should he allow Dou Jia to continue her audacious act? Or should he resist? However, the unfolding events took him by surprise. Dou Jia did not attack. Instead, she wore an expression of delight and exclaimed, "Cousin, sister has finally found you." The young master nearly stumbled, taken aback. "Who is your cousin? How dare you presume to call yourself sister in my presence?" He was astonished. And in that moment of shock, Dou Jia seized his wrist. He quickly attempted to break free, for he detested any contact with strangers. Yet, before he could react, he felt a formidable spiritual consciousness invade his mind. This essence penetrated his inner realm, launching an assault on his own spirit, intent on devouring it and seizing control of his body. It was an attempt at possession. Alarmed, the young master fought back. To his dismay, he realized that this entity seeking to possess him was extraordinarily powerful, at least of the transcendent stage or higher. Faced with such overwhelming strength, he found himself at a disadvantage. In a state of terror, he resisted with all his might. Regardless of the adversary's superiority, he vowed never to yield. He would not allow his opponent to succeed. Even if his spirit were to dissipate, he would ensure that the attacker paid a price. Chapter 72. The young master is possessed. Despite the overwhelming power of his foe, he remained resolute in his defiance. The struggle was fierce, as the foreign spirit found it challenging to subdue the young master. The astonishment on the part of the intruder was no less than that of the young master himself. He comprehended clearly that his junior disciple was merely a nascent cultivator. The artifact bestowed by the master Xianxin to conceal his true cultivation was indeed extraordinarily beneficial. Yet, how could his primordial spirit be so formidable, rivaling even that of a transformation stage cultivator? Could it be that this individual had also undergone possession? Indeed, with such a strikingly beautiful primordial spirit, yet an appearance so grotesque, it was evident that the unsightly shell had long been usurped by another. All are products of possession. It merely hinges on who wields greater prowess. As a tribulation stage cultivator, my own primordial spirit, despite the considerable depletion of its power over the years, still holds sufficient strength to match that of a combined stage entity, far beyond what a transformation stage spirit could contend with. My tribulation stage spirit grinned menacingly as it launched an assault on the junior disciple's spirit. Unbeknownst to it, the junior disciple's primordial spirit was inherently linked to his body. He was not an outsider, but rather the master of this domain, possessing the advantage of home ground. Even if the junior disciple's spiritual power fell short of that of a tribulation stage spirit, it could still pose a significant challenge. However, the disparity in strength was still too great. The junior disciple's primordial spirit found itself at a disadvantage, perilously close to being devoured by the tribulation stage spirit. A glimmer of determination flickered in the junior disciple's eyes as he resolved to self-destruct his primordial spirit, choosing to perish alongside the tribulation stage entity. In this moment of dire peril, sensing the threat to its master's life, the star brain, intrinsically connected to the junior disciple's consciousness, emerged to defend him. The sudden appearance of this bizarre entity startled the tribulation stage spirit. Before it could fathom the nature of the phenomenon, it was swiftly consumed by the star brain. The junior disciple mused. Was it truly resolved so effortlessly? Had I known, why had I engaged in such a protracted struggle with the tribulation stage entity? I could have simply unleashed the star brain, this formidable weapon, from the outset. The young master's soul returned to its rightful place. And with a blink of his eyes, Dou Jia noticed a spark of vitality within them, leading her to believe that the possession during the tribulation had been successful. She never entertained the thought of failure. After all, it was a formidable being at the tribulation stage overpowering a mere fledgling at the foundation establishment stage. How could it possibly fail? Releasing her grip on the young master's wrist, she seemed to express disdain for his current form. Was it merely due to his unappealing appearance? When would he ascend to the nascent soul stage? This body's visage was truly unattractive. He ought to cultivate diligently to restore his former looks. The young master chuckled softly. Dou Jia assumed he was simply overjoyed and didn't ponder further. instead inquiring about the identity of this body and how they would maintain contact in the future. The young master parted his lips, uttering words that nearly sent Do Jia into a state of panic. I regret to inform you that your friend has not successfully possessed this body. I merely intended to masquerade as a novice at the Foundation establishment stage for amusement, never expecting to encounter someone attempting possession. Huh? Did you truly believe that a soul at the tribulation stage was something extraordinary? It was easily crushed by me. You. Do Jia stammered in horror. Turning to flee, the young master made no move to pursue her. After all, he was merely feigning the guise of a powerful being, and a chase would inevitably reveal his true capabilities. Moreover, did Do Jia think that fleeing would absolve her of the situation? There were still cultivators nearby. His earlier declaration had been loud enough for all to hear. It would not be long before the tale of possession spread, for such acts were intolerable within the realm of cultivation. However, Do Jia placed too much trust in her own primordial spirit during the tribulation period, and in her scheming against her junior master, she revealed her true appearance. The members of the Wuchang sect would soon uncover her connection to the act of possession. As for Do Jia's fate, well, taking matters into her own hands would lead to the resolution of her enemies. But alas, his anime, his novels, his games, without the star brain, he would never again behold them. His junior master dashed into the wooden cabin where Xian Chun resided, entering his own room. Xian Chun was out socializing with individuals from other sects, and had he been present, he would have been startled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar, unattractive figure. Without even removing the makeup from his face, the junior master stepped into the star brain space to examine the screen within, checking for any malfunctions. Thank heavens. The star brain was functioning well and, in fact, had regained some capabilities due to ample energy. Now, in addition to connecting with other worlds via the network and watching anime, as well as studying physical techniques and mental strength, the star brain had acquired a new feature, a comprehensive educational program from interstellar kindergarten to high school. The junior master pondered, what is there to learn in kindergarten? However, upon opening the educational materials for interstellar kindergarten, he fell silent. The children in interstellar kindergarten had it tough, as they were required to learn calculus at such a tender age. Knowledge that was typically introduced in university during the 21st century was being taught to these kindergartners in the interstellar realm. As he perused the teaching materials for elementary and middle school, the junior master realized that he had become utterly illiterate. The hacking skills he currently possesses are merely the extracurricular lessons of interstellar elementary students. Little Master Uncle wiped his face, pondering whether he should learn this knowledge or not. Before he could reach a decision, the star brain had already made one for him. According to interstellar regulations, every child must dedicate 4 hours each day to studying fundamental knowledge. Should they fall short of this 4-hour requirement, the star brain would not grant access to any other functions for its master. In essence, Little Master Uncle was required to study for 4 hours daily within the star brain to connect to networks of other worlds and explore. He bit his handkerchief and sobbed. I am not a child. The star brain responded. Detection indicates that the master is illiterate and has not undergone systematic education. Therefore, it categorizes the master as a child. In the interstellar realm, only children are considered illiterate. Little Master Uncle, reluctantly, he yielded and committed to 4 hours of diligent study each day. In his eagerness to escape this enforced educational regime, he applied himself with fervor, aided by his divine sense, allowing him to progress swiftly. To his surprise, he discovered that his primordial spirit also functioned as a form of energy, which could be absorbed by the star brain for recharging. Had he known this sooner, he realized he still had to rely on the star brain to devour the essence of that formidable being in the tribulation phase. Otherwise, Little Master Uncle would have to resort to self-detonation of his primordial spirit and perish. Grateful for the star brain, he felt the resentment of being compelled to learn dissipate. At the end of the day's studies, Little Master Uncle emerged from the star brain, ready to step outside, only to remember that he had yet to remove his makeup. Despite Xian Chen's continued absence, even his esteemed second brother was nowhere to be found. As the heir apparent to the position of sect leader, Xiao Wuheng was also deeply engrossed in his duties, facing a workload no less demanding than Xian Chen's. Noticing their absence, Xian Mo ventured out in search of Jin Yan. This fellow disciple, whom Xian Mo had only come to know since arriving in the central region, was a person of considerable interest and the ideal individual to inquire about Do Jia's current circumstances. Indeed, Jun Yan possessed the most timely and comprehensive information. From him, Xian Imo learned of the aftermath following Dou Jia's escape. News had spread of Dou Jia's attempt, along with another nascent soul, to seize a body, only to be met with fierce resistance. Descriptions of Dou Jia's appearance and attire were widely circulated by those who had witnessed the event. As the person who knew Dou Jia best, Dou Jiro immediately recognized that the individual described in connection with the attempted possession was none other than Dou Jia. Dou Jiro promptly informed the leader of the Wuchang sect. The sect leader, taking the matter with utmost seriousness, ordered that Dou Jia be summoned. However, she was nowhere to be found. Dou Jia had absconded. During the Wuchang sect's interrogation of Dou Jia, members from several other sects were also present, preventing any attempt at a clandestine inquiry. Zhen Yin himself had been an observer at the scene. Initially, Dou Jia denied the accusations, but several independent cultivators who had witnessed the event came forward to testify, leaving her with no room for evasion. Dou Jiro, acting as both her adversary and half-sister, presented numerous pieces of evidence suggesting that Dou Jia had undergone a sudden and drastic transformation, leading to suspicions that she, too, had been a victim of soul possession. Dou Jia vehemently refuted these claims, and in a desperate attempt to prove her authenticity and dispel any doubts about her being the original, she finally revealed her secret. It turned out that Dou Jia had stumbled upon a ring containing the remnant soul of a tribulation stage expert. The remnants of souls imparted knowledge to Dou Jia, significantly enhancing her cultivation speed, allowing her, a dual spiritual root, to match the pace of a single spiritual root. Zhen Yin sighed, remarking, Dou Jia has even become a couple with that primordial spirit. Their romance is truly heart-stirring. Xian Imo corrected him. You have misused the idiom. At least, I am not moved. Zhen Yin replied. Then let me choose another descriptor. Absurd. That should suffice, right? Xian Imo encouraged him to continue. Zhen Yin elaborated. Their initial target for possession was not the casual cultivator they had schemed against, who turned out to be a formidable opponent, but rather Dou Jia's senior brother, Chu Yihua, the one entangled in a love triangle with the Dou sisters. Is it not true that Chu Yihua harbors feelings for Dou Jiro rather than Dou Jia? Thus, out of love turned to hatred, Dou Jia despised Chu Yihua, wishing him dead. Therefore, when that transcendent primordial spirit sought a host for possession, Dou Jia recommended Chu Yihua. Such thoughts are simply remarkable. TSK. Zhen Yin mused for a moment before continuing to share gossip. With Xian Imo, Chu Yihua possessed commendable aptitude, and the primordial spirit had initially set its sights on his body, planning to execute the possession after the Shaoyan Grand Competition. However, they unexpectedly encountered someone with even greater potential in the market, prompting a change in target. Little did they know, they had struck a formidable opponent. The individual was a powerful figure masquerading as a novice. The primordial spirit's attempt at possession failed, likely due to being crushed by this formidable entity. Little Shirshu remarked. Chu Yihua seems rather fortunate. He must harbor a deep-seated hatred for Dou Jia. Zhen Yin nodded. If Dou Jia were to perish, it would be at the hands of Chu Yihua himself. Xian Mo, she sought to harm others and was met with retribution, thus, the cycle of cause and effect. Zhen Yin, junior martial uncle, do you truly believe in the doctrines of the Buddhist sect? Xian Mo, one cannot deny that some of the teachings within Buddhism hold considerable wisdom. Zhen Yin contemplated for a moment and nodded. As the two traversed the marketplace, Zhen Yin suddenly exclaimed, Junior martial uncle, look, it's Chu Yihua and Dou Jiro. Xian Mo followed Zhen Yin's gesture, and there stood Chu Yihua and Dou Jiro, setting up a stall. Xian Mo led Zhen Yin over, halting before the stall to peruse its offerings. The stall boasted an array of fine items, yet the majority were treasures of lesser quality, with those of notable worth already acquired by others. Zhen Yin quietly conveyed to Xian Mo, junior martial uncle, these items are likely the remnants of Dou Jia. Xian Mo, I had assumed the impermanent sect would confiscate Dou Jia's possessions. Zhen Yin, the impermanent sect only claimed the ring that allows for the spirit to inhabit during tribulations. It is said to be crafted from soul-nurturing wood. The other items were deemed mere scrap metal in the eyes of the sect's higher echelons, and thus were relinquished to Dou Jiro and Chu Yihua. Xian Mo, so it is crafted from soul-nurturing wood? No wonder. Soul-nurturing wood is a rare treasure capable of nourishing and strengthening the soul. It has become increasingly difficult to find a living tree of such kind across the continent. Xian Mo, the items at this stall are quite impressive. Which one has caught your eye? Allow me to gift it to you as a token of gratitude for your entertaining tales. Zhen Yin, filled with joy, replied, I am most grateful, junior martial uncle. Zhun Yin belongs to the discerning class of individuals who understand that true treasures are not to be judged by their outward appearances, but rather discovered amidst the obscurity of seemingly worthless items. Upon careful inspection, Xian Mo nodded in appreciation of Zhun Yan's keen eye and produced a spirit stone for payment. Just as he was about to depart, a figure approached the stall, pausing momentarily upon recognizing Xian Mo, and then bowed in greeting, addressing him as Little Shu. Although the gesture was executed with precision, Xian Mo could sense an unwillingness beneath the surface. Raising an eyebrow, Xian Mo identified the individual as Xian Yuanming, the once downtrodden character who had risen against the odds. A thorough glance revealed a significant transformation in Xian Yuanming since their first encounter. The air of gloom that once surrounded him had dissipated, replaced by an air of pride befitting a person of stature. His physique had also undergone a remarkable change, growing from a mere 5 feet to well over 6. Once devoid of muscle, he now boasted a robust and athletic build, attracting the attention of many female cultivators who occasionally cast admiring glances in his direction. Xian Mo offered a casual wave to Xian Yuanming as a form of acknowledgement and proceeded to weave through the crowd. Nevertheless, his consciousness remained tethered to Xian Yuanming. Sensing that something significant was bound to unfold, Xian Yuanming resembled the protagonists from the novels he had perused, where such characters invariably encountered unexpected situations, often finding themselves confronted by wealthy scions or beautiful women who transitioned from disdain to admiration. Zhun Yin remarked, Little Shu, there is something peculiar about Xian Yuanming. Xian Mo, indeed, there is something peculiar. You should not approach him too closely, lest you be embroiled in his troubles. Those surrounding the protagonists often witnessed the sacrifice of numerous bystanders and expendable characters. Chapter 74. The Little Master Uncle observes the show. You must maintain a safe distance from him to avoid being implicated. It is wise to remain vigilant even while gossiping, Xian Mo kindly cautioned. Zhun Yin nodded repeatedly. I understand. Rest assured, Little Master Uncle, I shall not place myself in danger. Moreover, I need not personally seek information about Xian Yuanming. I am already aware of his actions. Xian Mo gazed at Zhun Yin, grinning like a cunning fox, recognizing that this individual's background was not simple. He was likely a descendant of a high-ranking lineage from the Tai sect. Otherwise, he would not be privy to the fact that Xian Yuanming had long been under the scrutiny of the Tai sect's upper echelons. Xian Mo, who is your elder? Zhun Yin, my great-grandfather is the Ruyang Daojun. Xian Mo exclaimed in surprise. You truly do not resemble him. You are not a product of genetic mutation, are you? Zhun Yin, what is genetics? Xian Mo, explaining that would be quite complex, but in any case, you bear no resemblance to Ruyang Jinjun. Zhun Yin chuckled. In what way do I not resemble him? I share the same fondness for gossip as my great-grandfather. Though he appears stern, he actually enjoys listening to tales of intrigue. Xian Mo, that is not apparent. As the two exited the throng, Xian Mo halted, leaping onto a large tree and perching upon its branches, gazing downward. The tree was not far from Dojiro's stall, allowing him to see Xian Yuanming without the aid of spiritual awareness. However, what Xian Yuanming purchased and what he uttered remained unseen and unheard. Zhun Yin contemplated unleashing his spiritual consciousness, yet prudently dismissed the notion upon reflection. Although his cultivation surpassed that of Xian Yuanming, the latter was no ordinary individual, and Zhun Yin feared that his spiritual awareness might be detected. Xian Mo, his junior uncle, had no such concerns, for his spiritual strength far exceeded that of Xian Yuanming, making it impossible for the latter to perceive his awareness. Through his spiritual consciousness, Xian Mo observed Xian Yuanming lifting a comb-like magical artifact from Dojiro's stall. This comb, exquisitely crafted and adorned with beautiful gemstones, was not merely a magical tool, but also a splendid piece of jewelry. I have purchased this comb, Xian Yuanming declared. Before he could even settle the payment, someone attempted to snatch it from him. Xian Yuanming looked up to see a couple approaching. The young woman's gaze fixated on the comb, clearly enamored by it. The man spoke, his demeanor haughty, clad in the attire of an inner disciple of the Jianqing sect. I have bought this comb. How much? He inquired of Dojiro. Dojiro, after a moment's thought, replied, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this figure, Xian Yuanming's mood improved slightly, despite the man's rude demeanor, and he couldn't help but smile, offering Dojiro an appreciative grin. The sight of his smile caused a blush to creep onto her cheeks. Suddenly, She felt an undeniable allure emanating from the young man before her, even more captivating than that of her companion, Chu Yihua. Observing this scene, Chu Yihua furrowed his brow but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He harbored a firm confidence in his feelings for Dojiro. 100 low-grade spirit stones? Why don't you go and seize it? Such a trivial low-grade artifact hardly warrants 100 low-grade spirit stones, the man exclaimed. Though he was not in want of spirit stones, he was no fool. Spending 100 low-grade spirit stones merely to acquire such a visually appealing yet functionally inept artifact was foolishness. Dojiro cast a sidelong glance at the man and remarked, "If you deem it overpriced, you need not purchase it. So what if he is a direct disciple of the sect of the mind? I am also a direct disciple of the impermanence sect. It is merely because we are out here setting up a stall that I am not adorned in the attire that signifies my status as a direct disciple." The man scoffed, glancing at the young girl beside him, and, gritting his teeth, prepared to retrieve the spirit stones. "Senior brother, it is rare to see you take a liking to something. Young girl, I merely find the appearance of this comb quite lovely. And as I am in need of a comb, I thought to purchase it. However, I do not wish for senior brother to waste his money. In that case, I might as well buy a simple, ordinary comb. Senior brother, then I shall craft one for you myself. Young girl, I am most grateful, senior brother." Xian Yuanming tightened his grip on the comb in his hand, thinking that even if this comb were to be destroyed, he would never part with it for this girl. The girl and the man departed, leaving both Xian Mo and Zhen Yin feeling quite disappointed. They had not even engaged in a quarrel. Zhen Yin's disappointment was palpable. Although he could not hear their words, he could infer from their interactions what had transpired. He had anticipated a fierce bidding war or an argument over the contested item. Yet it all concluded so abruptly. As the climax of the play approached, it abruptly halted, leaving the audience in a state of discomfort. Xian Mo nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment of regret and unfulfilled anticipation as Zhen Yin. After Xian Yuanming and another individual vanished from sight, he turned to Dojiro and inquired, "Does this comb truly cost 100 low-grade spirit stones?" Dojiro, favorably impressed by the youth before her, replied with a smile, "It's merely 2 low-grade spirit stones. You may take it." Originally priced at 4, her kindness stemmed from her fondness for the young man. Xian Yuanming produced 2 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Dojiro, smiling as he introduced himself. "I am Xian Yuanming, a disciple of Tai's sect." They exchanged smiles, and it seemed an unspoken connection had formed between them. In a fit of displeasure, Chu Yihua pulled Dojiro behind her, and upon receiving a glance from Chu Yihua, Xian Yuanming's expression turned cold as he departed. Once he was gone, Chu Yihua, still vexed, remarked to Dojiro, "Xiaoro, why did you smile so sweetly at that person?" Dojiro responded with a radiant smile, "I smile even sweeter at you." Thus, Chu Yihua was comforted by Dojiro's charm. Xian Mo turned to Zhen Yin and said, "Let us depart. There are no more captivating performances to behold." In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the grand event of the Shaoan continent, the Shaoan tournament, commenced. This time, not only would various sects send representatives, but also numerous independent cultivators eagerly participated. The initial half-month was dedicated to competitions among the independent cultivators, who vied for a chance to enter the semifinals. Meanwhile, the seed contestants from each sect were exempt from this preliminary round, advancing directly to the semifinals. It was astonishing how Zhen Yin seemed to know the names of all the independent cultivators participating in the contest. Xian Mo truly admires the prowess of his companion in gathering intelligence. Chapter 75. The Little Master Uncle Enjoys the Show. Xian Mo and Zhen Yin crouched atop a grand tree on the peak of the Tai sect's residence, eagerly observing the competition grounds with expressions brimming with excitement. The Shaoyan Grand Competition far surpasses the internal trials of the sect in terms of spectacle. The participants possess remarkable abilities. And since the Shaoyan Grand Competition does not impose restrictions on eliminating opponents, the contests are rendered even more perilous and captivating. "Look, it's Xian Yuanming." Zhen Yin pointed in a certain direction. Following his gesture, Xian Mo indeed spotted Xian Yuanming, who, after more than a month of absence, appeared to have undergone significant changes, seemingly growing stronger. Xian Mo remarked, "That comb Xian Yuanming purchased must be extraordinary. It likely holds some hidden fortuity." Zhen Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, otherwise, what reason would a grown man have to buy a comb? Suddenly, Zhen Yin gasped. "What are you gasping for?" Xian Mo rubbed his ears, startled by the exclamation. Zhen Yin exclaimed, "The girl beside Xian Yuanming is the one who tried to snatch the comb from him that day." She is actually standing alongside him. Look at the comb she has in her hair. Could it not be the very one Xian Yuanming bought? Xian Imo looked closely and nodded. However, one of the gemstones in that comb has been replaced with a spirit stone. Zheng Yin then pointed to another direction. That woman's senior brother is casting a look of hatred towards Xian Yuanming. Something intriguing must have transpired between them. Wait here. I shall investigate further. With that, he leapt from the tree and swiftly vanished from sight. Xian Imo rested his chin on his hand, fixated on the comb perched atop the girl's head. Instinctively sensing that Xian Yuanming's newfound strength was intertwined with the gems originally adorning the comb. Leaping beside Xian Imo, Zheng Yin retrieved a bottle of water from his storage bag, drinking as he spoke. I've gathered some intriguing information. Xian Yuanming indeed possesses a remarkable fortune. Having engaged with the junior disciple of the Jianxing sect's master, Zheng Yin learned that the young woman was named Gu Fengxiang, a talented disciple taken under the wing of the Jianxing sect's master at a tender age due to her exceptional aptitude. The day she was seen with Xian Yuanming, she was accompanied by Feng Jiaquan, the son of the master of Wangshu Peak, who harbored affections for Gu Fengxiang. The master of the Jianxing sect, favoring their union, intended to wed them upon their attainment of the Golden Core stage. However, everything changed 10 days prior. Gu Fengxiang encountered a nefarious figure intent on extracting her essence, and it was by a stroke of fortune that Xian Yuanming happened to pass by and rescued her. Yet, Gu Fengxiang fell victim to a debilitating drug. Unless its effects were neutralized, her life would be forfeit. In desperation, she clung to Xian Yuanming, engaging in intimate relations, thereby becoming his woman. Naturally, her betrothal to Feng Jiaquan was annulled. After their encounter, Gu Fengxiang became utterly devoted to Xian Yuanming, disregarding her own status and dignity as she followed him like a devoted wife, astonishing both the Tai sect and Jianxing sect with her unwavering loyalty. Observers believe that Gu Fengxiang's feelings for Xian Yuanming were genuine, as she remained steadfastly by his side, while her lack of affection for Feng Jiaquan made her abandonment of him seem effortless. Having lost both his fiancée and his dignity, could Feng Jiaquan refrain from harboring resentment towards Xian Yuanming? Xian Imo mused. Xian Yuanming does not appear to be one who has lost his primordial essence. Instead, Gu Fengxiang appeared to have lost her primordial yin, and her cultivation seemed to have regressed significantly. Zheng Yin, mimicking Xian Imo, stroked his chin thoughtfully. This must be related to his secret. His cultivation technique is remarkably powerful, capable of controlling even his own primordial yang. Xian Imo remarked. The starry body training technique is unlikely to be inferior to Xian Yuanming's cultivation method. He patted Zheng Yin on the shoulder, encouraging him. You must persevere. Zheng Yin wiped his face, responding, I will. The starry body training technique becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses, and even for cultivators, many movements prove to be quite arduous. Alas, as someone who relishes comfort, he genuinely wished to avoid such hardship. Why couldn't he simply sit and absorb energy? Why couldn't he practice static meditation? Why must he engage in dynamic exercises? Xian Imo patted Zheng Yan's shoulder once more, urging, look quickly, Xian Yuanming is about to take the stage. Xian Yuanming executed his movements with precision and decisively defeated his opponent, securing victory in the first match. After stepping down, Gu Fengxiang immediately rushed to him, welcoming him like a devoted wife greeting her husband home. He has successfully established his foundation, Xian Imo noted. Zheng Yin nodded in admiration, truly impressive. He must have gained significant opportunities this time. After a pause, Zheng Yin continued. It seems that the sect leader has high hopes for this granddaughter's husband. Little uncle, do you think the sect leader will request Xian Yuanming to join the Jianxing sect? Xian Imo countered. What do you think? Zheng Yin replied. Based on the information I have gathered, there is an 80% likelihood. Just as Zheng Yin uttered these words, the sect leader indeed approached Xian Chen to discuss bringing Xian Yuanming to the Jianxing sect. Xian Yuanming, merely an outer disciple of the Tai sect, had not even paid homage to a master before departing. Thus his absence bore little consequence for the sect. However, he has established a romantic relationship with my granddaughter, effectively rendering him a son-in-law of my Jianxing sect. Rather than prolonging the matter, it would be prudent to formally admit him into our fold. Master Xian, what is your opinion on this? Xian Chen harbored a willingness to proceed, as Xiao Wuheng had conveyed to him that although Xian Yuanming possessed a resilient character and had encountered fortuitous events, his temperament appeared somewhat lacking, particularly as he harbored animosity towards Xian Chen's beloved son. This alone dissuaded Xianxin from wishing to retain Xian Yuanming within the Tai sect, for there was a concern that one day he might exploit his status as a fellow disciple to harm his own son. His son, being of a naive disposition, adhered strictly to the sect's regulations and would not be on guard against his peers. Yet, dismissing Xian Yuanming would not be a matter of simple acquiescence. Master Gu would need to offer something substantial in return before Xianxin would consent to his departure. Xianxin feigned a look of consternation, for it was unprecedented on the continent for an individual to leave one sect and join another without formally severing ties. Surely, Master Gu understands the implications of such a severance? Master Gu was well aware that the original sect would issue a continent-wide bounty for the individual, rendering any hope of peace illusory. The sect that accepts him would be viewed as an adversary by his former sect. Historically, those who have betrayed their sects have faced dire consequences, often meeting death or descending into the demonic path, for only those of the dark arts would shelter them. Righteous sects would not harbor such traitors, thereby incurring enmity with other sections. Master Gu had no desire to provoke hostility with the Tai sect. Although the Jianxing sect is one of the most prestigious sects on the mainland, the Tai sect holds the esteemed position of being the foremost sect. The sect master Gu wiped his face and said, "If sect master Xian has any requests, please do not hesitate to articulate them." In chapter 76, the junior master faced a challenge. Sect master Gu reiterated, "If sect master Xian has any needs, please feel free to express them. We are both seasoned individuals. There is no need for pretense." Xianxin, with a smile, conveyed his intentions, precisely striking a chord with sect master Gu's unspoken concerns. Though sect master Gu outwardly feigned displeasure, internally he felt a surge of joy, believing he had struck a fortunate deal. Xian Yuanming was no ordinary individual. His ability to maintain his vitality while engaging with his granddaughter hinted at the sophistication of his cultivation techniques, suggesting he had encountered extraordinary fortuity. Otherwise, how could a mere waste with 5 elemental roots cultivate at such an astonishing pace, establishing his foundation in merely a few years? His speed surpassed even that of those with heavenly roots. He was truly a genius among geniuses. Yet Xianxin, in his short-sightedness, was willing to bestow such a prodigy upon him for a mere handful of resources. It must be for the sake of his precious son, who, as rumored, was also a genius, living up to the reputation with a cultivation speed that exceeded that of ordinary practitioners. It seemed Xianxin did not wish for Xian Yuanming to overshadow his son, prompting Xian Yuanming's departure from the Tai sect. As sect master Gu pondered this, he felt a sense of disdain for Xianxin. While Xianxin appeared congenial on the surface, he internally mocked sect master Gu, questioning the wisdom of gathering individuals around oneself, unmindful of the potential troubles it might invite. A talented individual of virtuous character can bring honor and benefits to their sect, while a talent of poor character may well lead to disaster for the same. The transaction between the two sect leaders was concluded, and they stepped out together, beaming with anticipation for the competition. The contest was fervently underway, growing increasingly thrilling and perilous. However, most participants were protected by their senior mentors, and although they faced life and death crises, the majority remained unharmed thanks to the protective talismans and artifacts bestowed upon them by their elders. Only a small handful of the most unfortunate met their demise upon the arena stage. From the preliminary rounds through to the semifinals, and ultimately the finals, 3 months elapsed, culminating in the emergence of the top 10 contenders, among whom was Xian Yuanming. Nevertheless, he did not claim the championship, securing instead a commendable 3rd place. This achievement brought immense joy to sect leader Gu, who felt that this son-in-law had brought him honor. He proudly proclaimed that Xian Yuanming was no longer merely a disciple of Tai's sect, but rather a direct disciple of the esteemed leader of the Jianxing sect. The crowd, momentarily taken aback, quickly extended their congratulations to sect leader Gu, whose face radiated with joy, nearly creasing with laughter. Many sought to challenge their seniors, eager for their guidance. The seniors, naturally, accepted with delight. Even those harboring discontent concealed their feelings in the presence of such a gathering, but their guidance was often cursory, offering only a few pointers. Those who publicly challenged their adversaries did so to settle grievances in full view of the assembly. Such enmities would find resolution under the scrutiny of the crowd, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, neither party's kin could perpetuate the discord. Unless any of them can enter the top 10 of the next Shaoyan Grand competition and publicly challenge the individual who killed their friends or that individual's companions in the previous competition. The situation remains unchanged. Among the 10 contenders, half have sought guidance from their seniors, 2 are intent on settling old scores, and another 2 have specifically called upon their fellow disciples, eager for their peers to showcase their prowess before the crowd. The remaining contender, Xian Yuanming, has named his challenge against Xian Mo. Upon hearing his name, Xian Mo momentarily froze, then a mysterious smile crept across his face. Do you truly wish to challenge me? Xian Yuanming met Xian Mo's gaze unwaveringly, resolutely stating, I seek your guidance, Master Uncle. He was determined to bring this individual down from his lofty perch and firmly place him beneath his foot. Xian Chun disapproved of the way Xian Yuanming looked at his son, furrowing his brow. Mo, you may refuse his challenge. Father, do not worry. Xian Mo replied with a confident smile directed at Xian Chun. His father's concern stemmed from the belief that Xian Mo lacked combat experience, yet in truth, his experience in battle surpassed that of any other in the top 10. During his time in the Second World, immersed in a holographic online game, he had spent countless hours battling monsters and engaging with cultivators, accumulating vast experience. Xian Mo soared directly from the summit to the arena, flashing a smile at Xian Yuanming. Since my nephew has earnestly requested, I shall graciously offer my guidance. The tone and choice of words infuriated Xian Yuanming, igniting a desire to eliminate Xian Mo. Taking a deep breath, Xian Yuanming suppressed his fury and calmly replied, Master Uncle, please. Xian Mo smiled. Nephew, you may go first. As your elder, I shall grant you 3 moves. Xian Yuanming's face was as dark as ink, and his disdain for Xian Mo grew even stronger. He found Xian Mo to be far more despicable than all those from the Xian Yuan family who had tormented him combined. Such individuals, born with a proverbial golden key, inherently believing themselves superior, were the most intolerable of all. Clenching his fists, Xian Yuanming aimed a strike at Xian Mo's face, which others regarded as extraordinarily beautiful. Yet he found exceedingly infuriating. Despite his initial foundation stage cultivation, he was confident that he could overpower Xian Mo, a sheltered flower of the later foundation stage. The top 3 of the 10 strongest were all peak foundation stage experts, not to mention their considerable age and extensive combat experience from countless trials and life-threatening challenges. He was no match for them. However, Xian Mo had spent his entire life within the Tai sect, and his experiences were limited to the trials of the sect, devoid of any real danger or hardship, rendering his combat experience woefully inadequate and certainly not a match for his own. In his mind, Xian Mo was merely a stepping stone. Yet, upon engaging, Xian Yuanming was horrified to realize his grave mistake. Xian Mo was far from a sheltered flower. His combat experience surpassed even his own. Xian Yuanming prided himself on his physical prowess, his bloodline and body refinement techniques rendering him nearly indestructible, with strength rivaling that of a golden core cultivator. This was precisely why he chose to engage Xian Mo in close combat. But to his astonishment, Xian Mo's physical resilience was only slightly inferior to his own, compensated for by his extensive combat experience, coupled with the enhancements of his later foundation stage cultivation. Thus, Xian Yuanming found himself at a disadvantage. Reluctance filled him. He could accept defeat at the hands of others, but losing to Xian Mo was simply unacceptable. Xian Yuanming's assault intensified, his approach resembling a life-and-death struggle rather than a mere inquiry for guidance. Treating Xian Mo as a sworn enemy, he must vanquish. Many in the stands furrowed their brows. In Chapter 77, the young master is returning to the mountain gate. On the Tai sect's platform, Taoist Miaolon remarked, Brother, it was indeed wise to allow Xian Yuanming to join the Jinqing sect. His temperament is too flawed, and he is better off wreaking havoc elsewhere. From the Wuchang sect's platform, the sect leader's side, what fortuitous fate has befallen Xian Shen to bear such a prodigious son? No wonder he is so protective. I too must ensure his safety. On the Jinqing sect's platform, Gu Fengxiang clung to the arm of sect leader Gu, stating, A Ming merely entered the sect too late. His training time pales in comparison to Xian Mo. Given A Ming a bit more time, he shall undoubtedly surpass Xian Mo. Beyond the duo of grandfather and grandson from the Jinqing sect, several senior cultivators displayed interest in Xian Yuanming. It is worth noting that senior cultivators do not necessarily possess impeccable temperaments. Some, observing Xian Yuanming's performance, began to contemplate his cultivation methods, their minds calculating potential advantages. They held little interest in Xian Mo, believing that with the abundant resources provided by Xian Chun, Xian Mo's rapid advancement to the late foundation establishment stage, while slightly accelerated, was to be expected. After all, with excellent aptitude and ample resources, it would have been a shame for Xian Mo to lack the current level of cultivation. Xian Yuanming, despite his youth and relatively short cultivation period, has already become a direct disciple of the esteemed Jinqing sect. Previously, he was merely an outer disciple of the Tai sect, where resources were sparse. The fact that he has reached his current level indicates that his cultivation methods are undoubtedly extraordinary. On the arena, Xian Mo has already placed Xian Yuanming beneath his feet. Although he is perplexed by Xian Yuanming's murderous intent towards him, he shows no mercy to those who wish him harm. Xian Mo is not a person of gentle demeanor, nor is he a saintly figure. Since Xian Yuanming has chosen to engage in hand-to-hand combat, Xian Mo will also fight in close quarters, eschewing spells. He intends to defeat Xian Yuanming using his own strengths against him. Having practiced the celestial body refinement technique for over 20 years, Xian Mo's physique has been nourished by the power of the stars, transforming him fundamentally. Every cell within him is imbued with stellar energy. The attributes of this stellar energy far surpass Xian Yuanming's true dragon power. Thus, Xian Yuanming's defeat is inevitable. As he lies beneath Xian Mo, Xian Yuanming is filled with humiliation and an intensified hatred towards him. He cannot comprehend how he has become inferior to this seemingly delicate youth. Xian Mo. He grits his teeth, vowing, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold in the future. Xian Mo merely chuckles lightly and steps back, allowing Xian Yuanming to rise. I await your return, he replies. From the high platform, Xiao Wuheng chuckles, it seems my junior brother has become Xian Yuanming's inner demon. Xianqin sighs. I always knew I should have let Mo remain in his cave as a recluse. Forcing him to participate in the Shaoan festival has summoned a formidable adversary. Xiao Wuheng remarked, even if junior brother does not participate in the Shaoyan Grand Competition, Xian Yuanming still regards him as a formidable adversary. This individual has been harboring jealousy towards junior brother all along, believing that with a mere stroke of fortune, he could trample junior brother underfoot. What a delusion. Master, you need not worry excessively. Junior brother possesses the strength to protect himself. Just look at how effortlessly he triumphed this time. Xianqin, however, remained unconvinced. Xian Yuanming is undoubtedly a person of great fortune. I fear that should he continue to encounter opportunities, his rise could be unimaginable. Xiao Wuheng chuckled, Master. When it comes to fortune, who could possibly rival junior brother? We may be unaware of the extraordinary encounters he has experienced, but they are assuredly far superior to Xian Yuanming's. Observe junior brother. He has scarcely ventured out for training, yet his combat experience nearly matches mine. It is undoubtedly knowledge gained from his fortuitous experiences. I firmly believe that junior brother will never be surpassed by Xian Yuanming. He will only continue to stand above him. His smile broadened. As long as junior brother remains stronger than Xian Yuanming, the latter's inner demons shall never dissipate, which will render him cautious in his future cultivation and tribulation. Xianqin envisioned the scenarios stemming from Xiao Wuheng's words and couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Wuheng continued. Junior brother must be utterly content. He would rather remain in his cave abode for eternity. Xianqin sighed at this, observing that his son did not seem to be an obsessive cultivator. Why did he prefer to stay hidden in his cave rather than venture out? What on earth was this child up to? Father, what are you pondering? Xianqin observed his son's face hovering before him and, with a gentle push, remarked, I am merely troubled by your recent notoriety. You must adopt a more discreet demeanor in the days to come. Xian Mo chuckled. That sounds splendid. I could remain in my abode indefinitely, indulging in my games. Xiao Wuheng laughed in response. Indeed, as expected. A frown crossed Xianqin's brow. What do you occupy yourself with all day in that cave? Training. Of course, Xian Mo replied. Surely, I cannot admit to merely playing games and reading novels. Xianqin smirked. I shall take your word for it. Xian Mo continued. Well, rest assured, when I next emerge from my retreat, I shall demonstrate my cultivation prowess as proof of my diligent training. After absorbing the primordial spirit during the tribulation phase, he discovered an advanced version of the stellar body refinement technique and the mental energy cultivation method. With these enhanced techniques, his training speed doubled compared to the standard methods. With such advantages, he could afford to indulge in games without diminishing his cultivation progress. Unbeknownst to Xianqin, his son harbored his own schemes, however. Since the boy had made a promise, he chose to remain unconcerned. A father ought not to meddle in the opportunities that belong to his son. Surely, it was because the sect leader was Xian Mo's father that he had directed his frustrations elsewhere. Zhenyan mused. I find myself questioning whether Chu Yihua might be unfaithful. What charm does Xian Yuanming possess to attract such admiration from women? As for Gu Fengxiang, her unwavering devotion to Xian Yuanming is understandable, given their intimate relationship. But why does Dou Shiro also regard him with such favor? Chapter 78. The young master enters the child exchange game world. Jin Yin could not fathom what charm Xian Yuanming possessed, while Xian Mo found it quite reasonable. After all, Xian Yuanming was the protagonist of a tale of the underdog's ascent, perhaps endowed with a certain aura of the heroic archetype. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Xian Mo suppressed his immediate urge to immerse himself in the game, opting instead to first refine his skills in the advanced version of the stellar body cultivation technique and the mental energy training method. Following this, he engaged in his regular cultivation practices before finally entering the Starbrain space. After being compelled to study for 4 arduous hours, he at last transitioned into the holographic world. With his newfound wealth, Xian Mo was at liberty to indulge in the game. He stepped outside and made his way to the gaming hall he had previously visited, where he was once again greeted by the same intelligent attendant. "Welcome back, esteemed guest." The attendant recognized Xian Mo and guided him to the private booth where he had played before. "May I inquire which game you wish to engage in this time?" the intelligent attendant asked. "What games are currently available?" Xian Mo inquired. The attendant enumerated several options, and after a moment's contemplation, Xian Mo chose a role-playing game. Since the early 21st century, following the popularity of a television drama titled Blue Life and Death Love, the motif of true and false heirs had pervaded novels and television series, evolving into games featuring both genuine and counterfeit heirs. Having once experienced life as a woman, Xian Mo was reluctant to do so again, thus he resolved to select a male character before entering the game. As for his identity, the game offered 2 choices, true heir and false heir. After some reflection, Xian Mo opted for the true heir. It was not because Xian Mo criticized Yin and Shi for sympathizing with Cui Xinai while watching Blue Life and Death, but rather he believed that the true young master possessed greater agency and freedom. The false heirs, having been raised in affluent households, were undoubtedly bound by an overwhelming number of familial rules. Furthermore, in both television dramas and novels, the relationships between wealthy families and their counterfeit heirs are depicted as harmonious and blissful. Xian Mo felt he could not integrate into such an atmosphere. In his heart, he had only one biological father, and he would never refer to anyone else as father. The familial backgrounds of the counterfeit young masters and ladies were often depicted as severely impoverished, with many lacking a father figure altogether. Xian Mo found solace in this reality, as it spared him from the obligation of calling anyone else father. The game featured 2 levels, one set in ancient times and the other in modernity, allowing players to choose their starting point. Xian Mo opted to immerse himself in the ancient setting first. As the scene shifted, he found himself within the game. He was once again in a small room, though this one was even more dilapidated than those in his previous gaming experiences. The cramped space contained only a Kong and a cabinet, devoid of any other furnishings. Xian Mo accessed the game panel to review his character information. A certain concubine of the Duke harbored resentment towards the Duke's wife for causing her miscarriage, which deprived her of the privilege of motherhood. In a clandestine act, she swapped the 2 children, intending for the Duke's biological son to endure hardship in a peasant household, thereby compelling the Duke's wife to shower affection upon a child with no blood ties. She intends to wait for her 2 children to grow up, biding her time until the opportune moment to unveil the truth, revealing to the Duchess that her son has become a worthless farmer, while the well-raised son belongs to another family, inflicting pain upon the Duchess. It is worth noting that the Duchess suffered greatly during childbirth this time, and will never bear another child. Thus, this boy is now the Duchess's only son. Furthermore, the legitimate heir of the Duke's estate is not the Duchess's biological child, but rather the offspring of the Duke's first wife. The current Duchess, a secondary wife, has been in the Duke's household for 3 years, during which she bore a daughter and has now given birth to a son. This son has become her lifeline. She undoubtedly desires for her son to compete with the eldest son, aspiring for the Duke's estate to belong to him, as she is the absolute matriarch of the Duke's household. Once she exposes the truth about the child exchange, it will be fascinating to see how the Duchess manages the rivalry between her son and the eldest young master. Xian Mo continued to peruse the information. Zhao Xian's father, the youngest son of the Zhao family, was once the apple of old Madame Zhao's eye. However, after the birth of the Zhao family's eldest grandson, her affections shifted. Zhao III was astute, eloquent, and skilled in making money. He married a maid from a wealthy family, a stark contrast to village girls. It is no surprise that many proclaim it better to marry a maid from a prominent family than a common girl. Zhao III enjoyed the best life among his brothers, yet fate took an unexpected turn. When Zhao Xian was 6 years old, Zhao III met with an unfortunate accident that led to his demise. Consequently, his wife abandoned their son and swiftly remarried a cloth shop owner. Showing no concern for her child, Zhao Xian had lived with the elderly Zhao couple for 4 years, and those years were far from pleasant. Zhao old lady harbored a deep-seated belief that Zhao Xian was responsible for the death of her son. She resented her third daughter-in-law for remarrying instead of remaining a widow for her younger son. Furthermore, she suspected that the third daughter-in-law had long been entangled with the owner of a fabric shop, thus cuckolding her third son. Under such circumstances, how could Zhao old lady ever treat Zhao Xian kindly? The old couple merely ensured that Zhao Xian did not freeze or starve. Beyond that, they showed little concern for him. In the Zhao household, Zhao Xian was a mere shadow, which suited Xian Mo perfectly, as it made manipulation all the more effortless. In a farming family, as long as one could endure hardship, survival was possible. However, in the opulent confines of a wealthy household, after absorbing the information, Xian Mo pushed open the door and stepped outside. He had awoken somewhat late that day, and not a single member of the Zhao family had called him for breakfast. The kitchen bore no remnants of food. No one seemed to care for this child, Zhao Xian. He exited the small courtyard of the Zhao family and made his way up the mountain. Utilizing his innate spiritual energy, he foraged through the underbrush to find several wild eggs, which he cracked open and consumed to briefly satiate his ravenous hunger, thus gaining the strength to pursue other endeavors. He commenced practicing the star body refinement technique, ensuring that his spiritual energy cultivation would not be neglected. Once his strength grew formidable, he would be able to hunt and sustain himself. Chapter 79. The little master uncle enters the game of exchange. Xian Mo spent the better part of the day on the mountain, relying on his spiritual energy and the rudimentary skills he had just begun to develop to catch a wild chicken, which he roasted and consumed. As the sun began to set, he descended the mountain slowly, carrying a bundle of dry firewood. Xian Mo placed the dry firewood against the wall outside the kitchen and approached the doorway of the main hall, leaning against the wall to eavesdrop on the happenings within, ensuring he remained unseen. After listening for a while, Xian Mo discerned the unfolding events. Zhao Laodai's daughter, Zhao Qiuwen, had struck Zhao Laodai's daughter, Zhao Chuanxi, scratching her face and nearly disfiguring her. In retaliation, Zhao Laodai's wife sought to avenge her daughter by attacking Zhao Qiuwen, only to be intercepted by Zhao Laodai's wife, igniting another altercation. Subsequently, Zhao Laodai and Zhao Laodai also joined the fray to support their respective wives. This tumultuous brawl left both Zhao Laotu and Zhao Laodai on the brink of apoplexy. Xian Mo found this entirely reasonable. The long-standing tensions between Zhao Laodai's family and Zhao Laodai's family had been festering for years, with Zhao Laodai's household consistently exploiting Zhao Laodai's. The latter was no pushover, and an eruption was inevitable. Zhao Laodai's son, Zhao Zhun, the eldest grandson of the Zhao family, was held in high regard by Zhao Laotu and was the cherished favorite of Zhao Laodai, who ensured he had the best of everything. At the tender age of 5, Zhao Laotu had sent Zhao Zhun to study at the local academy. Over the years, the Zhao family had expended considerable wealth to support this scholarly endeavor. Now 13, Zhao Zhun spent his days solely focused on his studies, contributing nothing to the household chores, yet enjoying the finest food and clothing, with a yearly requirement for new garments. In stark contrast, the 3 children of the second household were relegated to wearing tattered, patched clothing. Zhao Zhun squandered the Zhao family's resources, looking down upon the unrefined commoners. And apart from showing respect to Zhao Laotu, Zhao Laotai, and Zhao Laodai, he held disdain for his own mother. However, he possessed an extraordinary talent for charming others, managing to persuade old Zhao and old Mrs. Zhao to believe that their grandson was indeed a celestial scholar descended to earth, destined for great achievements. Consequently, they showered him with attention and resources, favoring him above all else. This favoritism towards the eldest grandson also led to a bias against the second branch of the Zhao family. The second branch, represented by Zhao heir, harbored deep resentment towards old Zhao and old Mrs. Zhao for their clear partiality. Their own son, Zhao Chun, had already reached the age of 6. Yet old Zhao and old Mrs. Zhao showed no inclination to send him to school. When Zhao heir proposed the idea of enrolling his son in an educational institution, he was met with refusal, as the family finances could only sustain one scholar. This rejection deepened Zhao Er's resentment. As he questioned the fairness of the situation, why should Zhao Da's son be afforded the opportunity for scholarly pursuits while his own son was relegated to a life of farming? The first branch of the Zhao family, buoyed by the presence of the learned Zhao Zhan, looked down upon the second branch, often treating them with disdain and allocating all laborious tasks to them while hoarding the better provisions for themselves. The tension between the two branches was palpable, merely awaiting a spark to ignite a full-blown conflict. Today, the altercation between Zhao Chuan and Zhao Chuanxi served as that catalyst. When Zhao Chuanxi attempted to seize 2 wild chicken eggs that Zhao Chuan had found, the ensuing struggle resulted in the eggs being smashed on the ground. This incident triggered Zhao Chuan's fury, leading her to scratch Zhao Chuanxi's face, which escalated into a chaotic brawl between the two branches. As the tumult subsided, old Zhao and old Mrs. Zhao sat in the center of the hall, their expressions a grim reflection of the turmoil that had unfolded. The members of the first and second branches stood on opposite sides, glaring at each other like rival roosters. The first branch suffered significantly more, as their penchant for cunning and deceit rendered them weaker compared to the diligent and hard-working second branch. In this clash, it was clear who had borne the brunt of the consequences. A division within the family loomed on the horizon. Zhao Laodong spoke boldly, "Father, mother, you surely do not wish to witness further confrontations between us and the eldest branch, so it would be prudent to hasten the division of the family." "How dare you?" Zhao Laotu stammered, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Laodong, speechless with indignation. Zhao Laotai, distressed, interjected, "I cannot agree to this. Half of the Zhao family's income is derived from the second branch. Should they separate, our lives will become exceedingly difficult, and there will be insufficient funds to support our eldest grandson." Zhao Laodong scoffed derisively, "Mother, I am well aware of your true intentions. You merely wish for the second branch to continue financing that rascal Zhaozhen. Why should we bear such a burden? I have a son of my own, and the earnings I acquire are to ensure his education, not to be squandered on outsiders." Zhao Laotai retorted, "How can you consider Zhen an outsider? He is your nephew." Zhao Laodong countered, "A nephew cannot compare to a son. There exists a significant divide." Zhao Laotai insisted, "Zhen has the potential for scholarly pursuits, while your son lacks such aptitude." Furiously, Zhao Laodong responded, "You have not even afforded Chun'er the opportunity to attend school. How can you then conclude that he is unfit for learning? Your bias is evident. You simply wish to exploit the second branch to support the first. On what grounds?" At last, Zhao Laotu spoke. "It is precisely because Zhen will achieve greatness that the second branch may bask in the glory of his success. If Zhen becomes a high-ranking official, you will be relatives of the gentry." Zhao Laotu added, "That is the demeanor of a scholar." Zhao Laodong retorted, "The demeanor of a scholar is to look down upon impoverished relatives? If my son were to become such a person, I would not hesitate to break his legs." Zhao Laotai concluded, "Then perhaps you should reconsider sending your son to study." Zhao Laoer, "Ha ha, you think too highly of yourselves. I am determined to send my son to school. I will solely nurture my own offspring and will not squander money on my nephew. I declare here today that the family must be divided. If we do not separate, the current situation will persist. If the first branch is unafraid of being beaten by our second branch every 3 days, then there is no need for division." The members of the first branch are all trembling with fear, except for Zhao Zhen. They all wish for a separation. Zhao Zhen does not desire a division, as it would diminish the household income, and his grandparents would not provide him with additional funds. How would he then indulge in banquets with those from the academy? He spends most of his time at school, away from home. Thus the second branch's grievances do not directly affect him. However, observing the expressions of his parents and sister, who are terrified from the beatings, he feels that his reluctance alone may be of no avail. Zhao Zhen rolled his eyes and reproached Zhao Laoer, saying, "Uncle, while our grandparents are still alive, you insist on causing a ruckus for separation. This is an act of filial disrespect. If our grandparents were to report you to the authorities, you would certainly face punishment." Zhao Laoer was taken aback by Zhao Zhen's words, involuntarily shrinking his shoulders, and began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Chapter 80. The young master uncle enters the child exchange game world. 3. Seeing Zhao Laoer falter under Zhao Zhen's admonition. Zhao Lao and Zhao Tai, along with the first branch, were about to reveal their triumphant smiles. However, Zhao Chuan stepped forward and loudly countered Zhao Zhen. "If it is unfilial to divide the family while our parents are alive, then there are many unfilial individuals in the world. In our village, there are instances of brothers dividing their families even with their elders still present. Does that make them unfilial?" This statement is indeed a sweeping condemnation. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Laoer slammed his thigh in realization. Indeed, who says that dividing the family equates to filial disobedience? He had nearly been deceived by that rascal Zhao Zhen. Yet his own daughter's wisdom had reminded him. Zhao Laoer's brows furrowed as he glared at Zhao Zhen. The latter, intimidated by the ferocity of the gaze, took a step back, but in pursuit of his future quality of life, he defiantly retorted, "That is only because their elders have not gone to the authorities to accuse them of unfilial behavior. If my second uncle insists on dividing the family, our grandparents should go to the authorities and report him." Upon hearing this, Zhao Laotai immediately supported her eldest grandson, declaring, "Very well. As long as the second branch dares to cause trouble again, I shall accompany your grandfather to report them to the authorities." Zhao Laoer felt a wave of despair wash over him. This was his own mother, yet her actions were more unkind than that of a stepmother. Zhao Zhen, for the first time, regarded his cousin Zhao Qiuwen with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that this seemingly quiet cousin could be far more formidable than his foolish sister. By leveraging Zhao Zhen's future as a threat, the second branch of the Zhao family successfully separated from the main family. As discussions on how to divide the family commenced, they suddenly recalled that the Zhao family comprised not just two branches, but a third as well, albeit with only one remaining member. "What about Zhao Xian?" Zhao Laodo inquired. Zhao Laoer quickly responded, "Our second branch has many children. We cannot possibly take care of another." Zhao Laoda shared the same sentiment, unwilling to shoulder the burden of Zhao Xian. With a sigh, the old man remarked, "Let Xian stay with me and his grandmother." However, Zhao Da's wife objected, saying, "Father and mother, if you two are living with us, must we also take on the responsibility of caring for another person?" Without the financial support from the second household to aid in raising Zhao Zhen, the first household is at a disadvantage, as they must also provide additional sustenance for their nephew. Elder Zhao sighed, "Yet we cannot forsake him. After all, he is the only bloodline of the third son." "Then allow me to separate myself. I shall sustain myself." Xian Imo entered the main hall, stating, "Just grant me the room I currently inhabit, and I shall ask for nothing more." "Are you truly serious?" Zhao's eldest daughter-in-law's eyes sparkled, her inquiry filled with urgency. Zhao Laoda and Zhao Er's daughter-in-law shared in the joy, though Zhao Laoer's face betrayed a hint of guilt. He had once shared a good rapport with the third son. However, he had his own children to raise and lacked the means to support a nephew as well. Zhao Laotu tapped his smoking rod and gazed at Zhao Xian, asking, "Do you genuinely wish to separate yourself?" Zhao Xian nodded. "I am already 10 years old. In 2 years' time, I shall be considered an adult and capable of self-sustenance." Zhao Laotu acknowledged this. "Indeed, you are all growing up. At my 10th year, I too toiled in the fields to provide for myself. Thus, I shall allocate an acre of land to you. The harvest shall be yours, free from the obligation of annual tribute to me and your grandmother." Zhao Xian declined, as he possessed no experience in farming. Moreover, agriculture is laborious with scant rewards. He had no desire to pursue it. "No, let the land remain for my elder and second uncles. My skills in hunting are commendable. I can sustain myself that way." To the farming family, the land is akin to their lifeblood. Upon hearing that the old man Zhao intended to allocate land to Zhao Xian, even if it were merely an acre, both Zhao Laoda and Zhao Laoer furrowed their brows. Zhao Laoda contemplated opposing this decision, but Zhao Xian preemptively dismissed the notion. With this, Zhao Laoda felt a sense of relief and eagerly interjected into the conversation between the old man and Zhao Xian, stating, "Since Xianer claims he can fend for himself, we, as elders, ought to place our trust in him. Father, you should retain this acre for your own cultivation." After all, the old man Zhao and his wife had always been aligned with the main household, with the land in the old man's possession. It was essentially under the control of the main family. With a sigh, the old man Zhao commenced the process of partitioning the family estate. He refrained from bestowing any land upon Zhao Xian, yet ultimately, aside from granting him a modest room, he did show a semblance of conscience by giving Zhao Xian a couple of taels of silver. Clutching the silver, Zhao Xian smiled, recognizing the kindness of his grandfather. At last, he was not merely being dismissed as a beggar. This arrangement ensured that he owed nothing to the Zhao family, so they should not expect any favors from him in the future. The savings held by the old man Zhao and his wife were undoubtedly substantial. When Zhao Laosan passed away, his wife left the Zhao family without a single coin, claiming that she would reserve Zhao Laosan's earnings for their son. However, Zhao Xian did not possess any of Zhao Laosan's savings. as that wealth remained firmly in the hands of the old man Zhao and his wife. Given Zhao Laosan's capacity for earning, his savings must have exceeded 20 taels. Consequently, Zhao Xian's son now found himself unable to claim even a fraction of that fortune. Once Zhao Xian closed the door to his room, he began his training, recognizing that elevating his strength was of paramount importance. It appeared that the Zhao family would forego dinner that evening. Let them endure hunger. Regardless, he was not hungry after consuming a roasted chicken, his belly still feeling quite full. Zhao Xian had practiced diligently for half the night and slept for an additional 3 hours. Upon rising the next day, he found the Zhao household deserted once again. The kitchen remained devoid of leftover food, a situation Zhao Xian had anticipated. He promptly ventured out to the mountains. There, he successfully located wild chicken eggs. However, this time he chose not to consume them raw. Instead, he encased the eggs in mud, placing them in the fire to cook before indulging. After devouring 5 wild eggs, he stored the remainder in his bosom for breakfast the following day. Zhao Xian then commenced his hunting endeavors. With the aid of his mental prowess, he managed to track down several wild chickens and rabbits, yet his skills were still developing, leading most of his quarry to escape his grasp. Ultimately, he captured 3 wild chickens and 2 rabbits. Carrying his 5 prizes into town, he sold them to a tavern. The tavern keeper, perceiving Zhao Xian's youth, attempted to haggle down the price. However, Zhao Xian fixed his dark, intense gaze upon the keeper, unleashing his mental energy to exert significant pressure. The keeper, ultimately intimidated, refrained from exploiting Zhao Xian's youth and purchased his game at a fair price. Wiping the sweat from his brow. Chapter 81. The Little Master Uncle enters the child exchange game world. Time passed, as Zhao Xian diligently practiced, hunted, and sold his catch. A year slipped by in the blink of an eye, during which Zhao Xian's strength had significantly increased. He could now defeat a dozen burly men single-handedly. Throughout this year, the Zhao family underwent minimal changes. Zhao Zhun continued his studies and was reportedly soon to participate in the imperial examination for young scholars. Zhao Laotu and Zhao Laotai proudly proclaimed this news throughout the village, their expressions brimming with pride, as if Zhao Zhun had already succeeded in his examination. The Zhao family's circumstances have undergone a remarkable transformation. They have vacated the old ancestral home and constructed a new dwelling. However, they did not reside in their new house for long, as the entire family eventually relocated to the county town. This shift is largely attributed to Zhao Qiuwen, a remarkably astute individual when it comes to generating income. She has adeptly guided Zhao Lao'er and his wife in creating delectable dishes to sell, enabling them to amass considerable wealth, purchase a residence in the county, and even afford to send Zhao Er's youngest son to a prestigious academy. The family's current lifestyle is the envy of many. Zhao Xian, while savoring a rustic hamburger made of grilled steamed bun slices filled with lettuce, eggs, and meat patties, grumbled at his gaming console. What a chaotic plot. Isn't this supposed to be a game about a genuine young master? How has a time-traveling girl emerged from nowhere? With 10 taels of silver in hand, Zhao Xian chuckled to himself. Hidden storylines held no relevance for him. He had no ties to Zhao Qiuwen and would not form any in the future. He stowed the silver away in a satchel, which also contained an additional 20 taels of small silver coins, earnings accumulated over the past year. With a substantial sum of money in hand, it was time for him to depart. They had not anticipated Zhao Xian's exceptional hunting skills, which allowed him to procure an impressive array of game. By the end of the year, it was certain that he had amassed quite a fortune. Zhao Lao'er harbored some regrets. Had he proposed to take Zhao Xian under his wing, perhaps a portion of the money earned through hunting would have been shared with their family. As far as he knew, both Zhao Lada and old Zhao felt similarly remorseful. Zhao Lada, leveraging his position as Zhao Xian's uncle, attempted to demand money from him, only to be rebuffed for not being part of the same family. Later, old Zhao approached Zhao Xian in his capacity as a grandfather and was, in contrast, granted some financial assistance. However, on the following day, Zhao Zhun was ensnared in a sack. From that moment onward, the Zhao family refrained from coveting the wealth in Zhao Xian's possession. The original owner held little recollection of this cousin after her arrival in this world. She had not engaged in any dialogue with Zhao Xian, leading her to overlook such a promising individual. This cousin was not an ordinary person. He surpassed Zhao Zhun in capability. Regrettably, his reclusive nature made him difficult to associate with. Zhao Qiuwen pondered, considering that her so-called stepfather was Zhao Xian's paternal uncle, and she herself was Zhao Xian's direct cousin. Their family would not scheme against Zhao Xian's wealth as the Zhao Zhan family did. If she treated Zhao Xian with a modicum of kindness and approached him as a relative, perhaps it could ease their relationship. By winning Zhao Xian over, she would gain an ally for the future. It seemed that Zhao Xian had vanished. He was no longer present in the village, nor could he be found in the county town. Months later, Zhao Qiuwen finally confirmed that Zhao Xian had departed, leaving her in uncertainty about his whereabouts. With a sigh of regret, she lamented the loss of a potential helper. Where had Zhao Xian gone? He had enlisted in the military. In this game, his biological father, the Duke of Qi, was a formidable figure within the army, wielding substantial military power. However, the troops under his command were stationed in the northwest, while Zhao Xian had ventured to the southeastern coast. This region was plagued by pirates, and numerous small overseas nations eyed the central plains with avarice. Armed conflict was prevalent there, making it relatively easy to earn military merit. Zhao Xian aspired to attain a status that would allow him to stand on equal footing with the Duke of Qi through his military achievements. When the truth of his identity was ultimately revealed, he desired not to be the one scrutinized and critiqued by the Duke's household, but rather to be the one discerning and challenging them. The young master has always occupied a lofty position, disdainful of others while never being scorned himself. Possessing formidable martial prowess and an understanding of military strategy from texts such as the 36 Stratagems, Sun Tzu's Art of War, Wei Liaozi, and the records of military training by Qi Jiguang, he thrived during the First World War, effortlessly achieving military accolades, as if sipping water. Not only did he garner personal glory, but he also led his comrades to triumph, earning immense popularity within the ranks. From a humble soldier, the young master has risen to the rank of major, commanding hundreds under his leadership. He primarily employs Qi Jiguang's training methods, supplemented by modern military techniques, resulting in an exceptionally powerful contingent, surpassing even the finest elite units. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, those short-sighted small nations dared to unite and launch an assault on the Central Plains, a blatant overreach of their capabilities. Zhao Xian, accompanied by his brothers, entered the battlefield with unstoppable momentum, causing the enemy to flee in terror at the mere mention of his name. Just when victory seemed imminent, their commander met an untimely demise, and under remarkably disgraceful circumstances, slain in his bed by none other than his own favored concubine, a spy from the distant nation of Qixing. The commander fell victim to the allure of beauty, carelessly losing his life. This was not an isolated incident. Several high-ranking generals also succumbed to the treachery of these beautiful spies sent by Qixing. Although these seductresses ultimately perished, the significant loss of senior military leaders led to a near collapse of the entire army. Zhao Xian, however, did not spare them. He, along with his subordinates, marched directly to the homeland of the Qianxiang Kingdom, capturing its queen and transforming the territory into a province of the Central Plains. The emperor received the good news with great delight, rewarding Zhao Xian for his achievements, thus bestowing upon him the title of Duke of Jinghai. That year, Zhao Xian was merely 20 years of age, and the main storyline of the game was just about to commence. Chapter 82. The young master enters the child exchange game. The streets of the capital were bustling with excitement as the citizens poured out of their homes, gathering along the sides of the road to welcome the newly conferred Duke of Jinghai. This duke was nothing short of legendary. Born into a farming family and orphaned at a young age, he had no one to guide him and was compelled to join the military for survival. Rising through the ranks from a lowly foot soldier, he achieved commendable military success, ultimately becoming the commander of the entire southeastern army in less than a decade, even toppling a kingdom and being granted the title of duke for his valor. At merely 20 years of age, he was in the prime of his youth and as yet unmarried. Had the emperor's daughter not already been wed, she would undoubtedly have sought him as her husband. In a tavern on the street, in a private room on the second floor, a man and a woman gazed out the window while engaging in conversation. "Oh, this Duke of Jinghai has emerged so suddenly, making life difficult for us young people in the capital," the man lamented. "My father speaks of the Duke incessantly, seeming to wish that the Duke were his own son. I had hoped to forge a friendship with this youthful hero, but now I find I do not even wish to see him." The woman gently reassured him, "You are not inferior to the Duke, you know. At such a young age, you have already become a Jinshi candidate, and you will soon participate in the imperial examination. I am certain you will succeed. Which of the young nobles in the capital can compare to this achievement? The Duke merely speaks of it, yet deep down, he must feel a sense of pride in your accomplishments, does he not?" The young man, feeling reassured, pondered for a moment and nodded. "Indeed, My father takes great pride in having a scholarly individual emerge from our noble lineage. As the two conversed, a commotion arose below. It was the arrival of the Duke of Jinghai. Following the gaze of the crowd, they beheld a remarkably handsome young man seated atop a magnificent steed. His demeanor exuded nobility and elegance, coupled with an aura of authority. His visage rivaled that of Pan and or Songyu, leaving the onlookers utterly mesmerized. In the next instant, women began to emit delighted shrieks, tossing handkerchiefs and flowers towards the handsome youth, while some even threw jewelry and golden hairpins, succumbing to an overwhelming frenzy. The women in the tavern, upon glimpsing his breathtaking beauty, momentarily lost their composure. How striking! He is the most handsome man she has encountered since arriving in this world. Alas, it is a pity that their paths crossed too late, for she had already found a man she adored. She glanced at the man beside her. Although he was also quite handsome, he paled in comparison to the one below. Sigh, why couldn't he be a touch more attractive? She remarked to the man, the essence of a man lies not in his appearance, but in his talents. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition crossed her eyes. The young man noticed this and inquired, "What is it?" She replied, "I find the Duke of Jinghai somewhat familiar." Initially, she was captivated by his beauty. Now, as she observed him with a calmer demeanor, she felt an inexplicable sense of having seen that face before. Suddenly, a tender yet grimy face emerged in her mind. The exquisite features of that face overlapped with those of the Duke of Jinghai. The woman eagerly inquired of the man beside her, "Do you know the name of the Duke of Jinghai?" The man, instead of answering, retorted, "What piques your interest in the Duke of Jinghai? Surely you haven't been captivated by that pretty boy?" His tone bore a hint of displeasure. The woman swiftly discerned his thoughts and gently caressed his hand, explaining, "I find this person strangely familiar. He resembles my cousin, who has been away from home for nearly a decade." Cousin? The man recalled that the Duke of Jinghai also bore the surname Zhao and had joined the military at a young age. "Could he truly be your cousin?" he asked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. If the woman was indeed the Duke's elder cousin, the matter of their identities would be far simpler, as his mother would surely not oppose his marrying her. The woman quickly added, "Is it true that the Duke of Jinghai is named Zhao? Is his name Zhao Xian?" The man widened his eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Indeed, his name is Zhao Xian." The woman, known as Zhao Qiuwen, never anticipated that the cousin who had once felt invisible in the Zhao family would rise to become a great general and a duke. She had thought herself the most formidable in the Zhao family, being a transmigrator. Yet here was Zhao Xian. Was she not the protagonist, but rather he? Had she unwittingly entered a male-centric narrative? Zhao Qiuwen contemplated this notion. In a time when tales of transmigration were rampant, particularly those featuring the rise of the underdog, she did not truly consider herself the heroine, proceeding with caution and eschewing any presumptuousness typical of a transmigrator. Now that my cousin has achieved such prominence, wouldn't it be appropriate for them to visit and acknowledge their kinship? They don't expect him to provide for them or bestow advantages, but merely for him not to deny their familial connection. This would essentially grant her family a bulwark of support in the capital, deterring anyone from targeting the Zhao family's business. Furthermore, her marriage to Duanmu Ku would proceed more smoothly. Zhao Qiuwen glanced up at Duanmu Ku, who happened to be looking at her as well. Their eyes met, confirming their shared understanding. Duanmu Ku said to Zhao Qiuwen, "I will remain vigilant for any news regarding Zhao Xian." Duanmu Ku inquired, "Aren't you relatives? How could Zhao Xian possibly bar you from his residence?" Zhao Qiuwen sighed. In the past, she attributed all the blame to the Zhao family's eldest branch, portraying her own family as entirely innocent. However, it was true that the majority of the mistreatment Zhao Xian endured came from the eldest branch and the elders of the Zhao family. The second branch had not actively mistreated Zhao Xian, but rather remained indifferent. Duanmu Ku reassured her, "Presumably, Zhao Xian will not deny you entry. Even if he harbors resentment, it would be directed towards the eldest branch. As long as you adopt a sincere demeanor, Zhao Xian should accept you. After all, family is of paramount importance, and Zhao Xian cannot remain entirely isolated. You are his closest kin. Elevating your status would also benefit him." Zhao Qiuwen was not intimately familiar with the ancient concept of clan lineage, but Duanmu Ku was. After enlightening Zhao Qiuwen on the matter, she became filled with confidence regarding the prospect of acknowledging their kinship. In her mind, Zhao Xian was also a man of ancient values, who undoubtedly placed great importance on clan lineage and would surely recognize them as his relatives. Zhao Qiuwen could hardly fathom that Zhao Xian was no ordinary individual from ancient times. He was a player of extraordinary status, even surpassing her own. Did Zhao Xian entertain the notion of ancient clan values? How absurd. The young master only recognized his sect, remaining oblivious to the concept of clans. In Chapter 83, the young master entered the world of the child-swapping game. His son was destined to be the heir of the duke's residence. The heir, Master Duanmu Tsong, was indeed thriving. Already blessed with 2 legitimate sons, the noble title would never fall to his younger brother. Moreover, the son was exceptionally talented. Having achieved the status of a scholar at such a tender age, with the imperial examination within his grasp, such an outstanding young man, with a prestigious lineage, could easily marry a princess. How could he possibly wed a lowly girl without any social standing? Thus, the Shi family resolutely opposed their son marrying Zhao Qiuwen, even going so far as to send individuals to deal with her. However, aside from her acquaintance with the noble Duanmu Ku, Zhao Qiuwen had also made the acquaintance of a certain prince. With the prince's backing, the Shi family's attempts were thwarted, and they found themselves sent to the coal mines for labor. That incident resulted in significant losses for the Shi family, instilling in them a fear of recklessly targeting Zhao Qiuwen again. As for why Zhao Qiuwen, despite knowing the prince, did not choose to become his consort, but instead paired with Duanmu Ku, it was simply because the prince already had a legitimate wife, and Zhao Qiuwen had no desire to be a concubine. Mother, Qiuwen is the cousin of the newly appointed Duke of Jinghai. This status is sufficiently elevated, is it not? Does that not make her a suitable match for my son? Duanmu Ku happily conveyed to the Shi family. The Shi family was astonished. Could it be that this crow truly had a chance to become a phoenix? Mother, my heart belongs solely to Qiuwen. All I desire is to marry her. Please, grant your approval. Faced with such a heartfelt plea from his son, Shi could only acquiesce in the end. Indeed, the title of Duke Jinghai held considerable weight. Overjoyed, Duanmu Ku hurried to seek out Zhao Qiuwen, contemplating a visit to Duke Jinghai Zhao Xian together with the Zhao family's second branch. Meanwhile, within the residence of the Duke of Qi, Shi broached the subject of the marriage between Duanmu Ku and Zhao Qiuwen. Upon learning that Zhao Qiuwen was a cousin of Duke Jinghai, the Duke of Qi immediately consented. At present, Duke Jinghai was the most sought-after figure in the court, and many desired to cultivate a relationship with him, but found it elusive. With such a connection at hand, it was imperative to hold on to it tightly. In high spirits, the Duke of Qi, on a whim that very evening, ventured into the quarters of a certain concubine he had not visited in ages. However, it was not long before he stormed out of the room in a fit of rage, while the concubine within had tragically met her demise by colliding with a pillar. As the lady of the house, Shi felt compelled to ascertain the nature of the events that had transpired. The maids and servants were unaware of what had occurred inside, leaving Shi no choice but to question one of the involved parties, the Duke of Qi. The Duke's countenance was exceedingly grim, and the look he cast upon Shi sent a shiver down her spine. Your Grace? What? How could this be? Shi exclaimed in disbelief. The Duke replied, before her death, Zhang instructed that she had orchestrated a revenge against you for causing her miscarriage. At the time of your childbirth, she swapped your newborn with the child of a peasant family who had just given birth. For all these years, the child we have raised as our own is the offspring of that peasant family, while our true son has been reared in their household. Impossible, Shi gasped, utterly unable to accept this harrowing revelation. Duanmu Ku was raised with utmost care, embodying excellence and pride. So how could it be that he is no longer regarded as her son? Yet, the truth remains as such. Upon uttering these words, Zhang succumbed to despair and ended her life, leaving no room for doubt about her sincerity. The Duke of Qi wiped his face, overwhelmed by his dismal emotions. No, Shi could not accept the grim reality and vehemently opposed it. My husband, having erred for 2 decades, why not simply embrace the mistake? Can we not pretend this incident never transpired? What she desired was a son of distinction to secure the Duke's estate, not the offspring of a lowly farmer. The Duke of Qi shook his head. He too wished to forget the occurrence, yet it was not feasible. Shi wept. I do not care. My son is only Ku, and I shall not acknowledge another as my child. The Duke reassured her. Rest assured, Ku shall remain our son. His thoughts were well considered and far-reaching. Shi ceased her tears, recognizing that her husband's idea was indeed the best course of action at present. Through her sobs, she acquiesced. I shall heed your wishes. Yet, she could not suppress another outburst of grief, mourning the irrevocable severance of her ties to the Duke's lineage. Unaware of Shi's ulterior motives, the Duke believed she was simply grappling with the harsh truth and sighed softly, offering rare words of comfort. Shi had not experienced such tender solace from her husband in a long time. resting her head upon his chest, her emotions a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. After what felt like an eternity, Shur finally ceased her lamentations, instructing her maid to fetch water for a cleansing wash. The couple composed themselves and sat together once more to deliberate their future. Indeed, I shall make the necessary arrangements, she assured him. Shur contemplated the matter of marriage that Duanmu had discussed with her. In light of recent events, Zhao Qiuan's status appeared to be a perfect match for Duanmu. With the presence of the esteemed Jinghai Marquis as a brother-in-law, Duanmu's standing within the Duanmu family would remain unblemished, even if he were not of their bloodline. The Duke, it seems, should now attend to Ker's matrimonial arrangements, she mused. The Duke of Qi responded with an affirmative hum, inquiring, Madam, do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Chapter 84. The little master uncle enters the child exchange game. Do you have any promising candidates, madam? The Duke of Qi pondered the matrimonial prospects of his two sons, feeling overwhelmed. Previously, Duanmu's marriage was of little concern, as he had the freedom to choose whomever he desired. However, the situation had now become quite complex. Setting aside other considerations, one could not ignore Duanmu's appearance. Surely, it was merely a day of confusion. Would families still be inclined to marry off their esteemed daughters to Duanmu under such circumstances? It seemed unlikely. One feared that securing suitable brides for both sons would prove challenging, making it difficult to find daughters from reputable families. On the farmer's side, if the conditions for the prospective bride's family were lowered, it would still be feasible to marry a daughter from a 6th or 7th rank official's household. Yet, the thought of Duanmu marrying a daughter from a minor official's family felt like a disservice to him in the eyes of the Duke of Qi. Fortunately, Shur proposed an excellent candidate, the daughter of the Zhao family. Do not dismiss my suggestion just yet. Allow me to finish, she urged. The Zhao family is indeed connected to the Jinghai Marquis, as Zhao Qiuan is his cousin. The Duke's eyes brightened at this revelation. Is Zhao Qiuan truly a cousin to Zhao Xian? Indeed, Shur affirmed eagerly. Kuer has already inquired with Zhao Qiuan before I sought a matchmaker to approach the Zhao family for a marriage proposal. Otherwise, how could he, as the second son of a foreign noble family, possibly marry the daughter of a peasant? In this regard, Kuer was quite discerning. Good. The Duke of Qi exclaimed twice, his previous displeasure dissipating considerably upon hearing this favorable news, urging the Shur family to promptly find a suitable matchmaker. Shur smiled in response, yet her heart remained deeply unsettled. She could not help but feel a surge of disdain for her own son, even cursing in her heart for the child to perish swiftly, wishing for a conclusion to this matter, so as not to be a nuisance in her presence, nor disrupt the current standing of the noble household. Zhao Qiuan was oblivious to the happenings within the Duke's residence. She was blissfully envisioning her future. With a cousin who would become a marquis backing her and a husband from the noble family, her business would flourish, leading her to the pinnacle of life. Miss, the matchmaker has come to propose, a maid exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Qiuan sprang to her feet and dashed towards the reception hall, hiding behind a screen in the hall. She listened as the matchmaker extolled the virtues of the prospective groom. Zhao Qiuan's cheeks flushed crimson, a smile gracing her lips. Who is this Master Zhang? Wait, who exactly is this Master Zhang mentioned by the matchmaker? Zhao Qiuan could no longer afford to be shy. She stepped out from behind the screen and addressed the matchmaker. I appreciate your efforts, Mrs. Qian, but you must know well what kind of person this Master Zhang from Guangxi truly is. I advise you to act with integrity in your dealings, for the sake of accumulating virtue, lest you face dire consequences in the afterlife. With that, she commanded her servants to expel the matchmaker from the Zhao household. That man from Guangxi who, despite losing his wife, still dallies with his own cousin, dares to think of marrying again. What a fantasy. Father, mother, please do not allow any matchmaker to cross our threshold in the future. Zhao Qiuan expressed her pent-up frustration to Zhao Laer and his wife. She had initially assumed the matchmaker was sent by the Duanmu family. Speaking of which, the Duanmu family's pace is rather sluggish, isn't it? Just as Zhao Qiuan had expelled the matchmaker from the Zhao household, the matchmaker, Sun, was already ushered into the Shur's courtyard by servants of the Duke's residence. As Shur was about to converse with Sun, the Duke of Qi hurriedly entered the courtyard. Your Grace. Shur quickly rose to greet him, startled by the anxious look on his face, and asked, What has happened? The Duke's gaze fell upon the matchmaker's son, and he inquired, Is this the matchmaker? Sun hurriedly performed her greetings. The Duke responded, There are matters at home that require my attention. The affairs of marriage can wait. You have made an unnecessary trip. He ordered, from the Lai family, give this matchmaker 5 taels of silver and escort her out of the residence. An elderly matron immediately stepped forward to gesture for Sun to leave. Sun, unaware of the happenings at the Duke's residence, dared not linger and hastily followed the servant out. The Duke waved his hand, and all the attendants exited the room. Sure, anxious, asked, Your Grace, what is the matter? What has transpired? Recalling that the Duke had sent someone to investigate their biological son a few days prior, she inquired, Has something happened to that child? Upon hearing this question, the Duke's anxious expression faded, replaced by excitement. Madam, do you know what our child's name is? She shook her head, pondering how she could possibly know the name of that farmer's son. Surely it must be something as trivial as Dog Dan or Dogsy. The Duke of Qi, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Our child is named Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian? The name sounded rather appealing. Shi smiled, perplexed by the Duke's enthusiasm. Could it be that the farmer's son has somehow caught the Duke's favor? Observing Shi's bewilderment, the Duke hastily explained. Eager to share his joy with her, the Marquis of Jing'ai is named Zhao Xian. I had someone investigate. The Marquis hails from XX village. And he is indeed our son. Shi gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Her biological son was not a mere farmer, but a marquis? What need had she to scheme for the Duke's household? It would be splendid to be the matriarch of a marquis's estate. As Shi envisioned the splendor of the Marquis of Jing'ai, she contemplated her own future glory. With such a high-ranking and formidable son, surely the Duke of Qi would have to curry favor with her in the future, wouldn't he? Just look at his current expression. He appeared utterly elated. Indeed, the Duke of Qi was beside himself with joy. He had expected to have a son of little merit, yet instead, he was blessed with an exceptionally capable and promising marquis. Heaven had truly favored him. Truly, the descendants of the Duanmu family are remarkable. Even when raised in the countryside, they possess the heart of a warrior, destined to achieve great deeds and live up to their ancestors' expectations. The Duke of Qi laughed heartily. Duanmu had been cast aside in her thoughts, as her mind was now consumed with how to win over and please her biological son Zhao Xian, hoping for his filial devotion. After the Duke of Qi finished laughing, he spoke with a sense of relief. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. You have yet to send a matchmaker to propose to the Zhao family. In Chapter 85, as the Duke of Qi expressed his fortune in arriving promptly, Shi's mind raced. She recalled that Zhao Xian and Zhao Qiuwen were nominally cousins, which meant that Duanmu Ku and Zhao Qiuwen were, in reality, also cousins. The thought of a potential union between Duanmu Ku and Zhao Qiuwen sent a chill down her spine, and she felt a wave of gratitude that the Duke had intervened. Voices from outside announced the arrival of the second young master, prompting a meaningful glance between the Duke and Shi. The Duke suggested, This is an opportune moment to reveal the truth to Kur. Shi nodded in agreement, recognizing that having another outstanding son would solidify her husband's status. Therefore, Duanmu Ku held significant importance in Shi's heart, and many considerations revolved around him. Duanmu Ku was undoubtedly coming to inquire about his marriage with Zhao Qiuwen. To prevent him from thinking that Shi opposed their union out of dislike for Zhao Qiuwen, it would be best to disclose the actual circumstances to him directly. When Duanmu Ku learned that Shi had summoned a matchmaker to the household, he felt a surge of happiness and rushed to her courtyard to gather information. However, he was met with the stern expressions of his parents, leaving him feeling increasingly anxious. Then, he heard something shocking. He and Zhao Qiuwen were cousins? He was actually a child of the Zhao family? Their identities had been swapped at birth? Unable to accept this revelation, Duanmu Ku shouted in disbelief and fled. Shi, filled with concern, hurriedly summoned a servant to pursue him. As Duanmu Ku dashed away with remarkable speed, by the time the people pursued him out of the Duke's mansion, he had already vanished from sight. The Duke of Qi commanded, Go to the Zhao residence and search for him. It is highly likely that Kutter has gone to seek Zhao Qiuwen. The servants hurried to the Zhao household, and upon arriving at the entrance, they inquired with the doorman, who confirmed that Duanmu Ku was indeed there to find their young lady. Duanmu Ku's eyes were bloodshot, as if on the verge of shedding tears. I dared not impede him. He rushed past me like a gust of wind, entering the inner courtyard to look for our young mistress. Inside, upon hearing Duanmu Ku's frantic shouts, Zhao Qiuwen was left in utter bewilderment. What was happening? The golden son-in-law she had so meticulously chosen turned out to be her cousin? What did this signify? Were lovers destined to become siblings in this world? Clutching her chest, Zhao Qiuwen contemplated whether to faint, but her robust health rendered her incapable of doing so. Duan Muke's voice attracted the attention of Zhao Laosan's family, who soon grasped the implications of his words and were equally astonished. Zhao Laosan felt relieved, thinking how fortunate it was that the engagement between Qiuwen and Duanmu Gongzi had not materialized. However, he soon lamented, "Does this mean we cannot go to the Jinghai Marquis's residence to claim our kinship?" Zhao Laosan's worries deepened as he fretted, "What shall become of Qiuwen's marriage?" The neighbors are all aware that she was to wed the second son of the Duke of Qi. Now that the match has fallen through, her reputation will surely suffer immensely. Zhao Laosan's concerns reached the ears of Zhao Er's wife, who proposed, "What if we let Zhao Xian marry our Qiuwen? After all, is he not the second young master of the Duanmu family?" Zhao Laosan's eyes brightened at this suggestion. It was indeed a clever idea. However, they had not considered whether Zhao Xian would even be willing to marry their daughter. Did they presume that Zhao Xian would grant them leniency merely on the basis of a former kinship? The answer, unequivocally, was no. Neither the house of the Duke of Qi nor the Zhao family would receive any preferential treatment from Zhao Xian. When faced with the Duke of Qi's people approaching him to acknowledge familial ties, and the second master Zhao's family attempting to cultivate a relationship, Zhao Xian's response was uniformly to refuse an audience. He harbored a profound aversion to managing such vexations. He accessed the task interface, observing that the primary mission of the initial stage was 80% complete. In light of this, what purpose was served by remaining in this place? In this type of game, a mere 60% sufficed for qualification. He harbored no desire to linger for the sake of acknowledging his ancestors. Whether it involved harmonious relations with the Duke's house and the Zhao family, or the act of rebuking these individuals, he held no interest. He relinquished the remaining 20% of completion. He held no regard for the notion of a perfect conclusion. The junior master uncle directly submitted the application to conclude this stage, pressing the button to advance to the second stage. The surroundings of the junior master uncle underwent a dramatic transformation. He awoke within a small chamber, though he was not recumbent upon a bed, but rather upon a floor covered with matting. The room's decor evoked in the junior master uncle recollections of interior design styles he had encountered in certain foreign television programs. Recalling that the seminal work in the genre of the genuine and imitation science originated from a minor nation, a disquieting notion arose within the junior master uncle's mind. Could he have been transported into this drama? Nay, impossible. The drama concerned the exchange of identities between genuine and imitation daughters, not sons. He had established his gender upon entering the game, and he would not be subjected to a transformation into a woman. The young master propped himself up and surveyed the room. Noting that its decor could not be more reminiscent of the impoverished households portrayed in the dramas of minor nations, he hastily opened the game interface to review his current character profile, exhaling in relief. Fortunately, it was not one of those love stories where the sky's hue mirrored that of the protagonist's feelings. The player character remained Zhao Xian, and henceforth, whenever he engaged in this role-playing game, he would use the name Zhao Xian, sparing the need to elaborate on his origins from the land of the morning calm. Zhao Xian was indeed a genuine young master. His uncle was the chairman of a significant conglomerate, and his father a professor, holding shares in the family business. Thus the family enjoyed both wealth and social standing. Yet, they had still suffered the misfortune of having Zhao Xian mistakenly placed with a family of destitution. Much like the previous level of the game, Zhao Xian's adoptive parents had perished in a car accident, leaving behind an elderly mother and a child barely a year old. However, the locals held little belief in Zhao's grandmother's purported supernatural abilities, resulting in her business floundering, as she could only occasionally deceive tourists who ventured into the area. After absorbing this information, Zhao Xian exited the room and stepped outside. The scene before him revealed a narrow and filthy alleyway, flanked by dilapidated and chaotic houses. The only words to aptly describe the view were poverty and filth. Such was the nature of the slum. Just as Zhao Xian stepped out, he narrowly avoided being splashed by a bucket of dirty water, deftly evading it while exclaiming, "And Han, please aim before you throw." And Han, unrepentant, retorted, "Whose fault is it for standing in front of my door?" In response, Zhao Xian picked up a stone and hurled it at Aunt Han's doorframe, saying, "Am I to blame?" Chapter 86. The young master enters the child-switching game 9. Zhao Xian. Is it my fault? Aunt Han no longer dared to utter a word, and the door of their home had been securely shut from the inside. In truth, no one in this vicinity would dare to provoke Zhao Xian. He was notorious in the area as a troublemaker, excelling not in studies but as the champion of brawls, frequently associating with a band of delinquents. Many whispered in hushed tones that Zhao Xian was bound to end up in prison one day. The young master scoffed, hands buried deep in his pockets. As he sauntered away with a swagger reminiscent of characters he had observed in a film titled Young and Dangerous, which had proven quite entertaining. Not long after Zhao Xian had taken a few steps, he heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he spotted a chubby boy and a slender one racing towards him. The game panel displayed their profiles. They were his frequent companions. The plump and Cheng Kai and the lean Jin Xiaoyuan. "Ah Xian, hurry up, let us go beat someone up," the slender boy exclaimed as he reached Zhao Xian, tugging him along. Zhao Xian furrowed his brow, pulling his hand away to inquire, "Beat up whom?" Jin Xiaoyuan replied, "Let us take on the guy who hit Uncle Park and refuses to take responsibility." Zhao Xian. Through their words, Zhao Xian subtly gleaned the identity of Uncle Park and the circumstances surrounding the incident. Uncle Park was the father of his friend, Park Saiki. A couple of days prior, while leaving home, he had been struck by a vehicle. However, the owner of the car denied any accountability and offered no compensation. With Uncle Park being the sole breadwinner, the family's financial support had been abruptly severed, leaving them uncertain about how they would manage in the days to come. Through the account provided by Uncle Park, Park Jae-sik was able to locate the individual responsible for injuring him that day. However, that person was exceedingly arrogant, not only denying the accusation but also assaulting Park Jae-sik. Upon learning of this, his friends were incensed and rallied together, determined to seek vengeance for Park Jae-sik. Zhao Haiyan, upon encountering his companions, noted the presence of not only On Song-chul, Kim Seo-won, and Park Jae-sik, but also Choi Kwang-eun and Ryu Si-hui. The 6 youths, of similar ages and backgrounds, had all abandoned their studies, spending their days wandering the streets, regarded as the neighborhood's delinquents. In truth, who wishes to be a delinquent? It is the most fruitless of pursuits. Yet, these young souls, too immature to engage in academia and unable to secure employment, found themselves with no choice but to embrace this path of mischief. "To hell with it," Ryu Si-hui declared, seizing a brick, his demeanor fierce as he prepared to confront the individual who had harmed Uncle Park. "Stop right there," Zhao Haiyan intervened, halting Ryu Si-hui and the others trailing behind him. "Damn it, these ruffians rely solely on brute force to resolve conflicts, neglecting to employ their intellect. Sooner or later, they will end up in prison, just as the impoverished folks in the slums whisper among themselves." "Why are you stopping us, Sahayan? Aren't you usually the most eager to fight?" inquired the chubby On Song-chul, sensing something amiss with his friends today. "You fools, your actions will only exacerbate the situation," Zhao Haiyan reproached, delivering a light thump to each of his companions. "Uncle Park is currently recuperating, and the Park family relies on Park Jae-sik for support. Should anything unfortunate befall Park Jae-sik again, what would become of Aunt Park and Little Park Rory? Uncle Park is unable to recover properly," Slim Kim Soo-won remarked. "What could possibly happen to Park Jae-sik?" Zhao Haiyan countered, "If you go about assaulting others, do you not think they would report it to the authorities?" Choi Kwang-eun declared, "The police would never apprehend us." Zhao Haiyan retorted, "Do you truly believe the police are mere decorations? It is utterly improbable that they would fail to catch you." Park Jae-sik, sulking, added, "That scoundrel collided with my father, yet the police did not detain him." Zhao Haiyan explained, "That was due to the lack of evidence. At the moment Uncle Park was struck, there were no other witnesses present. Thus, the police could not take action against that individual. However, should you engage in violence, your motives are all too apparent, and it would be astonishing if the police did not apprehend you." The stout and Song Chai interjected, "Why do you keep saying you and you? Are you not one of us?" Zhao Haiyan affirmed, "I am indeed with you, but I shall not partake in any violence." The remaining companions wore expressions of utter astonishment. Was this truly the Zhao Haiyan they knew? And Song Chai asked, "You must not be Zhao Haiyan's twin brother, right?" Zhao Haiyan rolled his eyes. "Indeed, it is I?" Kim Soo-won inquired. "Then why are you acting so strangely today? Aren't you usually the first to leap into a fight?" Zhao Haiyan placed his hands behind his back, gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, and assumed an air of enlightenment. "Because I have transcended." "The group of friends?" Zhao Xian coughed twice and remarked, "Yesterday, I watched a film from Huaxiao Port City and gleaned a wealth of knowledge from it. I discovered that even those who lead a life of delinquency can achieve success, provided they possess intellect. It is essential to ponder deeply when faced with challenges, rather than resorting solely to violence. One must employ strategy." His companions responded with confusion. The rotund Shen Kai inquired, "What movie did you watch, a Xian?" Zhao Xian replied, "The film is titled Gangster." Jin Xiaoyuan remarked, "That sounds somewhat familiar." Chui Guangyan added, "I know it. It was previously screened in theaters, but since we were short on funds, we didn't go to see it. Zhao Xian was taken aback. Is there actually a series of films in this game world? Lu Cixi suggested. The video rental store should have that film. We can rent a tape to watch. Everyone turned their gaze towards Park Jae-sik, the only one with a projector. Park Jae-sik, with wide eyes, declared, "If you help me deal with some people, I will lend you the projector." The group responded eagerly, "Let's go, let's go, let's hurry and take care of it." Zhao Xian was incensed, kicking several individuals to the ground. Was my advice in vain? Do you all wish to end up in prison playing mahjong? And you, Park Jae-sik? Do you not fear that your own situation will worsen for your parents and sister? Park Jae-sik shouted back, "What do you suggest I do? If he were truly capable, he wouldn't be fixated on violence alone." The rotund Shinkai circled Zhao Xian twice and remarked, "I still believe you are Zhao Xian's twin brother." Zhao Xian raised a middle finger at Shinkai and scoffed, "I have merely had an epiphany." Jin Xiaoyuan, now that Zhao Xiantong has gained insight, what should we do next? Zhao Xian, naturally, we must gather evidence to prove that the individual harmed Uncle Park, then present it to the police and demand compensation for Uncle Park, medical expenses, lost wages, nutritional costs, and emotional distress. Altogether, we should aim for a sum of 50 million. 50 million? The group of youths stammered in disbelief. To them, that figure seemed astronomical. Yet Zhao Xian remained unfazed. 50 million Korean won, when converted to Chinese currency, amounts to merely a little over 111,000. Hardly a staggering sum. Chapter 87. The young master enters the child exchange game world. Park Jae-sik swallowed hard and inquired, Xian, can we truly secure such a sum? 50 million. With that amount, my father's leg could continue to receive treatment, and we wouldn't need to worry about living expenses. Zhao Xian, brimming with confidence, replied, as long as you all heed my guidance, we can achieve it. Park Jae-sik, we will definitely follow your lead. And Shinkai, what steps should we take to gather evidence? Choi Kwang-un, is it even possible for us to find it? Zhao Xian, of course it is. Come, I shall lead you to where we can find the evidence. Zhao Xian took the group of youths to the street where Uncle Park had been struck by the vehicle. This street was not secluded. It boasted a large supermarket alongside several other shops. The reason no one witnessed Uncle Park's accident was that it occurred around 4 in the morning, when the street was naturally devoid of people. However, the absence of witnesses does not imply that the perpetrator can evade justice. While there were no surveillance cameras outside the stores, it is inconceivable that a large supermarket would lack such security measures. Zhao Xian, accompanied by his companions, approached the supermarket manager to request access to the surveillance footage. Initially, the manager resisted, but Zhao Xian threatened to station themselves at the supermarket entrance daily, asserting that their unruly appearance would deter customers from entering. Ultimately, the manager capitulated, granting them access to the footage. Indeed, the surveillance captured the moment a vehicle passed by the supermarket entrance. Zhao Xian seized the footage and departed with his friends, who were exuberant at having obtained this evidence, believing that it would compel the reckless driver to confess. Yet, Zhao Xian acknowledged that more evidence was necessary to ensure a decisive case. They needed to eliminate any opportunity for the offender to evade responsibility. Where shall we go now? Inquired Lu Cixi, bubbling with excitement, inadvertently regarding Zhao Xian as their leader. His other companions, too, began to place their trust in Zhao Xian, viewing him as their guiding force. To the car wash, Zhao Xian replied. At the car wash, they uncovered records indicating that the culprit had washed his vehicle following the accident, revealing traces of blood on the car. This evidence, coupled with the supermarket's surveillance footage, was sufficient to substantiate that the offender had indeed committed hit and run. Zhao Xian and his companions presented their findings to the police, who subsequently apprehended the suspect. The individual was compelled to acknowledge his transgressions. In a bid to avoid incarceration, he compensated Uncle Park with a substantial sum, exceeding the 50 million previously mentioned by Zhao Xian by an additional 10 million. Uncle Park expressed profound gratitude towards Zhao Xian and his companions. Upon receiving the funds, he distributed 100,000 each to Chunkai and the others, while Zhao Xian personally gifted 200,000. Zhao Xian accepted this with a clear conscience, encouraging his friends to do the same, as they had all exerted considerable effort. Such rewards were well-deserved. Kimchi, plain rice, and seaweed soup. Grandma, let us buy some meat and fresh vegetables. Eating kimchi every day is not healthy, Zhao Xian remarked to his grandmother, genuinely discontent with the meager fare. His greatest passion was food, The allure of these games lay not only in their entertainment value, but also in the immersive experience of indulging in exquisite cuisine. Now, being forced to consume food reminiscent of swine feed was unbearable for him. His grandmother, a commendable elder, despite the demands of her work that limited their time together, genuinely cherished her grandson, always prioritizing his needs over her own. Zhao Xian pondered how she would react upon discovering the truth. Would her affection for him remain unwavering? Or would her attention shift entirely to her biological grandson? Reaching into his pocket, Zhao Xian retrieved 200,000 and presented it to his grandmother. "Grandma, this is for your living expenses. Feel free to use it." Grandma Zhao widened her eyes in astonishment. "Where did you acquire such a large sum?" "Grandma, you've misunderstood." Zhao Xian quickly reassured her. "This money is a reward from Park Jae-sik's father." "A reward? What kind of reward? Wasn't Park Yongjun injured in a car accident?" "The family's finances are insufficient for his treatment, leaving no funds for your remuneration." Grandma Zhao does not believe Zhao Xian's words. "After all, we helped Uncle Park capture the perpetrator who hit him and secured compensation." Zhao Xian briefly recounted the assistance provided to Park in his time of need. Upon hearing this, Grandma Zhao was overjoyed. "I knew my grandson possessed remarkable abilities. He is not the aimless scoundrel that others claim him to be." Humph. She is well aware of how they disparage her grandson behind her back. Grandma Zhao tucked away the 200,000 yuan and cheerfully told Zhao Xian, "Tomorrow, I shall purchase some pork belly to grill for you, and I will also buy some ribs to simmer in a seaweed soup." 200,000 yuan is ample to sustain both of them for 3 months, allowing for a meat dish every other day. Grandma Zhao smiled, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. "Grandma believes in you." The next day, Zhao Xian's friends eagerly gathered around him, excitedly sharing how they had given 100,000 yuan to their parents, who praised them for it. It is worth noting that their parents had not complimented them in quite some time. Their younger siblings now looked at them with admiration. They felt that this moment marked the pinnacle of their lives. Zhao Xian chuckled. "How many years have you lived? And you consider this your peak moment? What will it be when you earn even more money in the future?" The chubby and Chunkai remarked, "With Zhao Xian, there is always meat to eat." They would follow him from now on. The others readily agreed. Park Jae-sik moved his projector into Zhao Xian's room, claiming it was a gift for Zhao, allowing him to watch recordings whenever he desired. Zhao Xian gazed at the cumbersome machine, grimacing at its unsightly appearance and poor quality, convinced he could assemble a better one himself. Lu Sihui produced a disc of The Young and Dangerous, inviting everyone to join in the viewing. Chapter 88. The young master enters the game world. Zhao Xian yawned, feeling bored. Although the storyline of The Young and Dangerous was decent, he had already seen it once and lacked the enthusiasm to watch it again. As he dozed off, the others were engrossed, their spirits ignited by the film. "To be a triad member, one must aspire to be like Chun Haonan," exclaimed Cui Guangyan, clenching his fist. "I declare that brother Nan is my idol," shouted Jin Xiaoyuan. Park Jae-sik looked down on them with disdain, stating, "If you're going to emulate someone, it should be Mr. Jiang, standing above everyone else." And Chunkai retorted, "But Mr. Jiang was ultimately subdued." Lu Sihui turned to Zhao Xian and asked, "Ah Xian, who do you wish to be?" Zhao Xian opened his eyes and replied, "I want to be no one but myself." The chubby and Chunkai chimed in, "If Chun Haonan can carve out a territory, then under your leadership, we can forge our own as well." The other youths were stirred by his words, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they focused on Zhao Xian. He yawned once more and languidly remarked, "Don't get carried away. Movies are just movies, and life is life. Do not take what happens on screen too seriously. If we truly aspire to emulate Chun Haonan and his companions, we would find ourselves in police custody within mere days." And Chenkai and the others were filled with disappointment upon hearing this. Jin Xiaoyuan, with a glum expression, lamented, "If we cannot become like Chun Haonan and his crew, what will we do in the future? Do we still have any prospects?" The other youths echoed Jin Xiaoyuan's despondency. They had watched the video and believed they had discovered a pathway, yet their dreams were swiftly shattered by Zhao Xian, leaving them all in a state of melancholy, feeling as though their futures were shrouded in darkness. Zhao Xian interjected, "Do not be so disheartened. Since you have acknowledged me as your leader, I shall take care of you and ensure that each of you finds a purpose." Cui Guangyan murmured, "But I am uncertain of what I can do. My academic performance is poor, and I possess no remarkable skills. I cannot endure hard labor. I truly do not know what I am capable of." The others nodded in agreement. Had they possessed the fortitude to toil, they would have long since sought employment at a construction site. rather than wandering aimlessly as they do now. Zhao Xian suggested, "You all are capable of gathering information, are you not?" And Sheng Kai eagerly raised his hand, declaring, "I excel at this. I am the most adept gossip monger in the vicinity." Zhao Xian acknowledged him with a nod and said, "Then teach the others how to gather information." Park Jae-sik inquired, puzzled, "Why should we learn from Sheng Kai about gathering information?" Zhao Xian replied, "Because I have decided to establish a private detective agency." "A private detective agency?" The five exclaimed in unison. Zhao Xian continued, "Have we not resolved Uncle Park's matter satisfactorily?" They all nodded in agreement. Zhao Xian added, "Wasn't the reward of 100,000 yuan delightful?" Aside from Park Jae-sik, the other four nodded in unison. Zhao Xian proposed from now on, "We shall assist those in need, and only then inquire about remuneration. What do you all think?" After a moment of contemplation, the 5 pairs of eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Zhao Xian declared, "Thus, establishing a private detective agency is imperative." The chubby and Sheng Kai remarked, "I always thought private detectives merely help people find evidence of infidelity." Zhao Xian responded, "Such cases are indeed common. However, if we excel in our endeavors, our reputation will spread, and our scope of work will extend beyond mere infidelity investigations. The realm of private detective work is vast. In time, once we gain notoriety, even the police will regard us with respect. Is that true?" The youths inquired excitedly. "Indeed," Zhao Xian affirmed. Easily swayed, the boys were captivated by his vision, and they resolutely decided to follow him in this venture. Of course, they currently possessed neither funds nor an office to establish a company. They could only produce a blank notebook and use watercolor pens to create rudimentary advertisements, serving as flyers for their detective agency. The blank notebook and watercolor pens were borrowed from Park Jae-sik's sister. Zhao Xian distributed several sheets of paper and a pen among the 5, dictating the text while the others wrote. The advertising phrases Zhao Xian devised were indeed captivating. However, the unfortunate reality was that the handwriting of these individuals was utterly atrocious. Zhao Xian averted his gaze in despair, pondering whether such flyers could attract clientele. Once they had filled an entire notebook with their scribbles, Zhao Xian led the group outside to post their flyers. There is no need to distribute flyers, for who can say whether the recipients will carelessly discard them or affix them to walls and telephone poles, where they might linger a while longer. With dozens of flyers in hand, the 6 individuals divided their efforts, and before long, every last one was posted. By midday, hunger had begun to gnaw at several of them. Zhao Xian produced some money and sent Park Jae-sik and Lu Siqi to a nearby eatery run by Widow Chui to procure a meal. They shared the feast together. After their repast, the group retreated to Zhao Xian's room to watch a film. This time, they selected a classic Hong Kong zombie movie, which sent several self-proclaimed brave youths into a state of fright, with the chubby boy emitting the most pitiful cries. On the screen, a zombie, with its gaping maw, lunged toward the protagonist, causing the boys to lean back in terror. Suddenly, the image on the television froze. The youths trembled in fear. Zhao Xian rose and approached the set, turning off the television. "The projector is malfunctioning. The disc has become jammed." "What? The projector is broken?" Park Jae-sik rushed over, inspecting the device from every angle, yet unable to discern the issue. He lamented, "How could this happen? We haven't even finished watching Mr. Vampire." Lu Siqi joined in the lamentation. "The disc is still inside. How will we return it to the shop owner? He is a greedy fellow and will surely demand exorbitant compensation." The other 3 youths wore expressions of deep dismay, for they were at the most thrilling part of the story and yearned to see what followed. Zhao Xian interjected, "Cease your lamentations and fetch me the tools. I shall repair it." The 5 turned their gaze toward Zhao Xian in unison. "You can fix it?" Zhao Xian scoffed lightly. "It's a trivial matter." Although he had only learned a smattering of basic crafting techniques, it was more than sufficient for repairing modern electrical appliances and mechanical devices. Given an assortment of parts, he could fashion some trinkets on his own. Zhao Xian retrieved a suitable tool from his toolbox, and under the eager eyes of several young onlookers, he opened the projector's casing and began to manipulate its internal components. Before long, Zhao Xian had completed his task, reassembled the projector's outer shell, plugged it in, and powered it on. The television flickered to life, displaying a clear image, and the video played smoothly. "Ah Xian, Xian Ge. You are remarkable," praised Park Jae-sik, giving a thumbs up. The other youths also began to address Zhao Xian differently, unanimously changing "Ah Xian" to "Xian Ge." Zhao Xian felt a swell of pride, remarking, "It's merely a trifling matter." Lu Si chimed in, "Xian Ge, with your skills, You could open a repair shop and make a profit. Zhao Xian responded. If I were to open a repair shop for profit, what about you? You cannot repair anything. So how would you earn? Upon hearing this, the 5 youths were deeply touched. They realized that Xian Gu had forsaken a profitable venture for their sake, demonstrating true loyalty. Xian Gu was indeed their lifelong leader. Zhao Xian smirked slightly, thinking how innocent these youths were. The reason he did not open a repair shop for profit was that it would not yield substantial earnings. Zhao Xian sought to improve his family's financial situation before his biological parents found him. He understood that in this exchange of identities, he must wield a certain degree of influence, which necessitated a solid economic foundation. Moreover, he desired for Grandma Zhao to enjoy her golden years sooner, to relish in good food and fine clothing, and to no longer deceive others at her advanced age. The investment in private investigation was modest. Once his reputation was established, future business would flourish, resulting in quicker and greater financial returns. However, to embark on the path of a private investigator, certain tools were indispensable, such as cameras, voice recorders, and surveillance equipment, all of which required significant investment. As Zhao Xian gazed at the projector he had repaired, he suddenly rose to his feet. Brother Xian? And Chunkai looked at Zhao Xian in surprise. Zhao Xian addressed the 5 young men. I am heading to the recycling station. Would you care to join me? The youths were perplexed. What purpose do we have at the recycling station? Zhao Xian smirked slightly. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. The 5 young men were left in a state of confusion. Brother Xian, what language was that? Cui Guangyan inquired. It was the language of Huaxia, Zhao Xian replied. Jin Xiaoyuan applauded. Brother Xian is incredible. He even speaks a foreign language. Zhao Xian had already reached the door. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Perhaps not. The 5 youths chuckled awkwardly, for they were academically challenged and had a profound aversion to studying. They had yet to master the language of the Republic of Korea. How could they possibly endeavor to learn the languages of other nations? Zhao Xian's gaze was penetrating as he scrutinized them. To become a proficient private investigator, one must possess an array of skills. Patience was on his side, as he was determined to guide these 5 underachievers to gradually evolve into top scholars. With a spirited resolve, the 6 of them set forth towards the recycling station. Upon arrival, Zhao Xian directed the 5 youths to locate the discarded appliances and electronic components. Brother Xian, what are you buying these items for? And Chunkai inquired curiously as he fiddled with a dilapidated portable cassette player, already disassembling it into a myriad of components. He sifted through the parts to extract those that were still functional, subsequently reassembling them into a recording device resembling a lighter. Zhao Xian demonstrated the device's utility to the 5 youths, stating, in the future, take this with you when gathering information and record what you deem significant. The 5 boys nodded in unison, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Afterward, Zhao Xian managed to construct 2 cameras, 3 recording devices, and even a listening device along with a pinhole camera. The 5 youths were left speechless. They metaphorically offered their knees to Zhao Xian in reverence. Despite the promotional efforts yielding no results in terms of business, Zhao Xian seized the opportunity to instruct the youths on the operation of these devices. He imparted to them various skills, including tracking techniques, questioning strategies, basic psychology, and camouflage skills. The youths were not dim-witted. Their poor academic performance stemmed from a lack of interest in the conventional school curriculum. However, the skills Zhao Xian imparted were not only lucrative, but also highly engaging, prompting the youths to learn diligently, and they soon mastered these new competencies. Zhao Xian subtly guided them to expand their knowledge further, resulting in a gradual improvement in their English proficiency. At the very least, they could engage in simple daily conversations with foreigners. As a month swiftly passed, while the youths had acquired valuable skills, their initial enthusiasm had notably waned. It has been quite some time, yet their detective agency has not secured a single case. Zhao Xian, observing the group languidly sprawled upon the tatami mats, was reminded of their despondent demeanor upon his arrival in this realm. Narrowing his eyes, he approached and gave each of them a gentle kick. Rise, we have tasks to attend to. Tasks. The 5 youths sprang to their feet, their spirits suddenly invigorated. Brother Xian, has business come our way? Zhao Xian replied, no business has arrived, but we shall seek it ourselves. The youth's shoulders drooped in disappointment. Seek it ourselves? How do we do that? Follow me, and I shall lead the way, Zhao Xian assured them. The 5 youths, harboring faith in Zhao Xian, obediently trailed him out the door. With purpose, Zhao Xian guided the boys out of the slums toward a nearby affluent neighborhood. Upon reaching the entrance, The youths hesitated at the sight of the security guard, feeling somewhat intimidated. However, witnessing Zhao Xian stride confidently with his head held high, they found their courage and puffed out their chests, following closely behind him. As expected, they were halted by the security guard. The guard appeared to be aware of the matters concerning Mr. In's household. After listening to Zhao Xian's words, he displayed an understanding expression and allowed them entry into the community. The 5 youths were astonished. "We got in so easily?" And Chen Kai rushed to Zhao Xian's side and exclaimed, "Brother Xian, you tricked us. Business truly has come to us. We thought we would have to seek it ourselves." Zhao Xian cast them a sidelong glance. "Indeed, we are seeking the business ourselves." Chapter 90. The young master enters the world of the child exchange game. Indeed, we sought out our own business. Zhao Xian remarked, "I was merely deceiving the security guard. Mr. Yin has never approached us. I am aware that the Yin family is facing some insurmountable challenges, which prompted me to take the initiative to visit them." The 5 youths. They collectively raised their thumbs in admiration. "Brother Xian, you are truly remarkable." Prior to their arrival, Zhao Xian had conducted thorough research. Thus he was familiar with the specific address of the Yin residence and directly led the youths to the front door. Zhao Xian stood outside and cautioned his companions, "Do not speak when we enter. Simply observe and listen. Do you understand?" "Understood." The youths responded in unison. After imparting his instructions, Zhao Xian turned and rang the doorbell. Moments later, a voice emanated from the intercom. "Who is it? A detective?" The person on the other end sounded quite surprised. "Please hold on. I will inquire with the elder." S6. The 5 youths gazed at Zhao Xian in confusion. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. "Super 6. It signifies that we 6 are the finest. What do you think of this name?" "It's wonderful." The 5 youths nodded vigorously. The villa's grand entrance swung open, and a middle-aged woman beckoned the 6 youths inside. "Please, come in." Zhao Xian led the way into the villa. In the grand hall sat an elderly gentleman in his 70s, accompanied by a beautiful woman in her early 50s. Both turned their gazes toward the entrance. But as they beheld Zhao Xian and his companions, their initially hopeful expressions shifted to disappointment. Zhao Xian discerned the source of their disappointment and approached the 2 individuals, offering his greetings. "Mr. Yin, Mrs. Yin, good day. I am Zhao Xian, the head of the S6 detective agency. These 5 are our esteemed associates." He proceeded to introduce his companions to the elderly couple and added, "Please do not underestimate our youth. Our capabilities are quite substantial. After all, how else would we be aware of the troubles plaguing the Yin family that necessitate our assistance?" Upon hearing this, the elderly couple's spirits lifted. The elder responded, "Then we entrust this matter to you." Zhao Xian replied, "We require further information regarding young Master Yin, his social connections, which will facilitate our search." The elder assured him, "We will provide you with all the necessary details." Zhao Xian smiled, "Then do await good news." This task of locating an individual was undoubtedly fraught with challenges. However, Zhao Xian felt confident, fully aware of the path ahead. The young master had, in fact, eloped with his beloved, hailing from a wealthy lineage. His grandfather and parents had intended for him to be wed to a lady of equal social standing. Yet, the young master was enamored with a girl from a humble background. Mr. Yin and his wife opposed their union and sought to forcibly separate them. In defiance of his family's wishes, the young master chose love over duty and ran away with the girl. Nevertheless, a scion of a wealthy family, even in his flight, could not venture far. With the assistance of a close friend, he relocated to the nearby city. Having established a life with his beloved, he believed that his grandfather and parents would ultimately relent, recognizing the futility of their attempts to keep him apart from the one he cherished. Zhao Xian was aware of his whereabouts because young Master Yin was discussing matters with his friends, and Zhao Xian happened to be nearby, listening intently to every detail of young Master Yin's plans. After leaving the Yin residence, Zhao Xian assigned tasks to the 5 young men, instructing them to investigate young Master Yin's connections, bank expenditures, and travel records. Stealthily, Zhao Xian guided the youths to uncover the identity of young Master Yin's benefactor, to discover the properties owned by this friend in Lin City, and to note that the last recorded journey of young Master Yin was indeed to Lin City, along with his expenditure records there. Consequently, the group ventured to Lin City, where they successfully located young Master Yin and captured numerous photographs of him with his girlfriend. Upon their return, Zhao Xian, accompanied by the youths, visited the Yin household. Under the expectant gaze of Mr. Yin and Mrs. Yin and the skeptical scrutiny of Mr. Yin, Zhao Xian presented a substantial collection of photographs of young Master Yin along with his current residence. Faced with this evidence, Mr. Yin had no choice but to concede that although these young men were youthful, their capabilities should not be underestimated. Perhaps there would be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Mr. Yin requested Zhao Xian's business card. Zhao Xian had anticipated this request and provided the card of the detective agency, which bore only the agency's name and a telephone number, one that had been installed with borrowed funds from Uncle Pooh. Mr. Yin placed the card carefully and issued a check to Zhao Xian. Upon receiving the check, Zhao Xian took his leave. What the Yin family would do next was no longer his concern. He had already fulfilled his role in locating young Master Yin. He believed that the Yin family would ensure that young Master Yin would not embark on another escapade of running away from home. If one were to truly run away from home once more, it would merely provide the detective agency with another opportunity for business. Upon leaving the Yin household, Zhao Xian led the boys to the bank to exchange their check for cash. The remuneration from the Yin family was substantial, amounting to 3 million Korean won. Upon seeing the money, the boys were overwhelmed with joy, realizing that this was their hard-earned reward. In that moment, they brimmed with confidence, recognizing their own capacity to earn. Previously, they had borrowed 500,000 won from Uncle Park to install a telephone, and now it was time to repay that debt. Zhao Xian set aside 500,000 won separately, then took out 1 million won to place beside it. Addressing the 5 boys, this 1 million won will be allocated for renting an office, procuring some office supplies, and covering the daily expenses of our detective agency. What do you think? The 5 boys nodded eagerly, fully supportive of their elder brother Xian. The remaining 1,500,000 won was to be evenly divided among the 6 of them, granting each boy 2,500,000 won. As they clutched their money, tears of joy nearly spilled from their eyes. Such a considerable sum. It surpassed what their parents earned. Hiki. And Shinkai chuckled, I've earned so much money. Far more than my older sister. He mused about whether his sister would still dare to say he was a burden at home, looking down upon him day in and day out. And Chen Tsai's sister, 3 years older than the rest, was the only person from the slums to gain admission to a university. Consequently, she held a sense of pride, looking down upon others from the slums, including her own younger brother. Chapter 91. The young master enters the child exchange game 14. The friends rallied around Shinkai, while sharing a disdain for his sister, fully aware of her lofty attitude, as they too regarded her with contempt. In the slums, who does not know that sister yearns to marry a wealthy man? Yet, would a man of fortune truly regard her, a girl hailing from such humble beginnings? Let us not speak of distant examples. Consider the Yin family. Did not young Master Yin and his beloved face opposition from their families? Jin Xiaoyuan exclaimed, I wish to treat my parents and siblings to a sumptuous barbecue feast, to indulge in a delightful meal. Chui Guangyan echoed, I too wish to take my mother and sister for a lavish dining experience. Lu Cixi suggested, let us opt for a buffet, where we can feast to our heart's content. Park Jae-sik added, now that I have begun to earn, my father no longer needs to worry about job security. Zhao Huan then rose and made his way outside. The 5 youths hurried after him, calling, Go. Where are you headed? Zhao Huan replied, to the department store, to purchase a gift for my grandmother. The boys exchanged glances, and in unison shouted, Wait for us. We too wish to buy gifts for our families. However, the grandson had prepared a remarkable surprise for her. As Zhao Huan presented his grandmother with a beautifully arranged gift box containing new clothes, shoes, and nutritional supplements, her eyes brimmed with tears. Grandma, now I can earn a living for our family. You need not venture out to play the fortune teller for money anymore. Stay home and enjoy your life. Very well, Zhao grandma responded, savoring her grandson's blessings. She wiped her eyes, tears already escaping. Zhao Huan assisted her in donning the new clothes and shoes, then took her to a mid-range buffet for a delightful meal. His keen ears picked up sounds from another room. Zhao grandma, cradling photographs of her husband and son, proudly shared with them that her grandson had blossomed into a successful young man. As the night wore on, Zhao Xian perceived both the sorrow and comfort in Grandma Zhao's words, letting out a gentle sigh. In the days that followed, Zhao Xian, accompanied by his 5 young companions, took the initiative to engage in business, successfully completing several transactions and earning a handsome reward. While the remuneration from each individual project did not surpass that of the Yin family's venture, the cumulative amount was nonetheless substantial. The 5 boys had become figures of considerable stature in their households. Consequently, the reputation of the S6 detective agency spread far and wide, attracting clients to seek their services, albeit for smaller jobs that still offered respectable compensation. The quintet reveled in their current pursuits, driven by a desire to excel. They began to independently acquire new skills with remarkable enthusiasm. Previously, they had been coerced into studying, resulting in a lack of progress. Now, with a newfound eagerness, their diligent studies bore fruit. In a few years' time, they would no longer require Zhao Xian's guidance, as they would be capable of standing on their own, blossoming into exceptional talents. Zhao Xian accompanied Grandma Zhao for a leisurely stroll. Given her advanced age, she exhibited a tendency to seek companionship, yearning for the presence of others. As her grandson, Zhao Xian naturally indulged her wishes. After a while, he found a suitable resting place and assisted Grandma Zhao in taking a seat. Suddenly, he rushed forward to shield her, confronting a middle-aged couple with a fierce gaze. In a cold tone, he challenged, "What brings you to bully an elderly woman?" The middle-aged woman retorted sharply, "Who is bullying her? We are merely here to settle accounts with this fraud." The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. "Are you a relative of this swindler? Then you shall repay for their deceit. She deceived us out of 50,000 yuan. Zhao Xian produced the sum and handed it to the middle-aged man, stating, "The money is yours. You may leave now." The man accepted the cash and gestured for the middle-aged woman to depart, yet she was unwilling to let the matter rest and insisted on taking Grandma Zhao, the swindler, to the police station. The woman retrieved her phone, intending to call the authorities, but Zhao Xian swiftly snatched it from her grasp. In broad daylight, "You dare to commit robbery?" he exclaimed. It seemed that indeed, the deceivers were of the same ilk, not of good character. The middle-aged woman hurried to reclaim her phone, unleashing a torrent of insults. Zhao Xian allowed her to take back the device, yet he was distinctly displeased by her vitriol. His gaze flicked from the woman's face to the man's, and he suddenly inquired, "How did my grandmother deceive you?" The middle-aged man replied, "She tricked us into believing that she would perform a ritual to ensure that we would conceive within 2 months. Yet 6 months have elapsed without any sign of pregnancy for my wife." From behind Zhao Xian, Grandma Zhao interjected, "That is because your hearts were not sincere." The man retorted angrily, "How can you claim our sincerity is lacking? In our desire for a child, we followed your instructions to the letter, consuming traditional medicine for over 2 months, praying to the Bodhisattva each night before sleep, and lighting incense 3 times daily. During holidays, we trekked up the mountain to offer our prayers, relying solely on our own legs, nearly exhausting ourselves in the process. Our devotion was meticulously timed. There could be no one more sincere than us." The middle-aged woman shouted, "Do not waste your breath on them. They are nothing but frauds. It is imperative to report them to the authorities. Otherwise, the hardships I endured over the past 2 months will have been in vain." Zhao Xian chuckled lightly and remarked, "If your intentions were genuine, you would indeed conceive a child, just as my grandmother suggested. However, the issue lies in your lack of sincerity. At least one among you is not sincere." The middle-aged man retorted, "What do you mean by that? Who are you implying is insincere?" The middle-aged woman interjected, "What is this? The elder can no longer play the role of a fortune-teller, so the younger must take on the guise of a charlatan?" Zhao Xian fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged woman and stated, "No need for pretense. I possess the ability to read faces. Madam, the mole on your mountain root and your prominent lips indicate a susceptibility to romantic entanglements and a lack of self-control. The insincere individual you refer to is none other than yourself. During your husband's absence, you must have been clandestinely meeting with a lover. Such infidelity in marriage cannot possibly lead to the blessing of a child." Chapter 92. The young master enters the child-switching game world. "You are talking nonsense." The couple echoed in unison. The man was enraged, while the woman screamed, a mix of fear and guilt lacing her voice. Zhao Xian adopted an air of superiority, disdainfully dismissing the two. A true diviner never speaks falsehoods. Deceit tarnishes the integrity of a diviner's craft. The onlookers beheld the youth's indifferent expression. His dark eyes profound as depths, his aura ethereal and otherworldly, resembling a celestial being looking down upon mere mortals. Unavoidably, the crowd found themselves believing the young man's words. Only those with guilty consciences continued to protest, "Fraud! You scoundrel! How dare you slander me? I will sue you. I will see you imprisoned." Zhao Xian scoffed and replied to the man, "If you seek evidence of your wife's infidelity, I can recommend a detective agency. Their business acumen is remarkably strong. I personally suggest that if you truly desire a child, it might be wiser to seek out a good woman anew." The man's complexion fluctuated between pallor and ashen gray, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. the name of the detective agency, and the phone number. Zhao Xian, with a beaming smile, readily provided the contact details for the S6 detective agency to the middle-aged man. The man noted the phone number and promptly turned to leave. The middle-aged woman, in a state of panic, lost her inclination to berate Zhao Xian and Grandma Zhao, hastily chased after the man, intent on thwarting his impending actions. The onlookers, witnessing the departure of the two main characters, found the spectacle lacking and began to disperse. However, they murmured among themselves, speculating on whether Zhao Xian was indeed a person of extraordinary abilities. One passerby remarked, "I reside in the same community as that couple. I shall keep an eye on their situation. If they truly are as the youth described, then this young man is indeed exceptional." Another bystander eagerly interjected, "You must certainly inform us later. I have been experiencing a streak of misfortune and am eager for guidance from someone of insight." A third passerby chimed in, "Don't forget to tell me as well. I wish to know when my son will find a girlfriend and marry." Zhao Xian assisted Grandma Zhao in settling down, offering her a bottle of mineral water to soothe her nerves. Grandma Zhao scrutinized Zhao Xian with astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah Xian, when did you learn to read faces?" Zhao Xian chuckled and leaned closer to Grandma Zhao, replying, "Just the other day, I happened to see that woman with her lover." Grandma Zhao paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. "You little rascal." In the kitchen, Grandma Zhao was preparing dinner when Cheng Kai and Jin Xiaoyuan rushed in to find Zhao Xian. "Brother Xian, we have received another business opportunity today," Cheng Kai said with excitement. "It involves helping a husband gather evidence of his wife's infidelity, and the reward offered is significantly higher than what we usually receive for such cases, almost double. However, the time is quite pressing. The client insists that we must find the evidence within 3 days." Zhao Xian responded, "Is that client someone who looks like this?" He described the appearance of the middle-aged man he had encountered earlier. Jin Xiaoyuan nodded, intrigued, and asked, "Brother Xian, how do you know what the client looks like?" Zhao Xian replied, "Because I was the one who referred him." He then recounted the encounter he had with the couple that day, prompting hearty laughter from Cheng Kai and Jin Xiaoyuan. Cheng Kai, slapping the tatami mat, exclaimed, "Serves her right. Who told that woman to insult our brother Xian? We will definitely uncover evidence of her illicit affair and bring her misfortune." Jin Xiaoyuan nodded but soon realized, wait a moment. That woman is already aware of her husband's suspicions and has even hired a private investigator to follow her. Would she still be reckless enough to meet her lover? Cheng Sai's laughter faltered. Indeed, it seemed unlikely that the woman would be foolish enough to rendezvous with her lover at such a time. How could they find evidence in 3 days? Failing to complete this case would not only deny them the reward, but also tarnish the reputation of their detective agency. Both Cheng Kai and Jin Xiaoyuan looked at Zhao Xian with expressions of despair. Zhao Xian smiled faintly, saying, "What is there to worry about? Since I have instructed that man to seek you out, I undoubtedly possess the means to ensure you fulfill your task." Cheng Kai and Jin Xiaoyuan stowed away their expressions of discontent, their gazes fixed intently upon Zhao Xian, eagerly awaiting his directives. Zhao Xian pointed to the two and said, "You should visit the locales frequented by that woman and her lover. There, you shall uncover the evidence you seek. The hotels in those areas are equipped with surveillance cameras." Cheng Kai replied, "But we do not know where they will meet." Zhao Xian provided an address, stating, "I observed this woman rendezvousing with another man a few days ago. You might investigate the hotels nearby." He added, "Moreover, if the shops in the vicinity have installed cameras, they likely captured footage of the woman with her lover. You can inquire with the shop owners about purchasing the video as evidence. Do not hesitate to spend. One must reap what they sow." The two, enlightened, departed joyfully, leaving behind Zhao's grandmother, who lamented that she had cooked too much rice. Zhao Xian reassured her, explaining that he intended to make fried rice in the morning, and leftover rice is ideal for such a dish. Only then did Zhao's grandmother cease her complaints. For the past couple of days, Zhao Xian refrained from visiting the detective agency, lest he encounter the middle-aged man. However, he provided strategies for his companions from behind the scenes, enabling them to gather evidence of the middle-aged woman's infidelity within just 2 days, which was presented to the middle-aged man. The compensation received from him surpassed prior earnings, resulting in a substantial profit for the agency. After distributing the funds, his companions were elated, expressing their desire for more such lucrative opportunities. Zhao Xian accompanied Grandma Zhao once more for a leisurely outing. Despite her advanced age, and though she no longer needed to toil for a living, enjoying ample food and comfortable clothing, her health continued to deteriorate. Aware that Grandma Zhao's time was limited, Zhao Xian cherished every moment spent by her side, wishing for her to find joy in her remaining days. They arrived at their usual resting spot, where Grandma Zhao settled down as she had done before, while Zhao Xian went to procure some mineral water. In a flurry of concern, he hastened his steps, only to overhear the voices of the crowd showering praises upon Grandma Zhao. "Old lady, your grandson is truly remarkable. He seems to have spoken the truth. Wasn't Mrs. Jean engaging in an extramarital affair? Now her husband has cast her out. Old lady, is your grandson really a master of divination? I've heard you possess supernatural abilities. Is it a family inheritance? Old lady, could you perhaps tell my fortune?" Through a gap in the crowd, Zhao Xian observed Grandma Zhao basking in the compliments, visibly elated. He understood that her grandson possessed no such divinatory skills. It was merely a coincidence that had deceived that couple. Yet, rather than dispelling the flattery, Grandma Zhao reveled in it, boasting to the crowd about how extraordinary her grandson truly was. "My grandson is indeed impressive," she declared, indulging in a fit of exuberant exaggeration. Though her experiences were limited, she was aware of a renowned divination master named Yuan Tiangang from a neighboring great nation. Consequently, she boasted that her grandson was a disciple of Yuan Tiangang, fabricating several tales of Zhao Xian providing insightful guidance through divination, leaving the listeners in a state of astonishment and exclamations. Zhao Xian, in disbelief, pondered, "Am I truly so remarkable that I am unaware of it myself?" He stood helplessly on the fringes, listening to his grandmother's embellishments. Both the boastful and the captivated audience overlooked his presence entirely. It was only when Zhao's grandmother, exhausted from her exuberant claims, paused to catch her breath that she noticed her grandson's exasperated expression outside the crowd. A pang of alarm struck her in her enthusiasm. She had inadvertently placed her grandson in an awkward position. Following her gaze, the crowd turned to see Zhao Xian and immediately surged towards him, clamoring, "Master Zhao, please tell my fortune. Master Zhao, assist me. Master Zhao, stop." Zhao Xian's commanding voice silenced the throng. He surveyed the eager faces and declared, "Fortune-telling is a revelation of celestial secrets and should not be overdone. Otherwise, it can be detrimental to the practitioner. Thus, a truly skilled diviner may not perform more than 3 readings in a single day." Instantly, voices arose from the crowd. "Then read mine, read mine." Others joined in, all yearning to be among the fortunate 3. Once again, Zhao Xian shouted, "Stop," putting an end to the clamoring. "The day is waning, and the allotment for 3 readings has been exhausted. Let it be the day after tomorrow. I shall attend to your fortunes then." Zhao Xiandao, however, "You cannot swarm in as you do now. Appointments are necessary." "Why not tomorrow?" someone inquired. Zhao Xiandao replied, "I already have an appointment for tomorrow." "Then I shall be the first to book." A woman, approximately 50 years of age, exclaimed immediately. Zhao Xiandao nodded and addressed the woman, "Please state your name, and I shall record it." The woman promptly divulged her name. "I am Li Yinjie." Zhao Xiandao noted her name, and soon another eager individual announced their name as well. The 3 appointment slots filled swiftly, yet the remaining crowd was reluctant to disperse. They sought to secure appointments for the day after tomorrow. Zhao Xiandao meticulously recorded the names of those present, extending the appointment schedule to half a month ahead. Once everyone had secured their slots, they departed contentedly. Grandmother Zhao approached Zhao Xiandao with small, timid steps and said, "Ah Xian, I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you." Zhao Xiandao smiled reassuringly. "It is of no concern, I can manage." "How will you manage?" "It is no easy feat to masquerade as a charlatan." Grandmother Zhao expressed her apprehension. Having once donned the guise of a charlatan herself, she understood the difficulties it entailed, especially as the 21st century approached, with rapid technological advancements. An increasing number of people placed their faith in science rather than in the supernatural. The days for those pretending to be charlatans were becoming increasingly precarious. A single misstep could lead to exposure and subsequent detention for re-education. Zhao Xiandao smiled. "I have my methods." Given that Grandmother Zhao had crafted a charlatan persona for him, he would cultivate this image further. Grandmother Zhao inquired, "What methods?" Zhao Xian, the wise man has his strategies. Upon returning home, amidst the puzzled and concerned gaze of Grandma Zhao, Zhao Xian summoned his 5 companions. He inscribed the names of the 3 individuals he had scheduled for the first day and instructed his friends to investigate information about these 3 people and their families. The 5 companions, having learned from Grandma Zhao the reason behind Zhao Xian's request, were left speechless. Grandma Zhao certainly had a knack for putting her grandson in tricky situations. However, Zhao Xian smiled cheerfully. I have successfully donned the guise of a sage, and the rewards I reap are no less than those of a detective. You assist me in gathering these individuals' information, and I shall charm them, obtaining the rewards, which we will share." The companions thumped their chests in assurance, promising to help Brother Xian maintain the image of a distinguished figure. After dinner, with satisfied hands resting on their protruding bellies, they dispersed to collect data on the 3 scheduled individuals. Naturally, Zhao Xian would not remain idle at home awaiting news. He too had his own endeavors. In recent days, Zhao Xian had honed his physical training and mental cultivation techniques, enhancing his abilities beyond those of the average person. With heightened senses and an acute awareness capable of perceiving movements several meters away. Consequently, he stealthily infiltrated the homes of the 3 individuals, eavesdropping on their conversations to extract crucial information. After 2 days of thorough investigation, Zhao Xian had amassed detailed insights about the 3 families, sufficient for his purposes of persuasion. Meanwhile, his companions continued to assist Zhao Xian in researching the next scheduled individuals, while Zhao Xian escorted Grandma Zhao to their usual gathering place. There, a number of people were already waiting. Although they could not have their fortunes told by Zhao Xian today, they were eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Not everyone among these individuals harbored faith in Zhao Xian's abilities. They had merely followed the crowd before, and now they remained in a state of observation. Zhao Xian first ensured that Grandma Zhao was settled before addressing the assembly. "I shall now read faces. I ask everyone to maintain silence." Upon concluding his statement, he called out the name of Li Yingjie. Li Yingjie promptly rushed over, exclaiming, "I am here, I am here." Zhao Xian took his seat upon a stone stool, gesturing towards the chair opposite the stone table, where Li Yingjie immediately sat down. Zhao Xian inquired, "What would you like me to divine?" Li Yingjie replied, "I wish to know about my 2 daughters, when they might find boyfriends, and when they could potentially marry." Li Yingjie had 2 daughters and 1 son. The son still occupied with university studies and not yet facing marriage considerations. Her daughters, aged 27 and 25, were not young, yet remained single. Though she had attempted to arrange blind dates for them, her daughters seemed to possess either high standards or some other issue, as they had not found suitors to their liking. Li Yingjie harbored a genuine fear that if her daughters reached 30 without marrying, they would be labeled as leftover women, thus complicating their prospects of finding a partner. Consequently, her inquiries centered on her daughters' marital futures, hoping to glean insights from a sage that would facilitate their swift union in promising marriages. Zhao Xian's expression remained impassive, his aura exuding confidence, unperturbed by Li Yingjie's request. In truth, he was quite composed. He had stealthily infiltrated Li Yingjie's home the previous night and overheard her conversation with her husband, thus foreseeing the nature of her inquiry today. He had also conducted thorough investigations into Li Yingjie's 2 daughters. Chapter 94. The young master enters the child exchange game world 17. Zhao Xian spoke. "You need not worry about the marital prospects of your 2 daughters. They both have suitors with whom they wish to engage in courtship." "Is that truly the case?" Li Yingjie inquired, astonished. Zhao Xian nodded. "As for the timing of their marriages, that largely depends on the families of their respective partners. The situations of your daughters and their suitors are somewhat intricate." "Intricate?" Li Yingjie exclaimed, taken aback. "Master, could you elaborate?" Zhao Xian explained, "Your daughter's suitors happen to be brothers. Your elder daughter's partner is the 2nd son of that family, while your younger daughter's partner is the elder son." Li Yingjie was left speechless. What a peculiar situation. The elder sister marrying the younger brother, and the younger sister marrying the elder brother. How will they establish their familial hierarchy? What titles will they use? Others will surely gossip. Li Yingjie felt overwhelmed. Listening to the sage's words, it became clear that for her daughters to marry, the intentions of the male families would be paramount. This suggested that the male family might adhere to traditional and conservative values. Li Yingjie couldn't help but worry for her daughters. Such families would likely permit only one of her daughters to marry into their household. Which daughter would they choose? Regardless of the choice, it would be unfair to the other. Li Yingjie was in utter turmoil, unsure of how to proceed. She wished for neither daughter to be harmed, for they were both dear to her. "Master, I implore you, please offer your guidance and illuminate a path for me. I desire both of my daughters to find happiness and wish for neither to suffer. I beg you to assist them." Li Yingjie implored Zhao Xian, producing a stack of banknotes from her bag and pressing it into Zhao Xian's hands. Zhao Xian accepted the money, not sparing it a glance, and set it aside, stating, "Ms. Li, you need not fret excessively. Your two prospective sons-in-law hold great affection for your daughter. As long as they remain steadfast, their parents will inevitably acquiesce. The unions of these couples will surely succeed. That is indeed reassuring, Liinjia responded. Her spirits lifted somewhat as she rose swiftly to depart. Among the onlookers were several acquaintances of Liinjia, who awaited her inquiries regarding her daughter's prospects. Should it transpire that her daughter had indeed chosen a pair of brothers, it would affirm the prowess of this esteemed individual, dispelling any doubts and fostering a sincere belief in his abilities. Subsequently, Zhao Xian also imparted guidance to two fortune-tellers, the veracity of which remained to be seen as all awaited news from the three families. Liinjia found herself increasingly convinced by the sage's words. Dismissing her husband's skepticism with a huff, "Just wait. Once I consult with Unhe and Jinyi, you shall recognize the sage's true abilities." Her husband merely pursed his lips, silently resolving to observe the unfolding events, ruefully contemplating the sum of 50,000 yuan. "Dad, Mom, has something occurred at home?" Jinyi inquired anxiously. "What about Zhonghe? Why isn't he here? Has something happened to him?" "Not at all. Your brother is in his room," Liinjia replied. "Your father and I were specifically waiting for you and your sister." "Waiting for us? What for?" Jinyi asked curiously as she knelt before her parents. Could it be that they are arranging another matchmaking session? Jinshi hurriedly exclaimed, "Mom, I do not wish to participate in matchmaking. I already have a boyfriend." "Oh, what is your boyfriend's name, and what does he do?" Li Yunjin inquired, casting a glance at her husband. "See, the wise man was indeed correct. Our daughter has a boyfriend." Her husband muttered softly, suggesting it was merely a stroke of luck. Jinshi obediently divulged details about her boyfriend. His name is Ma Junxing. He is 31 years old, and he is a certified public accountant. Li Yunjin and her husband nodded in agreement. The young man from the south certainly had commendable qualifications. Li Yunjin beckoned her eldest daughter to sit beside her younger sister. And she, puzzled, glanced at her younger sibling, hoping to glean some information from her. Jinshi shrugged. She too was uncertain about her parents' intentions. Li Yunjin then asked, "Inchi, have you been seeing someone?" Inchi, taken aback by how her parents knew about her relationship, chose not to conceal the truth and admitted, "Yes, I do have a boyfriend." Li Yunjin pressed further. "What is your boyfriend's name, and what does he do?" The familiar questions made Jinshi smirk slightly. She looked at Inchi, noticing that her sister's boyfriend's name bore a striking resemblance to her own. Li Yunjin clutched her chest and remarked to her husband, "Listen, it appears their boyfriends are indeed brothers. Their names are so similar." Li Yunjin's husband was equally astonished. Could it be that the fortune-teller's predictions were accurate? He then turned to his eldest daughter, asking, "What other family members does your boyfriend have?" He followed up with a similar inquiry directed at his younger daughter. "What family members are there in your boyfriend's household?" At this moment, the two individuals sensed something amiss, gazing at each other with mutual astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Could it be?" As it turned out, indeed it could. Liinjia pressed his hand against his forehead, experiencing a genuine headache. Fortunately, the Ma brothers held sincere intentions towards Inshi and Jinshi, genuinely wishing to take them as their wives. Naturally, Inshi and Jinshi consented, and the Liinjia couple had no objections either. Thus, the matter was resolved satisfactorily. Chapter 95. The young master enters the child exchange game world. When both daughters were wed, Liinjia sent invitations to Zhao Xian. The locals were well aware of the happenings in their household, marveling at Zhao Xian's extraordinary foresight. From that point onward, Zhao Xian's reputation as a sage was firmly established. Collaborating with his companions, Zhao Xian amassed considerable wealth. After all, the number of individuals seeking private investigators was limited, whereas those in search of a wise fortune-teller appeared daily. Zhao Xian's esteemed reputation spread beyond the region, reaching the entire city and even extending to Lin City, where individuals specifically traveled to consult him. This surge in demand kept Zhao Xian and his companions exceedingly busy, often requiring them to travel for work. Consequently, Zhao Xian purchased a computer. At that time, the internet was just emerging, yet hackers were also beginning to surface. Compared to contemporary hackers, Zhao Xian's skills were notably superior. Once he connected his computer to the satellite of a certain major nation, he was able to access numerous clients' information without his companions having to traverse far and wide for inquiries. His companions marveled at the wonders of the internet, eagerly expressing their desire to learn hacking techniques, which Zhao Xian generously imparted to them. Perhaps a few individuals possess remarkable talent in programming, swiftly mastering the fundamental skills before delving into the intricate realm of hacking. and Qingkai and Park Jae-sik exhibited exceptional aptitude in this domain. And with the support of Zhao Xian, they boldly established a software company, with the remaining companions as shareholders and Zhao Xian serving as their technical advisor. As the software company flourished, they ventured into the development of online games, which proved to be even more profitable. The two owners, Qingkai and Park Jae-sik, thrived, while the three other companions, as shareholders, reaped substantial dividends each year. Undoubtedly, their private detective agency also thrived, generating a respectable income, albeit not as lucrative as the software and gaming enterprises. Among them, Zhao Xian emerged as the most affluent, his reputation as a master fortune teller spreading far and wide, leading to ever-increasing fees for his services. Eventually, those seeking his counsel were no longer ordinary individuals, but rather affluent and influential figures, with their compensation measured in billions. Over the years, Zhao Xian and his 5 companions moved out of the slums, purchasing homes of their own. Given that Grandma Zhao was accustomed to older residences, Zhao Xian opted not for a villa or upscale apartment, but rather for a traditional house with a spacious yard, which he renovated to ensure Grandma Zhao's comfort. The companions, reluctant to part ways with their leader, also acquired homes nearby, becoming neighbors to Zhao Xian. They all expressed satisfaction with their current living arrangements, with the exception of sister, and believed that with their newfound wealth, investing in a modern villa would be preferable, finding the old house rather outdated. Sister is unaccustomed to living in an old house, so she has moved out on her own and rented a luxurious apartment. She studied media in university and, upon graduating, began her career as an intern anchor at a television station. Sister is not only beautiful but also exceptionally competent, earning the admiration of her superior. This superior, a prominent anchor at the station, is soon to be married and plans to resign after her wedding to become a full-time housewife. Consequently, she views Sister as her successor, taking her under her wing and wholeheartedly nurturing her potential. However, Sister is not without rivals. Her opponent is a university classmate, equally attractive and slightly less skilled, yet possessing a remarkable charm that has garnered her a favorable reputation at the station. Most importantly, this rival, named Li Meiyan, enjoys the backing of the station's president, Jiang Taiyu, a young and handsome man. It is only natural that Sister and Changshan finds herself enamored with him, as many women at the station hold similar affections. Yet, Jiang Taiyu seems to have a particular regard for Li Meiyan, as dual adversaries in both love and career. Sister harbors a profound disdain for Li Meiyan. Unfortunately, lacking any influential connections, Sister can only contend with Li Meiyan openly, which, paradoxically, further enhances her superior's admiration for her. At the age of 20, Zhao Xian experienced the passing of his beloved grandmother. She departed this world peacefully, blissfully unaware until her last breath that her cherished grandson was not her biological descendant. When Zhao Xian reached the age of 18, the Jiang family discovered that their youngest son had been mistakenly swapped with another family's child, and that Jiang Taishua was not their biological offspring. At that time, the Jiang family employed a private investigator to locate their true child, and the agency they chose was S6 Detective Agency. Believing that S6 capabilities were insufficient, they sought out other detective firms. However, Zhao Xian had already taken steps to obstruct the investigations of these other private detectives. Consequently, none of them could uncover the whereabouts of the Jiang family's true son, providing answers identical to those from S6. Disheartened, the Jiang family relinquished their search for the boy, continuing to raise Jiang Taisha as their own. In Zhao Xian's perspective, this was a grave error. Raising both the genuine heir and the false one together was detrimental to both, unfair to the true heir and fostering a sense of entitlement in the imposter. Moreover, unconscious favoritism can inflict the deepest wounds. Zhao Xian was not covetous of the Jiang family's possessions, although his current wealth and connections paled in comparison to theirs. He was still young, possessing the time and capability to amass greater fortune and influence. Given another 5 years, Zhao Xian could surpass the Jiang family in wealth and status, standing in a position of greater prominence. Grandmother Zhao had no relatives by her side. The grandson she had grown up with was not her biological kin, while her true grandson remained a stranger to her. Thus, the thought of departing brought her no peace. She could not leave in the tranquility she currently enjoyed. Before her passing, Zhao Xian orchestrated a meeting between Grandmother Zhao and Jiang Taishuo, allowing them to exchange a few words. However, Grandmother Zhao felt no instinctive bond with her biological grandson, perceiving him merely as a stranger. Grandma Zhao departed from this world with a smile, and before leaving, she expressed to Zhao Xian that her greatest pride and joy in this lifetime was having such a dutiful and capable grandson. Chapter 96. The little master uncle enters the child exchange game world. Zhao Xian welcomed his final guest of the day. He maintained a routine of receiving only 3 clients daily, all scheduled between 10 and 12 in the morning, leaving the remainder of the day as his own free time to pursue any endeavors he wished. He had rented an office located above the S6 detective agency. Despite the conspicuous proximity of his office to the detective agency, his clients seemed oblivious to the connection between the two. It was precisely this candidness that shielded him from any suspicion regarding his association with the agency. Zhao Xian did not employ any secretarial assistants, as he only met 3 individuals each day and had no need for elaborate hospitality. The second client left, visibly satisfied, and the third client entered the room on their own. Upon raising his gaze, Zhao Xian arched an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "What an honor to receive such esteemed guests." To his surprise, the visitor was none other than Sister An. Had she not previously looked down upon In Changtai and his companions? When she first heard others claim that Zhao Xian was a master of physiognomy, her response was one of skepticism and disdain. Initially, Sister An harbored doubts about Zhao Xian, viewing him as no different from her brother, a mere wastrel. She had even suspected that her brother's circle conspired with Zhao Xian, aiding him in gathering client information to successfully masquerade as a fortune-teller. However, her brother had since ventured into the realm of software development, while the remaining 3 members of the detective agency were preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving no time to assist Zhao Xian in his investigations. Zhao Xian, however, continued to speak with remarkable accuracy. Could it be that she truly possessed the ability to foresee? Years had passed, and her seemingly useless brother had transformed into the promising president of a flourishing enterprise. Thus, Zhao Xian's abilities might not be mere fabrications. Sister An took a seat across from Zhao Xian and inquired, "Can you discern the reason for my visit?" Doubt still lingered in her heart. Zhao Xian smiled gently. Her fingers danced over the keyboard, and soon, Sister An's recent itinerary appeared on the screen. "You are here regarding Mr. Jean," Zhao Xian stated. A look of astonishment crossed Sister An's face. "You are indeed impressive." Mr. Jean was a shareholder of MHK television station. However, his primary business lay not in television, but in the manufacturing and sales of computers and mobile phones. Recently, he expressed a desire to delve into the realm of software development. Aware of Sister An's connection with Changkai, he sought her assistance in this endeavor. Sister An had her own ambitions. She aspired to acquire shares in MHK television station. Li Meiyan, bolstered by Jiang Taiyu's support, was gaining increasing prominence within the station, seizing numerous vital resources which forced Sister An to remain in her shadow. How could she possibly accept such a fate? She yearned for influence. And what could grant her greater authority than becoming a shareholder of the station? It was well known that Li Meiyan's professional capabilities paled in comparison to hers, a fact acknowledged by many within the station, particularly women who resented Li Meiyan's relationship with Jiang Taiyu. If she could forge connections with other shareholders, it might even lead to Jiang Taiyu being ousted from his position as president and Li Meiyan expelled from MHK television station. Sister An once harbored affection for Jiang Taiyu, yet she was not the type to cling desperately. Upon realizing that her feelings would not be reciprocated, she promptly relinquished her affection. She is a self-centered individual, primarily concerned with her own interests. When Jiang Taiyu looked down upon her, she sought to overcome him, striving to place him beneath her heel. Mr. Jean would not easily part with his shares in the television station. Zhao Xiandao, I am fully aware of this, which is precisely why I sought your counsel. I wish to ascertain how to persuade Mr. Jean and acquire shares from him. Before approaching Zhao Xiandao, Sister An had attempted other means to obtain shares from Mr. Jean. However, despite Mr. Jin's primary focus lying elsewhere, he held his television station shares in high regard, as they were a cherished inheritance from his mother. Even though Sister An was the sister of his business partner and offered a substantial sum, Mr. Jean remained resolute in his decision not to sell. Zhao Xuandao's fingers twitched once more, and information regarding Mr. Jean appeared on the screen. He cast a glance at the data, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Sister An observed Zhao Xuandao's movements, feeling a profound sense of reverence and an unspoken respect for his abilities. When Zhao Xiandao finally halted his gestures and raised his gaze, Sister An eagerly inquired, "What is the outcome?" Zhao Xiandao replied, "The shares of MHK are a poignant memento from Mr. Jin's mother, hence he will not part with them, regardless of the methods employed. Upon hearing this, Sister N was engulfed in disappointment. At this juncture, Zhao Xian introduced a twist. However, Mr. Zhao's cousin, Mr. Zhang, another shareholder of MHK Television, recently found himself in need of a substantial sum of cash due to business issues and is inclined to sell his shares in MHK. Really? Sister N's eyes sparkled with interest. Zhao Xian replied, "Do you doubt my capabilities?" "No, I believe." Sister N hurriedly pulled out her checkbook, wrote a check, and placed it on the table before swiftly departing. Half a month later, Zhao Xian learned from Chengkai that Sister N had borrowed a considerable amount of money from him to acquire 12% of MHK Television's shares from Mr. Zhang. And Chengkai lamented, "She suddenly needed so much money that I had to deplete my savings and even sold 2 properties to gather the funds. But what can I do? After all, she is my sister. Consider it her dowry." And Chengkai genuinely cared for his family, despite Sister N's disdain for him whenever she faced difficulties. He was always the first to rush to her aid. Initially, Sister N intended to borrow money from Chengkai to purchase the shares. Yet he bought them himself and gifted them to her, exhausting all his earnings from the past years. And Chengkai recounted the events that transpired after Sister N ascended to the MHK board. She had long desired to oust Jiang Taiyu, but chose not to reveal her newly acquired status as a major shareholder of MHK. Instead, she set a trap for Jiang Taiyu. Chapter 97. The young master uncle enters the child exchange game world. Naturally, what she desired, Jiang Taiyu would assist her in obtaining. Exercising his authority as president, Jiang Taiyu appointed Li Meiyan as the host. Such occurrences are not unprecedented. In the past, Jiang Taiyu has repeatedly wielded his influence to assist Li Meiyan in acquiring her desired possessions. Why has Li Meiyan ascended to the position of the leading anchor at MHK? It is not solely due to her innate capabilities, but rather because Jiang Taiyu has procured an abundance of resources on her behalf. With such resources, even the most inept could achieve success. Hence, it is no wonder that Li Meiyan, possessing her own talents, has thrived. Moreover, these resources were not solely obtained from Sister N, but were also seized from numerous others. This tactic employed by Jiang Taiyu has inevitably alienated many within the television station. Despite Li Meiyan's affability, the number of those who once favored her and sought her friendship has dwindled. After all, she is the cherished one of the president. Is it true that Li Meiyan is to wed the president? Perhaps it may not align with your expectations. I have heard that even after marriage, Li Meiyan intends to continue her career and pursue her ambitions as a strong professional woman, with the president's full support. Oh, how can this be? Will the station's resources not eventually belong solely to Li Meiyan? Only what she discards will be available to us. In such a television station, I see little reason to remain. I am considering a career change. I have heard that SBB Television is hiring. The most unfortunate is in Changshan. Her capabilities are so formidable, yet she is perpetually trampled underfoot by Li Meiyan, serving merely as a stepping stone. Were I in Changshan, I would promptly cast my resignation at the president's feet. Yet, Changshan will not do so, for she harbors feelings for the president. Since the president is now a couple with Li Meiyan, how could Changshan possibly continue to cherish him? Just like you, weren't you once infatuated with the president? Now, however, you seem to harbor a plethora of grievances against him. Sigh, the president is both handsome and youthful, a figure that any girl would be fond of. Wouldn't she? It's just a pity that his judgment is rather lacking, and his mind has been clouded by Li Meiyan's influence. A group of employees were engaged in this discussion when suddenly, an informed staff member rushed over, exclaiming, "Big news! Big news! What kind of big news?" The crowd eagerly inquired, each one a gossip enthusiast. The employee took a deep breath and replied, "The board of directors has unexpectedly convened a meeting and has summoned the president to attend. Could it be that the board is dissatisfied with the president? Are they planning to dismiss him?" The employee responded, "It's quite possible. I just saw On Song Sain heading towards the meeting room. It seems she has reported the president to the board." Wow, On Song Sain is incredibly bold. How could she confront the president so directly? What if the board members protect the president? Wouldn't she risk being dismissed from the station? I believe On Song Sain possesses remarkable character. This is indeed a fight to the death. Regardless of whether she triumphs or falters, she remains my idol. The employees assumed On Song Sain was doomed, unaware that she had a master plan. The 3 shareholders seated opposite her required no coaxing from On Song Sain. They were already discontented with Kang Taiyu as president and were determined to oust him in favor of one among themselves. Their combined shares exceeded 20%. Thus, Even if the other shareholders rallied behind Kang Tae-yu, their support would not constitute a majority, and he would inevitably be unseated. Jiang Tae-yu entered the conference room and was taken aback to find Sister and beside Mr. Jean, an unsettling premonition rising within him. As anticipated, Sister and introduced herself as the new major shareholder of the television station, possessing even more shares than Jiang Tae-yu himself. A heavy gloom enveloped his heart. Deep down, he recognized the impropriety of the situation. Witnessing his girlfriend's eager demeanor before him, he found himself unable to resist the urge to present her with what she desired. Alas, the repercussions had arrived. With a stern expression, Jiang Tae-yu remained silent as Sister and usurped his role in presiding over the board meeting. She rebuked him, labeling him an inadequate president, while the shareholders raised their hands in a vote to remove him from his position and expel him from the television station. Although his uncle and cousin stood by his side, their combined shares were insufficient against the rival's holdings. Moreover, the gravity of his actions was undeniable. Even his uncle and cousin exhibited expressions of disappointment upon learning the truth. Li Meiyan intercepted him at his office door, her face a mask of surprise and concern. "What has happened to you?" she inquired anxiously. Jiang Tae-yu forced a bitter smile. "I've been dismissed and expelled from MHK television." Li Meiyan covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "How could the board do such a thing?" Her incredulity deepened as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Jiang Tae-yu replied, "I'm sorry, but I can no longer assist you. You must be cautious, and Chengshan is not a magnanimous person. We have taken so many resources from her in the past. She will surely retaliate." "No, that is impossible. How could Chengshan become a shareholder of the television station? How could she possibly afford to purchase shares?" Li Meiyan was well aware of Chengshan's family circumstances. Although Chengshan had consistently concealed her residence in a slum, she had inadvertently uncovered the truth. How could a girl from such destitution suddenly acquire wealth? Was it possible that she had engaged in some nefarious activity? Li Meiyan could not help but entertain negative thoughts about her elder sister. However, despite her suspicions, she felt powerless against Chengshan. Even if she expressed her conjectures to others, they would not believe her. They were inclined to trust their own observations, which portrayed Chengshan as a shareholder of a television station, a person of affluence. They would merely regard Li Meiyan as envious of Chengshan. Chapter 98. The young master enters the exchange game while Li Meiyan continued to harbor doubts about Chengshan. She received the shocking news that she had been dismissed from the television station. Chengshan had no interest in becoming the president of the station. Her sole ambition was to be the most renowned host. Consequently, the presidential position ultimately fell to one of the three shareholders who were displeased with Jiang Tae-yu. This individual was not inferior in capability to Jiang Tae-yu and exhibited an even more adept political acumen, making him well-suited for the role of president. Li Meiyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She had never anticipated such a blatant disregard from the television station. After all, she was the most popular host there. Did they not fear the discontent of their audience? The station, however, seemed unperturbed. They publicly disclosed the reasons for Li Meiyan's dismissal. Moreover, upon learning the circumstances surrounding her termination, other television stations did not consider bringing her on board. They had no need for such an employee. Li Meiyan found herself unable to secure employment, and her career had come to a complete standstill. Her only remaining option appeared to be marriage. Yet her prospects in that regard were far from smooth. After the meeting concluded, Jiang Tae-yu's uncle and cousin promptly contacted Jiang Tae-yu's mother to relay the events that transpired. Initially, Jiang's mother held a favorable impression of Li Meiyan. However, upon learning that her son was dismissed from the television station due to Li, her sentiments plummeted. She had no qualms about her son marrying a girl from a modest, yet caring family, one that would not impose a marriage of convenience upon him. Jiang's parents, having married out of genuine love, wished for their children to do the same, aspiring for their happiness. Yet, they firmly believed that their offspring's partner must possess commendable character. Upon hearing of the questionable actions her son took for Li Meiyan, Jiang's mother began to doubt Li's integrity. Both Jiang's father and mother opposed the union between Jiang Tae-yu and Li Meiyan, but Jiang Tae-yu was deeply enamored with Li. Eventually, he chose to distance himself from his parents, moving into an apartment he purchased, and, without their blessing, wed Li Meiyan. From a young age, Li Meiyan had dreamed of a fairy tale wedding, yet that vision had now vanished. The initial days of their marriage were fraught with challenges, and as love gradually waned, they ultimately became a pair of resentful partners. Of course, these events are merely the aftermath. Let us now shift our focus. and Chen Kai had just shared the gossip about his sister's triumphant career with Zhao Xian when his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was his sister calling, and he could not afford to delay. After hanging up, he informed Zhao Xian, "My sister is treating us to dinner as a token of gratitude for you, and to celebrate her remarkable success in her career. We are going out for barbecue tonight." Zhao Xian inquired, "Is it just for the two of us?" "It's a rare treat for her to host, so how could it be just the two of us?" And Chen Kai chuckled, "I told her to invite everyone, including Xiao Yuan and their families." Zhao Xian couldn't help but smile. Cheng Shan's purse is going to take a hit. And Chen Kai retorted, "That's the idea. Only then will I feel a little better." Realizing that Chen Kai was the one who had truly splurged, Zhao Xian chuckled. Donning his coat, he said to Chen Kai, "Let's go. Accompany me to the mall to purchase a gift first." And Chen Kai followed behind Zhao Xian, inquiring, "What do you need a gift for?" Zhao Xian replied, "Naturally. It's a congratulatory gift for Cheng Shan." Zhao Xian and his cohort were numerous, occupying nearly half of the barbecue restaurant. Their orders consisted of the more expensive items on the menu. The owner of the barbecue restaurant instructed the staff to attend to them with utmost diligence, offering them the first taste of any new dishes. The lively atmosphere of the group attracted the attention of other patrons. It was in Chengshan. Li Meiyin fixed her gaze upon Chengshan, who was laughing heartily amidst the crowd, her eyes tinged with envy. Following her gaze, Jiang Taiyu's attention was captured by the man beside Chengshan. The man exuded a sense of familiarity, his features stirring a distant memory. Jiang Taiyu maintained his stare at Zhao Xian, who naturally noticed. Following his line of sight, he met Jiang Taiyu's gaze. Zhao Xian couldn't help but furrow his brow, sensing an ominous premonition in Jiang Taiyu's eyes. Zhao Xian recognized Jiang Taiyu, of course. How could he not recognize his own brother in this body? Jiang Taiyu was a benevolent brother, treating his younger siblings with great care. However, his relationship with his brother, Jiang Taishua, was merely amicable due to their 10-year age difference, lacking profound intimacy. Just as the Qi State Duke's mansion eventually sought him out in the previous world, the Jiang family would inevitably find him, regardless of his attempts to evade them. After all, this was a game world, and despite granting players considerable latitude, the core of the game's design remained immutable. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Jiang's countenances darkened. They were dismayed that their usually steadfast eldest son would defy them for a woman of questionable character. While they respected their children's choices, that was contingent upon those choices being sound. When their child made an imprudent decision and disregarded their counsel, it caused them great concern. Consequently, their disapproval of Li Meiyin intensified. Oblivious to his parents' expressions, Jiang Taiyu's gaze was fixed on his father's face. He observed that the boy he had seen earlier bore a striking resemblance to his father, sharing nearly 4 features. No wonder he had seemed familiar. It was because the boy resembled their grandfather by almost 7 parts. The uncanny resemblance to their family members led Jiang Taiyu to a disturbing conjecture. Could it be that his father had betrayed his mother and fathered an illegitimate child? The mere thought of this possibility filled Jiang Taiyu with profound dismay.